I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Marvel is finally rising. Great director Nolan has become a grudge. Necessary inspiration for writers. That morning, after Guran and Elizabeth had a warm moment, Elizabeth returned to the Dune Villa in advance with her suitcase. Not long after Elizabeth left, Dr. Bob came with other orthopedic surgeons to make rounds, removed the plaster on Guran's leg, and allowed Guran to walk. After holding it in for a whole week, Guran finally breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his muscles. Dr. Bob was still cautious and arranged x-rays, CT scans, and MRI examinations. The final result was naturally very normal. Dr. Bob then signed the discharge form and agreed to let Guran leave the hospital. When Guran was about to leave, Old Rice brought Maeve, Rick, and several club staff to Guran's ward. Rick's expression was very excited when he saw Guran. Rick looked 2 times thinner than before. Obviously, being trapped alone in the warehouse had cast a shadow on him, and what was more serious was the club's internal scrutiny of him. However, Rick's ability to come with Old Rice meant that his suspicion of collaborating with the enemy had been ruled out. I'm sorry. As soon as they met, Rick apologized to Guran with a guilty look on his face. Guran smiled and said, "It's okay, Rick, we are even now." Guran felt a little embarrassed after leaving Rick in an abandoned warehouse in the wilderness for almost 2 days. Old Rice said, "Boo, we have investigated the warehouse incident, and we have also tracked down the professional team that kidnapped you." Under the strong attack of our legal department, the professional team admitted that it was Harding who paid them, but they insisted that they were just playing a prank and not kidnapping. We also investigated that team and found that they did make a living by playing pranks, and the root of all this was Harding. As for Rick, he just made a mistake at work and was not Harding's accomplice. Guran nodded and acknowledged the results of the investigation. Old Lay added, "But Rick's mistakes at work are very serious, so from now on, he can no longer serve as your personal assistant. I will find you a new one." Rick's face was suddenly filled with despair. Guran waved his hand. "That's not necessary, Mr. Rice. Who doesn't make mistakes at work? Besides, the culprit of this incident is Haldin, not Rick. Rick's work efficiency is still very strong. I still hope Rick can continue to be my personal affairs assistant." Rick looked at Guran in shock. "Boo. I made such a big mistake. Not only did you forgive me, but also let me continue to work by your side?" Guran smiled and said, "Unless you don't want to." Yes. Rick said excitedly. I'm willing 100 times. Or 1,000 times. 10,000 times. You are my savior. Don't worry. From now on, I will work for you seriously and will never make any mistakes again. Guran immediately said to Rice, "Mr. Rice, you see." Old Rice was also happy to do a favor. Originally, the mistake made by Rick was unforgivable. After all, he was serving the hope of the entire Southampton club. He should be fired by us. But, okay, since you, Guran, have interceded for him in this matter, let's give him another chance. Rick bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Thank you, Old Rice said to Guran again. As for Harding, his bad behavior has been reported to the club, and now all the employees and players have drawn a clear line with him. I still want you to decide the final right of execution. We can take him to court, but because he hired a prank team and did not cause you any actual damage, it is difficult to convict him. We can also terminate the contract with him directly and kick him out of the club, but he may take the opportunity to ask for termination fees. Fuck. Aren't both of these very cheap for Harding? Guran then said calmly, "I don't think it's necessary. Just let him stay in the club. After all, revenge has to be done personally to be satisfying. Harding, I'll let you jump around for 2 more days. Your good days are about to end." Old Rice said in surprise. "Boo. Holding treated you like that, but you chose to let Holding stay in the club? Not suing him, but not letting us terminate the contract with him? You are so generous." Duran smiled. "Thank you for everything you have done for me, Mr. Rice." Old Rice quickly said, No, this matter is the club's problem, and you have suffered. We will do exactly as you said, not sue Holding, or terminate the contract with him. We will keep him in the club, but not let him play in the game." Old Rice paused for a moment, then said, "Oh, by the way, your discharge from the hospital still has to be kept secret. We plan to find a substitute for you to continue to stay in the hospital for you to attract the attention of the media." Damn, you really took great pains to prevent other clubs from poaching me during this transfer window. Duran smiled helplessly. "Then can I return to Staplewood to resume training next week?" Old Rice said. "Boo, you should be patient for another week. Take more rest and come back the day before our friendly match with Southampton next week. It will be safer. To be honest, since we announced the false news that you were seriously injured, Liverpool and Manchester City have withdrawn their offers. Now the transfer window is getting closer and closer, and most clubs are about to run out of budgets. As long as you endure for a few more days, this summer transfer window will be closed." Old Rice also deliberately talked about Liverpool and Manchester City withdrawing their offers. Duran smiled helplessly. "Okay then. This is a three-party game. Duran's goal is currently the same as Southampton club, so he should cooperate. As for Liverpool and Manchester City withdrawing their transfer offers, it is also reasonable. No club can continue to dig a seriously injured player. It would be strange if Liverpool and Manchester City continued to make offers." Old Rice took out another contract. "Boo, this is a new contract we prepared for you. In short, your new contract has a 20% increase in weekly salary compared to the previous contract, ranking first in the team. Various benefits have also been significantly improved, and the appearance rate is also stated according to the home rate of the team's main players. Oh, and this new contract also has a signing fee of £100,000. As long as you sign, the club will immediately pay £100,000 to your account. As for the minimum termination fee, we set it at £12 million this time." Wow. 12 million? Exclamation mark. The termination fee of the previous contract was £8 million, and the termination fee of the new contract has been increased to £12 million. Isn't this value rising too fast? Such a termination fee, let alone Liverpool, even Manchester City has to think twice. Duran scratched his itchy thigh. "Mr. Rice, isn't this termination fee a bit too high?" Old Rice laughed and said, "Hi. I think it's too low. Goo, I bet that in less than half a season, your value will be far more than £15 million. I just want to let those wealthy clubs who covet you know that, if they want to poach you from Southampton, they must show their sincerity." That's right. Duran didn't bargain anymore. After simply browsing through several important nodes of the contract, he signed his name on the new contract. The new season hasn't officially started yet, and he has signed 3 contracts, one more exaggerated than the other. In a triple jump, he has become the highest paid player in the team, and his value has skyrocketed geometrically. Not to mention that it is unique in the history of Southampton club, even in the whole of England. It is one of the best. Old Rice put the contract away and gave Duran a big hug. The few people exchanged a few more pleasantries and then sent Duran out of the hospital through the back door. Duran drove the Cayenne with the tires already changed and returned to the long-missed Dune Villa in a happy mood. Although he still couldn't go to the training ground for more than 10 days, he could at least train in his own backyard, and he could also disguise himself and go to the gym to get some bubbles for free. After returning to the villa, Duran first went to the swimming pool for a quick swim for half an hour, and then trained on his own football field for an hour. Only after he felt comfortable and sweated all over his body did Duran go to the ice and fire therapy. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, Southampton's pre-season friendly away to Newcastle United began. Without Duran, the left back, and Harding was suspended by the club for professional ethics issues, and was not even on the big list. Southampton had no general on the left, and could only adopt a 352 3-back formation. In the first half, Southampton was kicked without any resistance. The whole team was like a soulless zombie, and lost 3 goals in the first half of the game. In the second half, Newcastle United let Southampton score a goal with a header from centre-back JD after a set piece in the front court. However, Southampton lacked an offensive engine. Even if Newcastle United made a big substitution, Southampton still could not seize the opportunity to counter-attack. At the end of the game, Newcastle United seized the opportunity and scored a goal. The final score of the game was also fixed at Newcastle United 4:1 Southampton. Southampton's winning streak came to an abrupt end. The Southampton fans who came from afar to watch the game were in a very heavy mood. Although they also knew that with the current strength of the club, it would definitely not be the opponent of Newcastle United, such a defeat was still difficult for them to accept. They missed the game in which Southampton tied Liverpool away, and their rising star Guran. After the game, the Saints fans were still reluctant to leave for a long time, gathering in front of the visiting team's bus and shouting Guran's name. After the game, personal assistant Rick also sent the teaching video of the game to Guran. After Guran watched the game video carefully, he fell into silence. "It really won't work without me." Guran was depressed but happy. In the next week, Guran trained on his own and hand-painted scripts. His life was quite fulfilling. Elizabeth also lived a very fulfilling life. Every day she slept, urged to update, slept, urged to update, slept, and urged to update. Since becoming Guran's woman, Elizabeth's self-confidence has gradually increased. Her temperament has changed, her aura has improved a lot, and even her figure has become more proud. Especially after reading the script of Scarlet Witch, Elizabeth has also consciously or unconsciously approached the arrogant personality of Scarlet Witch. However, as a magic tool for getting some points, Elizabeth's daily drop is not as good as before. In the past, she would generate red talent point bubbles after chatting with her sisters for a few words, but now she has to make several phone calls to barely drop one. As Elizabeth's self-confidence increased, Guran knew that it was almost time to let Elizabeth go. What's that old saying? If you don't get rid of the old ones, it's a shame. In short, Guran trained while speeding up his hand drawing and finally finished the last few shots of the hand-drawn script on Friday. Seeing the complete script, Elizabeth was as happy as a child on holiday and had no idea that the separation had been put on the agenda. On the same day, Guran called Christopher Nolan, the great director who was filming Batman 2, The Dark Knight Rises. With Nolan's relationship, Guran easily got the contact information of Kevin Feige, the boss of Marvel. Guran did not call Kevin Feige, but directly faxed the hand-drawn script of Avengers 2, Age of Ultron, and attached the profit-sharing conditions and the requirements for the selection of actors for Scarlet Witch, as well as the requirements for renting Hayden Manor for real-life shooting, to the title page. Soon, the fax of this thick hand-drawn script was placed on Kevin Feige's desk by the female secretary of Marvel. Kevin Feige looked down at the title of the script and then sneered, "Avengers, Age of Ultron. Haha, where did this rubbish script come from? Our Avengers 1 has just been approved and filmed, and there are several hero movies in the middle that don't even have scripts. How can someone write the script for Avengers 2? It must be some fanatical Marvel Comics fan who made up this rubbish, based on his own imagination." Kevin Feige turned the title page with contempt, and the sneer on his face became more obvious. Humph, this author dares to ask for such a high share of the global box office? He also has to decide on the actors? He also has to specify the real-life shooting? Who does he think he is? Quentin, who loves to lick his feet? Kevin Feige threw the hand-painted script directly into the trash can. At this time, Kevin Feige's cell phone rang. Kevin Feige was shocked when he saw that it was the big director Nolan calling. You know, in 2010, Marvel was just acquired by Disney not long ago, and it has not completely gotten out of the financial crisis. It has only started to get better by selling the copyright of Marvel Heroes and the success of Iron Man 1 and Iron Man 2. On the other hand, Nolan was already the most popular director in Hollywood at that time. Kevin Feige was naturally surprised and happy to receive a call from Nolan himself. "Hi, Christopher. How are you? Why do you have time to call me? Do you want to take care of us, Marvel? We are about to shoot the movie Captain America, the main theme, and the military funding. I wonder if you are interested?" Nolan on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "Hi, Kevin. How are you? I'm fine. Listen, I called to ask. Guran just asked me for your contact information. Is he going to sell you the hand-drawn script? If you have finished reading it, can you let me see it too? Let me see his hand-drawn script, and we can discuss everything. Kevin Feige was stunned. First of all, who is Guran? Secondly, why did director Nolan, who only shoots art-level blockbusters, come to ask for a script so humbly? What script is it in the end? Is it the one I threw into the trash can? Kevin Feige's brain is also fast enough. He cleared his throat and said, ahem, Christopher, I'm sorry about this. I can't talk about the script now. Nolan on the other end of the phone sighed helplessly. Okay, I know you will definitely not miss Guran's hand-drawn script. Any visionary producer and director in the world will not miss Guran's hand-drawn script. The first time I saw Guran's hand-drawn script, I was also excited and couldn't let it go, for fear that someone else would get it first. But I really want to see what his second hand-drawn script is. Alas, he clearly promised me that he would hand-draw another script for me, but I didn't expect that his second hand-drawn script would be given to you. Marvel. You Marvel are so lucky. Even if you can't see Nolan's expression on the phone, you can feel Nolan's resentful mood. Haha, if there's nothing else, then goodbye, Christopher. Kevin Feige hung up the phone directly. At this time, he didn't care about being polite or not. Reading the script is important. Kevin Feige had also heard rumors about the genius hand-drawn screenwriter, but he always thought it was a hype by DC. However, even the great director Nolan is so eager and humble, so the genius hand-drawn screenwriter is definitely not as simple as hype. Any visionary producer and director in the world will not miss Guran's hand-drawn script. I, Kevin Feige, the Marvel revitalizer, certainly won't miss it. Kevin Feige knelt beside the trash can and eagerly took the hand-drawn script out of the trash. He didn't even bother to stand up and just opened it to read. When he opened it, Kevin Feige was completely stunned. A genius. No, it should be a super huge genius. 10 Quentin Tarantino's can't compare to Guran. This split shot, this narrative ability, this character portrayal, this use of light and shadow, all hand-drawn with a pen. Question mark? Not a single stroke was changed. Question mark? Oh my god. Oh my god. How could there be such a genius in drama? Isn't this the framework of the Marvel main universe that has not yet been fully formed in my mind? This Avengers 2, Age of Ultron directly connects the early, middle, and late stages of the Marvel main universe. This is simply a gift drawn by God himself. After so many years, Marvel is finally going to rise. Kevin Feige excitedly held Avengers 2, Age of Ultron in his hands, kneeling on the ground crying and laughing. The female secretary in a miniskirt was so scared that she didn't dare to enter the office. The boss is crazy. On the other side, Guran was preparing for training when his cell phone rang. Guran didn't want to delay the training, so he hung up directly. However, the ringing persisted. After the ringing continued for half a minute, Guran finally frowned slightly and answered the phone with an unhappy face. Who is it? Aha. Hello, Mr. Guran. I'm Kevin Feige, the president of Marvel. Kevin Feige's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh. Guran's tone softened a little. You still have to give some face to the president of Marvel, but not too much. Then Kevin Feige said, Mr. Guran, we have heard that you are a super genius in hand-drawn scripts. I never thought that we could get your hand-drawn script today. Marvel is really honored. As the president of Marvel, I must say that your masterpiece is definitely the top work of art in Hollywood history. You should win the Oscar for Best Screenplay. I don't expect to win the Oscar, but it shouldn't be a problem to win a few Oscars for Best Actress. Guran cleared his throat and said seriously, Mr. Feige, I'm going to training soon. Otherwise, let's cut to the chase. Kevin Feige immediately said, okay. Like you, Mr. Guran, I don't like nonsense. We at Marvel like your masterpiece very much. I would like to meet you and discuss it in detail. When would it be convenient for you? Guran responded coldly, forget about the meeting. My situation is a bit special now. It's not convenient for me to show up. Besides, my conditions are already written on the title page. It's very clear. If you think these conditions are acceptable, then email the contract to me, and I'll sign and send it back. If you think you can't accept it, forget it. Kevin Feige quickly said, accept. We accept all your conditions. However, for such an important cooperation matter, wouldn't an email contract seem informal enough? Guran said coldly, there is no essential difference between formal and informal. Kevin Feige was a little depressed. It was the first time he met such a big name screenwriter. However, he thought about it and realized that all geniuses have quirks. For example, the great French writer Hugo had to take off all his clothes before he could write with peace of mind. For example, the legendary writer Hemingway had to stand on one leg before his ideas could flow. For example, the queen of reasoning Agatha had to eat an apple in the bathtub before she could think of how to kill people. Another male writer, Junot Diaz, who wrote The Brief and Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde, had to sit outside the bathtub and pretend that someone was eating an apple in the bathtub before he could start writing. For example, Goethe had to smell the smell of rotten apples when he wrote, and Balzac had to drink a sip of coffee every time he wrote a sentence, until he died of chronic caffeine poisoning. For example, Dazé Osamu, who wrote My Life is Full of Shameful Things, relied on suicide to get inspiration. Unfortunately and fortunately, he finally succeeded. Another example is the recognized film genius Quentin Tarantino. He has to lick a woman's unwashed feet to get inspiration. The stronger the smell, the stronger the inspiration. None of these codes are normal. In comparison, Guran is just unwilling to socialize, which is really nothing. What's more, Guran is so talented, comparable to 10 Quentin feet lickers, so even if Guran's quirks are a little more excessive and his tone is a little more high profile, it is understandable. The key is how to please Guran. Kevin Feige immediately laughed and said, hahaha, Mr. Guran is really free and easy. Then I will arrange for the staff to prepare the contract immediately. In addition, Mr. Guran, I actually have some small problems that I want to discuss with you, but my quirks are different. I must see the monthly votes and recommendation votes before I can write like water. Chapter 327 No one can help me. I'm here to be your father. Guran returns with a vengeance. Guran's tone was a little irritable. Then go ahead, but try to be quick, because I really should go to training. Kevin Feige hurriedly said, Mr. Guran, to be honest, the content of your script is a bit too advanced. This is certainly not bad, but too good. It's like a guiding light. In my opinion, this is very consistent with my conception of the Marvel main universe, but there is still a large piece of the puzzle of the key plot missing in the middle. Our Iron Man 3 and Captain America 2, Thor 2, Guardians of the Galaxy and other projects have not yet started. According to the logic of the plot, the story of Avengers 2 should at least be after Captain America 2. Ha, you flattered me for a long time, but it turned out that you just wanted me to hand draw the scripts of Iron Man 3, Captain America 2, Thor 2, etc. for Marvel. I don't care whether you have finished shooting Avengers 1. I don't care what key plot you are missing in the middle. Before finishing Avengers 1, I hand drew the storyboard script of Avengers 2, which can show my awesomeness. Besides, I hand painted Avengers 2. Was it for you, Marvel? Did I do it to boost your Hollywood market? No. I did it to flirt. I did it to jerk off. I did it to save those lost Hollywood female stars. Guran sneered. You can buy Avengers 2 or not. Don't buy it? If you don't buy it, you absolutely can't shoot it according to my hand-painted one. The main plot, main storyboard, and main lines, you can't use them at all. That's right, even though the copyright of Marvel characters is yours, and you can't sell it to anyone else except Marvel, but as long as you don't buy it, you can't even use 10% of the script content. What's more, my script is hand-painted, and you can't even use the storyboard composition, scene clothing and props. Otherwise, you can wait to be sued for bankruptcy. Let's see who is hurt more. After rebirth, I'm not here to beg for cooperation. I'm here to be your father. Kevin Feige hurriedly said respectfully, bye. Of course I will buy. Mr. Guran, you may have misunderstood me just now. I didn't mean that. What I meant was that your Avengers 2 is really great, but if we buy your Avengers 2, then no one in the world can fill in the missing plot puzzle of the Marvel universe except you. The plots of Iron Man 3, Captain America 2, and Thor 2 still have to be hand painted by you to be perfect. Guran laughed and said bluntly, I don't have time. The main reason is that there are no girls. With my current strength, I can completely dominate the English League 1. Even if the speed of obtaining talent points slows down, it's no big deal. In addition, the schedule of professional competitions must be very dense, and I don't have time to do part-time work. After sending Amui away, I must put all my thoughts on playing football. Play one game after another. No one can help me. Guran made up his mind secretly in his heart. Kevin Feige did not give up easily. Mr. Guran, I know that all of you writers need inspiration. I saw that you specifically mentioned on the title page that the Scarlet Witch must be played by an actress designated by you. In addition, I heard that the hand-drawn script you gave to the great director Nolan also required Anne Hathaway to play Catwoman, so I presumptuously speculated that you probably need to contact actresses and get to know them in depth in order to generate creative inspiration. Damn. Do I look like such an indecent person? Guran immediately said seriously, I'm sorry, Mr. Feige, please don't speculate blindly. Kevin Feige continued, as if he didn't hear it, we have 3 more script projects next, namely Iron Man 3, Captain America 2, Thor 2, and Guardians of the Galaxy 1. There will be more in the future. When it's appropriate for you, Mr. Guran, I can let the actresses in these projects come to get to know each other with Mr. Guran and discuss the script together in the evening. I believe that with their professional qualities, they will definitely inspire your creative passion. Mr. Guran. Guran, discuss the script together in the evening? Am I overthinking? It must be. Although I'm a serious person can't stand discussing the script with a female star like Black Widow. Besides, these Hollywood female stars are all natural masturbators. Seeing that Guran didn't interrupt, Kevin Feige continued, Mr. Guran has absolute autonomy when writing the script. Although the main characters we have already decided cannot be changed, Mr. Guran can set their roles, lines, and shots at will. He can also recommend new actresses according to your preferences. Damn, this potential power is huge. If so, even those already famous female actors will have to rush to discuss the script. Gwyneth Paltrow is in Iron Man 3. She won the 71st Oscar for Best Actress with her realistic and indescribable screams in Shakespeare in Love. She plays Iron Man's secretary Pepper Potts in Iron Man. She is also the highest ranking actress invited by Marvel so far. Captain America 2 has Scarlett Johansson, the Black Widow who didn't wanted to drink her bath water. Although she didn't win the Oscar for Best Actress, she is definitely a world-class goddess. Thor 2 has Natalie Portman, the heroine Martina Inlayan, the professional. Guardians of the Galaxy has Nebula Karen Gillan, the heroine Amy who once starred in Doctor Who. It has to be said that Kevin Feige can become the CEO of Marvel and revitalize Marvel for a reason. He is really good at judging people. Guran cleared his throat and said in a gentle tone, oh, Mr. Feige, your sincerity touched me. Let me promise you that when I'm done with this period of time, I will consider several other hand-painted scripts. Ah. Thank God. Kevin Feige said excitedly, that's great. Then I will implement the Avengers 2 project first, and then let Gwyneth and Scarlett come to you to discuss the inspiration of the script. Of course, if there are other suitable candidates for the main role, Mr. Guran is also welcome to recommend. Mr. Guran, can we keep in touch at any time? Okay. After hanging up the phone, Guran's mind was full of the picture of Pepper and Black Widow toasting. What can I say? Capitalism's sugar-coated bullets are really good. That afternoon, Southampton's home game against the English League 2 team Wycombe Wanderers began. This was Southampton's 4th pre-season friendly match. Without Guran, the attendance rate of St Mary's Stadium was only more than 60%. The fans' enthusiasm was not very high, and the number of media and scouts who came to watch the game was pitiful. Guran's practical value and commercial value were fully reflected in his absence. After the game started, Southampton still adopted the 352 formation and continued to play high-pressure defensive counter-attacks, while Wycombe Wanderers defended with all their strength. In the first half, Southampton made many mistakes, lost many good scoring opportunities, and was almost counter-attacked by Wycombe Wanderers. The game situation was very dull. The two sides were either fighting or passing the ball. Southampton did not play any penetrating offense at all. The two sides drew 0:0 in the first half. In the second half, Southampton strengthened the offensive in the front court and frequently made high and long passes, but it was still only blooming, but not bearing fruit. Lallana, Garrod, Gully, and Barnard took turns to play, but they could not knock on the door of Wycombe Wanderers. In the end, the two sides continued the dull performance in the first half, and the final score was 0:0. Rick, the personal affairs assistant, also sent the teaching video of this game to Guran. After watching it, Guran continued to concentrate on practicing. 2 days later, on Monday, Marvel CEO Kevin Feige took the initiative to call and told Guran that the contract had been sent to the email. Kevin Feige also said a lot of flattering words and asked Guran to provide Elizabeth Olsen's contact information and the contact information of the owner of Hayden Manor after signing. After Guran signed, he mailed the contract to Marvel and informed Kevin Feige of the contact information. On the same day, Elizabeth received an audition call from Marvel, and the content of the audition was the Scarlet Witch in Avengers 2: Age of Ultron. Elizabeth happily hugged Guran to celebrate, but soon Elizabeth reacted after tomorrow she would leave Guran and go to Hollywood. Goo, I can't bear to leave you. Elizabeth has completely fallen for Guran after spending more than 10 days with him. Facing her past ideals and the happy life with Guran, Elizabeth suddenly felt that becoming a Hollywood star was not that important. Goo, I want to stay. Elizabeth lay on Guran's thighs infatuatedly. Guran quickly comforted her. Liz, don't give up your dream because of a man. It's not worth it. Elizabeth cried and said, no, I think it's worth giving up my dream for you. Damn, it's all my fault. My character is too perfect. But fortunately, I'm also very experienced in persuading people to quit. Guran said solemnly, Liz, do you believe I can become a big football star? Elizabeth nodded vigorously immediately. I believe it. Of course I believe it. You will become a more powerful football star than Messi of Real Madrid. Good guy, you offended the world's two major fan groups with this sentence. Guran persuaded softly, look, since you believe that I will become a big star, then if you want to be worthy of a football star, you must at least be a Hollywood actress, right? Elizabeth was stunned. Yes. Goo. I know what to do. I will work hard. I will become a Hollywood actress. I want to be worthy of you. Thank you for your guidance. You are really my beacon. Ahem, exaggerated. I'm not that big. Guran smiled and said, let's agree to work hard together. I will work hard to become a football star, and you will work hard to become a Hollywood actress. Okay. Okay. Elizabeth leaned softly in Guran's arms. Goo, before I leave, I want to give you a gift. Guran lifted Elizabeth's chin and said affectionately, Liz, aren't you the best gift God has given me? A rustic love word instantly turned Elizabeth into water. Elizabeth buried her head the next day. Elizabeth secretly ran out for most of the day while Guran was training in the backyard. When they came back in the afternoon, Elizabeth mysteriously pulled Guran to the beach. Goo, I said yesterday that I would give you an unforgettable gift before leaving. So, Sister Ao, do you want to play jungle on the beach? I'm very good at playing jungle. Guran hugged Elizabeth's small waist. Thank you. This gift is very exciting. I will miss it from time to time. Elizabeth blushed. No. How can it be here? Look over there. Guran looked in the direction Elizabeth pointed, only to see that the yacht without an engine had been moved away at some point and replaced by a brand new luxury double-decker yacht with the name Lighthouse. Guran was stunned. This yacht, at least hundreds of thousands of pounds. Although Elizabeth was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and has two very wealthy sisters in her family, for her who has never had a movie to shoot, hundreds of thousands of pounds should be all her funds. Guran was deeply moved. Elizabeth happily snuggled in Guran's arms. Boo, I actually knew that your yacht was broken a long time ago, so I took the initiative to replace it with a new yacht for you. In the future, when you see the yacht from the window, you will think of me. Guran cleared his throat. Liz, how could I forget you? Even without a yacht, I can't forget you. I can think of you when I see the broken door of the bathroom that has not been repaired. Elizabeth was coaxed into blooming. "Oh, boo, you are so affectionate to me. I really want to stay and accompany you like this forever." "Damn. Sister AO, don't get too excited." Guran hurriedly said. "Ahem, Liz, I accept your gift. Why don't we go up and play?" Elizabeth chuckled and then couldn't wait to say, "Okay." Guran immediately hugged Elizabeth and boarded the new boat. Soon, without starting, this luxury yacht swayed happily with the rhythm of the tide. On the day of departure, Elizabeth cried so hard that her eyes were swollen and 2 bright red talent point bubbles formed under her feet. This is also Elizabeth's last gift as a point grabbing artifact. Guran comforted Elizabeth while picking up 2 talent point bubbles remotely. During the period of recuperation, Guran picked up and automatically exchanged 12 talent point bubbles in total. It's not a lot, but it's definitely not a small amount. At noon, Guran drove Elizabeth to the airport and waved goodbye to Elizabeth. Seeing Elizabeth walk into the airport all with tears in her eyes, Guran also breathed a sigh of relief. There must be reluctance in my heart. But from the perspective of playing football, this period with Aomei is always coming to an end. Next, it's time to adjust your mentality and prepare to return. As for the toasts from Zyro Largio and Black Widow, we can't rush it. The new season will start in about a week. We must focus all our energy on professional competitions. Guran drove back to the villa and continued to practice hard in the backyard. In the remaining days, Guran received many caring and comforting text messages every day as usual. Evelyn called and told Guran that Marvel had sent someone to negotiate the use of Hayden Manor as a filming location. Evelyn had also been asking about Guran's injury, hoping that Guran would get better soon and come to the manor to ride horses. Max Xati and others also sent text messages every day to express their condolences. It can be seen that they are really worried. Liverpool's boss Linda also sent text messages every day to express her condolences, and she never stopped during the period when Guran was recovering from his injury. And supermodel Abby Clancy never sent any messages after sending a few photos without getting a response from Guran. Guran kept all these in mind silently. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the derby between Southampton and Northampton. On this day, there was only 1 week left before the summer transfer window closed, and this was also the day that Old Rice promised Guran that he could return to the training ground. It's finally over. Guran got up early, first trained for an extra hour in his own gym, and then had some ice and fire therapy, and then drove to the long-missed Staplewood training base in high spirits. On the way, Guran seriously considered the allocation plan of 12 talent points. His strengths, such as physical fitness, constitution, strength, burst, and strength, are enough to gain a foothold in the English League One. Then, before the official start of the English League One, he should make up for his shortcomings and upgrade the system rating from B to A. The other conditions for promotion to A have been met, and the only condition left is that 15 sub-attributes reach 75 points. In fact, if it is evenly distributed, Guran can now reach A level, but such a point allocation plan will make him very mediocre. Guran first allocated 1 talent point to the speed attribute, so that the speed attribute reached 75 points. Then, Guran took out 5 talent points and allocated them to the long shot attribute, so that the long shot attribute also reached 75 points. There were 6 talent points left, and Guran allocated all of them to the flexibility attribute, which then increased from 69 points to 75 points. Currently, among all the sub-attributes, there are a total of 9 sub-attributes above 75 points. In order to meet the conditions for promotion to A level, 6 sub-attributes need to reach 75 points, so the gap is 37 talent points. If 37 points can be exchanged for 1 talent point per day, it will take 37 days. Even if I return to Staplewood, I may not be able to exchange 1 talent point per day. Alas, I still need some magic tools to get there quickly. When the KN arrived at the gate of the Staplewood training base, the security guard at the gate was dozing. Guran honked the horn, pressed the window glass, and stuck his head out. "Hey Ted, open the door." The security guard Ted was on the morning shift today. Ted opened his eyes in a daze and was stunned. "Oh my god. Am I dreaming? Boo. Is it you? Is it really you?" Ted was shaking with excitement. Aren't you seriously injured? Why did you come to the training base alone? Have you recovered from your injury? Can you play in the game against Southampton tomorrow? Guran grinned at him. Let's talk. Open the door. Oh. Okay. Ted also knew that as a doorman, there were some things he was not qualified to know, so he quickly pressed the remote control and opened the door for Guran. Guran then drove the KN in. Hi, Gu, Ted shouted from behind the car. I want you to know that all of us who, like you, are looking forward to the day when you return as a king. Guran felt warm in his heart. Although he didn't have much contact with these security guards, and although they were not core figures, the more these ordinary people cared about him, the more sincere he was without any interest mixed in. Guran smiled at Ted and said in a calm tone, yes, Ted. I'm back as a king. Arrogant? No, I'm a natural king. Yeah. Yes. Ted clenched his fist and roared excitedly. During the 2 weeks, when Guran was injured, the entire Southampton club was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Today, the clouds suddenly cleared up, and the sun came out. Because Southampton's star of hope has returned. Guran immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove into the parking lot. The security guard Ted was still in the joy of Guran's return, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Guran had just parked the car, when his personal assistant Rick, who had been waiting in the parking lot, came up with a smile on his face. Hi, Gu. Good morning. Welcome back to Staplewood. Good morning, Rick. Nice to see you. Guran patted Rick's shoulder in a friendly manner. After the warehouse incident, the two did not become estranged, but became closer. How are you lately? I'm fine, Gu. Thank you. How is your mother? Ahem. She's fine too. Rick reached out and took Guran's backpack and asked while walking with Guran, Gu, do you want me to gather Maeve, Jacob and the others now? They actually already know your true injury, but they don't know that you're returning today. They have also been on vacation during the few days you've been away, but as far as I know, they are all crazy and are looking forward to coming to accompany you to work overtime every day. Guran smiled. Don't be so anxious. I probably won't be able to practice with the team in the morning. I have to go for a physical examination before returning to the team. Even if the physical examination passes, I still have to listen to Coach Adkins' arrangements. Rick immediately said, okay, I'll let them come after 9 o'clock. I can already imagine the scene of them racing on the road. Okay, you arrange it. Guran then asked, by the way, is the schedule for the new season out? Rick nodded and said, it's out. When you're not busy, I'll show you the schedule for the first month. Yes. Guran walked quickly into the locker room, changed into his jersey and sneakers, and then warmed up in the full-size number 1 training ground. It feels so good to be back on track. Chapter 328. Harding was beaten and retired. 8 games in the first month. Super exciting professional schedule. After 2 weeks of holding back, Guran's competitive state did decline a bit, but after this wave of warm-up, he has recovered most of it. As long as he practices with the team a few more times and plays some games, all the lost state will be back, and he can even break through to a new level. When the warm-up was coming to an end, most of the Southampton players entered the training ground with sleepy eyes. Oh my god, who is that? Is it Guran? Am I dreaming? Oh yeah. Guran is back. Wait. Isn't Guran's ankle broken? Look at the way he runs in the warm-up. It seems to be faster than before. This is simply a miracle. How did he do it? The Southampton players ran up excitedly, surrounded Guran, and asked about his well-being. Guran also greeted his teammates happily. Lambert asked with concern, Gu, how is your ankle now? The last time Lalana visited you, he came back and told us that your entire left leg was in plaster. How come you've returned in just 2 weeks? Skneedlin also said anxiously, Gu, we all know you want to play football, but injuries can't be forced. Lilana was even more anxious. Yes, Gu, you should go back to the hospital to recuperate. You can't sneak out and ruin your future. Chamberlain also shouted, yes, Gu, you should go back to the hospital. Otherwise, I will call and report you now. Damn, is it okay to report me? Guran smiled. Thank you for your concern. Actually, my injury is not serious. The medical technology of the team Dr. Mayfu is amazing. Coupled with the top treatment of the University Hospital of Southampton, my ankle is basically fine. My return this time is also agreed by the club. You can't say that I'm gifted. The swelling will go down the next day, and I will be completely fine in 3 days. I'm returning now, just to cooperate with the club to throw smoke bombs, right? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that the club agreed. Luke Shaw said with envy, I also want Maeve to be my exclusive team doctor. Captain Davis frowned and said, boo. Even if the club agrees to your return, you have to be careful. The future is yours, and you have to be responsible for yourself. If you don't even take responsibility for yourself, then we will be responsible for you. Yes, yes, yes. The captain is right. Goo, we have to be responsible for you. Come on, let's carry Goo down to rest together. Damn it. Gooran shouted in his heart, don't do this. I don't want you to be responsible for me. I'm the king's return. I'm the king's return. Without waiting for Gooran to struggle and resist, more than a dozen teammates held Gooran down and carried Gooran out of the field without saying anything. This scene was actually a bit cheerful. As soon as he was carried to the sidelines, Gooran saw Harding walking to the training ground with a sullen face. The atmosphere of the cheerful scene just now suddenly fell to the freezing point. Everyone fell silent. Everyone knows that with Gooran's temper, he will never let Harding go. Gooran's eyes instantly became murderous, and Harding was frightened by Gooran's sudden return, and subconsciously wanted to dodge. Harding thought that, although his trick against Gooran did not succeed, Gooran's broken foot on the court, he was also a winner. But he never expected that Gooran would return so soon. Seeing that Harding wanted to run away with a guilty conscience, how could Gooran give him a chance? Gooran said coldly, Harding, you bastard, do you want to run away just because you see your grandfather? Nothing else. Just scold him in the face. Harding had already turned around, but when he heard Gooran scolding, he clenched his fists and turned around, his face full of undisguised resentment. HMPH. Gooran. Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because I have the club to back you up. That's right, I did it to you. I just don't like you, a yellow-skinned rotten grassroot. What else can you be arrogant about now? Your leg is lame, and your career is over. And even if I'm punished by the club and can't play, I can still get the club's salary for free. When my contract expires in 2 years, I can transfer to another club freely and continue playing football. If the club is smart, they will know how important I am as a left back. At that time, they will obediently lift the suspension for me and beg me to play. And you, a waste, will be abandoned by the club. I'm too lazy to laugh at you now. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant to me? As soon as these words came out, before Gooran could speak, the other teammates were filled with righteous indignation and surrounded Harding. Especially Harding's former brothers. Each of them was the most active. Harding, you are such a mad snake. We were blind to call you the boss. Harding, you actually used despicable and shameless means to harm your teammates. You are trash. Harding, if you dare to curse Gooran again, we will tear your stinky mouth apart. Harding, you are really asking for a beating. But Harding didn't care at all. Instead he looked like a broken jar. What can you do to me? I cursed. So what? Anyway, I was banged by the club. I just played badly. I just muddled through. I'm the sinister villain you call me. What can you do to me? The club still has to pay me. Dare you touch me with a finger? The club does not allow fighting. If you dare to do it, just wait to be banged like me. The teammates were all furious, but no one dared to do it. It is not worth it to sacrifice your career for a bad guy. Lalana said to Gooran in a low voice. Boo. Don't argue with this mad dog. One step back, the sky will be wide open. Gooran almost laughed out loud. One step back. Did I come back to life, just to take a step back? Harding, you idiot. Do you really think my ankle is broken? Are you still dreaming that the club will ask you to play? Should I do it to you all at once? Or should I torture you slowly? Gooran's eyes became more and more sharp. Seeing that no one dared to do it, Harding became more arrogant and took a step forward. Come on, hit me, hit me, hit me. Gooran raised his eyebrows and rushed forward like lightning. With the help of the inertia of the violent sprint, he raised his left foot and kicked Harding's arrogant long face with a whip kick. Bang! Half of Harding's face was instantly deformed, and the whole person was kicked up in the air. He fell on the grass with blood all over his face, and both of his back teeth were broken. This sudden and domineering kick stunned all the players on the scene. No one expected that Guran would actually dare to hit him. Moreover, he used his disabled left foot. Has Guran really been injured? In the shocked eyes of everyone, Guran shrugged innocently. Everyone heard it. It was Harding who asked me to hit him. Luke Shaw was the first to react. Yes, it was Harding who begged Guran to hit him. This is the first time I have heard such an excessive request. Yes, it was Harding who asked it. Guran worked hard. Guran's ankle was injured, and he still helped Harding enthusiastically. Other players also expressed their support. Harding was shocked and scared, angry and annoyed, and in pain and fear. What shocked him most was that Guran actually used his left foot. This shows that Guran's injury has fully recovered, and his beautiful dream was completely shattered by Guran's kick. Harding struggled for a long time, but couldn't stand up. He could only lie on the ground with a mouth full of blood and mutter to himself, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Guran put his hands in his pockets and sneered, "Harding, I only used 50% of my strength this time. After all, we have to take it slow and steady." Harding shuddered involuntarily. What does taking it slow and steady mean? Do you have to be beaten every day? Harding took a deep breath and shouted fiercely, "Good. Very good. Guran, you are really brave. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. But so what? You hit me today, and you violated Coach Adkins's rule that he never allows fighting within the team. You still have to die. Today, we will die together." Just after laughing, Harding covered his bleeding mouth and screamed in pain. At this time, head coach Adkins and assistant coach Andy also came to the training ground. The players quickly surrounded Harding to prevent Coach Adkins from finding out what was going on. After all, the punishment for a professional team's internal fight was quite severe, and no one wanted Guran to be punished. "Why are you all gathered here so early in the morning instead of training?" Coach Adkins frowned and parted the crowd, and saw Guran with his hands in his pockets. Coach Adkins' eyes lit up. "Are you back?" Guran smiled at Coach Adkins. "Coach, I'm back." Coach Adkins nodded calmly. "Okay, I'm back. Coach." Harding seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, lying on the ground and shouting heartbreakingly, "Coach, I was beaten by Guran. He knocked out all my teeth. You have to be fair. According to the club's rules, you must punish Guran severely." Coach Adkins glanced at Harding lying on the ground, and the disgust on his face could no longer be concealed. Coach Adkins immediately asked the players around him, "What's going on?" Although the question was harsh, everyone noticed that Coach Adkins did not question Guran. The meaning was actually very obvious. Captain Davis immediately stood up. "Coach, this is what happened. I didn't see anything." As expected, he is a veteran captain. Vice Captain Walton also stood up. "Coach, I don't know what happened. Anyway, when I came over, I saw Harding beating Guran. Harding was about to go crazy. I beat Guran. I was lying on the ground with blood all over my mouth. How could I beat Guran?" Harding's former hardcore younger brother Tafazali stood up to prove, "I saw Harding hit Guran's injured foot with his face." "What?" Assistant coach Andy next to him said angrily. "Harding, you are really too much." Harding was so angry that he trembled all over. You are so good. Your whole team is helping Guran speak. Guran, you are so cruel. Just wait. I will expose this to the media. I will make you all pay for it. I want everyone to know what a dirty, chaotic, and shameless club Southampton is." Coach Adkins' brows gradually tightened. As an experienced head coach, how could he not see what happened here? Coach Adkins said coldly, "No matter who hits who, it's considered a fight. I want to emphasize the team's discipline again. No matter what the reason is, no matter whether you are the captain or the rising star, no matter whether you are fighting a sinister villain or a street rat, fighting is fighting. Since you dare to fight, you must accept the punishment." When Harding heard this, he became arrogant again. "Ha ha ha. Goo, you can't escape this time. Do you think you can do whatever you want in Southampton? Wait for your suspension." Coach Adkins said sternly, "Harding, you are fined £1,200. £1,000 is a punishment for fighting in the team, and £200 is for your grass cleaning fee." Harding was dumbfounded. This punishment is really too heavy. His weekly salary is only £1,600. Now, he has been fined £1,200 a day. If you follow this rhythm, not only can you not get Southampton for free, but you will lose a lot. He got a week's salary for free, but he had to pay 2 months' salary, and he was beaten. Harding hurriedly and anxiously complained, "Coach, I didn't fight. I really didn't fight. I was beaten." Coach Adkins said coldly, "Who can testify for you? If anyone stands up to speak for you today, I won't fine you." Harding looked at his teammates almost pleadingly. How could his teammates speak for a scum who used dirty tricks to stab his teammates behind their backs? Everyone looked at Harding with contempt, especially his former brothers. Each of them wanted to tear Harding apart to show that they were irreconcilable with evil. Coach Adkins also didn't forget to add a knife and taunt, "Harding, you are already stinky." The corner of Harding's mouth twitched slightly, and his whole body was limp and powerless. Coach Adkins turned back to Guran and said, "Boo, is your left foot okay?" Guran moved his ankle and said with regret, "It's okay, but it's not very flexible." If Harding could be stronger, wouldn't he be able to kick him a few more times? "Oh, I should have used only 30% of my strength. I'm afraid that 30% of my strength won't work. It's a paper tiger that will break if it's touched." Seeing that Guran was fine, Coach Adkins nodded with relief and said in a soft tone, "Boo, you hit someone after all, so according to the rules, you must accept the team's punishment. But considering that you are a first-time offender and you have a legitimate reason, I will fine you £200 this time, but if you hit someone again next time, you will be fined £1,000. Coach Adkins even gave Guran an advance notice of the punishment for the next hit, which was really considerate. Harding couldn't hold it in an instant. He was beaten, lost his teeth, and was fined £1,200, but Guran was only fined £200? Exclamation mark. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Harding said angrily, "Coach, I protest. I'm the one who was beaten. Why fine me £1,200 and Guran £200? This is unfair. Unfair. I demand that Guran be fined £1,200 as well." Guran smiled, "Coach, I beat someone. I'm willing to accept the penalty. I also think that £200 is too little. Just fine me £1,200. Coach Adkins said admiringly, "Boo, you are very conscious, but rules are rules. How can I fine you £1,000 more?" Chamberlain, this smart guy, immediately stood up and said, "Isn't this simple? Goo, you hit me again and it's even." Harding, eh? Guran was waiting for this sentence. Guran didn't wait for Harding to react and slapped Harding on the left cheek with his backhand. Harding's face on both sides was swollen evenly. Harding lay on the ground, covering his face and burst into tears. At this moment, he felt like he was being bullied by a bully. Coach Adkins looked down at Harding coldly. "Well, both are fined £1,200. Isn't this fair?" Harding didn't dare to say another word. If he continued to grumble, Guran would be happy to beat him up. Seeing that Harding had lost his temper, his teammates all cheered and celebrated with all kinds of high fives. Guran also smiled from ear to ear, and he felt so happy in his heart. That's right. Just do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with justice or injustice. It all depends on strength. As long as you have strength, justice will never be late. Revenge on the spot. Seeing that it was almost done, Coach Adkins pressed his palms and said, "Okay, let's warm up and train quickly. We still have a derby match in the same city tomorrow. Goo, you have to go to the physical examination center for a checkup first. After the checkup is passed, come to the training ground to find me, and welcome back." "Thank you, Coach." Coach Adkins and Coach Andy turned and left. Guran turned back to Rick beside him and said, "Rick, get me a monthly fine package." "Okay, Goo." Rick was beaming with joy, looking even happier than Guran. With a new contract signing fee of £100,000 and a fine of £1,000 a day, Guran can beat Harding until the next transfer window opens. It feels so damn good to have money and be able to spend it without any scruples. Guran glanced at Harding, whose face was twitching on the ground, and smiled. "Harding, we will see you tomorrow." Harding trembled all over. How can he live if he has to suffer the worst beating every day and pay £1,200 every day? He originally wanted to stay at Southampton for 2 years and leave after getting enough salary, but now it seems that he will be beaten by Guran in less than a month. Harding got up tremblingly amid the laughter of the crowd. I want to see the sports director. I want to take the initiative to transfer. I'm even willing to compensate the club's termination fee. I want to leave this hell of Southampton." Woo 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 woo. Guran no longer paid attention to the wailing Harding and went directly to the physical examination center. Half an hour later, Guran finished the examination at the physical examination center. All the values were completely normal and he could return to the team for training and participate in the game. Rick happily sent the physical examination report to the coaching staff. Guran officially returned to the team training. As for Harding, the injured Harding wanted to take leave to go home for recuperation, but the doctors at the physical examination center refused to examine Harding's injury, and the club did not approve Harding's request for leave. That's right, it was to deal with Harding openly. Harding also realized his situation and could only run to beg sports director Mark Walker to list the transfer. Harding was even willing to bear part of the transfer fee himself and leave Southampton. However, Mark Walker was not moved at all. Southampton was short of money, but not the money Harding had. Harding used a dirty trick to deal with Southampton's rising star, so Southampton used an open trick to retaliate against Harding. Moreover, the British football circle is so small that even if Southampton club is willing to give Harding a chance to transfer, other clubs are not willing to take a player who plays tricks behind his back to harm his teammates. Harding was completely dumbfounded. The only way left for him was to retire. At the moment, when he used a dirty trick on Guran, Harding never thought that the consequences would be so serious. In order not to come to the club every day, to lose money and get beaten, Harding could only choose to retire in tears. As a player who is only 26 years old, Harding is definitely at a big loss to retire at the golden age of his career. However, with Harding's character, he will come back again in less than half a season. Of course, he can only appear in English League 2 and English League 3 teams at most. This time, Harding was like lifting a stone and hitting his own foot hard. During the lunch break, Mark Walker informed Guran of Harding's direct retirement. Guran felt a little regretful. "I wanted to torture Harding for a few more days, but I didn't expect Harding to be so cowardly. Forget it, there is no point in getting entangled with such a cowardly player, and we should focus on playing football." The matter of Harding came to an end. The atmosphere in the Southampton locker room also reached a new height of harmony, and everything was back on track. During the afternoon training, Guran picked up 10 training bubbles and automatically exchanged for a talent point. Guran still chose to make up for his shortcomings and added this talent point to the stopping attribute, which immediately increased from 67 points to 68 points. After the afternoon training, Coach Adkins took the initiative to talk to Guran. "Hi, Gu. How was the training after returning?" Guran said contentedly, "Coach, I feel good." Coach Adkins nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, but I'm afraid I can't let you start tomorrow's game. I know your true injury, but the club executives asked not to let you play easily before the summer transfer is coming to an end." Guran smiled. "Coach, I understand." Coach Adkins was silent for a while and said, "I still hope you can be prepared to come on as a substitute. Although the opponent in the derby is relatively weak, we Southampton really can't afford to lose this game." After 2 consecutive wins, Southampton suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The confidence in the new season that was accumulated with great difficulty has almost been exhausted. If we can't even beat Northampton in tomorrow's game, it will be troublesome. Coach Adkins doesn't want to be asked to leave by fans before he has exerted his full strength. Moreover, through the last 2 games, Coach Adkins has also clearly realized the indispensability of Guran and his tactical system. Guran nodded firmly. "Coach Adkins, I'm always ready." "Very good, you don't need to practice extra today. Go back and rest early and drive directly to St. Mary's Stadium for training before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Yes, Coach." After Coach Adkins left, Duran packed up and prepared to leave. At this time, personal assistant Rick came up with a schedule. Goo, this is the schedule for the first month after the start of the new season. Please take a look. Okay. Duran took the first schedule of his career with great anticipation and took a deep breath. The whole month of August was full of schedules. The first game, Saturday, August 7th at 3 p.m. The opening game of the first round of the English League One. Southampton will challenge Plymouth away. The second game, Tuesday, August 10th at 7:45 p.m. The first round of the League Cup. Southampton will challenge the arch-rival Portsmouth away. The third match, Saturday, August 14th at 3 p.m. The second round of the League One. Southampton will face Notts County at home. The fourth match, Saturday, August 21st at 3 p.m. The third round of the League One. Southampton will challenge Pittsburgh United away. The fifth match, Tuesday, August 24th at 7:45 p.m. The second round of the League Cup. If promoted in the first round, Southampton will play at home, and the opponent team is to be determined. The sixth match, Saturday, August 28th at 3 p.m. The fourth round of the League One. Southampton will play at home against Rochdale. The seventh match, Tuesday, August 1931 at 7:45 p.m. The first round of the knockout round of the Pioneer Cup South Division. Southampton will challenge away. The opponent is not determined, and the draw is pending. And on August 2nd, there is another friendly match with Arsenal. This means that there are a total of 8 games in the first month of the new season. The intensity of this game is too exciting. This is the real professional intensity. There are 4 League One matches every month, as well as Cup knockout matches. In the first few rounds of the Cup knockout matches, teams of similar level will compete with each other. If they can advance to the fourth round, they will face teams from the Championship and Premier League. Therefore, for League One teams, they will generally give up the cup matches after 3 rounds. Even in the early stages, they will only send substitute players to practice. What League One teams really care about is the League Championship, which is the Pioneer Cup. The participating teams in this competition are basically League One and League Two teams. The League Championship is also the highest honor that League One and League Two teams must compete for. It is extremely valuable in lower leagues. Of course, Premier League and Championship clubs can also participate in the Pioneer Cup competition, but high-level clubs can only send U18 youth teams to participate. The significance of the Pioneer Cup is equivalent to a low-profile version of the FA Cup. Of course, Southampton will also play in the FA Cup knockout round, but there is no FA Cup match scheduled in the first month. Including the friendly match with Arsenal, there are 8 games in August. Just thinking about it makes me feel refreshed. Chapter 329 Northampton coach, if Guran can score a goal, I will kiss the donkey's ass. That night, after Guran returned home, he continued to practice ball control in his backyard. After training for an hour and a half, Guran went into the bathroom contentedly for the ice and fire therapy. It's a bit lonely without a woman at home. Of course, it's not my fault to think so. It's all because of my excellent and young body. Now, I really only want to play football. Even if a woman appears, I will never be flirted with. Just after thinking this, Evelyn called. Guran raised his eyebrows and answered the call immediately. Without waiting for Evelyn to start flirting, Guran automatically entered the flirting mode. Hi, baby, do you miss me? Evelyn on the other end of the phone smiled coquettishly. Honey, I miss you so much. How is your injury now? What are you busy with now? Have you rested well? Guran half lying on the sofa. I just took a shower. Evelyn said coquettishly. Oh, don't flirt with me. You know I can't stand it. You don't let me go to your house. How can you let me sleep tonight? Guran laughed. If you come, you will be even more unable to sleep. Evelyn said, hey, let's talk about business. How is your injury? Guran smiled. It's fine. A long time ago, the head coach has approved that I can be a substitute in tomorrow's game, but it's hard to say whether I can play now. What? Evelyn said in astonishment. You can be a substitute tomorrow? Honey, this is not to make me happy, right? Is your injury really okay? Guran smiled and said, I told you a long time ago that I'm gifted. Anyway, believe me, you will definitely see me at St. Mary's Stadium tomorrow. Evelyn said excitedly. Great. God bless. It's worth my prayers for you every day. Goo. Do you know how much I have been suffering during this period? I think you must be suffering as much as I am, right? Guran said realistically. Oh, don't mention it. Okay, don't mention it. Evelyn said happily. I'm glad you're okay. I really hope to see you right away. I really hope you can come to Hayden Manor to ride a horse as soon as possible. Evelyn, the horse riding you mentioned, is it a serious horse riding? Guran cleared his throat. I also want to go to Hayden Manor to ride a horse. Evelyn immediately said, then wait until the game is over tomorrow and come to Hayden Manor in the evening. Guran said without hesitation. Okay. I've made an appointment. Then I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Guran couldn't help but frowning. What the hell did I do just now? I said I would only focus on playing football. I said I would refuse flirting. How come I took the initiative? Where is my bottom line? Is playing in the wild really that fun? Well, it really is. Ahem. But this is definitely the last time. After this time, I must put all my energy into my main job of playing football. I promise with my bottom line. Guran took a deep breath, went back to the master bedroom with a serious expression and lay down, and then sent Elizabeth a text message saying the French windows are full of traces of longing. It's over. I'm hopeless. The next morning, Guran drove to St. Mary's Stadium early for adaptive training. The staff of the stadium were all shocked to see Guran. A few days ago, they were still discussing how unfortunate it was that Guran, the rising star, died prematurely, but today they saw Guran alive and well on the home court. Rumors about Guran's return also spread among the media reporters. What? Guran arrived at St. Mary's Stadium? He should be sitting in the audience watching the game, right? No, he is a substitute today. That's impossible. He was injured so badly. How could he recover so quickly? This sounds fake, and it is very likely a strategy adopted by the Southampton club to sell Guran as soon as possible. In any case, we have to go to the scene to take a look. The news media reporters who had been silent for a long time heard the news and moved. The content of Southampton's morning training is still defensive counter-attack and high pressure. Guran's competitive state has recovered most of it, and his physical strength is also very abundant. He has repeatedly created wonderful scenes in training. Coach Adkins is also quite satisfied with Guran's performance. Teammates also high-fived Guran and bumped their chests. Guran's exclusive team also danced with joy. Their Gu is really back. After lunch at noon, Coach Adkins called all the players back to the home team's locker room for a tactical analysis class. The head coach of Northampton is Ian Samples. He is a native of Northampton and has experience in the youth and first team teams of Northampton. It can be said that he is an absolute die-hard fan of Northampton and he naturally regards us, Southampton, as his absolute rival. It is not accurate to say that there is a derby between our two teams. Southampton and Northampton are two different cities, each with its own culture. But Southampton and Northampton share the name of Hampton after all. To be precise, it should be a derby with the same name between us. So whenever our two clubs meet, we will definitely fight to the death and prove who is the real Hampton with victory. According to our pre-match military intelligence, Ian Sample's usual formation is 442. His passing method is short pass. His pressure method is mixed. His game mentality is very cautious. He requires ball possession rate, and his marking method is man-to-man. And the way we deal with it today is 442. Compact, defensive counter-attack, high pressure, zone defense, forcing them to go to the wing, thus forming a stranglehold. Northampton doesn't have any big-name stars, but we have to be careful that their short passes are fast, so we must make up for the position in time and move accurately. Coach Adkins explained, while drawing a running diagram on the tactical board. Guran and Lallana listened very carefully. Lambert took notes as usual. Chamberlain also nodded in a serious manner and wrote a series of in the notebook. After explaining the basic tactics, Coach Adkins announced the starting lineup for this game. Sure enough, Guran was not on the starting lineup. Chamberlain got the starting lineup because of his good performance in the last game. It's no wonder that Chamberlain pretended to take notes. As for the left back position, Ryan Dixon, a player recruited from the reserve team, will start. Ryan Dixon is 23 years old and plays as a midfielder. He is not a proper left back. However, his dominant foot is his left foot, and his defensive ability is also good among other substitutes. Therefore, Ryan Dixon was temporarily transformed into a left back. This is also a helpless move by Coach Adkins. This game is a derby battle, and Coach Adkins is under great pressure. Although Northampton is a League 2 team, it is also a strong team in the League 2. Moreover, Northampton has no motivation to play other teams, but they are excited to play against Peterborough and Southampton. So Coach Adkins did not dare to be arrogant in this game. After the tactical class, the players went into a rest state. Physiotherapist Gregory also carefully gave Guran a leg massage. At 2 p.m., fans from both sides began to enter the stadium. The attendance rate of today's game is about 70%. Although it is not high, it is much higher than the attendance rate of the previous game with Wycombe Wanderers. Max Xati and others also bought tickets and came to the stadium. They came to watch the game yesterday because they received a text message from Guran. Alas, I don't know how Ran's injury is. Yeah, without Ran, there's no point in us watching this game. Do you think Ran has recovered and is going to play? Is it a dream? How is that possible? Max Xati and others couldn't believe that such a good thing would happen. Everyone's face was full of heaviness. Guran's injury was definitely a double blow to them. First of all, they couldn't watch their idol play football. Secondly, if Guran didn't exist, there would be basically no need to continue their business. If Ran can recover from his injury, I would rather never pick up girls in the future. Me too. If Ran can recover from his injury, I would rather you never pick up girls in the future. Why don't you say what you mean? At 2:15 p.m., the pre-match press conference began. The coaches of both sides brought one important player to attend. Coach Adkins brought Lallana, while Northampton's head coach Ian Samples brought Northampton's captain and left back Marcus Hall. After the two head coaches met, they did not want to shake hands, and their eyes were full of tension. Evelyn, as a reporter for the Advanced Saints, naturally came to the scene. Today, Evelyn swept away the absent-mindedness and depression in the first two games, and her whole body was radiant. At the beginning of the press conference, a reporter stood up and asked Coach Adkins, "Coach Adkins, there is a rumor that Southampton's rising star Guran has recovered from injury. Can you tell us about Guran's situation? Can Guran really play in this game?" This question is also the most concerned issue for many media reporters. Coach Adkins held the microphone and said calmly, "Of course we hope that Guran can recover from his injury, and of course we hope that Guran can play, but how things will develop, please wait and see." The highest realm of water, although a lot of words were said, it was the same as saying nothing. Does this mean that Guran has really recovered from his injury? I didn't say that. Coach Adkins, without Guran, you have lost one and tied one. Are you worried that you will lose this game to Northampton? This is just a warm-up match. Our goal is to try and make mistakes before the start of the new season, in order to achieve the goal of running in the whole team. Coach Adkins' answer was still flawless. At this time, Evelyn from the Advanced Saints stood up and asked, "Coach Adkins, what do you think of your opponent, Coach Samps? Northampton has already announced their goal, which is to advance to League 1. Do you think Coach Samps will succeed? In addition, what is Southampton's goal this season?" Coach Adkins smiled coldly, "No, I don't think he will be promoted to League 1, and I don't think Northampton will be promoted to League 1. They won't succeed. And our goal for Southampton this season is to win the League 1 Championship, the English Championship, and defend the Pioneer Cup." Such remarks are not out of arrogance, but psychological tactics before the game. This is the only good thing about low-level professional leagues. Before the game, both sides don't need to be restrained and polite. They just need to confront each other. Sure enough, without waiting for the reporters to ask questions, Coach Samps couldn't help but say, "You Southampton want to win the English League 1 and the English Championship double crown. Dream on. You have to beat us first." Evelyn took the opportunity to ask, "Coach Samps, don't forget that Southampton has a promising star Guran, and Guran may come on the bench today. Do you have a plan for this? What do you think of Guran?" Coach Samps smiled contemptuously. Guran. I don't know where he came from. I have come into contact with many Chinese players. Chinese players before 2005 were able to endure hardships and had good ideas. After that, all Chinese players wanted to gild and make money. Those who have no fighting spirit and poor confrontation are basically amateurs. They fall down at the touch and are not active on the field at all. This is my impression of Chinese players. What's more, Guran is not even a player of the Chinese national team, nor is he an apprentice in the youth training camp of a professional club. Also, I heard that Guran made his debut last time by helicopter, and he was seriously injured after only playing half the game. This is clearly a way of sensationalizing, deliberately increasing traffic and attracting attention. I don't think Guran has the ability to stand firm in such high-intensity leagues as English League 1 and English League 2. If he comes to our Southampton for a trial, I will kick him out with one foot. It would be great if Guran could play in this game. My players will let him know what real professional football is. I promise he will continue to get injured. I even dare to say that, if he can play and score, I can kiss the donkey's ass in public at the post-match press conference, just like Barkley did to Yao Ming. As soon as these words came out, the scene exploded. Coach Samps really dared to say it. Barkley kissing the donkey's ass is a famous scene that the sports world talks about with relish. In 2002, when Yao Ming had just joined the Rockets, he had not found the feeling of strong confrontation. Barkley said proudly in the live broadcast room that if Yao Ming could score 19 points in any game in the NBA, he would kiss his commentary partner Kenny's ass. As a result, Yao Ming's little universe exploded in the game against the Lakers. He played for 23 minutes, got 6 rebounds, shot 9 of 9, and made 2 of 2 free throws. He scored 20 points to help the Rockets beat the Lakers and hit the flying pig in the air hard. However, Barkley's partner Kenny refused to take off his pants on the spot for Barkley to kiss, so he found a donkey and asked Barkley to kiss the donkey's ass. Now, the same Chinese player, Coach Sampson, arrogantly said that if Guran could score in this game, he would kiss the donkey's ass. This is simply the ecstasy of the media reporters. The game between the derby rivals is indeed the most topic making. Isn't today's headline here? Reporters wrote articles on the spot. Every reporter, including the Southampton reporter, secretly hoped that Guran would play today and score a goal. For no other reason, they just wanted to witness the birth of a big news. Coach Samps was very proud, not worrying that what he said would backfire. He was also sure that Guran would not be able to play. Taking a step back, even if Guran could really play, he would not be able to score a goal due to his serious injury. In short, he had to make another tough statement before the game. The more he could hurt the Southampton team's mentality, the better. Coach Adkins curled his lips slightly. Okay, since we have come to this point, let's send the pre-match press conference here. Sorry everyone, we have to prepare a donkey for Coach Samples in advance. Seeing Coach Adkins get up and leave, reporters followed up with questions. Coach Adkins, will you really send Guran to the court just to get angry with Coach Samples? Coach Adkins, will Guran be completely useless because of this? Coach Adkins, will Guran agree to you sending him to the court when he knows he is injured? Coach Adkins, are you going to give Guran a closed shot? Coach Adkins, are you really going to find a donkey? Coach Adkins did not respond at all and walked out of the media hall 2:30 p.m. Players from both sides took to the court for adaptive warm-up. The first to enter the court was the Southampton team wearing green away jerseys. Southampton's home jersey is dark red and white, which is too similar to Southampton's red and white jersey, so they can only wear green jerseys this time. When Southampton players came on the field, Southampton fans waved flags and cheered wildly, while Southampton fans at the scene booed them. There was also a tense attitude between the fans of the two teams. Soon, the Southampton players came out to warm up. The starting players and substitutes walked out of the player tunnel and entered the green field to accept the cheers of Southampton fans. Guran wanted to follow Lallana to the field, but when he was about to reach the door, he was stopped by Coach Adkins. What's the matter, coach? Coach Adkins said in a deep voice. There is something like this. When you go on the field to warm up later, try not to make too big movements. It's best to pretend that you have just recovered. Guran smiled helplessly. Sorry, coach, I really can't act. Although I have slept with so many female stars, I really can't act. Coach Adkins said, I'm also trying to confuse the opponent tactically. If you can act, I will send you to play in the second half. Guran immediately said, Coach, I really can't act, really, but I can try. Nothing else, just to play in the game. I have slept with so many female stars, how could I not even be able to act a cripple? Moreover, I have been holding it back for so long. As long as I can play in the game, let alone play a cripple, even if I play the second Woo next door, it will be no problem. Coach Adkins said with satisfaction, Go, I believe in you. By the way, do you know where there are donkeys? Guran was puzzled. Coach, do you want to eat donkey meat hot pot? Guran said seriously. Heather Adkins nodded thoughtfully. I know, go ahead. Okay coach. Ha ha ha. I can play in the game today. Guran was ecstatic in his heart while stretching his legs, limping out of the player tunnel. At this time, the realistic acting skills +1 will also come in handy. When Guran walked out of the player tunnel, the Southampton fans at the scene were instantly stunned. Most of the Southampton fans thought they were dazzled. Almost all the fans stood up unconsciously and watched Guran limping into the green field. Oh my god. Is that really Guran? Yes. Number 8. Guran. It's really our Guran. Gu. Dad is here. Chinese dad is here. The suffocating fans cheered wildly in an instant, and the entire St. Mary's Stadium was on fire. This was a super, huge surprise. However, in the surprise, the fans were also worried. Guran's condition really didn't look good. Gu really works so hard. Guran is so great. Yeah. He suffered such a serious injury, and after only 2 weeks of rest, he appeared on the green field. I was moved to tears by Guran's spirit. Oh, I really look forward to seeing Guran, but, with his current condition, he definitely can't play. If he plays with an injury, his future will be ruined. I don't want Guran to be ruined, but I hope to see Guran on the field. It's so confusing. In the media area of the main stand, the media reporters also shook their heads. It's over. Look at Guran limping. He definitely can't play today. Yeah, I really don't know why Southampton let Guran appear. Guran obviously can't play, but Southampton actually put Guran on the bench. Humph, is there any need to say that? It must be to let other interested clubs make an offer, so that Southampton can sell off Guran, the burden. Alas, this kind of thing is too common among professional players. It's a pity for Guran. At this time, no club will dare to buy him. Yes, I heard that Liverpool and Manchester City, who had made offers to Guran before, have withdrawn. Wait, I remember. Guran injured his left ankle, right? Yeah, that's right. Then why did I see Guran dragging his entire left leg? I don't remember that his thigh was also injured. I see. Guran must have been injured in the thigh. Evelyn, who was sitting in the media area, opened her mouth in confusion. When she talked to Guran on the phone last night, Guran clearly told her that his injury was fine. Why is his whole leg lame? Evelyn's complex expression was just short of saying old man, this is a good leg. At the same time, in the West Stand, Max Xati and others happily high-fived and hugged each other. Great. Brother Ann finally showed up. Woo, why? Are you still crying so sadly? Is it because of Brother Ann's injury? It's not that Brother Ann showed up. My wish came true, and I will never be able to pick up girls again in the future. It's okay. We are still here. I'm so touched. Thank you for your company. No, we mean, we will pick up your girls for you. Fuck. Let's break up according to the requirements of the club and the head coach. Guran did not exert too much effort during the warm-up. He just did a simple upper body stretch. Guran did not participate in projects such as sprinting, obstacle control, and circle grabbing games. But even so, the Southampton fans at the scene were still excited and applauded and cheered for Guran. Some female fans cried for Guran until they were hoarse, and several of them fainted from crying. After the adaptive warm-up of both sides, the starting players returned to the locker room to make final preparations. Duran and other substitutes sat on the home team's bench to watch the game. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the referee blew the whistle for the game. Chapter 330, Stop Pretending. Duran is on the field. St. Mary's Stadium is in complete chaos. With the whistle of the referee on duty, Northampton took the lead and Southampton pressed on defense. As soon as the two sides started, physical contact was very frequent and full of gunpowder. Duran sat on the bench with his legs stretched, carefully observing the situation on the field, feeling the style of the Northampton team, and secretly dismantling Northampton's tactics in his heart. Since it is certain that he can play as a substitute in the second half, every opponent on the field, every pass, breakthrough, defense, and interception are good opportunities for Duran to quickly read the game. As expected, the Northampton team adopted the 442 short pass cooperation tactics as the pre-match intelligence said. Their starting goalkeeper is Charles Dunn, who is 196 cm tall. The biggest feature of this player is his height and long arms, good jumping ability, and he is good at defending high balls. Southampton's starting forwards are the tall Gooley and the team flower Lallana. In the 5th minute, Lallana made a high ball to Gooley in the front court, and Gooley's header was easily picked up by Charles Dunn. Therefore, this goalkeeper can indeed defend against high balls. However, correspondingly, his one-on-one reaction is a bit slow, and he seems a bit nervous and laborious when defending low balls. Duran smiled secretly in his heart. Wait for me to come on the court and cut down the ground. Northampton's left back is the 34-year-old experienced captain Marcus Hall. He is very good at marking and defensive positioning, and he is strong, aggressive in defense, and has big defensive moves. In the 7th minute, Southampton's right forward Schneiderlin broke through along the sideline with the ball. Marcus Hall got into a good position early, grabbed Schneiderlin's shoulder and neck when he was fighting for the ball, and grabbed Schneiderlin's neck and got 3 red stripes. Marcus Hall's defensive ferocity can be seen. However, Marcus Hall was just a side gate. In the first 20 minutes of the game, he hardly made any insertions. He mostly passed the ball to his teammates around him immediately after getting the ball. Even if Northampton had a chance on the left, Marcus Hall had no intention of getting in. This also shows that Northampton's tactical plan is to penetrate with short passes, not to break through the wing. The right back is John Johnson, who has the ability to steal, but judging from the first 20 minutes of the game, his defense is a bit dirty and other aspects are mediocre. Both central defenders are on loan. Many Premier League and Championship teams will loan out players who have just been promoted from the youth team to let them get more professional combat opportunities. The central defender on the left is Bentoza, who is on loan from Newcastle United. His defensive positioning and man-to-man marking are very fierce. In the first 20 minutes, he has destroyed at least 2 key breakthroughs of Southampton. The central defender on the right is Danny Butt, who is on loan from Wolves. His basic speed and burst sprint are pretty good. The left midfielder is Jonathan Meades, an international from the Welsh youth team and the core of Northampton's organisation. He has a good cross. His short pass also gives Schneiderlin a headache. Schneiderlin often just starts, and Meades has already completed an accurate pass. Fortunately, Northampton's overall offensive speed is not fast, the rhythm of short passes is not played, the ball control is not that good, and the game mentality is not aggressive. Instead, they play cautiously in the position to advance, pass the ball back a lot, and make many mistakes. So Jonathan Meades' threat is not that big for the time being. The right midfielder is Francis Laurent, a jack-of-all-trades player from France. This guy has a height of 190 and his footwork is also delicate in the European continent. He can not only play as an attacking midfielder, but also as a right midfielder, a forward, a centre forward, and a right winger. In the first 10 minutes, Francis Laurent was almost running in the right half of the field, running in various positions, and connecting short passes. Chamberlain, who was responsible for defending him, was also shunned by him. In addition, Ryan Dixon, the starting left back of Southampton, was inexperienced in dealing with the situation, so Southampton's left side was often in danger. The midfielder standing on the left was Josh Walker, who was loaned from the Tottenham youth team. He had good ball stopping skills and good physical confrontation, but he played very scattered and lacked imagination in passing. The midfielder standing on the right was Abdul Osman, who was very strong, had a good arc free kick, and was very aggressive in confrontation. In the first 20 minutes of the game, he had knocked Lallana over 3 times. The striker on the left was Billy McGee, who had a good burst of sprints, and was very active in running without the ball. He liked to pull to the wing to get the ball, and then make short passes. The striker on the right was Ted Purcell, who had good dribbling skills. It can be said that Northampton's Linupan tactics can only be regarded as mediocre, relying on short passes on the ground to play the ball possession rate. Their 2 forwards are not tall, relying on short passes in the middle and front court. In the first 20 minutes of the first half, the 2 sides fought fiercely in the middle and front court. Fouls occurred frequently, and the rhythm of the game was frequently interrupted. Northampton's ball possession rate data was indeed higher than Southampton. Northampton was very active on Southampton's left wing, but after Northampton tore open Southampton's last line of defense with short passes, it was unable to form a truly threatening shot. Southampton's high-pressure defensive tactics did not seem to have the desired effect under Northampton's short pass cooperation and penetration. The 2 sides played a bit like a chicken pecking at each other. In the 23rd minute of the game, Northampton midfielder Josh Walker dribbled the ball to the top of the penalty area. Southampton's 2 central defenders Walton and JD teamed up to close the door and double team. Walton's kick was very fierce and merciless. Josh twisted his ankle to avoid Walton's steal and passed the ball to forward Billy McGee in the left penalty area. Schneiderlin and right back Richardson tried their best to intercept. Schneiderlin reached out and grabbed Billy McGee's jersey. Richardson fell to the ground and shoveled the ball out of the sideline. Billy McGee fell to the ground, but his dive was too rough and the referee ignored it. Northampton got a front court throw in, and Southampton also got a little respite. Coach Adkins on the sidelines frowned, not very satisfied with the team's overall performance. The team that plays short passes must press them and force them to make mistakes. If they can't press them, the rhythm of the situation will be very passive. If they relax a little, they will be penetrated and torn apart. Coach Adkins screamed loudly, asking the players to form a more compact formation, move more flexibly, and move more vigorously. The 2 sides on the field had a stronger smell of gunpowder, and pushing and collisions occurred repeatedly. The game was in the 37th minute. Northampton made a beautiful wall pass in the middle, and the ball came to Abdul Osman's feet after 7 quick passes in 15 seconds. Chamberlain and Lambert retreated to intercept, and Abdul half turned to protect Lambert's ball, and at the same time hit Chamberlain's chest with an elbow. Chamberlain was not to be outdone, gritted his teeth, and grabbed Abdul's arm with his backhand, and knocked Abdul to the ground with 1 foot. The Southampton fans at the scene cheered. Regardless of whether they won or not, this flesh-to-flesh confrontation scene was exciting. The referee ran over and raised his hand to show Chamberlain a yellow card. The cheers of Southampton fans immediately turned into boos at the referee. Chamberlain immediately complained to the referee with a depressed face, saying that Abdul elbowed him first. Chamberlain even wanted to take off his clothes to show his chest to the referee to prove his innocence. But the referee ignored Chamberlain's complaint. Instead, he pointed at Chamberlain and warned him not to take off his clothes, otherwise he would be given 2 yellow cards. Lambert hurried over to pull away Chamberlain, who was full of resentment. Northampton won a free kick 25 meters away from the goal. Captain Davis urgently arranged the wall. The atmosphere on the field became extremely tense. Abdul adjusted his socks and deliberately moved the ball forward a foot. Lallana and Gilly immediately came forward to argue, and Southampton fans booed wildly. The referee immediately intervened and used the marking spray can he carried with him to draw an arc at the penalty spot. But when the referee turned his head, Abdul deliberately wiped off the white marking foam on the grass with his hand, and continued to move the ball forward a few inches. In fact, moving a few more inches will not have a decisive impact, but this method will make the opponent's mentality explode. The game is not only about physical skills, but also about mentality. While the Southampton players were still trying to argue, Abdul quickly took a few steps back and took a run-up kick, sneak attack. Southampton's human wall jumped up hastily. The football drew a beautiful and powerful arc in the weak area and hit the upper left corner of the goal. Davis was very focused, quickly jumped up, and lifted the ball with one hand. Davis lifted the football over the crossbar. Wow. Fans of both sides applauded and cheered for their respective teams. This free kick was shot brilliantly and saved brilliantly. This was also the most exciting duel between the two sides in the first half so far. Northampton won a corner kick. Abdul kicked the ball to the front point. Francis Laurent jumped high under Chamberlain's closed defense and headed the ball. The football went out of the goal. Southampton fans were alarmed. The game continued. Standing in the technical area of the visiting team, head coach Samps looked very proud. He could see that Southampton's play was not very methodical. As long as Northampton insisted on controlling the ball, insisting on short passes, and not making fatal mistakes, then they would definitely win this game. Having made a splash at the pre-match press conference, it must be a wonderful feeling to win the game against the mortal enemy again. In the 45th minute of the game, neither side made any progress. The fourth official raised a card and 2 minutes of injury time were added. Chamberlain dribbled the ball from the left to the center line. Abdul and Josh Walker doubled Chamberlain from the left and right. Lambert inserted to the left to support Chamberlain. Chamberlain stopped and dribbled, shaking off the two players defending him and flashing a passing channel. This sudden stop and dunk was very beautiful, and it also caused a cheer from Southampton fans. However, Chamberlain did not pass the ball immediately, but started quickly after the sudden stop and continued to dribble the ball to the center. This move was quite similar to Guran's one-stop attack on the left wing. However, Chamberlain's speed of starting up again was far inferior to Guran's, and his cutting skills were not as smooth as Guran's. Northampton's right forward Francis Laurent immediately filled in the defense. Francis saw the position, made a reasonable collision, and directly knocked Chamberlain away, forcibly breaking the ball under Chamberlain's feet. The Southampton fans at the scene screamed instantly. Chamberlain hurriedly reached out to pull Francis, but then he remembered that he already had a yellow card, and his outstretched arm instantly stiffened. Francis took the opportunity to get rid of Chamberlain, kicked the ball forward, ran out of the safe space, and made a short pass to Abdul, who was running in support. Abdul and Josh Walker did a wall collision, and the ball was passed to the feet of striker Ted Purcell in the blink of an eye. Left back Ryan Dixon quickly contracted his defense, but his speed was already much slower. Southampton lost the ball and was counter-attacked during this attack, which made their defense quite passive. Walton had to move to the penalty area line to make up for the interception. Another striker, Billy McGee, also quickly penetrated to the other side of Southampton's penalty area. Ted was double-teamed by Walton and Ryan and forced to pass. Goalkeeper Davis quickly moved in Billy's direction, but Ted's pass was not to Billy, but to the unguarded middle. The middle was empty. Josh Walker went straight up from the top of the penalty area, facing the football, and pushed the ball violently towards the goal. Davis was helpless and the ball went in. In the first half, the two teams fought each other for 45 minutes. Suddenly, in the injury time, Northampton took the lead. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 0:1 Northampton. Southampton fans hugged their heads, their faces full of disbelief. It was really unpleasant to be scored by the English League Two rivals at home. The fans of Northampton waved their team flags and jumped for joy. The players of Northampton also hugged Josh Walker, who scored the goal, and showed off and celebrated in front of Southampton's goal. The head coach of Northampton, Samps, was even more arrogant. He raised his arms and ran to the solemn Coach Adkins to celebrate. Before Coach Adkins could make a move, the assistant coach Andy next to him pushed Coach Samps in anger. The two coaches were about to fight. The fourth official and the linesman hurried forward to persuade them to stop fighting, and the referee also ran over in a hurry. The scene was in chaos. Although it was a friendly match, the two sides were really not friendly at all. The referee first showed a yellow card to Coach Samps, and then showed a yellow card to Coach Adkins. Coach Adkins was stunned. He had already received a red card in the friendly match, where Guran was injured, so he was particularly careful in this match. Even when Coach Sampson provoked him in the face, he did not do anything. It was the assistant coach Andy who did it. "Are you blind, referee?" Adkins was very angry, but he could not betray Andy, so he could only bear everything silently. Light a blue skill bubble dropped from Coach Adkins' feet. "Light Sampson, who was chased back to the visiting team's technical area, also dropped a blue bubble. How could these two coaches hurt each other? Guran calmly concentrated his mind to check. Coach Adkins dropped a bubble of optimized tactics +1. Coach Sampson dropped a bubble of 1 kickball +1. Obviously, Coach Adkins dropped a coach skill bubble, while Coach Sampson dropped a player skill bubble. The 1 kickball technique is positively correlated with stopping the ball and passing the ball. Guran then concentrated his mind and picked up Coach Sampson's bubble from a distance. The chaotic scene soon returned to normal. The first half of the game was not over yet. After Southampton kicked off, they launched a full-scale attack. Northampton retreated to their own 30-meter area and defended the fruits of victory in the first half with all their strength. The gunpowder smell between the two sides further expanded. The referee was also afraid of making another fuss. As soon as the 2-minute stoppage time was up, he immediately blew the whistle to end the halftime game. The Southampton players could only give up the attack and leave the field in frustration. In terms of strength, Southampton is definitely much higher than Northampton. But it is obvious that Southampton's high position pressure and defensive counter-attacks could not be played, and the players were all caught in a close-range melee with Northampton. Once they got into the rhythm of Northampton's game, Southampton would naturally suffer. Some Southampton fans were already shouting Guran's name. Although they also knew that Guran could not play in his lame state, they still expected a miracle to happen. Southampton's players returned to the locker room dejectedly, and many of them began to snuff paste. They put the snuff paste, which can stimulate nerves, on the front of their jerseys, so that it would not be easily discovered when they inhaled it. This situation is already very common in the team. Coach Adkins and assistant coach Andy are also well aware of it, but they did not interfere too much. After all, even Real Madrid and Juventus are using it, and this kind of thing is not considered contraband. As long as the official does not pursue it, the club will naturally not object to it for the sake of results. During the halftime break, Coach Adkins did not blame the players, and did not even adjust the high pressure tactics. The key problem of losing the ball is not the high pressure tactics, but that the players did not thoroughly implement the high pressure tactics. If the team cannot adapt to and learn this kind of oppressive play, then this preseason friendly match will be in vain, even if it is won. After the 15-minute break, the two teams re-entered the field and changed sides to fight again. Southampton began to consciously strengthen the overall formation, and Northampton also increased the ball possession rate. Both sides played very cautiously in the first 10 minutes of the second half, but it was obvious that Northampton was more stable. After all, they had one goal in hand. As long as they could hold on, they could win. The game was in the 59th minute. Southampton's right back Fraser Richardson successfully intercepted the pass from the opponent's right forward Jonathan Meades and forward Billy McGee, and passed the ball directly from the backcourt to Lambert in the empty area in the middle. Lambert jumped up and stopped the ball in the air, and then took the ball to the left side of the penalty area of Northampton, and pulled it diagonally. Southampton's defensive counter-attack is coming. Lallana and Ronald, who was substituted on before, desperately rushed to the middle of the penalty area to support. A 3-on-3 situation was formed in the front court. Northampton's defense was very vulnerable. Lambert used his body and footwork to pass John Johnson, who was pressing him, and passed the ball directly to the top of the penalty area in the middle. Lallana rushed forward to meet the ball. Seeing that Lallana was about to get the ball, Northampton's central defender Bentosa immediately fell to the ground and slid. Lallana was immediately tackled to the ground, and the ball rolled out of control. In today's game, Lallana was the target of Northampton's special attention. This was the nth time Lallana was knocked down, and this time, it was quite serious. All the Southampton fans were angry and clenched their fists in protest. Southampton has already lost Guran, a rising star, and they don't want to lose Lallana, the team's flower. The referee also ran over with a gloomy face, showed Bentosa a yellow card, and awarded Southampton a vertical set piece about 25 meters away from the goal. But Southampton fans were not satisfied with this penalty. Almost all Southampton fans were shouting red card to put pressure on the referee, but the referee was unmoved. At this time, the team doctor came in temporarily to check and treat Lallana, who was still lying on the ground. Judging from the situation, Lilana's problem should not be too serious. Coach Adkins immediately turned to Guran, who was sitting on the bench and acting seriously as a cripple, and said, "Gu, it's time. Damn it. I finally don't have to pretend!" Exclamation mark. By the way, Coach Adkins, when did you become so eager? Are you participating in gambling? Guran stood up in a flash. Yes, coach. As he said that, Guran quickly took off his shorts, revealing the game shorts he had already put on. When the Southampton fans at the scene saw Guran taking off his pants, they instantly went crazy. Yeah. Guran. Dad. The Chinese dad is coming on the court. Ha ha ha. Wait. No. Isn't Guran still injured? Guran's entire left leg is lame. What's the point of playing in this situation? It can only increase the injury. Go. Please put on your pants. Guran, don't play. You will have plenty of opportunities in the future. If you play now, it will ruin your career prospects. The Southampton fans split. Half of them shouted Chinese dad fuck them, and the other half shouted Guran, don't play, and the entire St. Mary's Stadium fell into complete chaos. In the media area, the reporters also shook their heads. Guran is really too stupid. Southampton club is really a scab and a black shop. Even the farmer's donkey doesn't dare to use it like this. Adkins is also cruel enough. In order to let Samson kiss the donkey, he even ignored Guran's career prospects. Alas, in this case, I'm afraid no club will dare to buy Guran. Yes, a good talented player died in front of us. Of course, this is also a good news material. He in the technical area on the sidelines. Adkins hugged Guran's shoulders and said in Guran's ear, when you go up, tell Lilana to let him give this set piece to you to kick. I have seen your crescent moon scimitar. I believe you can still kick it. Guran was immediately encouraged. Okay Coach Adkins, I will never let you down. The fourth official raised a sign. Number 8 Guran replaced number 35 Ryan Dixon. Ryan Dixon ran back with a sense of relief and high-fived Guran. After the high-five, Guran stopped pretending and sprinted into the field with a violent aesthetic. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 The Long Lost Crescent Blade shook St. Mary's. Guran scored a goal as soon as he appeared on the field. Seeing Guran's violent and aesthetic sprint into the field, everyone at St. Mary's Stadium was stunned. Is this an illusion? No. The sense of power reflected by the grass is absolutely impossible to act out. But Guran was clearly dragging his lame leg waiting on the sidelines in the last second. So why is he so violent as soon as he enters the field? He was clearly injured so badly before. Isn't this too hard? Isn't this spirit of sacrificing one's life for the team the most worthy of praise? The fans of Southampton were shocked. Their blood rushed to the top and their adrenaline exploded. Almost all the Southampton fans stood up. Everyone was moved with tears in their eyes, and they screamed at Guran crazily. The entire St. Mary's Stadium instantly became like a passionate gladiator arena. And Guran is the immortal god of war. Guran's iron-blooded spirit completely ignited the long dome and passion of the Saints. This is even stronger than the shock caused by Guran's appearance on the field by helicopter last time. Only Guran could overturn the whole stadium in just 1 second at St. Mary's Stadium. The entire stands were rumbling and shaking. The sleeping St. Mary's home stadium woke up at the moment when Guran appeared on the field. It was the first time for the fans of Northampton to see such a terrifying cheering scene, and they all widened their eyes in fear. The head coach of the Northampton team, Samples, frowned even more and hugged his arms tightly in front of his chest. He never expected that Adkins would actually send the cripple Guran to the field. Don't panic. A cripple who has been injected with countless injections of anti-inflammatory analgesics can only run a little without anyone guarding him. In less than 5 minutes, I guarantee that he will leave the field with a limp again. Professional stadium, a battle between mortal enemies. There is nothing to say. Coach Samples curled up a cruel sneer at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, all the reporters in the media area stood up and applauded Guran's appearance. Oh my god, Guran is crazy. Even a tough guy like me is moved. This should be Guran's last madness, right? This kid is so stupid, he even gave up his future for a friendly match. Alas, grassroots are grassroots after all, they only have passion. But why do I feel that Guran is more powerful than before he was injured? As soon as these words came out, the media area instantly became quiet. Not only one reporter had this feeling, but many reporters had the same feeling. They followed Guran's games more than once or twice, and they did feel that Guran was more powerful than before. This must be our illusion. Guran must have been injected with more than a dozen injections to close it. I know, this should be Guran's last game, so Guran must have fought hard. Oh, no. Evelyn listened to the conversation of other reporters, biting her lower lip tightly, and was extremely worried about Guran. In the West Stand, Max Xati and others were also excited and worried. What excited them was that Guran's shocking appearance made them, as compatriots, feel an incomparable sense of pride. What they were worried about was that, if Guran really risked his career to play this last game, they would really rather not have anything. Kyo-shan, who dunked over Jordan, started the text live broadcast with mixed feelings. With just one line of text live broadcast, in the 60th minute of the second half, Guran came on as a substitute. The long-awaited fans in the domestic forums were shocked and excited. At this time, the team doctor who was responsible for treating Lalana left the field. The Northampton team also quickly organized a human wall. After Guran came on the field, he immediately ran to Lalana who had stood up and was ready to take the free kick. Lalana excitedly high-fived Guran. Hi, Gu. You finally came on the field. I'm very happy that you came to high-five me as soon as you came on the field. Does this mean that we have the best relationship in the team? Of course you don't have to worry about me. My foot is fine. We can connect. Guran immediately said, oh no, Lalana, I'm not worried about you. I came to convey the coach's meaning this free kick will be taken by me. Lalana suspected that he had heard it wrong. Guran said, I know you are the first set piece kicker, but this is really the head coach's tactical arrangement. Of course, I won't let you give me this free kick opportunity for nothing. Let's trade 2 for 1. I'll feed you 2 assists, and you'll take the free kick this time. Lalana smiled generously and said, Gu. Look at what you said. Since this is the head coach's tactical arrangement, of course I have to obey it. By the way, the 2 assists you mentioned, are they in this game? Guran smiled, yes. Then, if you don't score this free kick, will you still feed me 2 assists? Yes. Then if I don't score the ball you feed me, it won't be counted as 1 assist, right? No. Do you keep feeding until I score 2 goals? Damn, Lalana, where are you doing your consulting business? Guran suppressed his inner complaints and said in a deep voice, yes. Lalana excitedly shook Guran's hand. Deal. Gu, this free kick is given to you. Good luck. After that, Lalana ran away happily from the penalty spot. 2 for 1. Only a fool would not do that. Seeing the penalty kicker Lalana running away, the Northampton players were dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? What is Southampton doing? It's fine to send a Lame man with a closed injection, but now they actually let this Lame man take the free kick? This kid can take a free kick? The Northampton players all felt offended. The Southampton fans were suffocated for 3 seconds in astonishment. After confirming that it was really Guran who took the free kick, they instantly set off even crazier cheers. The entire St. Mary's Stadium was about to explode. The shouts were deafening. Although Guran had never taken a free kick in a professional match, every qualified Southampton fan knew that Guran's best killer in the National High School League was the 40-meter-long crescent scimitar. Guran calmly glanced at the goalkeeper's position through the wall of people, and his sharp eyes were full of killing spirit. The opposing goalkeeper, Charles Dunn, shuddered subconsciously. For this derby match, Charles Dunn had begun to study how to defend against Lalana's free kicks and corner kicks a month in advance, and had done a lot of targeted exercises. Now, because of the appearance of Lame Guran, his efforts for this month are meaningless. But it doesn't matter. What's there to worry about with a lame leg? Charles Dunn immediately stabilized his mentality, lowered his center of gravity, and prepared to save the ball. Duran bent down slowly, rotated the football on the penalty spot half a circle, and rushed the position of the air nozzle towards the goal. Need an arc. As for strength, with his existing strength, it is enough at a distance of 25 meters. After placing the ball, Duran took 3 steps diagonally backward to the side. Set piece, crescent blade +4, which has not been improved since entering the professional club. However, the skill level of +4 is enough to play against the English League 2 team. Moreover, Duran has never given up training his set pieces in the professional club, and his competitive state in set pieces is maintained very well. Duran's strength attribute, free kick attribute, and long range shot attribute have also improved a lot compared to the high school competition. He has also added star skills that can have a positive effect on the crescent moon scimitar, such as heavy artillery long range shot, cloud piercing arrow, heavy artillery long range shot, stone breaking, heavy artillery long range shot, cruise missile, and top level pass shot, God's kick. So, just do it. Duran glanced at the wall of people again, and pulled up his sports shorts, revealing the strong muscle contours of his thighs. Several female fans with rapid heartbeats fainted in the stands. Duran concentrated his strength on his legs, and burst into a sprint in the next second. The studs immediately lifted up several pieces of dirt on the grass. In the blink of an eye, Duran's left foot stepped heavily on the side of the football, and his right foot swung out a semicircular arc. His left ankle twisted into an angle almost parallel to the ground, and his whole body was like a fully drawn strong bow. Classic scene. Goodbye, the boy drew the bow. Photographers on the sidelines pressed the shutter to record this wonderful moment. At this moment, everyone on the scene held their breath. The restless roars were all stuck in their throats. The next moment, the inside of Duran's foot hit the lower part of the football at a speed that the naked eye could not see clearly. Bang! The football rose from the ground like a cruise missile, drawing a nearly full moon parabola in the air, accurately passing the highest point of the Southampton wall, and then quickly turning the corner. Falling. Everyone was dumbfounded. Duran did not choose to kick the ball to the weak area of the Southampton wall, but chose to directly hit the strong area of the Southampton wall. The strong area of the Southampton wall was full of tall guys who were close to 190 cm tall. But the height of Duran's crescent-shaped scimitar was just over 2 meters. Theoretically, the Southampton wall could have headed the ball, but the ball had a very large rotation arc, and was extremely fast. The defensive players in the strong area were all caught off guard. By the time they reacted, the football had already shaved past their scalps. The Southampton wall's defensive players only headed the tail gas of the airflow that the football had passed through. Charles Dunn, the goalkeeper of the Southampton team, watched the ball rushing towards the right side of the goal, and quickly moved his feet to the right side. But after the football passed through the strong area of the wall, there was a very sudden reverse downward spin. It was as if God had helped to rub it in midair. What was going on? Charles Dunn was stunned. The football passed everyone's eyes at an extremely violent speed and a nearly perfect arc, and fell straight into the net. The ball went in. The ball went in. Duran raised his right arm, slashed the wind with one hand, and ran wildly on the field to celebrate. The Southampton players also chased Duran ecstatically. They wanted to share the joy of this super awesome goal with Duran. However, Duran's speed was too fast. None of their own players could catch up. Is this a limp? Exclamation mark. The referee was also stunned for a moment, then blew the whistle, pointed both hands at the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. The staff of St. Mary's Stadium couldn't wait to rewrite the score on the big screen to Southampton 1:1 Northampton. It's a tie. Duran shot as soon as he came on the field. The Northampton players were dumbfounded. The Northampton fans were even more stunned. This ball is so fucking awesome. Black-haired Beckham. No, Beckham's ball has a perfect and elegant arc, but it is not so powerful, and there is no such strong sense of falling. This is really kicked by a lame man with a closed injection. If he wasn't lame, wouldn't he be crazy? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Northampton fans finally understood why Southampton fans cheered wildly when the cripple just came on the field. Anyone who has such a player will go crazy. Yeah. Southampton fans swept away the depression in their hearts in the first half, and all the unhappiness was drowned by the dopamine rush. It was so cool. It was so cool, that goosebumps all over the body. The long lost goose-style crescent-shaped scimitar. Southampton fans cried happily, while singing Guran's exclusive praise song in unison. There is a young and handsome oriental man named Guran. He knocked down the Northampton Stinky Shoemaker as soon as he came on the field. Stinky Shoemakers, don't cry, don't cry. Max Xati and others also sang along with the Southampton fans. This rhythm and this song are really brainwashing. Fuck. Brother An shot right away. Brother An is so awesome. With Brother An here, who the hell still watches those losers in the Chinese national football team? This kick was so awesome. I can't believe that Brother An kicked this crescent-shaped kick while injured. It's a pity that the domestic fans didn't get to see Brother An's awesome kick with their own eyes. Kyo-shan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and broadcast the text. Fuck, I don't know how to describe it. No matter how I describe it, it feels fake. The DJ at St. Mary's Stadium howled for more than 20 seconds in one breath, then quickly took a breath and continued to howl. The goal was scored by our number 8. Just substituted in. Southampton star of hope. Guran. Guran equalized the score for Southampton less than a minute after coming on the court. This free kick is amazing. The brilliance of this kick can definitely compete for one of the top 10 goals in English football this year. Let's cheer for Guran together. Guran. 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 The atmosphere of the entire St. Mary's Stadium was pushed to the extreme. The reporters in the media area also shook their heads in disbelief and exclaimed, Guran is really awesome. From a technical point of view, this kick was really fucking explosive. As a bystander, my hands and feet are numb now. I'm not bragging, this crescent moon kick is a crushing existence even in the Premier League. The most terrifying thing is that such a great kick was kicked when Guran was injured and had a blocking injection. Oh, yes, the more so, the more I feel sorry for Guran. Guran is risking his career. This Beckham style kick is very ankle wrecking. I really want to know, how can Guran hold on? He carefully observed his facial expression when he kicked the crescent moon kick and did not find any pain. This shows that Guran is really titaneous. The reporters were all in admiration. Of course, the happiest thing is that today's hot search has been booked. Guran came on the field and scored a goal. When the post-match press conference comes, the head coach of Northampton will kiss the donkey's ass in public. That's right. I can't wait to see it. Speaking of which, Guran is really a treasure boy for us media people. Yes, the news surrounding Guran alone can feed a newspaper. Oh, I really hope Guran can keep playing, so that we can always have big news. It would be best if there were more scandals. It doesn't matter, as long as Guran can still play football, we will work hard to help him with scandals. Evelyn on the side, cursed in her heart, you reporters. At this moment, Coach Adkins in the technical area on the sidelines excitedly clenched his fists and roared at Coach Samples, yeah donkey. Coach Samples pursed his lips. His face was pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans seeped from his forehead. According to common sense, Guran, who has a limp, cannot play. Even if he can play, he cannot score a goal. But Guran not only played, but also scored a goal, and he scored as soon as he played. This, who the hell can I complain to? Coach Sampson has played football for half his life, and has been a football coach for half his life, but he has never seen such a situation. I really want time to go back. If time can go back, I will definitely take back what I said in the pre-match press conference. This is terrible. Let's not talk about whether Northampton can win this game. Even if Northampton can win, I will have to kiss the donkey's ass at the post-match press conference. Coach Sampson felt his lips were a little bitter. At this time, Guran ran half a circle with one hand, stacking the review celebration buff, while checking the blue skill bubbles of Northampton players. After a simple comparison, Guran concentrated his mind and picked up 4 basic skills. Left foot stop +1. Quick short pass +1. +1 for interlaced running and coordination in the midfield and front court. +1 for interception and steal. The first 3 skills are all fresh basic skills. The last interception and steal, Duran, has already gained +3. After picking it up, it will be stacked to +4. After picking it up, Duran ran back to the left back position with satisfaction. The other Southampton players were also in high spirits and quickly took their positions. Lallana shouted to Duran while running, "Boo, remember to feed me. Remember to feed me." Duran didn't want to pay attention to Lallana, who was like Zyanglin Sao. The game continued. Northampton forwards Billy McGee and Ted Purcell kicked off in the center circle with depressed faces. Northampton's tactics still relied on short passes and cautious forward advancement. Southampton also continued to press forward with a high pressure attitude. The two sides fought fiercely, and the smell of gunpowder was everywhere. In the 66th minute of the game, Northampton formed a triangle on the left side of Southampton. After receiving the pass from Josh Walker, midfielder Abdul used his body to push away Lambert, who was pressing forward, and quickly passed the ball to his right forward Francis Laurent. Francis easily stopped the ball, threw off his long legs and accelerated dribbling. Josh Walker took the opportunity to go straight into the middle and prepare to receive. Chamberlain immediately pressed Francis. Francis towed and half turned to pass the ball to Josh Walker, who had already run out of space in the middle. This is exactly the short pass penetration that Northampton is best at. Such a high frequency of interlaced running and short passes made Southampton's defense line stretched and repeatedly penetrated. Just when Southampton fans began to worry, Duran suddenly started from the left and quickly intercepted the middle. Francis's pass was not very far away, and Josh Walker, who received the ball, was in a good enough position. So Josh Walker did not take Duran's sprint seriously. Josh Walker did not think that Duran could rush over in such a short time. Josh Walker did not even retreat 2 steps to receive the ball in advance, but waited for the ball to roll over. Josh Walker focused on accelerating directly after receiving the ball and assisting with Ted Purcell, who had already penetrated the front of the penalty area. After all, how fast can a lame person who has been closed go? Before Josh Walker stretched his foot to stop the ball, Duran rushed directly towards Josh Walker like a low-flying bomber. Josh Walker was stunned instantly. Without waiting for him to prepare for physical confrontation, Duran hit Josh Walker with a strong shoulder collision, directly knocking him back several steps. Yeah. Southampton's fans' adrenaline surged instantly, and they cheered for Duran crazily. Duran easily stopped the rolling football with his left foot, and then dribbled the ball directly into the middle. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Southampton's players immediately ran wildly. Duran's appearance changed the passive situation of Southampton's defense. Southampton's defensive counter-attack is coming. Josh Walker hurriedly stabilized his body and chased back to steal. Northampton's head coach Samples yelled angrily in the technical area, "Stop him. He's a cripple. You bunch of rubbish. You can't even outrun a cripple. Stop him for me quickly." Francis turned around and intercepted immediately. Chamberlain, however, stuck to Francis tightly, not giving Francis a chance to speed up. This has nothing to do with Duran or the team. Chamberlain just wants to retaliate for being walked around like a dog by Francis in the first half. Duran took the opportunity to drive straight into the game with the ball. Abdul rushed towards Duran fiercely. Southampton fans held their breath anxiously. Southampton fans were very impressed by Abdul's ferocity and cunningness. Duran's ankle was injured. If he was injured by Abdul again, he would be really useless. Duran suddenly stopped and stepped on the ball. Wow. The strong muscle control made everyone at the scene exclaim in surprise when he suddenly stopped without slowing down at such a high speed sprint. Abdul hit nothing and quickly stopped and turned around. At the moment when Abdul turned halfway, a very large gap was exposed between his legs. Duran kicked directly. The football immediately passed through the crotch of Abdul, who had not yet turned around. Crotch pass +4. This is the reward result of the hidden lottery. The whole crotch pass was fast, accurate, smooth, and beautiful. Abdul didn't react at all and continued to turn around. Duran took off from the spot and bypassed Abdul, who was still turning. Abdul realized that he was pierced through the crotch from behind and quickly twisted his body again. However, his center of gravity lost control after 2 consecutive rapid shifts, and his body immediately lost balance. Abdul fell to the ground without any contact with Guran. Guran took the opportunity to catch up with the crotch pass he had sent. Crotch pass plus overtaking. This was a playful, extremely smooth, top level predicted, super shocking, and super exciting pass. Just these 2 short seconds were worth all the excitement in the first half. St. Mary's Stadium instantly exploded. Chapter 332, Hat-trick assists, or thrilling 4:1 victory. The Saints come back. After falling to the ground, Abdul was unwilling to give up. Abdul actually reached out to grab Guran's left ankle. This action is very common in professional rugby games. There is a professional technical term called ankle cutting. But in football games, this action is a technical foul that is absolutely not allowed. Abdul certainly understood this, but at this time, he couldn't care less. He would rather be sent off than stop Guran from breaking through. Southampton fans were all worried all of a sudden. This wave of counter-attack lasted less than 10 seconds, and Southampton fans had already experienced ecstasy, tension, greater ecstasy, and greater tension. Such emotions were pulled. This scene was so exciting. Compared with the dull game scene in the first half, Guran's appearance was simply exciting to the sky. Every fan's heart skipped a beat. Some fans even covered their eyes, not daring to look at the next scene. Guran flashed nimbly and barely avoided Abdul's ankle-cutting dirty trick. Southampton fans suddenly burst into passionate cheers. When Guran avoided Abdul's ankle cut, his body center of gravity also shifted slightly, but Guran quickly stabilized his body and continued to accelerate into Northampton's penalty area. All Northampton's defensive players were going crazy. Northampton's head coach Samps sprayed at the players. Trash words like stupid pig and stupid dog were heard everywhere, but the only thing he didn't call was stupid donkey. Northampton's defense line quickly shrank, and at least 3 players were defending Guran at the same time. Lallana and Barnard were under much less pressure, with only 1 defensive player around them. At this moment, almost all the attention was on Guran. Guran's sprint was too fast, and Lallana and Barnard were unable to respond in place. Barnard was still behind Guran on the right, and Lallana was parallel to Guran on the left. Such a defensive situation was difficult for Southampton to force its way in. Northampton's style is to advance with short passes, so when they are attacked and counter-attacked, even if they return to defense in a hurry, they can still set up a good defense line in the first time. What's more, Northampton's defense is relatively dirty. Facing 3 defensive players who pressed up in a semi-arc shape, Guran was not in a hurry to use brute force to rush and hit. Although Guran's physical condition is no problem for 1v1 or even 1v2, if he is double teamed by 3 people and hits hard, even if he can hit, he will miss the opportunity and even lose the ball and be counter-attacked. Guran then turned with a Cristiano Ronaldo step and moved to the left with the ball horizontally. Lallana immediately understood Guran's intention and took advantage of the cross position pick and roll opportunity to quickly diagonally penetrate the middle. Chamberlain felt that the opportunity had come and then left Francis behind and accelerated to the bottom to respond. Chamberlain roared in his heart, "Dear Gu, I'm coming." Seeing this, Francis immediately pulled Chamberlain's jersey to prevent Chamberlain from going to the bottom. The 2 of them were working hard on the left side. Guran dribbled the ball horizontally, and in addition to the 3 defensive players who rushed up to press him, Abdul and Josh Walker also came from behind. Guran was about to be completely surrounded and locked by 5 Northampton players. Chamberlain pushed Francis while shouting to Guran, "Pass it. I'm here." The last gap in this encirclement was the left side where Chamberlain was. Guran turned his head to look at Chamberlain, and his body and knees twisted to the left at the same time. The encirclement defending Guran immediately accelerated to the left, and Francis, who was entangled with Chamberlain, also blocked the passing route in advance. It has to be said, even the English League Two teams are very strong in pressing and joint defense. From this aspect alone, the gap between the Chinese national football team and the English League Two teams is simply the gap between pure amateurs and real professionals. Sea cucumber boys. No, how could the sea cucumber gentlemen do such an uncivilized thing as pressing forward? What's more, even if the old man came forward to press, he would still kick blindly, actively exposing his physical and technical disadvantages. It would be better to earn the money by taking care of his health. At this moment when most of the Northampton team was affected by Guran's eyes were still looking at Chamberlain, and there was even a hint in his eyes that Chamberlain should run back to the empty space. But at the same time, Guran used Matthews's shoulder drop, and his center of gravity quickly pulled back, and suddenly broke through to the right. All the Northampton defensive players were shaken by Guran. The originally tight encirclement immediately had a diagonal gap leading to the middle. This gap was very narrow, and was in a dynamic change. It was torn open abruptly and was fleeting. In a flash, Guran kicked decisively. Top pass, God's kick. Through pass, the magic lamp guides the way. The football stuck to the grass, leaving a smooth blade of grass, and flew accurately to the feet of Lallana, who had already penetrated the middle. This ball was stuffed in too well. Lallana didn't even need to stop the ball to adjust, he just lifted his foot and volleyed it. The football used the force to exert force. Like a howitzer shell, it whistled towards the upper right corner of the goal. The whole pass and shot was done in one go, so fast that it was hard to see what happened. Northampton goalkeeper Charles Dunn was still on the left side of the goal to guard against Chamberlain. He didn't expect that Guran could actually pass such a magical pass in the encirclement. When Charles Dunn realized it, he was powerless. The football shot into the top of the net. 2:1. Southampton reversed and overtook. Yeah. The entire St. Mary's Stadium instantly became a sea of carnival. Every Southampton fan was cheering and shouting at the top of their lungs. Lallana, who scored the goal, was also full of disbelief. This goal was really beautiful. But what is even more beautiful is Guran's ability to break through and pull. Guran alone attracted the attention of half of the Northampton team. Moreover, Guran's pass was a feint to the east and west. His eyes were looking at Chamberlain, but the football under his feet could accurately penetrate the gap and kick it to Lallana. Guran's eyes looking at Chamberlain were all drama. Even Chamberlain himself believed it. In the end, the eyes were also fake. Chamberlain ran to Guran, wanting to have a good chat with Guran about the problem of eye contact. However, after scoring the goal, Lallana moved faster than Chamberlain. Lallana excitedly pounced on Guran, straddling Guran's waist directly, and shouted excitedly, "Oh, Gu. You are simply my god. This is the most exciting goal I have scored in my career." Guran didn't say anything more, holding Lallana with his left hand and chopping the wind with his right hand. The way the two celebrated made the Southampton fans tremble with fear. Guran was still injured. Southampton fans were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves, and they were worried that Guran's injury would get worse. This goal also made Coach Adkins in the technical area on the sidelines completely proud. Coach Adkins clenched his fist and shouted at Coach Sampson, "Donkey, donkey, donkey." The muscles on Coach Sampson's face twitched uncontrollably. I thought Guran was a cripple who was not threatening at all, but he turned out to be a king bomb. The free kick just now was already a world-class one, and this mobile war defense and counter-attack breakthrough was even more sharp. Coach Sampson frowned and took a deep breath. Oh no, I was fooled. How could this Guran be lame? Even if he was given 100 injections, he couldn't be so strong. This is a trap set by Southampton to make me look bad. Good for you, Southampton, you damn scabs. In order to make me look bad, you are so painstaking to let your trump card pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. In the media area, reporters were amazed. Gu is so amazing. Even more amazing than before. Oh my god. I now doubt that he is not injured at all. But this is impossible. We have all seen Guran injured. Could it be that Guran is so talented that he can recover quickly, even if he is injured? It's amazing. I really want to interview Guran. I want to try how talented he is. Evelyn next to him was full of joy, thinking in her heart, you reporters, go cool off. Only I can try how talented Guran is. That's right, try it tonight. While celebrating, Guran focused his mind and picked up 3 blue skill doubles, reverse foot stop +2, quick short pass +2, strength and defensive positioning +3. For these basic skills, each additional level is equivalent to obtaining 100 hours of special skill training results. After picking up, Guran left Lalana and ran to the left back position. Lalana, who was suddenly left out, quickly chased after Guran, chattering, "Boo, I'm sorry, I was so excited just now that I forgot about your foot injury. Is your foot okay? If it hurts, just tell me. How can I know it hurts if you don't tell me? How about we change positions next time? By the way, you promised me that you would feed me again. Then next time when we celebrate, jump on me, Guran. Is it too late for me to transfer now?" The game continues. Northampton, who was reversed, became impatient. At this time, their physical fitness was obviously not as good as Southampton's. The short pass penetration tactic requires a lot of off-ball running to support it, and not every off-ball running can work. Especially when the physical confrontation on the field is strengthened, and they are under pressure from high positions. Northampton's physical energy consumption is very large. If they cannot hold the ball possession rate, and cannot convert the ball possession rate into a score advantage, then the physical energy consumption will become a huge disadvantage in the last 20 minutes of the second half. On the other hand, although Southampton played in a muddle-headed and disorganized manner in the first half, and was always in a hurry to make up for the gaps, from a tactical perspective, the tactic of defensive counter-attack itself consumes less physical energy than other tactics. In addition, Guran's appearance completely revitalized the defensive counter-attack. Southampton's situation was also completely opened up. Today's Southampton team is in high spirits. However, Northampton began to make various low-level mistakes due to the rapid decline in physical strength and the rapid collapse of mentality. The game was in the 79th minute. Josh Walker and Jonathan Meades of Northampton made a fatal mistake in the pass and connection in the middle. Lambert seized the opportunity and successfully stole the ball. Jonathan Meades, who lost the ball, hurriedly pulled Lambert's jersey and stretched his foot to trip Lambert. Lambert did not stick to the ball and immediately turned halfway to protect the ball and passed the ball to the unmanned area on the left. Chamberlain on the left side suddenly became excited. This is a good opportunity for him to show his ability to break through the wing. Chamberlain immediately swung his thighs to chase the ball. Just as he was about to catch up with the football, Francis Laurent rushed over fiercely from the side. Chamberlain suddenly felt like he was being chased and bitten by a mad dog. So Chamberlain decided to bite the dog too. Chamberlain tensed up and prepared himself to collide with Francis with all his strength. The two bodies collided with each other, neither giving in. Obviously, the 190cm Francis was physically better. Chamberlain only lasted for 2 seconds before he was directly pushed out of the sideline by Francis. Chamberlain's face was full of humiliation, and he used his hands and feet to quickly get up. Francis took the opportunity to take a big step, control the ball and turn around. His turning movement was a bit slow and the movement was relatively large, like a small aircraft carrier turning around. Before he could turn around completely, he heard the Southampton fans in the stands shouting and cheering wildly. Francis was immediately a little puzzled. Do Southampton fans like me so much? He actually cheered for my wonderful steal. I conquered St. Mary's. Before he could be happy, a red and white lightning teleported directly. Francis was shocked. Before he could see who it was, he was hit and knocked out of the sideline. The tall and strong Francis could not bear the sudden impact force at all, and then he fell heavily on Chamberlain, who had just climbed up. The two fell off the court at the same time. It was not until this time that Francis saw clearly that it was Alame Guran who intercepted his ball. Francis was immediately furious and struggled to stand up and chase Guran. Chamberlain was even more furious than Francis and grabbed Francis's sports shorts tightly. If Francis hadn't helped Guran stop the ball, this ball would have been Chamberlain's bottom cross. Max Xati in the West stand couldn't help but admire. Chamberlain is really fighting for our brother Ran. At this time, Guran dribbled the ball directly to the bottom. Northampton's right back John Johnson quickly came up to defend. Central defender Danny, but also helped to defend to the left side of the penalty area. Guran made a Cristiano Ronaldo turn and quickly passed the ball back to Lambert, who came up to assist, and then he quickly rushed between Johnson and Danny but couldn't stop Guran without the ball at all. The two could only pull Guran's jersey desperately from the left and right. On the surface, Guran was restricted by them, but in fact, Guran was holding them both. The penalty area was open. Lallana quickly penetrated to the right side of the penalty area. Lambert hesitated for a while. Guran was entangled with two defensive players, and Lallana's pass and support route was not good enough at this time. If he shot himself, he would not be too sure. Pass. Guran pointed decisively 1 meter in front of him. Lambert immediately stopped hesitating and made a quick short pass to the position Guran designated. Guran suddenly burst out with strength under the foul-like pull of Johnson and Annie Butt, and his body slid forward forcefully, falling to the ground and shoveling the ball. Short pass +1. One touch +1. Bentosa, another central defender of Northampton, hurriedly stepped forward to give up marking Lallana and turned to block. But this ball was not a low ball, but a rainbow lob that flew up with a shovel. The football drew a perfect rainbow arc on the small penalty area line and fell accurately to Lallana, who flashed out of the gap. It was Lallana again. Lallana jumped up and headed the ball directly. All the Southampton fans at the scene held their breath. You know, Lallana is only 170 cm tall. In the British football world full of tall people, a height of 170 cm can be called a flea. With such a height, it is also very difficult to head the ball. But this time, the rainbow pass that Guran gave was simply customized according to Lallana's height. The height of Lallana's header when he jumped up was so comfortable. At this moment, Lallana seemed to feel like he was possessed by Crouch. Northampton goalkeeper Charles Dunn judged Lallana's shooting path in advance and immediately jumped up to save the ball. But Lallana did not head the ball high, but used the power of his forehead to smash the ball hard near the goal line. The football bounced back the moment it landed and bounced into the goal from Charles Dunn's crotch. When he jumped up, Charles Dunn was stunned. The ball went in. Yeah. Southampton fans waved their flags crazily. Those who didn't have flags took off their jerseys and waved them as flags. The entire St. Mary's Stadium shook violently. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 3:1 Northampton. Since Guran came on the field, Southampton seemed to have changed their faces and went crazy. The fans of Northampton were stunned and couldn't believe what they saw. Gulala's connection was too powerful. Northampton's head coach Samps sighed to the sky. After scoring the goal, Lallana rushed to Guran with great excitement. With his 170 body, he hugged Guran, who was 184, by the waist. Gu. My god. This is my first header goal. You helped me create my personal history. Lallana's eyes were filled with tears of excitement, with an expression of I want more on his face. I feel so good. I have never felt so good before. After knowing you, I realized that shooting can be so good. Gu. You gave me a brand new experience that I have never had before. I want to feel good again. Can I take the next free kick and trade with you 1:1? Damn Lallana, your name is greed. Guran said angrily. Lallana, let me down. The order of free kicks is decided by the head coach. How can we make a deal privately? The 3 layers of buffs of review celebration action have been fully stacked, and Guran no longer needs to chop the wind with one hand. Guran got rid of Lallana's embrace and concentrated his mind to pick up 2 blue skill doubles. Outside foot pass +4. Short pass +2. Today's 10 pickup progress has also been completed. After Guran picked up, he immediately returned to his defense zone. The game continues. In the last 10 minutes, both teams made substitutions. Northampton changed 5 players in a row, and the formation was changed from 442 to 541, with 5 defenders and 4 midfielders, to defend their last dignity. The 85th minute of the game. Northampton made a long pass from the backcourt, and the left forward Jonathan Meade successfully countered the offside, but when he stopped the ball with his chest, the ball stopped a little too big. After the sudden stop and sprint, Jonathan was obviously unable to run. Southampton's right back Fraser Richardson immediately ate Jonathan alive, and immediately passed the ball to the centre back JD. After stealing the ball, JD made a transition and passed the ball to Lambert. Southampton's defensive counter-attack came again. Guran ran at high speed without the ball on the left side, and Northampton had to use 3 defensive players to block Guran's route to cut inside. With Guran's firepower, Lambert dribbled the ball all the way forward. The two repeatedly knocked the ball sideways near the midfield. Every pass can trigger the boiling cheers of Southampton fans. Lallana and the striker Canali, who had just been substituted in, excitedly ran into the penalty area of Northampton, posed and waited. Northampton had to send 2 defensive players each to keep a close eye on the 2 big threats, Lallana and Canali. Seeing that Northampton had invested more and more troops in the penalty area and the space for forward penetration was getting narrower and narrower, Guran suddenly stopped without the ball and got rid of it. Lambert immediately understood and knocked the ball back to Guran, who was lagging behind, and then he ran diagonally into the empty space in the penalty area. Guran stopped the ball steadily, paused for a while, and waited for more defensive players to grab it. Then, Guran dribbled the ball and cut across in front of the penalty area. Coach Samps in the technical area on the sidelines shouted anxiously, "Don't let him pass. Don't let him pass." Northampton's defensive players rushed towards Guran like mad dogs. Guran used Matthew's shoulder to knock down a defensive player and then reversed and pulled Northampton's defense. When Northampton's defensive players were about to catch up, Guran used Matthew's shoulder to knock down 2 more defensive players. In just 5 or 6 seconds, Northampton's defense was torn into pieces by Guran. It was even more exciting than tearing stockings. Guran looked up at Lallana on the right side of the goal. Northampton's defensive players hurriedly blocked the right side, and even goalkeeper Charles Dunn moved to the right side of the goal. But the next moment, Guran directly passed the ball with the outside of his foot to the left side of the penalty area. Lambert, who had quietly infiltrated the left side of the goal, received the ball with his back to the goal, then turned and shot. Charles Dunn was dumbfounded again. The ball went in. 4:1. Guran made 1 shot and 3 passes, completing a hat-trick of assists. Guran's tactical maneuvers played the entire Northampton in his hands. Southampton fans cheered wildly. This game has far exceeded their expectations. From 0:1 behind in the first half to 4:1 slaughter in the second half, all because of Guran's appearance. Guran, with his ability as a rising star, completed the feat of 1-2-4 for Southampton. Guran is the god of reversal. All Southampton fans are intoxicated and crazy. Almost everyone is shouting Chinese dad. Lambert was so excited that he slid to his knees and hugged Guran's thighs. Lambert himself didn't expect to score a goal in this game. Lallana and others also ran up to surround Guran and Lambert to celebrate. The entire St. Mary's Stadium was paying tribute to the god of comeback Guran with the most fanatical worship. Just as Guran ran back to his position, a fanatical female fan climbed over the stadium fence, rushed to Guran, took off her shirt, and threw Guran to the ground. The photographers were snapping away. The scene was in chaos. Sure enough, where Guran was, there would be big news. Chapter 333, big news on top of big news. Even online novels don't dare to write like this. Guran was stunned by the fanatical female fan. After falling to the ground for a long time, the fanatical female fan was finally dragged away by the stadium security. "I touched it. Ha ha ha. I touched it." The female fan shouted intoxicatedly. "What the hell, am I dirty?" Guran took a deep breath and his face turned red. This kind of emergency was really the first time he encountered it. Who would have thought that just playing football on the field would actually seeing this benefit? Southampton's female fans all rushed to the fence one by one, and the scene was somewhat uncontrollable. Some male fans couldn't bear it anymore. The DJ on the scene quickly called on the fans to calm down. Southampton's security guards all went out and hurriedly picked up the female fan from the fence. Coach Adkins also made an emergency substitution and replaced Guran protectively. Guran played extremely well in just half an hour, leading the team to a comeback and a massacre. But for Guran's safety, even if there were only 5 minutes left in the game, Coach Adkins did not dare to risk letting Guran stay on the field. When Guran left the field, all the Southampton fans stood up and cheered, giving Guran thunderous applause. Guran also raised his hands and applauded repeatedly in a daze, returning the fans' enthusiasm. Not only was Guran substituted, but Lallana, Lambert, Chamberlain, Schneiderlin, Walton, and even Captain Davis were also substituted. In the next game, which is the last friendly match before the start of the new season, Southampton will go to the Emirates Stadium to challenge Arsenal away. That is the most important pre-season game. Before the game with Arsenal, these important players must be protected, and no accidents can happen. The other players who were substituted were all around Guran with a relaxed and happy face, but Chamberlain was the only one who looked depressed. Chamberlain summed up a rule: as long as Guran is on the field, he can't touch the ball. It's not that kind of ball, it's a real ball. Of course, he couldn't touch that kind of ball. Chamberlain couldn't help but clench his fists. What fuck? Guran got the advantage. There were 5 minutes of injury time in the second half. There was no suspense about the outcome of the game, and the game entered garbage time. Southampton fans sang the team song "The Saints Are Marching" and happily played Human Waves in the stands. St. Mary's Stadium was more lively than the performance of superstars. In the end, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The score on the big screen was also fixed at Southampton 4:1 Northampton. Southampton won the derby with a shocking reversal, ending their 2-game losing streak. All Southampton fans cheered for them. This is really a dream game. So far, Southampton has played 5 pre-season games, with 3 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss. This result is very good. After the game, journalists rushed into the media hall of St. Mary's Stadium. Unlike the pre-match press conference, the number of journalists at that time could not even fill half of the seats in the hall, but now, the entire media hall was packed. Journalists from all over the country rushed in like sharks smelling blood. Everyone wanted to witness the famous scene of Northampton coach Samps kissing a donkey's ass. Because there were too many people, some unqualified rural tabloid reporters were directly turned away. Of course, these tabloid reporters did not lose heart, and instead ran to the detention room of the stadium to interview the fanatical female fan who used the ball to hit Guran. The reporter asked, "Miss, was it premeditated that you rushed onto the court and tackled Guran?" The fanatical female fan replied excitedly, "Oh, yes, I did it. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I practiced rock climbing hard, just to be able to rush into the court and hug my idol Guran." The reporter asked again, "Then why did you take off your shirt?" The fanatical female fan replied honestly, "Because I was afraid that I would not have enough time, so I did not take off my pants." Not for the sake of attracting attention, or to express some kind of appeal. No, it was really because I did not have enough time to take off my pants. The reporter asked again, "Well, then, when you tackled Guran, did you communicate with him? For example, tell him your name and what your phone number is?" The fanatical female fan said excitedly, "Oh no, I was too excited at the time, but thank you for reminding me. If there is a next time, I will definitely communicate with him." The reporter reminded, "But, you may be banned from watching Guran's game on site because of disturbing public order." The fanatical female fan said excitedly, "It doesn't matter, I will find a way. Even if I go to jail for this, I don't care." The reporter asked, "Is it really worth it?" The fanatical female fan said excitedly, "I'm telling you, my hand touched Guran's dick. Ha ha ha. Do you think it's worth it? I'll never wash my hands again." The reporter looked at the size of the fanatical female fan's measurement and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Congratulations, you're about to become an internet celebrity. I will wrestle this interview content to the sun." At the same time, in the bustling media hall, Coach Adkins was flushed and sat on the stage early. Coach Samples hesitated for a long time and finally walked into the media hall with a bitter face. The media reporters on the scene burst into excited cheers. Before Coach Samples took his seat, Evelyn took the microphone and asked impatiently, "Coach Samples, we all know that you set a flag at the pre-match press conference. You said that, if Guran can play and score a goal, you will imitate Barkley and kiss the donkey's ass. Are you ready?" Coach Samples cleared his throat and said with a pale face, "Ahem, I was just joking at the time. Why do you take it seriously?" The reporters below started to shout, "Samps, be a man. Kiss the donkey's ass. Kiss the donkey's ass." Don't let us look down on you. You represent Northampton. Samps, if you dare to break your promise, we will use all our communication power to let the whole world know that you are a scoundrel who does not keep his word. Coach Samples, seeing that these reporters who specialize in big news will not let him go so easily, Coach Samples can only say helplessly, okay, I have to admit that I did make a mistake. I lost, completely. But even though I lost 4:1, I'm still a little bit unconvinced, because our Northampton team actually performed well today. We didn't lose to Southampton, we just lost to Guran. Guran is really too strong. I saw the shadows of many top players in Guran. He shouldn't be in League 1, he should be in the Premier League. His presence in League 1 is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Southampton is really lucky to have a player like Guran. To be honest, I'm really a little envious of Southampton. After all, if it weren't for Guran, they would have lost to us Northampton. Their defensive counter-attacks are very immature and high pressure, can't penetrate our short passes, but all this has undergone a qualitative change after Guran came on the court. Any coach would be envious. In addition, I absolutely don't believe that Guran has an ankle injury, and I don't believe that Guran played with a closed ankle. Without waiting for Coach Samples to finish, Coach Adkins interrupted him and said, Coach Samples, there is no point in saying so much. Everyone wants to know if you dare to fulfill your promise. Yes. Coach Samples, don't say so much. Kiss the donkey's butt. Kiss the donkey's butt. We just want to see you kiss the donkey's butt. The reporters below raised their arms and shouted. Even Northampton's own media shouted along. It doesn't matter which side you stand on, as long as there is big news. Coach Samples could only bite the bullet and said, of course I will keep my promise, but Southampton club shouldn't happen to have a donkey, right? I will only kiss the donkeys, but during the press conference of the game, I refuse to kiss any other butt. All the reporters looked at Coach Adkins. Coach Adkins smiled calmly and experiencedly. I'm sorry, Coach Samples. What a coincidence, isn't it? There happened to be a pregnant donkey on the farm next to St. Mary's Stadium. In order to prevent Coach Samples from becoming a dishonest man, I paid out of my own pocket to buy this donkey. After saying that, Adkins waved to the backstage. Two staff members led a donkey with a bulging belly in. The donkey staggered, her belly twitched, and it looked like she was about to give birth. The whole media hall was going crazy. The reporters cheered excitedly and took pictures. This is a real donkey. Coach Samples trembled all over. Coach Adkins, it shouldn't be like this. We are not real enemies. Coach Adkins smiled and said, Coach Samples, you don't want to be ruined in front of national media reporters. Coach Samples now just wanted to slap himself hard a few times, and it would be best if he could slap himself back to before the pre-match press conference. As they were talking, the staff led the donkey to Coach Sampson and pointed the donkey's ass at him. British donkeys are very big and covered with long hair. Coach Sampson looked at the donkey's anus as big as a sunflower and felt like vomiting. Fuck, kiss, 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 kiss. The reporters never mind watching the fun. Coach Sampson gritted his teeth with shame and indignation. It's just a kiss. What's the big deal? For the sake of reputation, he'll go all out. Coach Sampson quickly prepared himself mentally, pouted his mouth, and offered it to him. The reporters couldn't wait to get their camera lenses close to him and take pictures of his face. The donkey was frightened and cried out. Then she exerted all her strength. Puff. A little donkey was born from the sunflower. Coach Sampson was covered in mosaics. The whole media hall was filled with a strong smell. The reporters present were all excited and almost went crazy. Big news was even reported on the big news. Big news that will last for a whole year. Eye-splitting. Northampton coach kissed donkey, causing it to give birth to a donkey. Mosaic in the news media hall. The story that Northampton coach and donkey have to tell. Donkey gave birth to a child after being kissed by Northampton coach. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Such big news, let alone the headlines of sports newspapers, will definitely be on the front page of comprehensive newspapers such as The Guardian, The Times, and The Daily Telegraph. This wave, Guran's popularity may not be improved too much, but Samples' popularity will definitely explode. Sure enough, where Guran is, there will be big news. But this big news may not necessarily fall on someone's head. Coach Adkins almost couldn't stand up with laughter. Oh, Coach Samples, you are too induced. Otherwise, this donkey should be called Samples. Coach Samples screamed, covered his face and fled. This time he was really embarrassed. How could the reporters let go of the news so easily? They chased after it. At the same time, in the home team's locker room, Guran was receiving a post-match checkup and massage. Although he knew that Guran's injury had healed, the physiotherapist Gregory was still cautious and gentle, fearing that he would hurt Guran. Guran heard a noisy sound outside and couldn't help asking, "Why is it so lively outside?" "I don't know either. I heard that it seems that Coach Samps of Northampton gave birth to a donkey. What the hell is this operation?" Guran was stunned. Even online novels dare not write like this. Only the news media dare to write like this, right? Light at this moment, a long-lost system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Congratulations to the host. Since the host has perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the professional competition, the corresponding attribute points have grown. Growth experience is coming. Guran was delighted and suppressed the idea of running out to see Coach Samps give birth to a donkey. Then I heard the system prompt sound. Your physical attribute, balance, grows from 63 points to 64 points. Your technical attribute, free kick, grows from 66 points to 67 points. Your technical attribute, ball control, grows from 62 points to 63 points. Your mental attribute, creativity, grows from 70 points to 71 points. This time I got 4 more growth attributes. 3 of them are weak attributes, and the ball control attribute and creativity attribute are displayed for the first time. The initial points of creativity are still good, but the initial points of ball control attribute are just passing. Such a ball control foundation can barely stand in the English League One, but in the Premier League, it will become a disadvantage that is targeted. And once the disadvantage is targeted, it will be magnified hundreds of times. Fortunately, the new season starts from the English League One. After the first half of the season, these shortcomings should be almost made up. Usually, you should also strengthen the training of stopping the ball and controlling the ball. If you have abundant talent points, you still need to improve the ball control attribute. Guran couldn't help but think again. This game's performance was good, so it stands to reason that there should be an extra hidden reward, right? Light. Sure enough, another system prompt sounded in his mind. In this professional game, the host shot 1 and passed 3 in the extremely preferred playing time, completing the first assist hat trick in his career, and was evaluated by the system as an S-level performance, so the host will get an additional skill upgrade. This skill is a skill that the host already has. This upgrade will be carried out in a random lottery. The skill that is drawn will be directly upgraded by 3 points. Here it comes. Hidden lottery. Guran secretly took a breath and secretly made a wish in his heart. As long as it is a football related skill, any skill is acceptable. Do you want to conduct a random lottery now? Guran immediately said in his heart. Come on baby. Immediately, a lottery disc was generated in Guran's mind, and all the skills that have been obtained were closely arranged in the disc, and the lottery grids of the disc seemed densely packed. Guran concentrated his thoughts, and the light needle of the lottery disc quickly rotated. Stop. The light needle slowed down and slowly stopped. Congratulations, host. The skill you won in this system hidden reward lottery is hand-drawn storyboard script technique. Your hand-drawn storyboard script has been upgraded from +3 to +6, effective immediately. Guran, damn it. System, you are so stupid. Why didn't you give me this earlier? I could do it 3 times more easily when I hand-drew Avengers 2. Now that I have hand-drawn Avengers 2, the contract has been signed, and the sister of Aomedi has left. You are giving me this? Aren't you forcing me to hand-draw Iron Man 3, Thor 2, and Captain America 2? But I don't want to be a Hollywood male god. I really just want to play football. Why did I get the football skill last time, but not this time? Is it because I didn't say God bless Amitabha, William Cheyenne when I was drawing the lottery? Is it so metaphysical? Alas, this can only be verified next time. Okay, hand-drawn scripts are a side job, and the hand-drawn skill +6 is not a loss. It really saves a lot of time. Guran shook his head helplessly and could only accept his fate. Gregory, who was massaging him, asked with concern, "Gu, what's wrong with you? Did I press too hard?" "Oh, no," Guran said angrily. "Samps gave birth to a donkey. This is simply moral degradation and distorted humanity." At this time, Vice Captain Walton and several players ran into the physiotherapy room excitedly. "Hi, Gu. Let's go to the bar tonight. We were depressed for the 2 games before, and today we reversed and defeated our rivals. It's worth celebrating." Without waiting for Guran to answer, the team doctor Mayfu frowned and said, "Walton, don't you know that Guran's injury has not healed? Guran can't go. Damn, pretending to be injured has such benefits." Guran shrugged regretfully at Walton and said realistically, "Sorry, Vice Captain, I actually wanted to go, but my injury really doesn't allow it." Walton blinked, "But you're more aggressive than anyone else on the court." Guran sighed, "That was all fake. In fact, I had several injections, no, more than a dozen injections, and now my pain has accumulated 10 times. Ah, it hurts." Guran covered his right ankle with an exaggerated expression. Walton said quickly, "Oh my. Gu, lie down and have a good rest. You are the most important player of our Southampton team now. We have to play Arsenal, one of the top 4 teams in the Premier League, in the next game. We can't do it without you. You must not come to the bar to drink. None of us can bear this responsibility." Guran sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Deputy Captain." Walton waved his hand. It's okay. You take good care of your injury. We won't disturb you. We'll go out and watch the fun first." Guran turned over and got up. "Let's go together." Walton said in astonishment, "Aren't you in 10 times more pain?" Guran cleared his throat. Looking at the excitement of the mortal enemy may relieve the pain up. When they ran out to watch the excitement, Northampton's coach Samps had already disappeared. Only the mother donkey and the newly born donkey, the orphan and the widow, were left trembling in the crowd. Moral degradation. After the farce of Samps ended, Coach Adkins gave the players a simple tactical summary lesson and asked everyone to rest well on the weekend and prepare for the friendly match with Arsenal next week. After the team was disbanded, Guran drove to Hayden Manor for a banquet. The owner of the manor, Sir Adelaide, dressed in formal clothes, stood at the gate of the manor in advance to greet Guran. Both sides of the gate were full of male and female servants, with great pomp. Guran is not only a big star in Southampton, but also a savior who saved Sir Adelaide's economy at a critical moment. Marvel has signed a lease filming agreement with Hayden Manor, and Hayden Manor has received a large deposit in advance, which can just make up for Sir Adelaide's financial gap. Since the warehouse incident, Guran has also regarded Sir Adelaide as a reliable friend. Of course, if Guran is allowed to take a helicopter again, he must say to the pilot who loves to show off, no. After the two met, naturally, they couldn't avoid a polite flattery. Sir Adelaide said that Guran was a rare genius, and Guran said that Sir Adelaide was a role model for the nobility. Evelyn wore a champagne-colored low-cut evening dress, standing gracefully behind her father. Her gentle and somewhat impatient eyes were all about Guran's figure. At the luxurious dinner, Guran didn't eat much and declined Adelaide's medicinal wine. After all, the next game was against Arsenal. Even if it was just a friendly match, Guran attached great importance to this opportunity to play against the 4th place in the Premier League. Sir Adelaide naturally didn't force it. The atmosphere of the dinner was very harmonious. After the dinner, Sir Adelaide also tactfully found an excuse to leave. As soon as Sir Adelaide left, the dignified and generous Evelyn didn't hide anything and directly sat on Guran's legs. "Gu, I miss you so much. How is your foot injury? I was really worried to death watching you play today." Guran hugged Evelyn's slender waist and said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I'm gifted? I was injured at that time, but the injury has long been healed." Evelyn said in disbelief, "How is this possible? You really didn't ruin your future by taking a closed injection?" Guran smiled and said, "Of course not. If you don't believe me, I can show you." As he said that, Guran was about to take off his shoes to show them. Evelyn quickly pressed Guran's hand. "No, not here." Guran quickly said, "Oh, right. It's not appropriate to show in the restaurant." Evelyn took Guran's hand Come on, I'll find a place for you. You show me well. A. Am I overthinking it? It must be that I'm overthinking it. Guran swallowed subconsciously, followed Evelyn out of the restaurant, and went into the grove. Chapter 334. Wenja wants to get Guran for free. God bless you, and let Wenja remain poor. That night, all the major clubs received the news that Guran had recovered from his injury and helped Southampton reverse the massacre. The clubs that had been silent for 2 weeks began to stir again. In the president's office of Chelsea, Emanalo handed the game data and post-match scores of Guran to Sistano. Emanalo said anxiously, "Marina, look, Guran played for 27 minutes, 1 shot and 3 passes, and his post-match score was 8.2. Alas. I thought Guran would not play in the short term, but I missed Guran's game." Sistano frowned slightly. "Isn't his ankle seriously injured? Didn't I tell you not to waste time on him in the future?" Emanalo said excitedly. "Marina, don't you understand yet? We have all been fooled. Guran can play such data, which shows that his injury is not as serious as Southampton claims. Guran is very likely to be an Iron Man. He is an Iron Man like Lampard who is not easily injured. We will definitely not suffer any loss if we buy him." Sistano couldn't help taking a deep breath and murmured, "I said why the Southampton club publicized Guran's serious injury. It feels like they don't want people to rob their baby." Emanalo nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Marina. We should take action. I know you once said that we would not consider it until Guran won at least 8 points in 20 games, but we didn't think that Guran would become stronger and stronger, nor did we think that more and more clubs would compete for Guran, and we didn't think that Guran had an iron physique. Marina, Lampard is old. Chelsea should prepare a successor for him in advance." Sistano pursed her thin lips and then said calmly, "Tomorrow, in the name of Chelsea Club, send a transfer agreement to Southampton, offering £1 million. Finally. Wait," Emanalo said in shock. £1 million? Marina, Manchester City's previous offer of £5 million was rejected. We can't dig Guran with £1 million. Sistano smiled faintly. "Michael, don't be too eager to buy people. £1 million is just a test. If Guran is really not injured, then whether we offer £1 million or £6 million, Southampton will refuse. And if Guran is really injured, the Southampton club must sell it when you see the money." Zoo, do you have anything else? Emanero sighed. "No, Marina. Let Maria quote to Guran, even if it is only £1 million, this can be regarded as a breakthrough. I can't afford any waves in £1 million, but the next week, Emanero can watch Guran on the spot." Sistero picked up the data of Guran's game and murmured, "Is this kid really so good?" At the same time, Liverpool's Edwards also transmitted the video of the game. That Guran returned to the videos of the game. After finally releasing her excitement, Linda called Edwards breathlessly, "Guran is really great, isn't it? His ankle has fully recovered, right?" Edwards quickly replied, "From a data point of view, it should be like this, Ms. Linda. We were tricked by those scabs in Southampton." Linda said with a rather resentful mood, "Guran is such a little scumbag. I care about him every day. He chats with me about this and that, but he just doesn't tell me that he has fully recovered. Alas, I didn't seize the opportunity to buy him directly on the day Guran was just injured. In the final analysis, I was not crazy enough." Edwards, hard to comment. Linda continued, "Now, the summer transfer window is coming to an end. Liverpool and other clubs have basically locked in their targets and spent almost all their money. Even though we know that Guran is a treasure, we can't afford to dig him out. I'm afraid that's the case, Ms. Linda." Edwards was also in trouble. "The transfer funds we can take out now are at most $2 million. According to the current situation, Southampton must have renewed the contract with Guran. Guran's value must have increased a lot. $2 million can't buy Guran at all." Linda suddenly chuckled again. "It doesn't matter. We can't dig him out in the summer window, and other clubs can't dig him out either. Moreover, during the time when Guran was injured, I communicated with him by text message every day. The relationship between us is closer than that of any other club. We have a great first mover advantage." During this period, Linda showed concern for Guran in various ways, and she almost sent her own photo to Guran. Edwards took the opportunity to boast, Ms. Linda is in control. Linda said, Michael, tomorrow morning, you will make an offer to Southampton. Directly offer £5.5 million. What? £5.5 million? Edwards said in astonishment. Ms. Linda, this transfer fee can buy a 30-year-old Real Madrid or Barcelona player, not to mention that we really can't come up with that money. Linda chuckled and said, don't worry, 5.5 million. The old scabs in Southampton will not let Guran go. I even think that Guran's minimum termination fee should be around £10 million. I offer 5.5 million, just to let Guran see our Liverpool's attitude in pursuing him. This attitude should not be too exaggerated, but it should not be lower than his expectations. Of course, we don't have 5.5 million in spare money now, but as long as Southampton is willing to sell, I will buy tours at a discount now. It's really crazy. Edwards exclaimed, Ms. Linda, you are the most courageous boss I have ever met. The word boss instead of boss lady made Linda laugh so hard that she couldn't stop. Hahaha. Okay, I have other things to do. I'll leave the quotation to you. After hanging up the phone, Linda unbuttoned her nightgown and replayed Guran's goal highlights. On the other side, Manchester United's chief scout Lawler also called Manchester United CEO Sandeezy Ed Woodward. After receiving the call, Sandeezy's tone was quite unhappy. Mr. Lawler, you should know that it is private time now, right? Lawler hurriedly said, Ed, I'm sorry to bother you at this time, but we really have to act. Guran played today, and his data was dazzling. As soon as he came on the court, he kicked a crescent moon scimitar. Sandeezy interrupted coldly, I remember that you have already flown to Asia. Why are you still worrying about Guran? Lawler said earnestly, because he will be the future of our Manchester United. Ed, listen to me, buy him while you can still afford it now. Otherwise, by the end of the year, if we want to compete again at Manchester United, we will really have no advantage at all. Buy him now, relying on Ferguson's influence, and find a world-class star to be a lobbyist, then only a transfer fee of £5 million can pry him. Because the offers from other clubs are probably at this level. But at the end of the year, even if we have world-class superstars as lobbyists, I'm afraid we can't dig him up for £10 million. Sandeezy yawned. Okay, I get it. I'll look at his data tomorrow and I'll consider the offer. Lawler said, Ed, please get him for Manchester United. Yeah. Sandeezy hung up the phone directly, and then combed his hair that was about to fall out in front of the mirror, sneering, let me spend £5 million to buy a Chinese grassroots player? I must be crazy to do that. At the same time, Manchester City's head coach Mancini was also discussing with assistant coach David Platt in the office of Manchester City club. Guran's injury recovered so quickly? It looks like it should be like that. If it's a closed injection, it will be difficult for any player to achieve the level of 1 shot and 3 passes. Mancini shrugged. In that case, let's continue to offer. David Platt said, Roberto, I didn't expect that you are so optimistic about Guran. Mancini said, I'm actually not interested in a young player like Guran. After all, I have Balotelli, and I bought Yaya Toure, Milner, and David Silva in this transfer window. There is also Kolos Karlarov from Serbia at the left back position. Even if Guran comes, he has no ability to compete with Karlarov. David Platt couldn't help asking, then why do you still want to buy him at a high price? Do you want to reserve talents for Manchester City? Mancini said indifferently, of course not. David Bernstein, the former CEO of Manchester City and now the chairman of the English Football Association, specifically asked us to poach Guran. The club still has to give him this face. What's more, our current boss, a Middle Eastern prince, gave us a transfer fee of £150 million this season. David Platt's mouth opened wide. Mancini hugged his head in distress and pulled his lush hair. It's impossible to spend it all. It's impossible to spend it all. On the other side, in the head coach's office of Arsenal, Coach Wenger wore a pair of glasses and immersed himself in studying Guran's data. This kid, it turns out he wasn't injured at all. What a close call. I almost cancelled the friendly match with Southampton when he was just injured. I should have bought at a low price. Oh, I forgot. I saved the money for buying at a low price. No money. Really no money, but next week, I can try this kid's ability myself. As long as we can destroy Southampton by a big score, I think Guran will be eager to play for our Arsenal, right? Maybe I can find a loophole and get it for free." Coach Wenger smiled with satisfaction. Each club has its own calculations. The next day, each club launched a new round of offers for Guran. The most active one was Liverpool, which directly offered £5.5 million, which Southampton club directly rejected. Chelsea's offer of £1 million followed, which Southampton club decisively rejected. Manchester City made the biggest offer, offering a price of £8 million, but Southampton refused it resolutely. Arsenal proposed to rent Guran for 1 year, and Southampton was required to pay all of Guran's wages, but Southampton refused without even thinking about it. Manchester United just used the media to spread the news that Ferguson was very interested in Guran and wanted to sign the second King Dang. The transfer market, which had been silent for 2 weeks, became particularly lively. Major media outlets focused on the rising star Guran in English Football League One, and all kinds of related news and gossip about Guran were flying around. The print advertisements for Umbro Sports were endorsed by Guran also took advantage of the situation and began to be launched nationwide with an extraordinary explosion. After 2 weeks of silence, Guran's fame soared to the point of being famous throughout the UK. Of course, most of this fame came from gossip in the media, not from the football field itself. This kind of fame and popularity is difficult to maintain with gossip alone. If you want to become a real football superstar, you still have to shine on the field and win various football honors and awards. Supermodel Abby Clancy resumed sending photos to Guran, and the photos are getting hotter and hotter. Guran, the focus of attention, completely ignored these. He also ignored Abby Clancy, just looked at her photos with a critical attitude. On the same day, the Forward Saints also published a news. Southampton club's new season ticket sales have exceeded the same period in the past, reaching 13,834. You know, St Mary's Stadium has a seating capacity of only 32,689. As a midstream team in the English League One that did not perform well last season, more than half of the season tickets can be pre-sold before the start of the new season. This result is quite impressive. In the newspaper, Southampton's financial director Costa also set a season ticket sales outlook before the start of the new season. 15,000. To achieve this goal, the next pre-season friendly match with Arsenal is very important. Southampton's strength is of course several levels lower than Arsenal's, and it is almost impossible to beat Arsenal in an away game. But as long as Southampton can play at their level and not collapse, and Guran can start and play the whole game, then the Saints fans will be very satisfied, and the milestone of 15,000 season ticket sales before the start of the season is likely to be reached. Influenced by the hot sales of season tickets, Southampton's jersey sales in peripheral products have also reached a new high. Southampton club is thriving. Many sponsors have also begun to seek negotiations. Sponsors and advertisers are almost wearing out the threshold of Southampton club's business department. They all want Guran to endorse their products and shoot commercials for them. A pants company even offered Guran an endorsement fee of £300,000, just asking Guran to take a photo wearing their pants. You know, Ronaldo only gets £800,000 for posting a text advertisement on social media. Although Guran is still far from it, the advertising offer of £300,000 is already a top tier one in the entire English League One. Of course, Guran still refused it. In the next few days, Guran put all his energy into training. In particular, he strengthened the training in strength confrontation, dynamic passing and receiving. Guran is always the first to arrive at the training ground and the last to leave the training ground. During this week, Evelyn invited Guran to ride horses many times, but Guran refused. Although his 81-point physical fitness wanted to ride, the game with Arsenal was more important. When he couldn't sleep at night, Guran would hand make a glass of white snake grass water and then hand paint the script of Iron Man 3 while drinking water. Although Pepper, Black Widow, and female Thor have not come to toast yet, they will come sooner or later. Prepare the hand-painted script in advance to avoid being in a hurry at that time. On the day before the game, Guran had already exchanged 7 talent points. With these 7 talent points, he will be more confident to deal with Arsenal. After the afternoon training, Coach Adkins gathered all the players to the tactical classroom for a pre-match tactical analysis class as usual. Coach Adkins first used a Premier League match of Arsenal as a teaching video to dismantle Arsenal's tactical style. Most of the Southampton players were confused. Even the good student Lambert stopped writing and scratched his head from time to time. However, Duran, who had 12 years of experience in his previous life, was enlightened by what he heard, and his understanding of football concepts reached a new level. After breaking down the tactics, Adkins concluded, "So, in my opinion, Arsenal's passing and controlling style of play is really difficult to deal with. Although when it comes to passing and controlling football, the first thing that comes to mind is Barcelona and Guardiola. But I think the real master of passing and controlling style should be Arsenal's head coach Arsene Wenger. You should have noticed in the teaching video just now that after Arsenal got the ball, they would withdraw inwards from the front court, insert on both wings, cross positions, and seek multiple attacks. Their passing and controlling style is very decisive and very fast. They never pass the ball to control the ball, but to pass the ball into the opponent's goal. So, they often pass the ball to the front court immediately after getting the ball in the backcourt. The rhythm is very fast and the cooperation is quite exquisite. Their front court freedom is also very high. The three attacking players in the front court can often change positions freely. The style of play is really beautiful and penetrating. If we lose concentration a little in tomorrow's game, we will be dimmed. So, how should we deal with opponents who play passing and controlling style? This is the core issue of our class today. First of all, we must understand that Arsenal's passing and control is unique to the Premier League and is actually more advanced than the European style of play. Coach Adkins said as he drew the basic positions of Arsenal and Barcelona on the whiteboard. Arsenal's position is a typical 42-31 parallel position, while Barcelona's position is a 433 inverted triangle position. Guardiola's passing and controlling style is inherited from Cruyff. Guardiola has a strong desire for control. He requires his players to run to the right spot every time they run, and every pass must be made to the right spot. The players must maintain a good triangle formation and the distance must always be kept constant. Moreover, this is not aimed at one or a few people, but requires the entire team to pass the ball according to the running positions he set. In simple terms, Guardiola's Barcelona is a precision instrument. Any part must be synchronized. This is a rhythm of tiki-taka. Note that tiki-taka is not passed, but run out. Barcelona cares about space and routine coordination. Any child in Barcelona's youth training, La Masia Youth Training Academy, can play a perfect set of offensive and defensive routines with his eyes closed. Barcelona's passes are beautiful and accurate, but that is just an appearance. The real core is triangle control. At Guardiola's request, Barcelona's players must always maintain a proper triangle spacing and must not run around randomly. So when you see Barcelona playing, there are very few long passes. Wenger's Arsenal is different. Wenger's philosophy is more free and changeable. Wenger's passing and controlling is a mixed style, with short passes in the front court and long passes in the back court. It is better to say passing and cutting than passing and controlling. Arsenal's style of play is closer to the Dutch style of all-out attack and defense, but it also incorporates the Premier League's own two-wing flying side breakthrough. When Arsenal is attacking, the spacing between players is also very short, but it does not form a fixed triangle spacing to play the ball possession rate, but compresses the formation to maintain the advantage in numbers, and relies on rapid breakthroughs to tear the space. So, the core essence of Arsenal is passing and cutting. Arsenal is very fast as a pistol bullet, but I prefer to think of Arsenal as a sharp knife. Comparatively, if Arsenal's passing and cutting is tearing, then Guardiola's passing and controlling is piercing. One uses a knife, and the other uses a dagger. I dare say that in the next 10 years, the world will be dominated by the passing and controlling flow. Most teams will imitate the passing and controlling flow. Even if they don't imitate it, they must learn how to deal with the passing and controlling flow. So, even if we don't meet Arsenal in the league, as professional players, we must understand the essential characteristics of the passing and controlling flow. At this point, Coach Adkins paused and looked around meaningfully. Maybe some of you will play under Professor Wenger, and maybe some will play under Guardiola. Are you more suitable for free knife cutting and tearing, or more suitable for being a precision instrument dagger piercing? You should be able to make your own judgment, right? Hearing this, Duran's brows moved slightly. Will he play under Wenger or Guardiola in the future? Everything is possible. Maybe this is not the question to think about now. But one thing is certain, we will often play against passing and controlling teams in the future. Duran put away his thoughts. Then he heard Coach Adkins continue, if you let me evaluate these two styles, as a coach, I would rather face Guardiola's dagger piercing than Wenger's knife cutting and tearing. Many players laughed. You know, Barcelona now has Xavi and Messi. 2010 was the peak period of the Dream 3 dynasty. Barcelona was also called a cosmic team. But Coach Adkins said that he would rather face the Dream 3 Barcelona than Arsenal, which has number 4 looking for 4. Isn't this a joke to Arsenal? Coach Adkins said calmly, the reason why Guardiola's Barcelona is strong now is not only because of his passing and controlling flow, but also because Barcelona has money and has its own system students. As a team with a fixed tactical style, money and reserve players, they are now the ultimate. The reason why Arsenal can't even win the league championship does not mean that Wenger's passing and cutting flow is not good enough. A big reason is that the competition in the Premier League is more cruel than that in La Liga, and the bigger reason is that the economic situation of the Arsenal club has held Wenger back. If Wenger is given a transfer budget like Guardiola, no one in the Premier League will be Arsenal's opponent. The players below all seem to be thinking about something. Coach Adkins added, God bless, let Wenger remain poor forever. Chapter 335, Blood and Tears of Arsenal Captains. Wenger, the strongest man, is already in the team. The players laughed again, and the atmosphere in the classroom became relaxed. Even Duran couldn't help laughing. Indeed, if Arsenal had money to give Wenger, Arsenal would have won the championship long ago. For the operation of the club, how many captains did Wenger sell with tears? Especially after selling Vieira, the king of beast wastes, in 2006, Arsenal's overall toughness was greatly reduced. Vieira's importance to Arsenal is the difference between the 4th place in the Premier League and the League Championship. Coach Alkinson continued, why did I say I would rather face Barcelona than Arsenal? Because both are losses. When we lose to Barcelona, we can say Messi is too strong and no one can defend against him. When we lose to Arsenal, we can't say that Fabregas of Arsenal is as strong as Messi, right? With our current level of strength, we can't be compared with Barcelona and Arsenal. If we have to make a comparison, we have to make an assumption, that is, assume that our ability is at the same level as Barcelona and Arsenal, otherwise we can't compare at all. Assuming that we are at the same level as Barcelona and Arsenal, then when facing Barcelona's passing and controlling flow, we only need to be able to strangle Barcelona's midfield. As long as we can break Xavi's triangle combination and strangle Messi with the diamond stranglehold tactic, it will be difficult for Barcelona to gain momentum. Of course, it must be difficult to play in practice, because Messi is God's Messi. You may not be a fan of Messi, but you must never ignore Messi's strength. In theory, Guardiola's passing and controlling flow can be strangled. Real Madrid is the best example. But it's difficult to face Arsenal's passing and cutting flow. Arsenal is a multi-point attack, flexible and changeable. We can't suppress the entire Arsenal by strangling a certain passing combination of Arsenal. Arsenal's front court has too much freedom, and their speed is too fast. Even if our overall strength is comparable to Arsenal, even Real Madrid will have a very headache when facing Arsenal. Duran couldn't help but nodded slightly. Coach Adkins is really a magical coach in tactics, and his analysis is really in place. In theory, Arsenal's passing and cutting flow is indeed difficult to deal with from a tactical level. Again, if Arsenal didn't have the money to change, Arsenal, who didn't have the money to keep the captain, would not be at all inferior to Barcelona and Real Madrid, and even when their physical strength collapsed in the late Premier League, they could still guarantee the 4th place. TSK, the Gunners are really damn strong. Of course, Coach Adkins smiled easily again. Don't be too nervous about tomorrow's game. Tomorrow is just a friendly match, and Professor Wenger is still quite face conscious. I don't think he will use his entire main lineup against a mid-level team in the first division like us. According to our pre-match military intelligence, Arsenal will have at most 3 or 5 pure main players in the starting lineup tomorrow. Then how should we deal with Arsenal's passing and cutting flow? Coach Adkins deliberately paused. Everyone has listened to my tactical analysis class for almost an hour. Is there anyone who can tell me the answer? Most of the players below lowered their heads. The good student Lambert thought for a moment. Coach, I think we should strengthen our defense. Coach Adkins nodded. Any other opinions? Chamberlain said, Coach, I think since we are far inferior to Arsenal in strength, let's just stop defending and play against Arsenal. Coach Adkins laughed. Well said. Please don't talk nonsense in the future. Otherwise you will really be laughed at. Captain Davis also smiled and shook his head. Chamberlain, you idiot. Playing against the Gunners Arsenal, are you dissatisfied with the few goals I conceded and want to help me break the record? Chamberlain said unconvinced. Then you guys say it. We're all losing anyway. We might as well put all our efforts into scoring a goal against Arsenal. You all pass the ball to me. I'll support Arsenal. I'll let Arsenal know how powerful Chamberlain is. The players below laughed again, but no one dared to express their opinions. Coach Adkins has analyzed Arsenal's passing and cutting flow so well. Apart from full strength defense and attacking, who can think of a better response strategy? Coach Adkins turned his gaze to Guran. Gu, do you have any ideas? Guran said calmly, Coach, I don't have any ideas. I will play the way the coach tells me to play and resolutely implement the coach's strategy. As soon as these words came out, the old players present regretted it one after another. Fuck, such a good line was actually said by Guran. But then, Guran said, however, if the coach wants to know what I think, then I will just say it casually. Don't mind if what I say is not good, coach and teammates. Coach Adkins smiled and said, just tell me. Guran said, my idea is to go for it. Chamberlain sneered, isn't this the same as what I said about attacking? Gu, you are copying me. Guran ignored Chamberlain, but continued calmly, going for it is not about attacking, but using our physical strength to fight Arsenal, using tight zone defense, diamond stranglehold, and active aggression to consume Arsenal's physical energy. This kind of attrition tactic is the tactic that Guran is most familiar with, of weak teams playing against strong teams. It is also the tactic that the Bucks Steel Horns are most familiar with during the high school national competition. Coach Adkins showed a rare gratified smile on his face. Well said. Gu, it seems that only you have truly understood the essence of my tactical class and also realized Arsenal's weaknesses. Chamberlain said unconvincedly, Coach, didn't you just say that the passing and controlling flow can strangle, but the passing and cutting flow is difficult to strangle? Coach Adkins explained, yes, I did say that the passing and cutting flow is difficult to strangle, but even if it is difficult, strangling is the only tactical strategy that can limit passing and controlling. Passing and cutting. Arsenal is very strong, and the passing and cutting flow is stronger, but in reality, Arsenal's passing and cutting flow tactics also have weaknesses. Arsenal's early attacks will be very fierce. Their passing and cutting tactics require all of them to sprint frequently, and almost all of them press forward. They run a lot without the ball. When defending, they also retreat all of the way, and play a joint defense with an advantage in numbers, so their physical fitness is usually affected in the second half. Coach Wenger has a habit of making substitutions after 70 minutes. This is not a quirk, but he deduced it, based on the data of his players. After 70 minutes, the physical fitness of Arsenal players will decline rapidly. Therefore, no matter what the situation on the field is, Wenger will believe in the data and make substitutions around 70 minutes. And we can also believe in Wenger's data. That is to say, after 70 minutes, it is a good time for us to play high pressure. Of course, this also has a prerequisite, that is, we are not kicked down by Arsenal within 70 minutes. Coach Adkins drew a tactical running map on the big whiteboard and said, tomorrow our tactics will be divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, our game mentality is to defend with all our strength, strangle together, and fight hard to consume Arsenal's physical fitness. Don't waste physical fitness on uncertain attacks or counterattacks. Our formation in the first stage is a 451 formation with a single striker, 2 defensive midfielders, and 3 midfielders, strangling confrontation. As long as there is no collapse in the early stage, we will transition to the second stage. We will remove the defensive midfielder and change to a 442 to press high and play defensive counter-attacks. Physical confrontation is the top priority in tomorrow's game. So, I will only select the players with the best physical fitness, the strongest body, and the awareness and ability to strangle the team as the starting players. My requirements before 70 minutes are not high, as long as we are not 2 goals behind Arsenal. The core of the counter-attack after 70 minutes is Guran, and all counter-attacks must be carried out around Guran. All the players present took a breath of cold air. This is also the first time that Coach Adkins publicly announced Guran's core position in the defense and counter-attack system. Moreover, all the players did not object. After the recent 2 super reversals, Guran's core position in the defense and counter-attack is well deserved. It feels so good to be recognized for this strength and status. Guran himself couldn't help but feel a little excited. Coach Adkins said again, "Next, I will directly announce tomorrow's starting lineup and substitute list and assign tasks to you in advance." As he said, Coach Adkins took out the list that he had prepared long ago and read it out one by one. Guran naturally got the starting lineup. In addition, Chamberlain and Hammond also got the starting lineup. Holmes, the left midfielder, may have more experience, but Chamberlain's physical confrontation ability is obviously much stronger than the short Holmes. The scene of Chamberlain's confrontation with the 190cm Francis in the last game impressed Coach Adkins. As for Hammond, although his footwork is a bit rough and his single defense is a bit poor, Hammond is 186cm tall and weighs 80 kilograms, which is still very advantageous when playing positional stranglehold battles. Ryan Dixon, a defensive midfielder promoted from the reserve team in the last game, also got the starting lineup. And this is not the most surprising thing for the players. The most surprising thing is that Lallana, the team flower who is in hot form recently, was put on the substitute list, and only the centre forward Gully was in the front. Obviously, Lallana was on the bench to prepare for the 70th minute. In terms of tactical arrangements, Coach Adkins really deserves to be called a magic coach. After announcing the list of tomorrow's games, Coach Adkins arranged the tasks of each starting player in detail. Dixon, your position is defensive midfielder. In addition to cooperating with the strangler, your task is to retreat to the left back position in time to make up for the defense when Guran goes up to penetrate. You have to frequently cross positions with Guran. You have to do more dirty work, and at critical moments, you should get a yellow card when you deserve one. You know what I mean. Yes, coach. Ryan Dixon was very excited to be able to start against Arsenal. Other players can't run randomly, but I give you full autonomy. You can switch positions with defensive midfielder Dixon at will, and you can move forward at will. You are the key to tomorrow's game. Yes, coach. Guran responded calmly. Coach Adkins continued, as for the other players, I don't care if you use dirty tricks or not, and I don't care if you use triangle stranglehold or diamond stranglehold. In short, before 70 minutes, you must defend your position for me. Don't think about attacking before 70 minutes. If you want to counter-attack, let Guran counter-attack. Your mission is to strangle Arsenal. Consume their overall physical energy for me. Do you understand? I understand, coach. Okay, everyone should not practice more today, and don't drink after returning home, let alone love. Conserve your energy, and strangle Arsenal. The players followed and shouted, "Strangle Arsenal! Strangle Arsenal! Strangle Arsenal!" That night, Guran turned off his mobile phone after returning home and went to bed early. The next morning, Southampton's bus was full of players and headed for London. After more than 2 hours of driving, Manchester City's bus slowly drove into Arsenal's Emirates Stadium. In fact, the Emirates Stadium is just a habitual name. The real name of this stadium is Emirates Stadium. Emirates is Arsenal's title sponsor, and the advertisement on the chest of Arsenal's jersey is Emirates. This circular stadium has a magnificent appearance and a modern architectural style. All kinds of hardware facilities are the top in Europe. The seat size can accommodate 60,432 spectators. There are 150 VIP boxes alone, 48 executive VIP boxes, 41 camera positions, 215 media seats, and up to 2,000 executive packages available on match days. The construction cost of the entire stadium is more than £400 million, second only to Manchester United's Theatre of Dreams and Liverpool's Anfield Stadium. The stadium was designed by world-renowned designer Norman Foster and uses a lot of glass and steel, especially the building materials on the top of the stadium, which are quite expensive. In addition, the turf of the Emirates Stadium is the best turf in the world, without a doubt. The turf of the Emirates Stadium uses the latest planting technology and top grass species to ensure the beauty and comfort of the turf. Playing football here is like doing a big health care for your feet. Of course, this is all the blood and tears of Arsenal's captains. After lunch in the executive restaurant at noon, the Southampton team returned to the visiting team's locker room to recover and rest. At 2 p.m., fans from both sides entered the stadium. This game is not only the last game before the start of the new season for Southampton, but also the last game before the start of the new season for Arsenal. So fans from both sides are looking forward to their teams getting a perfect ending. In less than half an hour, the spectator seats of more than 60,000 people were filled with more than 40,000 people, and the number is still increasing. This friendly match was initiated by the Arsenal club. According to the agreed ticket sharing, Southampton can share 60% of the revenue. Due to the cost of the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal's tickets are also relatively expensive in the entire Premier League, with an average ticket price of £57. The game has not yet been decided, and the Southampton club has already begun to count the money happily. And this is exactly the benefit brought by Guran. Today, more than 6,000 Southampton fans also came. The North Stand, which can accommodate 10,000 fans, was not full. The South Stand, the home of Arsenal fans, was already packed. The most eye-catching was a group of people in black in the South Stand, the die-hard fans of the Gunners, the Ashburton Army. Arsenal's jerseys are mainly red, but the Ashburton Army believes that deep red is black, so as the most red and dedicated fans. They are all dressed in black, and the flags in their hands are also black. The Ashburton Army was born after the Emirates Stadium was put into use, and it is considered a new force in the Gunners fan group. Because the Emirates Stadium was built in Ashburton and there is an Ashburton bar next to the stadium, this most fanatical die-hard fan organization named itself the Ashburton Army. In addition to the Ashburton Army, Arsenal also has a Red Action fan organization that was famous overseas during the Highbury period. Highbury Stadium was Arsenal's home stadium before the Emirates Stadium, where Arsenal's Henry was crowned the King of Highbury and then sold. In short, compared with the new Ashburton Army, the Red Action is not so fanatical. Every time Arsenal has a game, the Ashburton Army must be there, never absent. The Ashburton Army must be the first group of fans to enter the stadium, and they create the atmosphere of watching the game before entering the stadium. When the game starts, the cheers of the Ashburton Army are also the strongest. Almost all members of the Ashburton Army turn their backs to the stadium and turn their heads to watch the game. Once the Arsenal team starts to attack, the members of Ashburton turn around and face the tens of thousands of Arsenal fans in the entire South Stand to lead the atmosphere. To become a member of the Ashburton Army, the first prerequisite is that all three generations of the direct line are Arsenal fans. The second prerequisite is that you must have good physical strength, a loud voice, and be able to wave flags, beat drums, and sing songs for more than 120 minutes continuously. Because the conditions for joining the group are extremely strict, the number of Ashburton Army is always controlled at around 100 to 200, but the influence of the Ashburton Army is huge. The Red Army Cop is a group of people with a united heart, and they will never give up, no matter how hard it is. The Ashburton team is our elite team, and they use the point to lead the whole. Therefore, although it is just a pre-season friendly match, the Emirates Stadium is still hot. The whole stadium is filled with the singing of Arsenal fans, and the singing of Southampton Saints is almost unheard. Today's game also attracted a lot of football media. Chelsea's Emanalo, Liverpool's Edwards, Manchester City's Pratt, and scouts from other small clubs also came to watch the game. Manchester United scout Lawler was sent by Sanders to Asia to investigate young players. At 2:20, the coaches of both sides brought a player to the pre-match press conference. All the major media were waiting in the spacious media hall of the Emirates Stadium early. Coach Adkins wore a black suit and attended with Captain Davis. Coach Arsene Wenger wore a zippered jacket and attended with number 14 player Little Tiger Theo Walcott. As soon as Walcott appeared, the Southampton media at the scene cheered. Walcott also happily greeted the Southampton reporter and Southampton's Captain Davis. Walcott is a star player from Southampton's youth training. He is also one of the youngest players to appear in an official match in Southampton's history and was once hailed as the successor to Alan Shearer. Walcott joined Southampton's first team in October 2005 and scored his first Premier League goal. Less than half a season later, Wenger bought him for his outstanding performance by paying £5 million first and increasing the total to £12 million in installments based on his performance in the later period. That year, Walcott was only 16.5 years old. Wenger had not started financial management that year. Obviously, Southampton club still has a lot of feelings for this young genius, and Walcott's attitude towards Southampton club is also very friendly. From the players, led by the two coaches, we can also roughly see the mentality of the two coaches towards this pre-season friendly match. Coach Adkins is the captain, which shows that Coach Adkins attaches great importance to this game and has great respect for Coach Wenger and Arsenal club. Although the Walcott coached by Wenger is not the captain Fabregas, bringing a young tiger from Southampton is also a great honor for Southampton. After the two head coaches met, Adkins could not hide his excitement and took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with Wenger. Wenger also supported Adkins' arm in a very elegant manner to show his kindness. The atmosphere on the scene was still very harmonious. At least, it was much friendlier than when playing against Northampton. After the coaches of both sides took their seats, the pre-match press conference began. A reporter stood up and asked, "Coach Adkins, this is your first time to play against Coach Wenger. What do you think now? How do you predict the outcome of this game?" Coach Adkins smiled and said, "First of all, Professor Wenger is my role model. Whether it is his 442 butterfly formation that dominated the Premier League in the 2003-2004 season, or the current 42-31 parallel formation, or his on-the-spot deployment of troops, they have always been the direction of my research. I think I will definitely benefit a lot from playing against Professor Wenger today. As for the result of the game, I believe that our Southampton team has already won when we stand on the Emirates Stadium." This answer is quite good, and Coach Wenger next to him couldn't help but nod slightly. Another reporter stood up and asked, "Coach Adkins, there is news that Southampton's rising star Guran played the last game with a closed neck. Will he play today? What is his injury like?" Coach Adkins replied, "Guran's health is of great concern to our Southampton club. We will never joke about his career." The reporter quickly asked again, "Do you mean that Guran will not play today? Or is Guran's injury not serious at all?" Coach Adkins smiled meaningfully. "You will know soon." Evelyn, a female reporter from the Advanced Saints, grabbed the microphone very forcefully. "Coach Wenger, there is news that you are trying to sign Southampton's rising star Guran. So what do you think of Guran? Do you have any special arrangements and targets for him in today's game?" Wenger smiled. "I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about the opposing team's players before the game, but you will know after the game." Evelyn, with Evelyn's personality, how could she give up easily? Evelyn held onto the microphone and continued to ask, "But Coach Wenger, we all know that Arsenal took the initiative to invite Southampton to this friendly match and also gave a higher share of the tickets. Aren't these gestures of goodwill for the purpose of buying Guran?" Coach Wenger shrugged. "If we have to talk about buying people, Arsenal doesn't actually need to buy people now, because..." Coach Wenger paused briefly. "The strongest person is already in the Arsenal loop." Walcott, who was next to him, sat up excitedly. "Coach, isn't this talking about me? Coach praised me as the strongest person. I must play well today. Although I'm facing my old club, I'm a professional in playing football. Sorry, my Southampton." Coach Adkins silently praised in his heart, "You are worthy of being a professor of football. It has to be you, Wenger." Obviously, you have no money, but you can still pretend to be successful. The pre-match press conference ended with the ambiguous answers of the two coaches. At 2:30, the players of both sides came on the court and began to warm up. Friends, today is 918. Never forget the national humiliation. Revitalize China. Chapter 336. Arsenal's four gentlemen are in place. The king of the North London ladies' toilet scored a goal at the start. First, the Southampton team entered the field to warm up. When Guran and a group of Southampton players stepped onto the high-grade grass of the Emirates Stadium, the Saints diehards who came from afar cheered and shouted. Max Xati and others excitedly waved the national flag at Guran. Their network copyright has been negotiated with the help of Old Rice, and the domestic live broadcast can be launched when the English League One officially starts next week. By then, domestic fans can see Guran's wonderful performance on the field with their own eyes. Among the Southampton fans, the most eye-catching ones are the miniskirt beauty cheerleaders of the Guran Global Support Club. Although in terms of momentum, the Guran Global Support Club is far inferior to the Ashburton Corps, but when the miniskirt beauties raised their legs, the whole audience focused on them. Even the most hardcore Ashburton Corps members were distracted. This is really a bit unethical. Guran simply waved his hand, and then devoted himself to the adaptive training. Soon, Arsenal also entered the field for adaptive warm-up. The DJ at the Emirates Stadium introduced Arsenal's 26-man roster in an exciting voice. Van Persie, General Van, Robin Van Persie, Little Fabregas, Far Loyalty Fabregas, Sword-carrying guard, High Priest Vermeulen, Grandma Koscielny, Song Gang-Ming Song, Zara Shavin, Nasri Nasri, Diaby Diaby, Little Threat, Prince Wilshire, Little Tiger Walcott, Confidence Emperor Bendner, the most miserable good man in football Lebel. Every time a familiar name is read out, it can trigger thunderous cheers at the Emirates Stadium. In Arsenal's 26-man roster, all the four gentlemen of Arsenal are gathered. This is really luxurious. Before the game, Coach Adkins comforted the players and said that Wenger is a decent man and will not send all the main players to play. But this is only half true. Even if Wenger does not send all the main players to play, Arsenal's substitutes are all capable of being the main players in any Premier League team. This game will be really difficult. Guran couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. Yes, the stronger the opponent, the more excited Guran is. When he thought that he would be able to get the star-level skills of the four gentlemen of Arsenal for free, Guran couldn't help but get excited and eager to try. After the adaptive warm-up, the players of both sides temporarily left the field amid the cheers of the fans, and the starting players returned to their respective locker rooms to make final preparations. The Southampton players stood in a circle, with tense and solemn expressions, waiting for Coach Adkins' pre-match speech. Coach Adkins had a poker face that showed no emotion. Play well. The fans are watching us. Yes, coach. The Southampton players folded their hands to cheer. Captain Davis shouted domineeringly, brothers, strangle Arsenal. I'll buy you the wine tonight. Strangle Arsenal. Strangle Arsenal. Strangle Arsenal. Among them, Chamberlain shouted the most vigorously. After a fierce roar, the players walked out of the locker room and lined up in the player tunnel. Guran stood in his own team, and next to him was Arsenal's Ivorian international, a talented right back, a Premier League live treasure, the spokesperson for Toad Kung Fu in football, and the first strong man in football, Emmanuel Ebou. Ebou is strong, has an excellent sense of position on the field, a large defensive area, superabundant physical energy, fierce and accurate kicks, and often takes care of the defense and assists of Arsenal's entire right wing. He has a lively and funny personality. When warming up, he likes to squat on the ground and jump like a toad, so he is also called the Fire Cloud Evil God by domestic fans. As for saying that he is the first stronged person in football, of course, Ebou, now 27 years old, is still a wronged person until he met his wife Aurelia at the age of 30. In the future, Ebou, who earns £3 million a year, earns too much money too fast and has a low level of education. His white wife Aurelia deliberately transfers all his assets, and then he is kicked out of the house with a divorce petition. Not only are all his assets gone, but he also has to help Aurelia pay off the loan. Not only does he have to pay off the loan, but he can't see his 3 children. A dignified Ivorian international has to squeeze into the bus, sleep on the floor, hide from creditors, and even has to borrow from good friends to pay back taxes. In the end, he is so desperate that he wants to commit suicide. It's really worse than Baokayang and Zhao Fei. So, marry a virtuous wife. When Ebao saw Guran looking at him, he immediately raised his eyebrows at Guran and made a face. There was no stares at all, and there was no hostility. Guran also smiled at Ebao. Ebao is a real social expert. Seeing Guran respond, he took the initiative to approach and start a conversation. Chinese? Left back. Guran said shyly, yes. Ebao said, you are the one who slept with Crouch's model wife, right? Damn, is this my reputation in your eyes? Guran almost couldn't hold it. It's not true. Ebao grinned and said, you are very popular recently. Even people like me who can't read newspapers know you. Guran. Ebao took the initiative to shake hands with Guran. I'm the right back. We are on the line. You have to be careful later. Guran shook Ebao's hand and said sincerely, you are the one who should be careful, especially women. I can only remind you so much, and I can't say more. Ebao was puzzled. When he was about to talk in detail, the referee led the 2 teams into the field. With the official appearance of the 2 teams, the atmosphere at the Emirates Stadium instantly became hot. Ashburton Army beat drums and shouted frantically, and all Arsenal fans applauded and cheered along with the drums of Ashburton Army. The whole Emirates Stadium was shocked. Playing in this home stadium, the pressure is so great that you can imagine. The blood in Guran's body was inexplicably ignited, and he was more nervous and excited than in any other game. During the handshake ceremony, when Guran walked up to the little tiger Walcott to shake hands, Walcott proudly said, you are Guran, right? Coach Wenger will not buy you, because I'm the strongest person in his team. Guran squeezed Walcott's hand hard. The muscles on Walcott's face suddenly twisted and deformed, and he struggled to pull his hand back. Guran said calmly, obviously, you are not. Walcott. After the handshake ceremony of both sides, the captains of the 2 teams came to the referee to choose sides. Southampton's captain Davis guessed the coin and won the priority to choose sides for Southampton. Koscielny, the temporary captain of Arsenal, won the priority to kick off for Arsenal. Davis chose the north half, so Southampton attacked from the north half to the south half in the first half. This was also one of the strategies set in advance. Arsenal's home fan stand is the south stand. If Arsenal gets the north half in the first half, then every time Arsenal attacks / Southampton defends, Southampton will face the pressure of tens of thousands of fanatical Arsenal fans at home. Arsenal's offensive in the first half must be fierce, so letting Arsenal use the south half as the defensive zone will more or less reduce Arsenal's home pressure. Of course, Southampton will also face boos and interference from the fans in the south stand when attacking in the first half, but Southampton's tactics in the first half are to defend with all their strength, so in theory it will not have much impact. Seeing that Davis chose the north half, Arsenal fans immediately booed wildly, because this means that in Arsenal's attack in the first half, the Gunners fans can only see the backs of their own players. Southampton fans were jubilant. Being able to guess the coin correctly and choose the side first is also a kind of victory. After the 2 sides determined the venue, they took photos and stood in position. Southampton's side is a 451 position, with tall forward Gilly standing alone in front, Chamberlain as the left midfielder, Lambert as the central midfielder, and Schneiderlin as the right midfielder. The 2 defensive midfielders are Dixon and Hammond. The left back is Guran, the central defenders are Aaron Martin and JD, and the right back is Richardson. The goalkeeper is the captain Davis. Central defender Aaron Martin played in both games that Guran was absent. He is only 20 years old this year, 184 centimeters tall and weighs 78 kilograms. Although he is a little less experienced than Walton, he has high physical fitness and strong confrontation. Arsenal used their usual 42-31 formation. Number 52 Danish Confidence Emperor, King of the North London Women's Toilet, Henry's coach. My face was punched by Adebayor. You don't know who I'm. Bendtner was in the front as the center forward. Yes, these long titles all belong to Bendtner alone. In terms of personal ability, Bendtner is definitely a first-class star. Bendtner's jumping ability is stronger than Ronaldo. At 193 centimeters, his header ability is definitely a world-class aerial master. He is strong and can hold the ball in the penalty area. He has strong impact, fast speed, and good shooting skills. But this guy is too arrogant. Not long after he came to Arsenal, Henry the Great was still there. Because Henry made a small mistake during training, he stood up to instruct Henry on how to play. Henry was stunned, and the entire Arsenal team was dumbfounded. Later, Henry left, and Bendtner had a fight with little monster Adebayor in the locker room, and was beaten black and blue by Adebayor. Later, Fabregas left and Van Persie was selected as the new captain. Bendtner stood up and refused to obey Van Persie, and was almost beaten by the Dutchman again. Later, when Bendtner was loaned to Juventus, he asked to wear the number 10 jersey left by Pirlo as soon as he joined the team, which directly confused the top management of Juventus. He was not quiet off the court. He went to a pizza restaurant to eat. Because he didn't bring cash, he actually questioned the waiter, "Don't you know who I am? Let alone eating your lousy pizzas. It would only take a few minutes to buy your lousy pizza restaurant," and then he was almost beaten. As for his nickname King of the Toilet in North London, it is because Arsenal has 2 cultural classes for young players every week. Bendtner doesn't like cultural classes very much. In order to skip classes, he actually ran into the club's women's toilet and hid, scaring all the Arsenal female staff members from going to the toilet. In general, Bendtner is a cancer in the locker room. Of course, Coach Wenger is still very tolerant of Bendtner. After all, Bendtner's data is good enough. The only criterion for Wenger to judge whether he can play in the league and important games is data. The data is strong enough. Even if Bendtner makes trouble in the club, Wenger still maintains a fatherly tolerance towards him. Arsenal's left striker in this game is the veteran Zaharshavin, number 23. The front midfielder is Nasri, number 8, who says I play football only for money, and the right winger is Southampton's former super genius little tiger number 14 Walcott. The back midfielder is number 16 Death God Ramsey, and the gunner's prince, number 19 Wilshere. Ramsey is good at both offense and defense. As a defensive midfielder, he usually does not score goals, but as long as he scores a goal, it will trigger the famous Ramsey law. A celebrity will die within 24 hours after Ramsey scores a goal. Therefore, Ramsey is teased as the god of death. Wilshere entered Arsenal's youth training at the age of 9. Wenger has high hopes for him, and is defined by Arsenal as the core of the new generation of midfielders. He is an absolutely legitimate prince. The left back is number 22 Little Keklichi, the central defender is number 20 General Giro and number 6 Grandma Koscielny, and the right back is the begronged number 27 Ebal. The goalkeeper is number 53 Polish goalkeeper 3C Szczesny. From this starting list of Arsenal, Wenger is still quite decent. Big players such as Van Persie, Fabregas, Song, Vermeulen, Rosicky, etc. all sat on the bench to watch the game. The formations of the two teams were very similar, but Arsenal's midfield was obviously more forward, while Southampton's midfield was lagging behind. Duran couldn't help but glance at the Arsenal right forward Walcott on the opposite line. This game was also a head-on competition between this Southampton rising star and the former Southampton rising star. Walcott's face was full of chicken blood. Duran's blood was boiling. Beep. At 3 o'clock, with the referee's loud whistle, Southampton's away challenge to Arsenal officially began. The Arsenal fans at the scene shouted wildly. Bendtner knocked the ball back with a powerful kick, and after passing the ball to Nasri, Bendtner rushed towards Southampton's position like a chariot, attracting firepower. Nasri ran forward with the ball, and Lambert and Gilly stepped forward to intercept and press at the same time. Nasri immediately found an open space and passed the ball to Ramsey, who quickly passed the ball to Wilshere, who crossed forward. Arsenal's midfield and front court advanced very quickly. Southampton's 5 midfielders hurriedly double-teamed Wilshere and Nasri, but Southampton's 5 midfielders obviously couldn't keep up with Wilshere and Nasri's passing rhythm. Arsenal's front court cross-running and passing were very sharp and exquisite. Southampton seemed very passive right from the start. In just 6 seconds after the start, Arsenal completed 4 passes, and the football had been passed to Southampton's 30-meter area. Such passing and controlling cooperation is really pleasing to the eye. Although Southampton's defensive players have done enough psychological preparation, Arsenal's efficient and fast-paced cooperation at the beginning still made them at a loss and embarrassed. Wilshere continued to make efficient passing and receiving cooperation with Nasri and Ramsey, and Southampton's formation also shrank inward in a panic. Two wide gaps were instantly torn out on the two sides. Arsenal's wingers took the opportunity to sprint forward frantically. In just a few seconds, even the left back Lichy and the right back Ebba were about to cross the center line. The left winger Arshavin and the right winger Walcott even directly hit the Southampton back line. Arsenal's opening offensive scene was beautiful, especially the little tiger Walcott. When facing Southampton, the old club that nurtured his growth, he seemed to work particularly hard, and his sprinting speed was so fast that it looked like an afterimage. Quite a bit like Henry. Duran immediately rushed up to defend, blocking Walcott's breakthrough route one step ahead. This was a head-on-one between Southampton's former Hope star and the current Hope star. All the Southampton fans at the scene stood up and cheered for Duran loudly. Walcott obviously didn't take Duran seriously. Before Duran rushed up to defend closely, Walcott suddenly changed direction with an extremely flexible and agile figure and cut directly into the penalty area. The speed of this cut inside was extremely fast, and the awareness of interweaving was definitely first class in the Premier League. However, the next moment, Duran moved sideways with Walcott, completely blocking Walcott's path to cut inside. This is a prejudgment and a quick crab step. Walcott was shocked by Duran's reaction speed. Walcott called himself Little Henry because when he came to Arsenal, he received Henry's guidance on speed, and Walcott was very confident in his speed. However, Duran must have been lucky to keep up with his sudden change of line and cut inside. Walcott changed line again. Duran didn't give him a second chance to get away and directly stuck to him and put all his strength on his shoulders. Walcott had no roots under his feet and was actually knocked back several steps by Duran and almost fell to the ground. Walcott was dumbfounded. Duran was also a little confused. The two of them exclaimed in their hearts, "How could this happen?" Walcott didn't expect that Duran's seemingly thin body would have such a strong impact. And Duran didn't expect that Walcott, known as the Little Tiger, was actually just that in physical confrontation. Walcott's nickname Little Tiger is really just because he looks like the world's top golfer Tiger Woods. Walcott's characteristics are fast speed and good sense of smell in front of the goal, but his dribbling ability is average, and his physical confrontation is poor among Premier League players. After all, Walcott is only 175 centimeters tall and weighs only 64 kilograms. Walcott is a small, fast, and agile player. Such players generally do not confront defenders head-on, and under normal circumstances, defenders cannot catch up with him or stick to him. Duran is 184 centimeters tall and weighs 73 kilograms, which is one configuration higher than Walcott in terms of hardware. Duran's strength attribute is 77, strength attribute is 80, and there is a reasonable collision +4, and enhanced position defense +3. When all skills are turned on, it is quite advantageous to confront Premier League players who are not very strong. Duran's eyes suddenly lit up. If you can do it, then do it hard. Duran didn't wait for Walcott to react, and directly stuck to him again, using his body to force Walcott out of the danger zone. Duran kicked very fiercely and aggressively. Walcott fought back desperately, but he felt like he was being pressed down by a movable mountain and couldn't breathe. How could this thin-looking Chinese be so strong? Walcott couldn't get rid of it at all. Arsenal's right wing attack was directly blocked by Duran. At the same time, Wilshere dribbled the ball to the right in front of the penalty area. Walcott was locked, so he looked for Arshavin. Arsenal's midfield and front court reacted very quickly and attacked from multiple points. Southampton's midfield defenders desperately used their bodies to block Wilshere and others and quickly close the stranglehold formation. However, before the five-man diamond stranglehold formation was tightened, Wilshere made a powerful diagonal pass and handed the ball to Tsar Arshavin, who had already run out of space at the right end of the Southampton penalty area. Coach Adkins, who was standing in the technical area on the sidelines, hugged his head anxiously. Southampton's midfield stranglehold was aware of the situation, but the situation was too passive, and the speed of the stranglehold was too slow and too clumsy. Such a stranglehold was completely like a joke in front of Arsenal's strength. At the same time as Arshavin stopped the ball, Nasri had broken through the back waist defense and quickly cut inside. Arshavin made a powerful short pass directly to break through the double team on the right side of Southampton and pass the ball to Nasri. Nasri then made a straight pass in front of the goal. The cooperation of the pass and cut flow was displayed like a textbook at this moment. The continuous cross-cutting runs of Arsenal's midfield and front court players tore open Southampton's fragile and chaotic defense. This straight pass was easily delivered to the penalty spot near the small penalty area. Bendtner, who is 193 centimeters tall and weighs 86 kilograms, directly knocked away Martin, the central defender who lacked defensive experience, shook off the pull of JD who turned too slowly, sprinted with a stride, stopped the ball with his long legs, and then took a step and shot directly. This kick was extremely powerful. It was completely unreasonable. Just do it. Davis's heart was extremely tense, and he also predicted that Bendtner would do it directly, but this kick was too domineering. The flight distance was short, and the speed was fast. Davis had no time to save the ball and it shot into the net amid the roars of the Gunners. The referee blew the whistle, indicating that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen of the Emirates Stadium immediately changed to Arsenal 1:0 Southampton. This was a goal scored 22 seconds after the start. The fans of Southampton were all stunned. Everyone's eyes were unbelievable. The fans of Arsenal were ecstatic, and they cheered, jumped, waved flags, and applauded wildly under the leadership of the Ashburton Legion. Arsenal's attacks are smooth and lethal. Within 22 seconds, a total of 14 feet past the ball, none of them were abandoned. Moreover, except for the door, Arsenal's players were sprinting. Since the pre-season of Afton, the fastest time. What is more terrible is that this is a real gap in the Southampton team. This is a real gap. Bendtner's arrogant face, after scoring the goal, celebrates on the goal line. Bendtner. Chapter 337 Shameless Kicking Style. Southampton's pillar of support. King of Highbury 2. Losing the ball right at the start had a great impact on Southampton's mentality. Not only were Southampton's players on the field depressed, but even Coach Adkins in the technical area was also depressed. Theory. It's really just theory. In theory, it is indeed possible to limit Arsenal's quick passing and cutting through positional strangulation, but in reality Adkins sighed with melancholy and didn't know how to command on the spot for a while, losing the ball in 22 seconds after the start. This was even after taking a tactical analysis class, and everyone was mentally prepared. Arsenal was so strong that the English League One team really didn't see any hope. What kind of command is this? If they continue to play like this, Southampton will collapse in 7 minutes, not even 70 minutes. Let alone winning or drawing. As long as they lose within 3 goals, Southampton can be considered to be relieved and get out of it. Coach Adkins is really afraid of being kicked into double digits at the Emirates Stadium. At this critical moment, he really needs a star to stand up and hold on. Chamberlain stood up, clapped his hands, and shouted to his teammates, "Come on. This is just the beginning. We Southampton are invincible." Southampton's teammates didn't want to pay attention to him. Southampton's fans didn't want to pay attention to him either. On the other side of the home team's bench, Coach Wenger sat elegantly, and there was no trace of emotion on his face. In fact, Coach Wenger was happy in his heart. However, this kind of happiness was not because of the goal in the 22nd second of the opening, playing against a mid-level team like Southampton in the English League One. It really didn't matter to score the first goal right away. The Arsenal players just played at their normal level, which was not worth Coach Wenger's happiness. In Coach Wenger's opinion, there was no problem in winning this game, and after all, it was a friendly match, and it didn't matter much whether they won more or less. The key was that the real purpose of this game was to observe Southampton's rising star, Duran, up close and personal. In Arsenal's attack just now, Coach Wenger's attention was not on the quick cooperation between Wilshere, Arshavin and Nasri, but on the confrontation between Walcott and Duran on the left side of Southampton. Coach Wenger also knows that poor confrontation is one of Walcott's disadvantages, especially in the Premier League. This disadvantage is more obvious, but fortunately Walcott is fast, flexible, and can pass the ball with one foot. so basically this disadvantage will not be a big problem. However, Walcott's speed was caught up and locked by Guran just now, and when they came to close combat, Walcott had no power to resist. It was precisely because Guran restricted Walcott on the left side that Wilshere was forced to pass the ball twice more, allowing Arshavin and Nasri to make a transition bridge. Let's talk about it more deeply. If the Southampton players' defensive level was a little higher and the stranglehold formation was a little faster, then Wilshere's cooperation just now might have been intercepted. Walcott has been controlled by Guran, and Arsenal's right-wing offensive is likely to be ruined. If Guran's defensive position is larger and the backcourt has more freedom, it may really cause trouble for our Arsenal's offensive. This is really great. Coach Wenger was very happy. This is the situation he wanted to see. Guran is really a good guy. Coach Wenger couldn't help but put his hand on the zipper. Like just as the Arsenal players were celebrating arrogantly, a blue skill bubble was generated under Walcott's feet. Although Arsenal scored a goal in this wave of attack, and it was scored 22 seconds after the start, this goal had nothing to do with Walcott. It can't be said that it has nothing to do with it. After all, if Guran didn't defend him alone, he would have returned to the penalty area to snipe Bendtner. Therefore, Walcott still had a little bit of relationship with this goal. However, how could Walcott, who aspires to be the strongest man in the team of Coach Wenger, be satisfied with a little bit of relationship? Especially since he was defended by his younger classmate right from the start. Walcott was really embarrassed. Seeing the blue skill bubble under Walcott's feet, Guran immediately concentrated his mind to investigate. Top sprint, King of Highbury +1. Damn. The King of Highbury refers to Arsenal legend Thierry Henry, and Walcott is an apprentice who was personally taught by Henry. So this top sprint, King of Highbury skill should be the sprint skill inherited from Henry the Great. So cool. I won't lose out on this wave. Guran immediately concentrated his mind and collected the blue bubble from a distance. Suddenly, Guran felt his motor nerves tighten. It felt like he was being reshaped. Not only the motor nerves in his thighs were stronger, but also the motor nerves in his waist and abdomen were stronger. Damn. This is so cool. This skill is a level higher than extreme acceleration, son of the wind. If Arsenal hadn't scored a goal just now, Guran really wanted to celebrate by splitting the wind with one palm. Walcott walked up to Guran with a dark face and said in a deep voice, "Boy, I wasn't ready just now." Guran couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Come again." "Yes, I want more." The game continues. Arsenal fans happily sang the team song Hot Stuff. In the song the Gunners made Arsenal play pleasing to the eyes. Now let Arsenal teach them a lesson. Southampton centre forward Gully kicked the ball in the middle circle with a depressed look on his face and knocked the ball back to the back midfielder Hammond. Although they had the ball, Southampton did not rush to attack, but patiently passed the ball in their own backcourt, luring the enemy deep into the field and prepared to strangle in the midfield. Arsenal played fast to the rhythm of the team song, and the formation was also very forward. The two sides immediately started a melee in the midfield area. Coach Adkins shouted loudly in the technical area, directing the players to run and pass on the spot. Coach Wenger, on the other hand, sat on the diorite, looking at Guran, who was constantly sprinting on the field to assist in defense. With the constant reminders of Coach Adkins and the high participation of Guran, Southampton's stranglehold formation finally kept up with the rhythm. Southampton players' defensive moves were very large, and often Arsenal players would just start to run through and come up with a shoulder collision. Various back-pulling and fierce sliding tackles were also staged one after another. Arsenal fans booed Coach Adkins and Southampton players, but Southampton continued to insist on this ugly and shameless style of play. When a weak team plays against a strong team, it has to be ugly and shameless. If a weak team wants to play against a strong team in a beautiful offensive way, it would be strange if it doesn't get kicked out. Besides, this kind of shamelessness is better than that kind of shamelessness. The kind of shamelessness of losing to Vietnam, Thailand, Syria is really shameless. When playing against a strong team, you have to put aside your pride and bite the opponent's kidney with your teeth to prevent the opponent from gaining momentum. Southampton's diamond stranglehold is basically centered around Wilshere and Nasri. In the first half, which lasted for 5 minutes, The two sides had more than a dozen close confrontations in the middle. Southampton almost never passed the ball forward, but just passed the ball back and forth on the back waistline to strangle. Guran's support area is very large, sprinting back and forth between the left and middle areas. Such sprinting is very energy consuming, but it is precisely because of such repeated sprints that Southampton is like having one more person on the back line, and the local stranglehold is also well coordinated. Almost all of the Arsenal team pressed past the half court and fought physically with Southampton. This also hit Southampton's strategy of consuming physical energy. The premise is that Southampton can really hold on until 70 minutes without collapsing. In these few minutes, Southampton did stabilize some of its position. Although the scene was somewhat shameless, it was not dull at all. On the contrary, the confrontation was very intense and passionate. In the 8th minute of the game, Arsenal forced a throw-in with a high-speed sprint. The Ashburton team became agitated and desperately cheered for Arsenal. Arsenal seized the opportunity and pressed into the 30-meter area of Southampton's half. The right back Ebau threw the throw-in with great force. Ramsey jumped up under the double team of two Southampton defenders, rushed to the first landing point, and headed the ball to Bendtner, who had already rushed into the Southampton penalty area. Southampton also responded quickly. The central defenders Martin and JD, as well as Guran, who quickly returned to defense, combined to double team and strangle Bendtner. Martin blocked Bendtner's jumping space, JD relied on his height to compete with Bendtner, and Guran got rid of Walcott's entanglement from the left rib, rushed towards Bendtner with lightning speed, and directly confronted Bendtner with his body. The Arsenal fans at the scene all took a breath. It was the first time they saw such a fast and aggressive English League One player. Bendtner didn't care about Martin and JD's defense, but Guran's collision force made Bendtner somewhat unexpected. At the moment of collision, Bendtner and Guran were both grinning. Bendtner's center of gravity was knocked off. But at the moment, when his body was about to lose balance, he still jumped up forcefully to touch the flying football. Bendtner's power was basically unloaded by Guran. This header was unable to find the right position and exert force under the stranglehold of three people. The football passed by the goalpost weakly. Guran and Bendtner both fell to the ground. The Southampton fans behind the goal were about to have a heart attack. In their opinion, Guran was still in the last game with a closed injection. If Guran was injured, Southampton would really collapse today. Guran quickly climbed up from the grass after falling to the ground, watching the football fly safely out of the end line. Southampton fans had a false alarm. Then they applauded Guran's positive performance crazily. Coach Adkins also broke out in a cold sweat and applauded Guran vigorously. If Guran hadn't retreated in time to defend, Bendtner would probably have scored twice. It has to be said that Arsenal's attack is really sharp. From the first half to now, Southampton has tried its best to maintain a defensive stranglehold, but Arsenal's offensive has not stopped. Coach Wenger, sitting on the bench of the home team, folded his hands in front of his chest, and his face was still gentle. Guran's performance just now made Coach Wenger more determined to get a freebie. Such a young, aggressive, first-class running awareness, and good confrontation ability Chinese player. If not getting a freebie, it would really be a shame to the Emirates Stadium that cost £500 million to build. Coach Wenger knew very well that what Arsenal lacked now was toughness. If Guran could be trained and transformed into a beast waste in the future, and Guran's defensive area could cover the entire backcourt, then Arsenal would really be even more powerful. Let me transform Guran. At least he can be better than Park Ji-sung of Manchester United, right? If Park Ji-sung is used as a benchmark, then getting a freebie without spending a penny and even letting Southampton pay for the weekly salary is not too much. Coach Wenger's calculations in his heart were crackling. Light at this time, Bendtner, who was knocked to the ground, glared at Guran fiercely, and a blue skill bubble appeared under his feet. Guran concentrated his mind and swept. Smell in front of the goal +1. This is a standard ordinary skill for a striker. It seems that Bendtner is still too confident, and his negative emotions are not high. Guran directly ignored this skill bubble. This ordinary forward skill will have plenty of opportunities to pick up in the future. Today's 10 pickup progress must all be used on star skills. At the very least, you have to get a green exclusive talent point. Facing Bendtner's angry eyes, Duran said contemptuously, "What are you looking at?" The muscles on Bendtner's face twitched suddenly. Bendtner knew that he was provoked, but as a Dane who peed while sitting in the country, Bendtner didn't know how to respond to Duran's words for a while. This is the disadvantage of not taking cultural classes well, and hiding in the women's bathroom every day to skip classes. While Bendtner was still searching for words, Duran had already turned around and quickly got into position. The physical collision just now made Duran's muscles sore all over. Duran secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the physical fitness is 81 points, and the Iron Man is also +6, otherwise I really can't bear it. This is indeed the real physical confrontation between the British super. Duran ran back, while concentrating his mind, and directly allocated 2 of the 7 remaining talent points to his strength attribute. The strength attribute was also increased from 80 points to 82 points. If you want to defend against a tank level center forward like Bendtner, it doesn't matter what skills you have, just use your strength to do it. The game was in the 14th minute. Arsenal used the overall sprint and high pressure pressing to successfully intercept Chamberlain's ball near the midfield. Fortunately, other midfielders of Southampton formed a triangle stranglehold in time and restricted Nasri's quick pass in the first time. Nasri forced a breakthrough with the ball and was tripped to the ground by 2 Southampton defenders. The referee immediately awarded Arsenal a free kick. This free kick was about 35 meters away from the goal. Southampton's players quickly formed a human wall. Sar Arshavin took the free kick. Arshavin shot hard, and the football hit the Southampton human wall and bounced to the top of the penalty area. Southampton's central defender Martin fell in the penalty area, but Nasri didn't care. Instead, he rushed forward and shot a long shot. The ball flew over the crossbar and flew into the away team's audience. Southampton fans booed Nasri. The referee also quickly stopped the game and asked the team doctor to treat Martin. Fortunately, Martin's injury was not serious. After a simple treatment, he climbed up from the grass. He didn't want to lose this good opportunity to play against Arsenal. The game continued. In the 18th minute, Arsenal's fast break came back. Southampton's right side was torn open by Wilshere, Clichy and Arshavin's high-speed position changes. A huge defensive loophole was torn open. Wilshere received the ball in the middle and cut inside directly, shooting. Goalkeeper Davis jumped hard and lifted the shot over the crossbar. Southampton fans were terrified. In fact, Southampton's defense was already in chaos. If Wilshere had passed the ball to Nasri next to him more steadily, or dribbled the ball and then passed it directly to Bendtner, maybe he would have scored. Arsenal also played too relaxed and freely, and the firing rights in the midfield and front court were not concentrated. After all, this was just a friendly match. Moreover, Arsenal's real core Fabregas did not play, and Robin van Persie was not there, so the other midfield and front court players kicked and shot whenever they could. Arsenal got a corner kick. Arshavin took a tactical short corner kick, and Arsenal relied on passing from the outside to find the gap of Southampton. Coach Adkins shouted loudly in the tactical area to command, and Southampton shrank into the penalty area and set up a bus. Ramsey, who was holding the ball on the outside, could not find a good passing opportunity, so he simply fired a long shot. Celebrities all over the world subconsciously held their breath. Fortunately, this kick hit the plane. Arsenal's offensives were so fierce and crazy that Southampton players were a little suffocated. The game continued. Southampton held the ball and continued to pass the ball cautiously in the backcourt, luring Arsenal to strangle. Arsenal's overall impact and pressure were still strong, and Southampton's defense looked frightening. Duran was still sprinting back and forth between the left and the middle. In the first 20 minutes of the first half, his sprint distance was already the first in the team, even catching up with the average sprint distance of the Arsenal team. Duran's physical energy consumption was also the greatest. After only playing for 20 minutes, it was equivalent to the physical energy consumption intensity of playing a full half of the National High School Finals 2 months ago. Of course, compared with that time, Duran's current physical energy limit is also much higher. In the 24th minute of the game, Arsenal used a fast break pass to force a corner kick on the right side of Southampton. Arshavin kicked the ball to the front point. After Amsi stopped the ball, he immediately passed it back to the right back Clichy, who came up to assist. Southampton's dense defensive formation expanded slightly, and Clichy immediately cut in and passed the ball to the centre forward Bendtner in the penalty area. Bendtner pulled out and successfully received the ball. The Ashburton team sounded the drums of war, and the entire Emirates Stadium was filled with shouts of killing. Martin and JD immediately closed the door to defend Bendtner, and Hammond and Dixon also quickly retreated to double team to prevent Bendtner from passing the ball to his teammates. Guran quickly went to the small penalty area to support and block. Walcott immediately intercepted Guran at a high position to prevent Guran from supporting. He increased his sprint speed to the limit, trying to block Guran's path to support inward with his body. At this moment, Guran's high-speed sprint +4, violent sprint +3, and Son of the Wind +3 were all turned on. In the blink of an eye, Walcott, who is known for his speed, was left behind. These three skills are not Guran's strongest speed, but they are enough. The three skills stacked together, although not 1 + 1 + 1 times the effect, can at least reach 1.5 times the effect. It is also equivalent to temporarily increasing the inherent burst attribute from 78 points to about 85 points. Walcott wanted to reach out and pull Guran's jersey, but he couldn't reach it at all. Guran's sprint was full of the beauty of violent aesthetics. At this time, Bendtner had successfully gotten rid of Martin and JD's defense with his strong body and flexible feet, and flashed a shooting channel. Bendtner kicked the ball and shot. Guran got there first and accurately shoveled the ball out of the goal line without touching Bendtner. This sliding tackle was a bit like Gerrard in G8. Woohoo! The Arsenal fans who were ready to celebrate the goal exclaimed in disbelief. Bendtner's performance in the penalty area was perfect, but Guran's accurate sliding tackle ruthlessly destroyed Bendtner's perfection. Arsenal's original must-goal goal was gone just like that. Goalkeeper Davis ran out excitedly and pulled Guran up from the ground and hugged him. Southampton fans also screamed with blood boiling. Although this was not a goal scene for Southampton, it was really encouraging to be able to shovel the must goal of the most arrogant Bendtner on the opposite side. So far, Southampton has not had a decent counter-attack, and the scene was very passive and ugly, but Guran's performance on the defensive end was really a sea-stabilizing magic needle. Even Coach Wenger couldn't help but nod slightly, thinking to himself, maybe it's okay to pay half of Guran's weekly salary to rent him. After shoveling Bendtner's short goal, Guran immediately stood up and glared at Bendtner, waiting for Bendtner to drop a bubble. Bendtner approached angrily, pressed his chest against Guran's chest, and roared with the words Guran had used to scold him. "What are you looking at?" Guran said contemptuously. "What's wrong with looking at you?" Bendtner was stunned again. Learned it. But how to respond next? Before Bendtner could figure it out, the players from both sides quickly separated the two of them. Bendtner's feet immediately generated a blue skill bubble. And Walcott, who was crushed by Guran's sprint speed, also generated a blue skill bubble under his feet. Guran took the opportunity to concentrate his mind to check. Bendtner dropped Super God Confidence +1. Walcott dropped Top Sprint, King of Highbury +1. What kind of skill is Super Confidence? Question mark? The little tiger from the same school is still awesome. Another King of Highbury. Guran ignored Bendtner's bubble and picked up Walcott's bubble from a distance. Top Sprint, King of Highbury +2. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Bendtner's classic scene vs. Guran's classic scene. The new King of Highbury has arrived. After integrating the King of Highbury skill, Guran turned and ran past Walcott. Come on, don't slack off. The muscles on Walcott's face twitched suddenly, and his fists clenched and creaked. This Chinese boy is so arrogant. How can he be more arrogant than Bendtner? Question mark? How dare you say that I slack off? I, Walcott, am the strongest person in Coach Wenger's team, and I will never lose to you. Walcott turned around and glanced at Coach Wenger on the bench and found that Coach Wenger was also looking in his direction. Walcott's morale suddenly exploded. The game continues. Arsenal's corner kick. Arshavin continued to use the short corner kick tactic, and Arsenal looked for loopholes and Southampton through passing from the outside. Southampton's defense is like an iron barrel, airtight. Although Southampton is a weak team, it still has the foundation of the Premier League. The individual abilities of Southampton players are certainly not as good as those of Arsenal players, but Southampton's execution is very strong, and their defense is very active and fierce. With such a game attitude, even if there is a big gap in strength with Arsenal, even if the scene is ugly, Southampton did not let Arsenal easily expand the score advantage. After several attempts on the periphery, Arsenal could only pick the ball to Bendtner, the centre forward with a height advantage. Before Bendtner could get in place, Duran instantly shook off Walcott's high defense and blocked him with his body before Bendtner jumped up. Bendtner also put all his strength into physical confrontation with Duran, and the muscles of the two people were squeezed and creaked under the powerful force. Both of them refused to give in. Physical energy was burned and consumed at a high speed. All the Arsenal fans present opened their mouths in disbelief. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe that such a powerful center forward like Bendtner was actually defended to death by a young Chinese player who looked a little thin in a 1v1 situation. Central defender JD took the opportunity to jump and cleared the ball outside the penalty area. Arsenal's central defender Zhu Liu just picked up the ball and shot a long shot, but the ball went over the crossbar. Arsenal fans immediately sighed. This was the nth goal Arsenal had missed in the first half. Arsenal was just thundering but not raining, blooming but not bearing fruit, wasting energy but not scoring. In the small penalty area, Bendtner was still desperately using his body to fight against Duran. But Duran suddenly dodged and flexibly withdrew. After fighting against Bendtner for a full 3 seconds, if he continued to fight, he would waste energy in vain, and it would be meaningless. When Duran withdrew like this, Bendtner staggered in embarrassment and almost kowtowed to Davis on the goal line. Before Bendtner could open his mouth to spit trash words, Duran said contemptuously, "You are not good at this either." Fuck, Bendtner was crazy. Bendtner ran to Duran with great momentum and blocked Duran fiercely. Just when other players thought Bendtner was going to take action, Bendtner suddenly pulled down his shorts, revealing half of his red shorts, with a Spinach Company advertisement printed on them. "Boy, look carefully. I have a spokesperson. I'm much better than you." Duran, a classic scene. "I can't handle this kind of scene. I really can't handle it." Duran tried hard to hold back his laughter. Beep beep beep. The referee blew the whistle and ran over, showing a yellow card to Bendtner, who was half exposed with his shorts and spinach advertisement. Southampton fans burst into laughter. What a magical brain circuit. What a suffocating operation. Coach Wenger on the bench covered his old face in shame. Bendtner himself was also very depressed about the yellow card. He felt that he was wronged. He obviously didn't take off all his clothes. Light Bendtner's feet generated a green bubble of special talent points. "Bendtner, you finally got green." Duran was secretly happy and quickly gathered his mind to pick up this special talent point. This is a special talent point in the physical category, which can only be allocated to physical attributes. Duran did not think twice and directly allocated this special talent point to the physical attribute, raising the physical attribute from 83 points to 84 points. In this game, Duran's repeated sprints and aggressive physical confrontations have consumed a lot of physical energy, and the use of system skills will also consume additional physical energy. Therefore, when the game is close to 30 minutes, it is definitely the most appropriate allocation to improve physical energy in a timely manner. In this way, Duran still has 7 chances to pick up today, and there are 5 talent points left. As soon as the special talent points were allocated, Duran felt that his physical energy had obviously recovered. Very good, I can continue to fight. The game continues. Arsenal's offensive is still as strong as ever. Southampton's defense gradually adapted to the rhythm of this crazy attack, and the midfield stranglehold became more and more confident. Only when the defense line stabilized, Duran would consider counterattacks, otherwise it would be easy to break the situation. In the next 10 minutes, the two sides launched an extremely fierce physical confrontation in the midfield and Southampton's backcourt. Duran began to frequently wander to the central midfielder position and exchange positions with Dixon. Walcott chased Guran, but he couldn't catch up at all. Instead, Guran took the opportunity to consume a lot of physical energy. When Guran appeared in the midfielder position, Nasri was restricted by the triangle stranglehold formed by Guran, Hammond and Martin, and could not pass and cut smoothly. After Arsenal lost Nasri, the front midfielder connection point, they played very chaotically for a while, and blindly kicked the ball in the front court. Judging from the shooting data, Arsenal shot 14 shots, Southampton shot 0 shots, which was simply a brutal abuse. However, apart from Bendtner's goal in the 22nd second, Arsenal's bombardment was just bombardment. Southampton's performance was not pretty, but they actually held their ground. Southampton really fought hard, and the physical confrontation was very fierce. The game entered into a Malayan stranglehold battle. Ashburton beat the drums and led the fans to sing The Angel to cheer for Arsenal. North London forever. Forever North London. Whatever the weather, no matter how the weather changes, these streets are our own. These streets belong to us. And my heart will leave you never, my heart will never leave you, my blood will forever run through the stone. My blood will always flow through the doorstone. The stone here should refer to the stone on the revolving door of the Angel at Highbury Stadium, which further refers to the Gunner spirit passed down from generation to generation by Arsenal. The chorus is completely a slow rock style with a very relaxed rhythm. Under the chorus of tens of thousands of people, it seems domineering. There is not a single word in this song with Arsenal, but every word is Arsenal. Of course, the lyrics of the previous part are better, but because they are too realistic and all banned words are not convenient to show. With the song Angel Gate, Arsenal's offensive rhythm has also slowed down significantly. After a crazy sprint for 35 minutes, even Arsenal's Benner will get tired. Arsenal's physical fitness has entered the first fatigue window period. On the contrary, Southampton, who defended with all their strength and did not sprint back and forth much, seemed to be in good physical condition. Of course, although Arsenal's rhythm has slowed down, their passing and cutting cooperation is still very sharp. Southampton is still cautious and dare not be careless at all. The game is in the 40th minute. Under the on-the-spot command of Coach Adkins, Southampton's defensive range expanded outward by more than 10 meters. After receiving the pass, Wilshere passed the ball to Nasri, who was running near the center line. Arsenal was running all the time, passing the ball and receiving the ball, and the speed of running was no different from sprinting. But once this sprint slowed down, the power was reduced a lot. Southampton's 5 midfielders quickly surrounded and strangled, and even centre forward Gilly retreated to cooperate with the strangle. Nasri used his personal speed and footwork to pull the ball to the left side of the penalty area. Arsenal's right winger, the little tiger Walcott, inserted to the left side, and the right back Ebau also quickly assisted Nasri. Seeing this, Guran immediately started from the left back position, sprinted at high speed, and directly intercepted Nasri. A large gap appeared on the left side of Southampton. Walcott, who originally thought he would have to fight Guran closely, was overjoyed and quickly cut inside the gap on the left rib. Wenger, the coach on the bench, frowned slightly. No way. Guran shouldn't be so impetuous as to make such a low-level mistake, right? Ordered Wenger. Suddenly sit up straight and watch with wide eyes. At this time, Nasri saw that Guran was about to rush in front of him, and Walcott had already inserted behind Guran. Nasri immediately stopped, paused to pass the ball, and then passed the ball directly to Walcott. It seems that Arsenal has found their breakthrough in Guran. Arsenal fans cheered excitedly. Nasri's personal breakthrough, plus the pause to find space to pass the ball, the whole set of movements is extremely smooth. However, at the moment, when Nasri paused and kicked the ball, Guran suddenly stopped and turned back. The speed of intercepting Nasri was very fast before, but the speed of stopping and turning was faster, even more than twice as fast. Obviously, Guran had premeditated it. Guran burst into full force, and the whole person was as fast as a flash of lightning that went back in time. Walcott had just run to the position and stopped the ball passed by Nasri before he started to cut into the penalty area, and before he could see the positions of other teammates clearly, Guran teleported to his front. Walcott was shocked. Guran's sprinting speed made him dare not believe it. But Walcott is also a star player in the Premier League for many years, and his on-the-spot reaction is also very fast. Walcott subconsciously stopped and turned around to protect the ball, preparing to use the sudden stop to distance himself from Guran and cut in from behind Guran. How could Guran waste such a good counter-attack opportunity? Guran didn't intend to block Walcott's path at all, but directly bumped into Walcott. It was strangulation. It was a melee. It was physical confrontation. Crushing. Invasion. Guran did not stop speeding, and directly turned sideways to block the position, and hit Walcott, who had just completed a half turn and stopped. Walcott's center of gravity was out of control in an instant, and he was knocked back 3 steps. I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. Walcott was crushed, and his face was flushed with shame, and his eyes were full of despair. The Southampton fans in the stands were so excited. This scene was so beautiful. Southampton had been oppressed for so long, and now they finally had a chance to fight back with pride. Perhaps he was mentally prepared, or perhaps he was unwilling to be the strongest person in the team. Walcott fell to the ground and shoveled desperately when he had lost his center of gravity. This kick was a bit dirty. Walcott wanted to shovel Guran and the ball together. Southampton fans instantly raised their hearts to their throats. They thought Guran still had an ankle injury, and they were afraid that Guran would be injured again. Guran stepped on the ball and made a beautiful Marcel turn, turning like a waltz, perfectly avoiding Walcott's shovel, and by the way, pushed the ball away from the dangerous competition area. Handsome. Stunningly handsome. So handsome. The female fans of Southampton were mesmerized by the sight. The male fans of Southampton were so excited. Walcott was dumbfounded when he fell to the ground. Walcott couldn't believe that he was completely defeated by a grassroots player from China. I have failed Coach Wenger. I'm no longer the strongest player in Coach Wenger's team. A green bubble appeared under Walcott's feet. Another special talent point. Guran didn't think much about it and directly concentrated his mind to take it. Without checking the attributes, he continued to accelerate and dribble forward. From losing position, to accelerating to return to defense and counter grab, to strangling and stealing the ball successfully, to Marcel's turn and sprint, the whole process was as smooth as mercury pouring out of the ground. All the Arsenal fans present were stunned. Just now, they thought that Guran had made a fatal mistake of losing position because of his lack of experience and impatience, but now they realized that Guran's mistake was not a mistake at all, but a strangling trap set up on purpose. This kid really dares? He doesn't play by the rules at all. This kind of intentional selling of flaws and then counter-killing requires not only extremely calm judgment, but also extremely strong heart and extremely superb personal ability. Physical fitness, speed, burst, strength, prediction, vision, steals, and most importantly, football IQ, all are indispensable. Although it seems to be just an ordinary interception, this is a weak team counter-stealing a strong team. And it is under the offensive situation of the strong team. Even a slight mistake will become the sinner of the team's eternal damnation. But Guran not only withstood the pressure, but also decisively and beautifully completed this one-man strangulation. Yes, Guran alone strangled Arsenal's entire right-wing attack. The silence in the first 40 minutes was all waiting for this opportunity. The passion of Southampton fans was instantly ignited. All the Saints jumped up excitedly, cheering wildly. At this moment, Arsenal's players have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Only Coach Wenger frowned. Coach Wenger had already seen Guran's intention to sell out the flaws in advance, but the changes on the field were too fast, and Coach Wenger had no time to remind the players to pay attention. Of course, Coach Wenger was not in a hurry. The advantage is in Arsenal. Even if Guran can counter-grab in the backcourt, it will not pose any threat. On the contrary, it is more beneficial for Arsenal to let Southampton attack. You can also take a look at Guran's ability to pass the ball. Wenger thought secretly in his heart, well, let's see how Southampton counterattacks from Guran's point. This is also a good opportunity to test whether Guran can be transformed into a defensive midfielder. It is likely that Guran will use a long pass from the backcourt to find the center forward Gully, who is now near the center circle. Coach Wenger's mouth curled up a smile that everything is under control. Guran used a gorgeous Marcel turn to avoid Walcott, who fell to the ground and tackled, and then accelerated to dribble forward along the side. It is not a long pass from the backcourt, but a single fight and a breakthrough on the side. Coach Wenger frowned slightly, feeling a little disappointed. It seems that this kid is still a little naive. Facing Arsenal, he dares to dribble from the backcourt. Just after thinking this, the next second, Coach Wenger couldn't help but take a breath. Duran's dribbling speed on the wing is extremely fast. Duran's thigh muscles burst with tension during the sprint, and the frequency of his legs is full of violent aesthetics. Arsenal's right winger Walcott's sprint speed is very fast, but Duran's speed is obviously much faster than Walcott's. Seeing this, Arsenal's right back Ebao immediately intercepted Duran at a high position. Other Arsenal players also retreated with the formation, but obviously did not sprint. On the one hand, it has been more than 40 minutes in the first half, and Arsenal's physical energy has been consumed to a threshold window period. On the other hand, most of the Arsenal players on the field did not take Duran, a Chinese player, seriously. Wilshere and Nasri in the midfield also focused on intercepting centre forward Gilly. Even those who knew Duran's reputation only regarded him as the protagonist of the tabloid gossip. They didn't believe that Duran, a grassroots left back, could penetrate Arsenal's defense. A millionaire from Côte d'Ivoire, can't he defend against a grassroots Chinese? Can a left back dribble the ball into the penalty area and shoot? Impossible. It's impossible. With this idea in mind, the other Arsenal players just routinely rushed back to defend, and no one came up to cooperate with Ebao to strangle Duran. They just kept a certain distance from Ebao according to the defensive formation to ensure that they could come up to respond at any time. Duran was secretly happy. This counter-attack must be fast, so fast that Arsenal can't react in time. Steal one of them. Duran accelerated directly. Ebao rushed towards Duran fiercely, using his experience to lock Duran's path forward and cut inside in advance. I have to say that Ebao is really strong. He is worthy of being a first-class Premier League star and a genius fullback. Ebao's defensive positioning is indeed impeccable. Moreover, he has a good body, fast speed, and a large defensive area. If you want to dribble through Ebao's defensive area, you can basically only slow down and be prepared for a head-on collision with the African elephant. Once you are close to Ebao's body, even if you can hold Ebao, you can't make a fast break. However, Duran did not slow down to prepare for physical confrontation, but directly kicked the ball forward along the boundary line on the left side, and then ran out of bounds, bypassing Ebao's defensive positioning, and accelerated to chase the ball. Ebao was stunned. What fake? No matter how large the defensive area is, you can't defend out of bounds. And this scene seems familiar. Isn't this the outside lane overtaking of Tottenham star Bale? Fake. Ebao hurriedly ran inbounds to chase the ball. As the right back of Arsenal, Ebao has also been abused by Tottenham's Bale's outside pass. Ebao originally thought that he didn't need to give his all when playing against a mid-table English League One team and the opponent was a grassroots player. Unexpectedly, he was hit by a Bale-style big slap. While desperately chasing, Ebao roared in his heart, "Southampton, how can you only cultivate such a superstar who loves to overtake?" Ebao accelerated at full speed, and his speed was extremely fast. As the right wing breakthrough king of Arsenal, Ebao never wanted to lose to Duran in speed. Duran immediately felt Ebao's powerful explosive power. This strong confrontation instantly made Duran's adrenaline burst. If he is not happy now, when will he be happy? Duran's attributes and skills are all open. Speed 77, burst 78, high speed sprint dribbling +4. Continuous rush and collision, violent sprint +3, super acceleration, son of the wind +3, top sprint, king of high brie +2. Duran's physical energy is burning like crazy. The blood in his body is also burning like crazy. The dopamine in his mind is secreted like crazy. This feeling of being able to compete with the top Premier League stars and speed is really awesome. Duran's steps are big and the frequency is fast, like Henry possessed, and it is also full of the beauty of violent aesthetics. The famous scene of the black-haired Bale overtaking on the outside lane reappears. In just 3 seconds, Duran left Ebao, who was accelerating in a straight line, behind by 2 positions, and got the ball that he passed to him 3 seconds ago. Southampton fans cheered wildly. Whether they can win today or not, just the scene of Guran eating Ebao alive in 1v1 is enough to make them proud. Arsenal fans were suffocated. No one expected that they could see such a shocking scene in a friendly match with a mid-level team in English League One. Guran's sprint not only has the overtaking style of Bale, but also the violent aesthetic characteristics of Ronaldo, and even has the high-frequency characteristics of the King of Highbury Henry strides. At this moment, it seems that the new King of Highbury has arrived at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal fans looked at Guran's violent aesthetic figure, and for a while they were actually obsessed with it. Coach Wenger, who was sitting on the bench, also held his breath, and his eyes lit up completely. Guran's performance far exceeded his imagination. Now, even if Arsenal has to bear all of Guran's salary to rent him out, even if Wenger has to personally invite Guran to agree to the loan, it is worth it. Just thinking about getting a Chinese little Henry for free makes me feel like I have made a fortune. Coach Wenger is so happy. Chapter 339, a shocking upset at halftime. Even the double shovels of the God of Death couldn't stop it. Someone, don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't. Guran opened his dagger for 3 seconds and ate Ebao alive. Then he took the ball and cut into the penalty area. Arsenal's right side was blown up by Guran alone. Ebao saw that he could not catch up with Guran, so he immediately stood up and slid. This kick was very fierce, and a lot of the precious grass at the Emirates Stadium was shoveled off, and the grass debris flew. Guran predicted Ebao's sliding tackle in advance, and without turning around to look, he directly made a smooth and skillful Cristiano Ronaldo step and turned, knocking the ball towards the ribs, while changing the line, and accelerating to dodge. Ebao almost brushed Guran's left heel, and shoveled it empty. The Southampton fans at the scene covered their hearts and cheered excitedly. Ebao's inertia of sliding tackle was too great, and he had no time to stop Guran for the second time, and could only watch Guran go away. Light Ebao dropped a blue skill bubble. Guran had no time to take care of it, and continued to dribble inside. Just take advantage of the fact that Arsenal's second line of defense has not yet assembled and formed, and give them a lightning raid. Seeing that Guran broke through the entire right side and was about to blast through the middle alone, Arsenal's defensive players were completely paralyzed. No one expected that in just a few seconds, this grassroots left back from China actually ate up the little tiger Walcott and the breakthrough King Ebao in succession. The entire Arsenal team hurriedly accelerated to sprint back to defend and intercept. This wave of defense, regardless of the result, the physical consumption alone was several times more than before. The Ashburton army in the stands was desperately beating drums to cheer for Arsenal. It was also the first time that Arsenal's fans felt frightened. Ramsey in the midfield desperately sprinted to intercept Guran's cut-in route, and Wilshere also sprinted to fill in the position at the far end. Central defender Zhulu also headed out from the direction of the penalty area, forming a defensive triangle with Ramsey and Wilshere. This triangle double team was formed very quickly. It can be said that Arsenal is worthy of being Arsenal, really fast. But Guran cut inside resolutely and faster. Guran did not run to the empty space, because at this time it was a matter of speed. Once he ran to the empty space outside the left rib, Ebao, who had just gotten rid of, would come to assist, and form a more dangerous diamond double team with Zhulu and others. Before the triangle is formed, eat one of the corners first. Guran directly dribbled the ball, and sprinted hard with the death god Ramsey. Ramsey desperately chased and intercepted at full speed, but he couldn't catch up at all. If Ramsey retreated to his own half, when Guran just started to counter-attack from the left, he might be able to block Guran's cut-in position, but he was careless. At that time, when Guran was fighting Walcott, he used his physical strength to eat Walcott alive, so Ramsey thought that Guran was just physically hard, no big deal. But when Guran switched to speed to eat Ebao alive, Ramsey realized that he had misjudged. Guran not only has excellent sprinting speed and physical confrontation, but more terrifyingly, Guran knows when to use physical confrontation and when to use sprinting speed. This is football intelligence. Top football intelligence. A 17-year-old grassroots player from China actually has such a terrifying football intelligence. Ramsey saw that he could not catch up with Guran's sprinting speed, so he could only stretch his feet and slide to Guran like a ball. As a defensive midfielder, Rams's tackling is very sharp and accurate, and his movements are also very decisive and fierce. However, facing the shovel of death, Guran did not slow down at all. Guran flexibly raised his toes slightly during the high-speed sprint, and at the same time as his body jumped up, he lifted the ball about 30 centimeters higher, dodged Rams's sliding tackle very much, and then used the instep to respond, and bounced the ball forward. This is a sprinting dribbling. All Arsenal fans dropped their jaws. Ramsey was also shocked, but he quickly reacted, and slid again, before he got up. Double shovel of death. I have to say, that Rams's defense was really wonderful. Arsenal fans were about to cheer for Rams's superb performance, but at the same moment, Guran didn't let the ball fall to the ground, and jumped up again to dribble and dodge. You have the double shovel of the god of death. I have the GD ball control. Ramsey was dumbfounded. Light Ramsey dropped a blue skill bubble. Guran had no time to take care of it, and continued to dribble and accelerate inside. At this moment, Arsenal fans were all suffocated. This unconventional passing operation is full of imagination, which is definitely not something that can be taught in a professional training camp. And this scene of dribbling and running all the way is also one of Henry's classic scenes. Henry once dribbled the ball 8 times in a row without landing across half the court. Although Guran only dribbled the ball 3 times in a row without landing, this was when he was dodged by the continuous shovel of the god of death. The two people's dribbling and passing methods are too similar. Both are full of extremely high artistry. Before, Guran's high-frequency sprinting and dribbling with big strides had the shadow of Henry. Now this unconventional continuous dribbling without landing is full of Henry. As an Arsenal fan, who can not like Henry? Who can not like a younger version of Henry? There are already many Arsenal fans in the North Stand who are silently cheering for Guran in their hearts. They are looking forward to Guran scoring a goal at the Emirates Stadium, although it seems to them that this is absolutely impossible. But even if Guran can't score, Guran's series of dazzling kicks have deeply shocked the hearts of Arsenal fans on the scene. Although Southampton played very badly, Guran shone throughout the game. This wave of unconventional passing also allowed Guran to eat up Arsenal's triangle defense. Wilshere and Zhu could only temporarily change their strategy and move sideways in the direction of Guran's breakthrough, trying to form a temporary defense line to prevent Guran from going further. At this time, Gully was still at the other end of the half and behind Guran. Koscielny retreated into the penalty area to help goalkeeper Szczesny block the shooting angle. Left back Lich and the retreating Arshavin jointly defended Gilly, not allowing Gilly to have the opportunity to connect with Guran. Judging from the judgment of the Arsenal players, although Guran's breakthrough and passing in front were very exciting, there was no way to get in now, and he could only stop and wait for Southampton's teammates to support him. As long as Guran stopped and waited for support, Walcott, Ebow, and Ramsey, who had just been passed by Guran, would fill in the position in time and form a new stranglehold on Guran. Even if Southampton's players could respond in time, Guran's attack would only become a positional battle. Then, Arsenal could definitely defend against more people. What's more, the other players of Southampton did not seem to have the intention to respond. Except for the centre forward Gilly who followed up, the other players basically did not cross the half court. Southampton is still implementing the tactic of full defense and saving energy. This means that Guran is now fighting almost the entire Arsenal team on his own. In the blink of an eye, Guran dribbled the ball to 35 meters in front of the penalty area. Guran turned back and glanced at Chamberlain, who was still in the left half of the field. Chamberlain's body trembled. Sure enough, you still have to rely on me. Chamberlain quickly started from his own half of the field. Arsenal's defensive players also hurried to observe Chamberlain's position. At this moment, Guran suddenly slowed down and stopped, and when the ball bounced up and landed without any defense, he directly kicked it into the air. Raid. Long shot 75. Heavy artillery long shot. Piercing arrows +3. Heavy artillery long shot. Stone shattering +3. Heavy artillery long shot. Cruise missile +1. Top pass and shot. God's kick +1. All skills are turned on. Chamberlain, who was far behind him, screamed in horror. Don't hit the goal. Don't hit the goal. Don't hit the goal. With Chamberlain's voiceover, the football was like an electromagnetically launched cannonball, drawing a razor-sharp elevation angle in the horrified eyes of everyone. The elevation angle was not large, but the power was huge. The ball speed was extremely fast. The ball did not rotate, unexpectedly, and accurately guided. Arsenal's defense line was completely unprepared. No one expected Guran to cut in directly and sneak a long shot. The ball was shot almost close to the face of the Prince Wilshere. Wilshere subconsciously shrank his neck. It's not that he was scared, it's really too close, and the body's self-protection consciousness was automatically stimulated. Grandma Koscielny, who was on the small penalty area line, did not dodge and jumped up in a panic to intercept, but it was too late. Koscielny's movements were as slow as a grandma compared to the speed of the ball. Goalkeeper 3C Szczesny jumped up half a beat earlier than Koscielny and blocked the ball with one hand. It was still useless. The football went straight over Szczesny's 5 fingers and hit the upper left corner of the goal. The ball went in. A sudden and powerful shot from the outside. A 35-meter volley. Southampton scored with their first shot in the first half. The referee blew the whistle to indicate that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen was immediately changed to Arsenal 1:1 Southampton. Guran chopped the wind with one hand and ran to celebrate while stacking buff. He took the opportunity to explore the blue bubbles falling all over the ground. At this moment, Southampton fans were completely crazy. The feeling of excitement came suddenly, and it was super doubled. The players on the bench also jumped up and hugged each other to celebrate. Being able to steal a goal from a strong team in this situation, where you are under pressure and can't breathe, this feeling is so cool. It's so cool. It's better than winning 10 goals against a weaker team. Coach Adkins even slid to his knees, clenched his fists, and looked up at the sky of the Emirates Stadium. The weather in North London is so sunny and the air is so sweet. The score of 1:1 in the first half far exceeded Coach Adkins' expectations. This also greatly inspired Coach Adkins' confidence. His tactical arrangement before the game was correct. And the biggest success of this tactic is, let Guran act as the core free man. As long as Southampton keeps up like this, it is very likely to achieve an upset reversal in the second half. What will it feel like to defeat Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium? At this moment, the Southampton people were full of ambitions. In the stands, Max Xati and others were also excited to light up the national flag. This world wave is so exciting and explosive. Every time Guran scores a goal/assists, it is their happiest and proudest moment. Who said that Chinese people are not suitable for playing football? Who said that Chinese football is not good? China is full of good football seedlings, but they are just delayed. In the media area, Evelyn was also excited, and her face was flushed. She wanted to rush down and reward Guran right now. In the scout area, Imanalo, Edwards, and Pratt were grinning from ear to ear. First of all, their judgment on Guran's injury was correct. Guran's injury had already fully recovered. Guran was a gifted Iron Man who was extremely unlikely to get injured. Even if he was injured, he would recover quickly. Secondly, there was nothing that could make them happier than watching Guran knock down Arsenal alone. Especially Chelsea's Emanalo, who was about to take off his clothes to celebrate happily. The Southampton players on the field happily rushed towards Guran, who was running wildly, and pressed Guran to the ground to celebrate. This goal was so timely and so inspiring. The suppression suffered in the previous 40 minutes was all worth it at this moment. All the unsightly things in the previous 40 minutes became carefully paved at this moment. Of course, not all Southampton players were happy. Chamberlain was depressed, standing with his hands on his hips with the Arsenal players. If Chamberlain hadn't been wearing a Southampton jersey, people who didn't know would have thought that Chamberlain was an Arsenal player. The entire Arsenal team was extremely depressed. What the hell is this? After working hard to attack for half the game, the first half was about to end with a score of 1:0. But in the last few minutes, this grassroots kid from China actually broke through and equalized with a long shot. Is there any room for reason? Coach Wenger on the bench was also stunned at this time. He had heard that Guran was a good kid, and he had watched Guran's training match with Liverpool U18 team, but when he saw Guran's strength in the official game with his own eyes, Wenger was shocked again. Transform Guran into a defensive midfielder? No, 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 this idea is really too superficial. Guran is just a little Henry, and he has already shown his brilliance. This sprint speed, physical confrontation, this wing breakthrough, this extraordinary skill, this inside run, this long-range shooting ability, this football IQ awareness, as long as you get it, you can use it. Moreover, it is a panacea. You can put it in the midfield and front court at will. This physical confrontation hardness can even be directly placed in the center position. If Arsenal had Guran, could it still rank 4th? It is just around the corner to beat Chelsea and Manchester United. The key is that Guran is also an extremely rare Chinese player. Helping Arsenal expand the Chinese market will bring immeasurable profits. No wonder Southampton treats Guran as a treasure. It's really good. It seems that it is definitely impossible to rent him. It's a pity that we have to pay more money. Arsenal's money has been deposited in a fixed deposit. If it doesn't work, we can take out a loan for the down payment and then pay in installments. The down payment must be at least £3 million. The total installment amount is probably £6 million. In addition, I will personally talk to Guran and use my personality charm to convince him to ask Southampton to release him. That's right. That's it. Coach Wenger excitedly zipped his zipper back and forth. At this time, Guran, who was covered in burly clothes, finally got out of the crowd. He had already picked up all the blue bubbles dropped by the Arsenal players. In addition to the green special talent point dropped by Walcott, Ebau dropped a star bubble of King of the Wing, Violent Breakthrough +1, Ramsey dropped a star bubble of Super Defense, Death Slide +1, and Wilshere dropped a star bubble of Super Pass and Shoot, 1 kick out +1. As for the other drops, they were either too ordinary or garbage skills that had nothing to do with football. Guran noticed that 1 kick out already had a normal version of the skill, but Super Pass and Shoot, 1 kick out was different from the normal skill, and had an additional prefix. And this super prefix was different from the top prefix. It seems that, even if these skills are similar in functionality, they are also layered in terms of prefixes. Wilshere's super pass and shot, 1 touch pass is definitely not as good as Jared's top pass and shot, 1 touch pass. Now I pick up a slightly lower skill, so that the skills can be stacked, and the overall effect can be slightly improved. Of course, this is also at the expense of extra physical strength and mental power. If you use talent points to add points, you definitely can't add to this slightly lower level star skill. This will make many ordinary skills of the paint type very useless and messy. There are so many skills, it's really a headache. If these slightly lower level star skills and ordinary skills can be exchanged and strengthened to top star skills, it will be great. I don't know if there will be such a function when I reach personal rating A. Take your time. The road to career is long, and it is impossible to reach the sky in one step. While running back, Guran concentrated his mind and checked the attributes of the green special talent point. This green talent point from his fellow senior brother Walcott is of technical attribute. Guran thought quickly and then allocated this talent point to the stop ball attribute, and the ball control immediately increased from 68 points to 69 points. The game continued. Arsenal's Ashburton team beat drums harder to cheer, and Arsenal fans also sang the Arsenal team song to cheer for the players. The Arsenal team, whose goal was stolen by Guran, was obviously a little unbalanced and launched a nearly crazy sprint attack after the kickoff. Southampton quickly retreated and continued to respond with an iron bucket formation and local strangulation. The game returned to the ugly and dull situation. The two sides launched a fierce melee in the backcourt area of Southampton. In the 44th minute of the game, Arsenal's Nasri was tripped in front of the penalty area, and Arsenal got an excellent set-piece opportunity. However, Arshavin's left-footed free kick was saved by goalkeeper Davis. Arsenal got another corner kick. The fourth official raised a sign to indicate that 5 minutes of stoppage time would be added to the first half. Such a length of stoppage time was obviously to help Arsenal find a way out. Arshavin kicked the corner kick to the back point. Guran made a godlike run, used his body to hold Wilshere, who was inserted in, and promptly destroyed the ball out of the sideline. Arsenal got another out of bounds ball. Arsenal reorganized the attack, deliberately avoided the left side, where Guran was, and sent the ball to the right side. As soon as the defensive pressure on the left side was relieved, Guran was immediately liberated, switched positions with Dixon, actively supported and coordinated in the middle and right sides, double teamed and strangled. Arsenal's crazy attack was repeatedly cleared by Guran. Guran sprinted quickly, chased back and counter-robbed, blocked defense, pressed closely, intercepted and robbed, and slid with the death god. In the 5 minutes of injury time in the first half, Guran almost took care of the entire Southampton defense line by himself. Guran, who was placed in the defensive midfielder position, fully activated his defensive ability. All Arsenal players were driven crazy. In his impatience, Wilshere's pass to Nasri was shoveled away by Hammond. Hammond didn't even get up, but lay on the grass and poked the ball to Guran next to him. The moment Guran got the ball, Wilshere, Ramsey, Clichy, Ebou, and even centre forward Bendtner all rushed over to double team Guran. Guran was not in a hurry to pass the ball, but boldly dribbled to the right sideline in his own 30-meter danger zone. Right forward Schneiderlin immediately crossed to the middle. Arsenal's players moved quickly to the right side to intercept. At the moment, when Guran was in danger, Guran suddenly lowered his shoulder like Matthews, shook off Wilshere and Ramsey who were approaching, and flashed an extremely narrow and short passing channel. Gu passed the ball straight from the backcourt. The football penetrated the defense line pressed by Djokovic and Koscielny. Schneiderlin stopped the ball with his chest. It's time for a single shot. Beep. The referee whistled a long whistle, ending the first half of the game in a timely manner. Southampton fans booed the referee. Schneiderlin also had a look of regret on his face. This pass was so beautiful. Schneiderlin excitedly applauded Guran. Southampton fans also gave the most enthusiastic applause to Guran's wonderful performance. Guran attracted the attention of almost all Arsenal players by himself. The scene just now was just like the scene in an online game where a great wizard gathered monsters together and attacked them. The most amazing thing is that the monsters that Guran attacked were not ordinary monsters, but elite monsters. Arsenal's players were all sweating and panting because of Guran's torment. Fortunately, the first half of the game was over, otherwise it would be a bit unbearable. Facing the 1:1 halftime score, many Arsenal fans held their heads in pain. Unbelievable. They were not only upset that Arsenal was tied by Southampton, but more importantly, they all bought betting for this game, thinking that this game was a good opportunity to make money. Most Arsenal lottery players bought the home team to win alone in the first half and the home team to win alone in the second half. Some radical fans who pursued high odds directly bought more than 2.5 goals in the first half and more than 5.5 goals in the whole game, but the first half was a small goal. And it was a 1:1 draw. I'm so disappointed that I have to sell my pants. Who would have thought that the Arsenal team, which was playing at full strength, could actually play a small ball situation in the first half? If they were reversed in the second half, someone would really have to go to the rooftop to watch the scenery. Players from both sides began to leave the field. Coach Wenger unzipped his zipper, cleared his throat, and stood up from the bench. Chapter 340 Chamberlain, I want to make Coach Wenger fall in love with me. Guran silently shocked the Emirates Stadium with a 1v4. Seeing Coach Wenger stand up and walk over, the little tiger Walcott suddenly tensed up. The warmer Coach Wenger's expression, the more ashamed Walcott felt. Without waiting for Coach Wenger to speak, Walcott took the initiative to bow his head and admit his mistake. I'm sorry, Coach. I failed your expectations. Coach Wenger was stunned at first, then comforted him. Thea, no, you played very well today, and you can't be blamed for the goal. After that, Wenger quickly passed Walcott and continued to walk towards Guran with a warm face. Walcott, coach is so tolerant to me, but why do I feel more sad when I'm comforted? Am I not the strongest person in your team, coach? Don't you love me anymore, coach? Walcott looked at Coach Wenger's back, and his heart was beating. Coach Wenger took 2 steps at a time, and stopped in front of Guran, and took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hi, Boo, congratulations, you played very well in the first half." Guran was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Coach Wenger to take the initiative to show his goodwill to him. This is Professor Arsene Wenger. Looking at the football world, all coaches can be called coaches. Among them, there are many elegant, learned, individual and comprehensive ones, but only Wenger can be called a professor. Duran hurriedly shook Wenger's hand respectfully. Thank you, Coach Wenger. It's an honor to talk to you directly. You have always been a coach I admire very much. Coach Wenger smiled happily and said, really? That's great. I don't know why. As soon as I saw you, I felt that we were destined to be together. So come. What the hell, come. Wenger, you are too direct, right? Don't even talk about poaching people. You don't even make appointments like this. How anxious are you? You personally intercepted and poached people after just playing half a game. Don't think you can be so direct just because you are a world-class coach. Duran was secretly happy in his heart and smiled and said, thank you Coach Wenger for your kindness. I'm so excited. Well, I'm going to pee first. Goodbye Coach Wenger. After that, Duran pulled back his hand, quickly nodded to Coach Wenger, and then rushed into the player tunnel. Coach Wenger was stunned and stayed there. Hey, this kid even went to pee so quickly. Well, let's talk about it after the game. How could Duran not know what Wenger meant? Let's not talk about whether Duran wanted to go to Arsenal. Even if he really had that idea, now is the time when the two armies are fighting. As a professional player, Duran can't flirt with the enemy coach at this time. This is called steadfastness and integrity. Simply saying hello and shaking hands with Wenger is enough to give face to the world's top coach. After Duran returned to the locker room, the team doctor Mayfu and the physiotherapist Gregory immediately examined and treated him. Nutritionist Loina also brought him a super sweet electrolyte drink to replenish his sugar. After playing a half game with Arsenal, Duran's physical energy consumption was greater than that of playing in the national high school finals. It is foreseeable that the physical energy consumption in the second half will be even greater. So now we must seize the time to rest and recover. Chamberlain poked his head into the physiotherapy room and asked with a slightly arrogant expression, Goo, what did Coach Wenger say to you just now? Duran said without raising his head, nothing. Coach Wenger was just asking me about your situation. Chamberlain was full of surprise. Really? Oh. Coach Wenger is really worthy of being Coach Wenger. There are so many players and a vast sea of people, and he picked me at a glance. What the hell is your brain, Chamberlain? I just made a joke to you that even a fool could hear. Why did you take it seriously? Duran immediately smiled and said, I told Coach Wenger that you are great. You have to perform well in the second half and try to leave a good impression on Coach Wenger and the Gunners fans. Chamberlain immediately straightened his chest. You don't need me to tell you. In the first half, I didn't have much chance to perform because of Coach Adkins' tactical problems. I must play well in the second half. I want to blow up Arsenal. I want Coach Wenger to be more impressed with me and make Coach Wenger fall in love with me. Duran nodded. Come on, Chamberlain. Chamberlain hesitated for a while and begged timidly, ahem, boo, can you pass me a ball in the second half? Don't worry, if I have the opportunity to transfer to Arsenal, I will never forget you. I will try my best to convince Coach Wenger with my tongue and dig you to Arsenal. Damn it. Chamberlain is actually begging me? You said you would fight me for the rest of your life. Why are you begging me so soon? Duran said with a smile. Okay, you should be more active in the second half. I'll see how it goes. Chamberlain was overjoyed. Go. Thank you. It's settled. Are your feet sore? Do you want me to massage them for you? Gregory, who was standing next to him, saw that Chamberlain was trying to steal his job and said unhappily, get out of the way. Duran said, Chamberlain, I still like your unruly look. Okay, you take a break. Take a break. Chamberlain immediately regained his arrogant look and turned to walk out of the physiotherapy room. After more than 10 minutes of physiotherapy, Duran's physical strength recovered a little and his whole body felt much more comfortable. With such physical strength, it would be no problem to survive the second half. However, if you want to use more skills, it would not be enough. What's more, around 70 minutes in the second half, Coach Wenger will definitely use substitutions, and it is very likely that Fabregas and Van Persie will be substituted. If that's the case, then the current physical strength will not be enough. Therefore, in the second half, we should allocate physical energy more reasonably. Before 70 minutes, we should focus on physical confrontation and defense. Unless we are sure of winning, we should try not to break through all at once. We should use more backcourt passes and save physical energy for the confrontation with Fabregas after 70 minutes. This season, Fabregas can be compared with Messi. Although Fabregas' achievements later cannot be compared with Messi, at least this period is Fabregas' peak period. In the 2010 World Cup final against the Netherlands, it was Fabregas who assisted Iniesta to score the winning goal, and Spain won the World Cup. When Guran thought about the opportunity to force one of the strongest midfielders in the world to play in the second half and get it for free, his blood boiled, and his fighting spirit was extremely excited. To be on the safe side, Guran took out another talent point and allocated it to the physical attribute, raising the physical attribute from 84 points to 85 points. In this way, there are still 4 talent points left, which is enough to cope with the entire second half. After the halftime break, the players of both teams entered the field again. The 1:1 halftime score made Southampton's morale high, and Arsenal's morale was also ignited after Wenger's halftime speech. The competitive state of both teams seemed to be better than in the first half. The two sides exchanged venues and fought again. After the Southampton team kicked off, they still adopted the deadlock strangulation tactics in the first half, and kicked the ball back to the defensive midfielder Hammond. The Arsenal team continued to rush at high speed and high pressure to fight in Southampton's half. Both teams' actions were a bit big. In the 49th minute of the game, Wilshere was knocked down by Hammond and Schneiderlin when he was fighting on the right side. Wilshere knelt on the ground and roared angrily. The referee awarded Arsenal a free kick 30 meters away from the goal on the right side of the penalty area. Arshavin took the free kick again. Arshavin didn't look for Bendtner, who was closely guarded by Guran, but kicked a low ball with a clear direction. The ball accurately passed through the gap in the wall of people and entered the small penalty area. Nasri, who was ambushing in the wall of people, quickly moved forward to respond and shot a half volley with his right foot in front of the penalty area. Goalkeeper Davis was highly focused and immediately knelt down to block the angle. The ball hit Davis' knees hard and bounced back into the penalty area in a thrilling way. Davis made a contribution. He was in excellent form in today's game and had saved at least 2 goals that were sure to go in. But this ball is not dead yet. Bendtner made a ghostly run to the bouncing ball and hooked the ball sideways. Guran also sprinted over quickly, jumped up with inertia, and hooked the ball sideways to clear the ball. Bang! Guran's foot speed was even faster. The ball was hooked directly to the middle circle of the half court. Woo! The fans at the scene, including Southampton fans and well-informed Arsenal fans, all exclaimed in unison. This is a head-on confrontation between a sideways hook and a sideways hook. Arsenal's tactical free kick was perfect, the pass was perfect, the shot was perfect, and the sideways hook was also perfect, but Guran's performance in grabbing position made Arsenal's many perfections shattered into a pool of meaningless slag. This sideways hook clearance was so beautiful. Guran's height and legs were obviously not as long as Bendtner's, but the point of his jump was just right. Bendtner knelt on the ground for a long time immersed in shock. Guran is too strong. Even the stars such as Fabregas and Van Persie on the bench couldn't help but exclaimed. Coach Wenger was so excited that he almost couldn't sit still, and his hands kept pulling the zipper back and forth. Coach Wenger now has only one thought in his mind: I have to pay more. The ball that Guran hooked sideways was not dead. After a brief shock, the players on the field quickly began to compete for the ball. The first to get the ball was centre forward Gilly. But Gilly's starting speed was a little slow, and he was immediately intercepted by Koscielny in a 1v1. After he stopped the ball, Koscielny is the defensive pillar of Arsenal. His predictive ability and fast running ability are definitely the world's top existence at present. The reason why he is called Grandma is not because Koscielny is slow, but because his English nickname is Lalo, which sounds like grandma. Later, after Mertesacker transferred to Arsenal and formed a defensive partnership with Koscielny, Mertesacker's nickname was Grandpa, and Koscielny officially confirmed his nickname of Grandma. Of course, these nicknames are nicknames for domestic fans, and Koscielny himself does not know that he is a grandma. Just like Guran did not know that he was called Magical Little Handsome Guy. In short, Gilly was defended by Koscielny alone, and he dared not break through with the ball rashly. He could only knock the ball back to Lambert, who was supporting him before other Arsenal players doubled up. When Lambert received the ball, Arsenal's defensive players had basically retreated to the center line. Arsenal's attack and defense rhythm was obviously several levels higher than Southampton. Lambert did not rush forward and steadily knocked the ball back to Dixon behind him. Southampton was still defending. Arsenal sprinted up again to press high. The two sides continued to fight in Southampton's half. Neither side made any progress in this wave, but the simultaneous sideways hook between Guran and Bendtner left an indelible impression on the fans of both sides. The game was in the 57th minute. Ramsey formed a triangle with Wilshere and Nasri. Nasri inserted into the penalty area and received Wilshere's pass. Guran intercepted at high speed from the left back position and fell directly to the ground with a death slide. Nasri got scared and rushed to the right to shoot. Richardson made up for the position in time and poked the ball out of the baseline. Guran also retracted his foot in time. When he was about to touch Nasri, he straightened his waist and abdomen and bounced up from the grass and stopped with his feet in front of Nasri. Guran smiled at Nasri. Nasri's mouth twitched. The Arsenal fans behind the goal were all numb by Guran's handsome and unrestrained action. Wenger, the coach of the home team, kept saying in his mind, add money, and add more money. With Guran's deterrence on the backline, Southampton defended another wave of Arsenal's fatal attack. Arsenal's attack was repeatedly frustrated, and the problem of insufficient physical strength caused by repeated sprints began to surface. In the next few waves of attack, Arsenal's offensive was obviously a little weak. Although Ashburton led the Gunners to sing the team song Hot Stuff, the overall physical fitness problem is not something that can be solved by an exciting team song. In the 65th minute of the second half, Southampton's defenders received 4 yellow cards in a row for their big movements, and almost every one of the 5 midfielders had a yellow card. Arsenal won 3 free kicks and 5 corner kicks in the second half. From the data, it can be seen that they completely crushed Southampton, but they were all just blooming without bearing fruit. After clearly feeling that Arsenal's pressing rhythm slowed down, Guran decisively switched positions with midfielder Lambert. Lambert immediately retreated to the position of defensive midfielder Dixon, while Dixon honestly ran to the left back position. This is an offensive signal. Arsenal's players saw Guran directly hit the midfielder position, and they were a little scared. This kind of freedom is absolutely impossible in the Arsenal team, which has a loose freedom in the midfield. In this game, Southampton gave Guran as much freedom as the football emperor Beckenbauer. Facing Southampton's on-the-spot changes, Nasri carefully controlled the ball and advanced, while Ramsey and Wilshere were on both sides, ready to cross and change positions at any time. Guran, contrary to the posture of shrinking defense, rushed directly to intercept Nasri. The other Southampton defenders did not follow up. After all, Guran was a free man, and they still had to play according to the tactics set by Coach Adkins. Nasri saw that only Guran came up to press, and he immediately relaxed. When Guran was about to approach him, Nasri made an emergency stop to open the passing space and knocked the ball to Wilshere next to him. Wilshere immediately dribbled forward, Ramsey followed up, and Walcott on the far right and Arshavin on the left also quickly advanced along the side. Arsenal's attack formation was kept very neat, but the overall advancement speed was no longer at the level of sprinting speed. Southampton's defense immediately reacted, intercepted the ball, and focused on double teaming and strangling Wilshere and Ramsey. At this time, the most critical person in Arsenal's formation was Nasri, who had just passed the ball. Nasri was ready to go diagonally to the left without the ball to support, but before Nasri could move, Guran came up directly and blocked Nasri with his body, preventing Nasri from speeding up to support. That's right, you can pass the ball at will. If I can let you run to support and form a quick pass, then I lose. Guran's single defense is not only Nasri, but also the key link of Arsenal's entire pass and cut. As long as this link is pinched, Arsenal's attack that lacks physical impact will fall apart. Nasri was horrified and quickly turned around to get rid of it. But Guran was faster, and before Nasri could completely get rid of him, he was tightly followed by Guran again. Nasri impatiently used his elbow to hit Guran's chest, but Guran didn't care and continued to forcefully stick to him. The passing and controlling cooperation between Wilshere and Ramsey lacked a corner, so there were no more options for change, and they could only rely on the 2-pass-1 wall cooperation to dribble forward. But Southampton activated 5 players at the same time to strangle them in all directions. Wilshere saw that he could not break through, so he had to bite the bullet and force a high ball to Arshavin side. Richardson took the lead to block Arshavin behind him, jumped up and stopped the ball with his chest. The 30-year-old Sir Arshavin, who is 172 centimeters tall and weighs 69 kilograms, is almost out of strength for physical confrontation. At this moment, Guran immediately shook off Nasri and sprinted towards the Arsenal half. The speed was so fast that Nasri didn't have time to think about returning to defense. And just when Richardson wanted to pass the ball, Arshavin grabbed Richardson's neck from behind and pulled Richardson to the ground. Beep beep. The referee immediately blew the whistle and showed Arshavin a yellow card. Guran could only stop sprinting helplessly. Southampton fans booed that Sir Arshavin smiled bitterly and patted Richardson, who was pulled down by him, and stretched out his hand to pull Richardson up from the grass in a friendly manner. This is a tactical yellow card. If Arshavin did not take this yellow card and let Richardson pass the ball directly to the middle from the backcourt, then Guran, who had already started in advance, would have directly taken the single knife. Guran in the defensive midfielder position is terrible, but Guran in the central midfielder position is even more terrible. Who would have thought that the dignified 4th place in the Premier League would actually need a tactical yellow card to stop Guran's defensive counter-attack? Fortunately, Arsenal is experienced and made the right choice this time. Arsenal fans all covered their hearts and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Coach Wenger had a solemn expression, and his hands kept pulling the zipper up and down. What worried Coach Wenger the most was not the yellow card that Arshavin received, nor was it Guran's sudden sense of starting a single knife, but Guran pinching Nasri. Once the front waist is caught, Arsenal, who are not physically strong, will be in real trouble. Wenger couldn't help but glance at Fabregas beside him and wait and see. At this time, the referee awarded Southampton a free kick in the backcourt. Arsenal retreated to their own half. Southampton still did not press forward and remained in a defensive position. Richardson took the backcourt set piece and passed it to Lambert. Lambert kicked the ball and passed it to Guran, who was still in the midfielder position. After Guran got the ball, he immediately dribbled the ball to the left. Fearing Guran's super ability, Arsenal's formation center of gravity also moved to the left. Guran looked at Chamberlain with a very obvious look during the dribbling process. Chamberlain blinked blankly, and Guran simply raised his hand and pointed to the middle. Move forward. Chamberlain suddenly realized and immediately started at high speed and sprinted to the middle. Chamberlain thought that at least 5 Arsenal players would come up to strangle him, but in fact, Arsenal did not take such an obvious luring the enemy tactic seriously at all, and just slightly shrunk the defensive line to the middle. Chamberlain was so angry that he immediately accelerated to the penalty area. Just as Chamberlain rushed forward, Guran also started to sprint on the left. Walcott, Ebow, Ramsey, and Wilshere all doubled up Guran, and the encirclement was formed instantly. Especially Walcott, in order to ensure that this stranglehold on Guran is foolproof, he even blocked Guran's route to knockback. The encirclement was rapidly shrinking. On one side was out of bounds, and on the other side were 5 strong men who were almost blood-curdling. Guran was about to be intercepted. Just as Ebow came forward and stretched out his foot to intercept the ball, Guran suddenly stopped, half-turned to protect the ball, and used his back to withstand Ebow's African elephant-like impact. Walcott saw that he had the opportunity to steal Guran and immediately stretched out his foot in ecstasy. Guran's ankle turned quickly and kicked the ball through the crotch. The football passed through Walcott's crotch at an extremely fast speed and flew diagonally back to Lambert's range of activities. Walcott was directly dumbfounded. After the ball passed, he thought about clamping his legs, but it was too late. After Guran passed the ball, he immediately pulled away and moved sideways to the outside of the bounds. Ebow, who was originally close to Gu's back, lost his fulcrum and stumbled into Wilshere and Ramsey. Wilshere and Ramsey bumped into Walcott, who was holding his legs together again. The man and the horse fell to the ground. Guran took the opportunity to turn around quickly and started with a slingshot. He used all the acceleration skills such as Son of Wind and King of Highbury. He bypassed Arsenal's stranglehold from outside the boundary and overtook on the outside lane. At this moment, the adrenaline of Southampton fans exploded, and they jumped up and cheered for Guran. Arsenal fans were all stunned. "Is this a grassroots?" Exclamation mark. Coach Wenger repeatedly pulled the zipper. Click. The zipper was stuck. Coach Wenger's face sank, its an ominous sign. Wilshere and others hurriedly got up and chased back in embarrassment. In just 3 seconds, Guran had already taken 5 steps of space and cut directly from outside the boundary to the left, rib area of Arsenal. A violent and aesthetic sprint that no one could stop. Arsenal's almost unbreakable defense was cut open by Guran. After Guran cut in, he immediately raised his hand and pointed to the empty area in front of him. Lambert, who had already dribbled the ball across the center line and was not being pressed, had already understood what he meant and immediately made a precise through pass. Beautiful. Chapter 341, the most ruthless combination in history. Gu and Zhang finally connected. Fabregas appears. Lambert's pass was a bit powerful, but with Guran's sprinting speed, he could definitely catch up. However, with such speed and power, it might be difficult to stop the ball. Arsenal's other defensive players also eagerly surrounded Guran and double-teamed him. Before Guran got the ball, they quickly formed a second arc defense line. It must be said that Arsenal's second defense was really fast. The defensive positioning was also extremely good. When playing against such a strong team, the opportunity was fleeting. Even if it was delayed for half a second, they could only switch to a positional battle. Facing the almost formed arc defense line, Guran did not slow down at all. He took a step forward and jumped, even skipping the ball. He kicked the rapidly rolling football directly. 1 touch plus 1, super pass and shot, 1 kick out plus 1, top pass and shot, God's kick, plus a crescent moon plus 4. This is a running crescent moon ball. The kick was at least 30 meters away from the goal. The football used the force to draw a sharp and beautiful scimitar arc above the Arsenal's curved defense line, heading straight to the right side of the goal. This kick was very sudden. It was as sudden as a nerve knife. The Arsenal fans behind the goal saw it clearly. They were all shocked. Arsenal's goalkeeper 3C Szczesny was highly focused, predicting the landing point of this crescent-shaped scimitar kick in advance, and jumped horizontally to the right goal post in advance, stretching his arms to perfection. From the perspective of Arsenal fans, Szczesny must be able to catch this ball. However, just when everyone thought so, the football spun over the small penalty area, and suddenly there was a clear sense of falling. It was as if God had brushed it with his hand in the air. All the Arsenal fans behind the goal exclaimed involuntarily. Szczesny was even more horrified and quickly changed the position of his arms. What a coincidence. Chamberlain, who had been rushing forward from the middle before, just ran to the front of the goal. Chamberlain heard a whistling sound above his head and turned his head subconsciously to look. Before Chamberlain could see what was going on, bang, the football hit Chamberlain's black face. Chamberlain's eyes went dark, and he felt like he was stepped on by God out of thin air. He immediately had a nosebleed and fell to the ground. At the same moment, the football stained with Chamberlain's blood rebounded and refracted and bounced crookedly to the left side of the goal. Szczesny was dumbfounded. This is not a shot, but a pass? Exclamation mark. What kind of shot is this? Jan's face shot. Where did this young Chamberlain come from? Why is no one guarding him? He actually used his face to catch Guran's crescent moon pass? Exclamation mark. This is too cruel, isn't it? Exclamation mark. How to defend against this kind of ball? Even if the brain can keep up, the body can't keep up in time. Szczesny's body fell heavily on the right side of the goal, and the next second, the football rolled into the left side of the net. The ball went in. The ball went in. Yeah. Southampton fans were so happy. This ball was so beautiful. Guran's organizational ability shined at the Emirates Stadium. Lambert's long distance through pass was also accurate enough. Guran's outside pass and inside pass without stopping the ball was incomparably wonderful. Chamberlain's final face-flipping shot also showed Chamberlain's thick-skinned ability. In short, this wave of three-man cooperation of the Southampton team was simply perfect and seamless. Southampton scored twice in the tragic situation of only 2 attacks in the whole game. With Guran's 1 shot and 1 pass, Southampton reversed Arsenal, who had been attacking non-stop throughout the game. Southampton fans have never been so happy. Arsenal fans held their heads and opened their mouths in disbelief. What kind of magical cooperation is this? Our advantage is so big, the artillery fire is so fierce, and the operation is as fierce as a tiger, but when we look at the score, we are actually behind by 1 point. Who can you reason with? Guran, who wears the number 8 jersey, is really awesome. The number 8 position is the most important organizing position for the team. At first, when I saw Guran, the left back who only appeared in tabloid gossip, wearing the number 8 jersey, I thought Southampton was just joking. But Guran's ability to penetrate and organize is really amazing. Guran's first world wave long shot can be said to be a fluke, but who dares to question the second goal? This fake shot is really awesome and shocking. Who would have thought that Guran's running crescent moon scimitar was passing the ball to Chamberlain? Exclamation mark. Guran and Chamberlain cooperated so well, the two must have practiced every day. No wonder Chamberlain dared to use his face to receive Guran's pass. Chamberlain is deliberately humiliating our Arsenal. A generous gift crab. Too much. Arsenal fans can't wait to eat Chamberlain alive. Amid the passionate cheers of Southampton fans, Chamberlain got up with blood all over his face, looking confused, and didn't react for a long time to what had just happened. It wasn't until his teammates rushed over to hug him to celebrate that Chamberlain said in astonishment, "What? Who? Me? I scored? Aha. Yes. Damn it, I scored. I scored. Ha 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 ha." This was the first real connection between him and Guran. And blood was seen the first time. No, it should be said that it happened the first time. Guran really did what he said. Chamberlain didn't care about wiping the blood off his face and jumped up excitedly and ran towards Guran. Guran ran away 1 step ahead, split the wind with 1 palm, ran all over the field to stack buffs, and checked the bubbles by the way. On the visiting team's bench, Southampton substitutes happily hugged and celebrated, and Coach Adkins also excitedly clenched his fists and roared. The 1:2 reversal was also far beyond Adkins' expectations. Coach Adkins originally thought that, as long as they lost to Arsenal by less than 3 goals, they would not lose. As a result, Southampton not only defended Arsenal's bombardment, but also surpassed Arsenal by 1 goal. Such a score will make the game after 70 minutes even easier. Southampton has almost survived. Coach Adkins couldn't help but want to sing "We Southampton are invincible." But Coach Adkins still held back. The game is not over yet. Arsenal did not use all their strength. Coach Adkins knew very well that the reason for the reversal this time was that the tactics he set for the team were indeed correct. When a weak team plays against a strong team, it must be a little more edge at first, reduce repeated sprints, and increase the opponent's repeated sprints to consume its physical energy. And the most important factor is not the correctness of the tactics, but the implementation of the tactics in place. Although Southampton is a League One team, the team's background is not bad. Every player on the field is fighting hard. The most important thing is that Guran is in this tactic. Guran is the eye, the core, and the key man. It was this correct tactic, coupled with the Southampton team with a good background, and Guran's core role, that led to the upset reversal in the 65th minute of the second half. How to use Guran is the best tactic. At this moment, in the away team's stands, more than 5,000 Southampton fans who came from the original road happily stood shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, and sang the song Guran's 40-meter full moon in unison. The song echoed over the Emirates Stadium, deeply stimulating the hearts of every Arsenal fan. In the media area, reporters from various organizations were amazed. Guran is really awesome. No wonder Abby Clancy has been pestering Guran. Don't look down on Abby. Abby's eyes for choosing men are so accurate. Look at Joe Cole and Peter Crouch. Which one is not a top Premier League star? Abby has certified that Guran will definitely become a top Premier League star. That's right, I agree with this. And don't forget that Chelsea's No Sister and Liverpool's Linda are also fighting for Guran and competing for bids. After this game, Guran's news popularity will reach a new height. I feel that Southampton club can't keep Guran, just like Southampton can't keep Alan Shearer, Walcott, and Bale. Guran may directly enter the Premier League giants this winter window. This winter window, the Premier League giants are afraid that they will fight for Guran. Guran has such strong personal ability, and the key is that he is still Chinese. He has the world's largest football market behind him. I dare say that whoever gets Guran this winter will get the entire football world. I'm so shocked by today's game. I really want to see what Professor Wenger will do next. Alas, I used the money I was going to use to buy my wife a Channel bag, to buy Arsenal to win by 2.5 goals. Who can I cry to? It's okay, Fabregas and Van Persie haven't appeared yet. When Fabregas appears, the game will really start. Just think of Arsenal letting Southampton 1 goal first, and you can double your bets and chase the bets. In the end, Arsenal will definitely win. Okay, I believe in you, brother. You must have bought Arsenal's only win with me, right? Oh no, I never bet on gambling. I want to make money, to buy bags for my wife. Alas, it's a pity that I'm not a female reporter. If I were a female reporter, I would have to use all my tricks to get Guran, so that all the big news about Guran would be mine. Yeah. If I were a female reporter, I would be wrapped around Guran's waist every day, making Guran so happy. As they chatted, the reporters began to sigh. Evelyn next to them couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. You are a bunch of reporters with no professional ethics. At this moment, Imanalo, Edwards, and Pratt in the scout area were also very happy. Chelsea's Imanalo laughed. Hehe, this won't work for Arsenal. Edwards couldn't close his mouth. It's mainly because our Guran is too strong, and Arsenal hasn't adapted to it yet. Pratt smiled. No, it's our Guran. Just based on Guran's performance today, Manchester City is determined to get him. Manchester City is not short of money. Edwards frowned and said, I hate you Manchester City for violating the financial fair play rules. Pratt shrugged indifferently. Why should we Manchester City do things to make you Liverpool happy? The more you don't like it, the more it proves that we are right. Emanalo tried to smooth things over. Gentlemen, why don't we put aside the dispute and watch the game in a civilized manner? What I want to say is that Guran was the first one I watched grow up little by little, and his growth rate is amazing. Edwards adjusted his glasses. Yes, Guran's organizational ability is amazing. He is simply a young version of Gerrard. His breakthrough, cut inside, and the fake shot and real pass just now were so exciting that it gave me goosebumps. Pratt also nodded repeatedly and said, in terms of Guran's personal ability, I think our views are surprisingly consistent. Guran is strong, in that he has a far leading football IQ. If he had used a curved ball to hit the goal directly, Szczesny would have probably blocked it. But the wonderful thing is that, before launching this wave of attack, Guran arranged for Chamberlain to go into the small penalty area, which shows that Guran had been planning this wave of attack from the beginning. His football IQ is simply a humanoid high-computing computer. This wave of attack added the variable of Chamberlain, and no matter how powerful the goalkeeper is, it is impossible to defend it. Emanalo agreed. Yes, there is no solution. There is no solution at all. Edwards also said excitedly, Guran is only 17 years old. His football IQ is so mature. In a few years, when his football skills and body reach their peak, can you imagine it? Pratt said, so even if you don't like to hear it, I still have to say that Guran is our Manchester City. You can congratulate us Manchester City in advance. Edwards frowned immediately. Pratt, I respect you as a famous star. Don't be too arrogant. Guran is my fellow countryman. Guran must be from Liverpool. Emanalo was also unhappy and said, what kind of fellow countryman are you? Guran is Chinese. What's the matter? Southampton and Liverpool were ceded to China. Our Chelsea is the champion of the last Premier League. Only our Chelsea is worthy of Guran. You two were not even the Big Six last year. Everyone is a decent person. Don't force me to swear. Fuck. I'll swear first. If you keep beeping, I'll do it. It seems that you two have never been beaten by a star, right? The three scouts were chatting well the second before, and they were arguing red in the second. Now, the biggest headache is not Emanalo and the other two, but Coach Wenger. Coach Wenger's zipper is completely stuck. Coach Wenger stood up from the bench with a very complicated expression. On the one hand, he was very happy to see Guran's strong organizational and breakthrough abilities, which proved that his vision was correct. Guran was definitely worth buying, and he had to buy him as soon as possible. But on the other hand, Coach Wenger really couldn't believe that Arsenal was reversed by Southampton. Southampton's style of play was very targeted, and it was obvious that they had done enough homework. Coach Wenger had to admit that he was careless. Now it seems that the background of this Southampton team is indeed not bad, and with the magical Guran, Arsenal was really caught off guard. Guran is really amazing. The young version of Berg, the young version of Gerrard, and the young version of Henry, and they are Chinese. Even if they spend £10 million, it is worth it. If nothing is done about Guran, Arsenal may lose this pre-season closing battle. Adjustments must be made for Guran. Coach Wenger then turned to Fabregas and Song and said, "You two, warm up." "Yes, coach." Fabregas and Song immediately took off their substitute vests and came to the sidelines to warm up. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene couldn't help but gasp. Coach Wenger's attention to this friendly match is much higher than they thought. You know, Song is another Arsenal beast waste after Vieira. Although Song is not as good as Vieira, Song's ability is definitely first class in the Premier League. Not to mention Fabregas. Fabregas is Messi's fellow apprentice, also produced from Barcelona's La Masia Youth Training Academy, and Fabregas' starting point is higher than Messi. Fabregas joined Arsenal at the age of 16, and was already Arsenal's first captain at the age of 21. Fabregas is the absolute core of Arsenal, and also Arsenal's most expensive player. According to the latest ranking of the transfer market in 2010, Fabregas is worth £60 million, tied with Iniesta and Kaká for fourth place. The first is Messi's £100 million, the second is Ronaldo's £90 million, and the third is Xavi's £65 million. It is no exaggeration to say that Fabregas is the world's top midfielder. He can be compared with Messi and Ronaldo, especially since Spain just won the 2010 World Cup. Fabregas's personal reputation is at its peak. Song is a defensive midfielder. Fabregas is a front midfielder, and Wenger has to replace two midfielders for Arsenal at the same time as soon as he stands up, which also shows that Wenger is really aware of Arsenal's current shortcomings. Coach Wenger wants to use Song's abundant physical energy and fierce defense to limit Guran's breakthrough, and then use Fabregas's sprint and inline pass to break through Guran's defense. Yes, all of this is aimed at Guran. Coach Wenger also wanted to see how strong Guran's potential was while winning this game. When Fabregas started to warm up, most Arsenal fans at the scene did not buy into their superstar. In the World Cup final just past, when the Spanish team won the award, Xavi and Iniesta put a Barcelona jersey on Fabregas, and Fabregas actually accepted it happily. Back then, Wenger almost signed Messi, but ended up signing Fabregas. At that time, Fabregas was still in the Barcelona youth training team. In order to go to Arsenal as soon as possible, Fabregas did not hesitate to have a very unpleasant quarrel with the club and even fought a lawsuit for a while. At that time, Barcelona fans regarded Fabregas as a traitor to La Masia. Now, under Guardiola's training, Messi shines, and Barcelona has perfectly transitioned from the Dream 2nd dynasty to the Dream 3 dynasty. Messi, who was born in the same year, is already the world's number one in terms of value. To say that Fabregas didn't notice that he was wearing a Barcelona jersey and didn't think anything of it is just fooling a fool. If Fabregas was just an ordinary player of Arsenal, that would be fine. But the problem is that Fabregas is now the captain of Arsenal, a super tactical core that Arsenal has cultivated with all their strength, with unlimited autonomy and the highest value in the team. Such a team sole figure actually wore a Barcelona jersey at the World Cup victory celebration and smiled from ear to ear. This is simply trampling on the self-esteem of Arsenal fans in front of the whole world. Arsenal fans are still angry about this. Seeing that Fabregas was about to appear on the field, some Arsenal fans at the scene did not cheer, but started booing. Fabregas, get out of Arsenal. The Gunners don't need traitors. I hope you get beaten by Guran. Come on, Guran. Beat that Spaniard. Guran. 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 Guran, who was checking the bubble on the field, was confused and quickly looked at his jersey. That's right. I'm from Southampton. Holy shit. Are the Arsenal fans crazy? Speaking of this wave of bubbles, why is there not a single one worth picking up? There are still 3 chances left, so let's leave it to Fabregas and Van Persie. Guran subconsciously glanced at Fabregas, who was warming up on the sidelines. Fabregas had a cold expression and didn't care about Guran's look at him at all, but continued to jog and warm up. At the same time, Southampton also began to make substitutions. Adkins asked the left forward Holmes to warm up urgently, ready to replace Chamberlain, whose face was covered in blood. Chamberlain was still immersed in the excitement of scoring a reversal goal, and suddenly saw that Coach Adkins was going to replace him. He ran to the sidelines desperately and said to Coach Adkins, "Coach, don't replace me. I'm fine. I'm having a good time. I will continue to perform well and make Coach Wenger fall in love with me." Coach Adkins' face suddenly became gloomy. Chamberlain ran directly to the home team's technical area next to him. "Coach Wenger, please help me talk to Coach Adkins. Let me stay on the court. I will continue to perform for you. Go to Arsenal." Coach Wenger was completely stunned. What kind of operation did Southampton make? Coach Wenger appealed to the 4th official with his backhand. The referee hurried over and showed Chamberlain a yellow card from a distance. Coach Adkins' face was humiliated by Chamberlain. "Chamberlain, get back here. Get off the court." Chamberlain wiped his face with blood and grievance. "I'm a hero." The Southampton players on the court turned their heads away, not wanting to have anything to do with Chamberlain, the big idiot. Fortunately, this little episode passed quickly. Both sides began to make substitutions. Fabregas came on the court amid boos, replacing Nasri, who looked a little depressed. Midfielder Song replaced the little tiger Walcott, who looked even more depressed. Walcott, once a rising star for Southampton, was completely crushed by Guran, a rising star today. Song stood in the midfield position of Wilshere, while Wilshere moved to the right forward position. This asymmetric arrangement is also to use Wilshere and Song to double team Guran. Southampton replaced Chamberlain, the hero, with Holmes, the left forward who is known for his speed and flexibility. Holmes' position after coming on the court was also slightly forward. At the same time, Coach Adkins asked the vice-captain Walton, the veteran Canali, and the team flower Lallana to warm up on the sidelines. There is no limit on substitutions in friendly matches, and substitutions in batches can also serve the purpose of delaying the game time. Now Southampton is leading by 1 goal, and Coach Adkins has enough confidence to slow down the rhythm. After the substitutions of both sides, the game continues. For Arsenal, this is the real beginning. Chapter 342 Guran challenges Fabregas, one of the strongest midfielders in the world. Time is running out for Arsenal. In the 68th minute of the game, Arsenal kicked off from the midfield. Centre forward Bendtner knocked the ball back to the attacking midfielder Fabregas, who had just come on. Fabregas is the absolute core of the Arsenal team and has the highest authority to fire and control the ball. As soon as Fabregas got the ball, some Arsenal fans booed him. Fabregas had a cold expression and seemed not to be affected by the extreme fans. He dribbled the ball flexibly along the middle. The entire Arsenal formation immediately followed Fabregas' rapid movement. If it was at the beginning of the first half, Arsenal's offensive would be very scary. But now, Southampton has basically adapted to Arsenal's crazy attack and pressure, and now, except for Fabregas and Song who just came on, the physical fitness of others in Arsenal is a little bit behind. This is by no means Arsenal's poor physical fitness, but their repeated sprinting method determines that they will be in danger of physical collapse in the late stage of the game. This is also the biggest disadvantage of the passing and controlling flow facing the defensive strangulation flow. At this time, Southampton's midfielder Lambert came up to intercept Fabregas. Even though they knew it was difficult to intercept a world-class midfielder like Fabregas, they had to keep him under pressure and not let him kick or break through easily. Before Lambert could get close, Fabregas shook his body, changed his line beautifully, and used his flexible and delicate ball control skills to shake Lambert away. This dribbling action was very easy and artistic. Compared with his fellow apprentice Messi, Fabregas's small-scale dribbling was even more beautiful, but his continuity was far less than Messi. However, even if he is not as good as the world's first, Fabregas can be regarded as the world's second in this position. After being shaken away, Lambert immediately counter-obbed on the spot and reached out to pull Fabregas's jersey. Fabregas made a beautiful cruyff turn, which directly caused Lambert's center of gravity to fall and almost fell on the grass. Fabregas then accelerated and went straight into the middle penalty area. The rhythm changed too quickly. Southampton was immediately facing a formidable enemy. Dixon, Hammond, Schneiderlin, and Holmes, who had just come on, all tried their best to shrink back and try to form a diamond trap on Fabregas. Central defender Aaron Martin also came forward to block Fabregas. Fabregas's dribbling speed was not fast, but his footwork was extremely flexible, and his vision was extremely broad, and his ability to predict was extremely strong. Before Southampton's diamond trap was formed, Fabregas dribbled the ball to the left side of Southampton, and when the time was right, he made a short pass to the left side of the rib area. Wilshere cooperated perfectly and just inserted into the left rib. Duran also stepped forward to block Wilshere's angle of passing. Wilshere had just stopped the ball, and Duran teleported in front of Wilshere. Wilshere immediately turned halfway to protect the ball and used his shoulder to confront Duran. Duran was not afraid at all. While forcibly holding Wilshere with his body, he stretched out his foot to poke the football under Wilshere's feet. In less than 3 seconds of confrontation, Wilshere was sweating profusely and was horrified. No wonder the little tiger Walcott was abused so badly. This Chinese boy is really tough. Just when Wilshere and Duran were confronting each other head-on, Fabregas had already cut into the top of the arc in the middle like a ghost. Fabregas's dribbling speed was not very fast, but his speed and awareness of running without the ball were definitely world class. Wilshere and Fabregas' cooperation was also very sophisticated. Wilshere didn't care about Fabregas's position and made a quick short pass. This kick was very powerful and fast, and it instantly broke through Southampton's defense in the middle. Such a powerful short pass is also very difficult to stop, but Fabregas stepped on it easily and stepped on the ball steadily under his feet. Martin immediately slid Fabregas. Fabregas pulled the ball with his right foot and then broke through with his left foot, avoiding Martin's sliding tackle. Southampton's defense was instantly exposed. JD, Richardson, Hammond, and Lambert, who had retreated, all desperately surrounded Fabregas. Duran, under the pull of Wilshere, violently sprinted towards Bendtner, who was infiltrating the small penalty area. Fabregas made a beautiful Marcel turn. While protecting the ball, he switched the ball back to his right foot and then made a clever straight pass. This man's skills can be described as being in an empty space. Duran was pulled by Wilshere, and he could have sprinted to Bendtner, but was one step short. Duran fell to the ground and slid to the ground. Although he couldn't shovel Bendtner and couldn't block Bendtner's shooting route, he could slightly affect Bendtner's shooting mentality from the momentum. Bendtner was blocked by Duran in the first half, and now he finally had a chance, so he naturally didn't dare to relax at all. He immediately turned half-turn to receive the ball, without even adjusting, and shot directly. The football rose up from the ground like a powerful cannonball. It brushed the top of the goal, and flew to the audience behind the goal. Bendtner missed the shot again. Southampton had a false alarm. In this wave of defense, Southampton was actually completely penetrated from head to toe. Fabregas is really worthy of being the second midfielder in the world. As soon as he came on the court, Arsenal's sharpness doubled at least. Of course, this is not the strongest level of Arsenal. After all, Van Persie was still sitting on the bench, watching silently with his arms folded in front of his chest. Moreover, most of the Arsenal players on the field have basically reached the window threshold of physical fitness. If Arsenal had taken this game seriously from the beginning, even if Southampton's iron barrel defense was strangled, even if Southampton had Duran, they would have been cut and torn through by Fabregas and Van Persie. Fortunately, there is not much time left in the Arsenal team. Bendtner, who missed the goal again, held his head in annoyance. Fabregas, the captain, did not communicate with Bendtner, but turned and ran back to the midfield. Guran climbed up from the grass, concentrated his mind, and allocated one of the 4 remaining talent points to the physical attribute. The physical attribute immediately increased from 85 points to 86 points. At this point in the game, it is not tactics and technology that are being fought, but physical fitness. Especially for Guran, who repeatedly sprints the most, runs the longest distance, and also has to use a lot of system skills. This is a great test for physical fitness and mental power. From this perspective, Guran's current level is indeed unable to gain a foothold in the Premier League. It is also very correct to adopt a career plan that first accumulates experience in the English League One. At this time, Southampton began to make substitutions. The young central defender Aaron Martin was replaced, and the vice-captain Walton was replaced. Martin's performance today was remarkable. Although he made several big mistakes, the game was against the powerful Arsenal after all. As a young player with little experience in major competitions, Martin's performance was already very good. Southampton fans applauded Martin to encourage him. Martin did not leave the field quickly, almost walking slowly to the sidelines. This was also one of the tactical strategies arranged by coach Adkins before the game. Southampton was leading by 1 goal, so if they could reasonably use the rules of the game to delay time, they should delay time as much as possible. When a weak team plays against a strong team, they must use all tricks, and must not lose their advantage for the sake of saving face. Arsenal fans booed Martin. The referee also ran over to warn Martin to leave the field quickly. Martin then reluctantly jogged and high-fived Walton and left the field. Walton pulled the jersey on his chest and sniffed it, then quickly sprinted to the centre-back position. The game continued. Goalkeeper Davis kicked the goal kick and passed the ball to Walton, who had just come on the field. Walton was not in a hurry to kick the ball, but dribbled slowly in his own backcourt, passing the ball back and forth with JD. Arsenal's formation quickly pressed forward. Guran immediately switched positions with Dixon and ran to the defensive midfielder position. Arsenal's Fabregas, Wilshere, and Song immediately double-teamed Guran. Walton saw the right moment and passed the ball to Guran's feet with a straight pass. Guran was a little slow in stopping the ball, and just as he had the ball under his feet, Wilshere and Song had already flanked him from the left and right. Guran's stopping skills are actually not an advantage in the English League One, but they are definitely not bad. However, this level of stopping is indeed not good enough in the fast-paced and highly competitive Premier League. Just a slight drop in a beat, the situation became passive. At this time, dribbling hard is also a way. But if you dribble hard, it is equivalent to actively jumping into Arsenal's stranglehold trap. Not only will he consume a lot of energy, but he will also lose the ball in the dangerous area. Fabregas is assisting nearby. Once he loses the ball, it will be fatal to Southampton's fragile defense. Guran immediately performed a Marseille turn to protect the ball. When he was halfway through the turn, Guran faced his own goal and knocked the ball back to Walton. Then he continued to turn around without the ball and completed a full set of Marseille turns. Wilshere stretched his foot to intercept the ball, but he realized that the ball was no longer under Guran's feet when he was halfway through the turn. Before Wilshere could fully react, Guran suddenly accelerated and bypassed Wilshere from the side. Song reacted very quickly and immediately turned around to chase Guran. Fabregas also approached Guran without the ball. They all knew very well that it didn't matter where the ball was, but where Guran was. While Guran was bypassing Wilshere, Walton met Guran's knocked ball and made a lob pass. The football passed over Wilshere's head and landed near the center circle of his own half. The awareness of this lob pass was very good, but the footwork was really a bit rough. The landing point was at least 5 or 6 meters away from Guran, with Fabregas in the middle, and the football was in front of Arsenal's central defender George, who was about to press across the half court. George could have accelerated to grab the ball, but seeing that Song had blocked Guran's route and Fabregas was also chasing the ball, George did not continue. Seeing that Fabregas was about to get the ball first, Guran immediately sprinted violently and accelerated. Song was very experienced and stuck to Guran, blocking Guran's sprint route. The moment the two people touched their bodies, they were secretly shocked at the same time. The muscle strength of both people has also been improved to the extreme. The bones of the body creaked at the same time. Song thought that a Chinese grassroots player would be easy to fight, especially since it was already around the 70th minute of the second half. Even if Gu Ran was fierce before, he should have no strength at this time. Unexpectedly, Gu Ran's collision was like a mountain pressing down on his head, making it almost suffocating. Gu Ran did not expect that Song's strength was like a movable wall of flesh, blocking the key path tightly. Even if he used up all his impact force today, he might not be able to break through Song's closed defense. Alexander Song is not playing alone. Behind Song are more than 400 people. Song alone has to support more than 400 relatives in Cameroon. These relatives have not worked since Song made a lot of money, and they just lie down and wait for Song to make money to support them. So Song is very serious and desperate on the court, never daring to slack off and strive to earn fame in order to get a higher salary. Facing such a hard-working midfielder, it is simply impossible to use your body to eat him in a short time. Gu Ran then made an emergency stop and changed direction to pull back his strength, pulling away half a body length from Song. Song immediately continued to press forward, but Gu Ran suddenly dodged swiftly, avoiding Song's head-on collision, and brushed past Song sideways. This emergency stop, withdrawal of force, and acceleration and ejection in the opposite direction is too fast. Song didn't react at all. When Song stopped and turned around, Gu Ran had already jumped 2 steps away. Song's body was strong and his speed was not slow, but he missed half a beat in reaction and half a beat in turning around. When he wanted to reach out to pull Gu Ran, he couldn't pull him. The moment he got rid of Song, Gu Ran, the son of the wind, violently sprinted, and the king of Highbury rushed directly towards Fabregas, who was about to pick up the ball. Fabregas felt Gu Ran's pressure without looking back. For Fabregas, the safest way is to step forward and poke the ball to Zhu in front as soon as possible, and then after turning around to get rid of Gu Ran and run out of space, he will receive Zhu's pass and break through Southampton's defense in one breath. However, Fabregas did not choose to do that. Fabregas was arrogant in his heart and did not take the Chinese grassroots player Gu Ran seriously. After all, Fabregas had just won the World Cup, and he was the captain and absolute core of Arsenal. His current value is among the top 5 in the world. It would be a loss of face if a Chinese grassroots player who only appeared in tabloid gossip forced him to not dare to hold the ball. Fabregas immediately accelerated and stopped the ball, then knocked the ball with his back, trying to pass Gu Ran with his flexible and delicate footwork. His footwork was indeed fast. Gu Ran's eyes followed, but he couldn't catch up with the interception. There was no solution. His ball control level was there. It was impossible to break the ball from Fabregas' feet. While Fabregas knocked the ball with his back, his body quickly turned around at the same time, preparing to speed up with the ball and use his dribbling skills to pass Gu Ran, who was rushing towards him. Just when everyone thought there was no solution, Gu Ran directly crossed sideways to intercept and block the position, blocking most of Fabregas' dribbling area, and at the same time, with a strong shoulder collision, Fabregas was knocked to the ground. That's right. If I can't knock down Song with 400 people behind him, how can I not knock down you, Fabregas? Hard confrontation itself is part of modern football. What is unsolvable? A powerful brick can solve everything. Seeing Fabregas being knocked to the ground, the fans at the scene all exclaimed in unison. Gu Ran is such a daring kid. He is so aggressive. He showed no mercy to Arsenal's team spirit. After being stunned for a while, the Southampton fans immediately burst into crazy roars. This aggressive style of play against world-class stars is exactly what they love to watch the most. Southampton fans' adrenaline exploded. It was obviously just a small confrontation, but it was more exciting than scoring a goal. The second half of the game was not boring at all. And since Southampton reversed the score, the rhythm of offense and defense conversion on the field was very fast, and every second was exciting. Some extreme Arsenal fans were also cheering for Gu Ran excitedly. Seeing Gu Ran knock their traitor Fabregas to the ground, they were so happy. Even Coach Wenger, who was standing next to the technical area, had a hint of excitement in his eyes. Fabregas covered his chest with a face full of pain, and lay on the grass for a long time without getting up. This is really not pretending. Gu Ran hit really hard. The referee ran over and frowned to give Gu Ran a verbal warning. This collision was just strong, but there were no violations in the hands and feet, so the referee couldn't just take out a card. Duran calmly accepted the referee's verbal warning, turned around and reached out to pull Fabregas. Although Fabregas was a little annoyed, in front of so many fans, Fabregas still held Duran's hand decently, and was pulled up from the grass by Duran. Duran patted Fabregas' shoulder, and turned back to defend. Fabregas secretly bit his back teeth and his eyes became serious. This wave of attack and defense between the two sides seemed to be Southampton's loss, and it seemed that Southampton's attack was broken by Arsenal, but in fact, it was Arsenal who suffered. The referee awarded Arsenal a free kick near the midline. Arsenal pressed forward as a whole, while Southampton continued to maintain a defensive formation and parked a bus in the penalty area. Duran and JD focused on defending Bendtner. Arsenal's central defender Koscielny took the free kick and passed the ball directly to Fabregas, who was moving in the 30-meter area. Lambert and Holmes double-teamed Fabregas. Fabregas flexibly controlled the ball and easily 1v2, dribbling the ball to the front of the arc of the Southampton penalty area. Facing Southampton's dense defense, Ebba responded from the left. After Fabregas attracted the attention of at least 3 defensive players, he passed the ball to Ebba, who was inserted from the wing. Holmes immediately turned around to intercept. However, Ebba's breakthrough speed was very fast. After taking the ball while running, he accelerated to shake off Holmes and directly penetrated near the Southampton baseline. Wilshere also penetrated to the left rib area at the right time, forming a positional match with Ebba. Walton immediately filled in to defend Wilshere, preventing Wilshere from cutting inside. After getting the ball, Ebba did not stop, but made a cross, while running to the bottom line. Although Arsenal's physical energy consumption was very high, their passing and coordination were still very fast and sharp. Bendtner jumped high, but was squeezed by Duran's body in advance. Bendtner's head touched the ball, but he was unable to exert force. Davis jumped up and took the football firmly into his arms. After Davis landed on his feet, he threw the ball directly to Arsenal's weak area, which was Southampton's right side. After Richardson got the ball, he raised his head slightly to look at the position of his teammates. Coach Adkins in the technical area on the sidelines shouted loudly, "Go, go, go." At this time, the game was already 72 minutes, and the physical exhaustion strangulation tactics had been successfully completed. Southampton could defend and counter-attack. Duran sprinted directly from his own small penalty area. The other Southampton players who had been holding back for most of the game also began to counter-attack. Facing Arshavin, who rushed over to intercept, Richardson calmly dunked the ball and then passed it to Schneiderlin, who was running fast along the right side. Schneiderlin jumped slightly while running and used his thigh to transfer the flying ball and then dribbled forward without stopping. This technical action of stopping the ball without stopping the speed immediately won the cheers of Southampton fans. Arsenal's defense speed was still very fast, but it was not as sharp as the sprint speed in the first half. Ramsey rushed forward recklessly and made a fierce sliding tackle on the accelerating Schneiderlin. Schneiderlin quickly jumped up to avoid it, and Ramsey cleanly shoveled the ball out of the sideline. Arsenal fans breathed a sigh of relief. In this extremely short counter-attack just now, Duran had already sprinted from his own small penalty area to the vicinity of the center circle in one breath. In other words, if it weren't for the extreme sliding tackle of the genius midfielder Ramsey, if Schneiderlin could protect the ball, a sudden stop, and a cross pass to the middle, Arsenal would have trembled. Although Southampton's counter-attack has not yet been completed, it has begun to show its edge. Arsenal's players on the field are already panting, and most of the players' physical strength is close to the limit. Coach Wenger in the technical area on the sidelines also became extremely solemn. At this time, Coach Adkins continued to use the substitution method. Midfielder Hammond was replaced, and the team flower Lallana was replaced. The Southampton fans on the scene cheered excitedly. Lallana's substitution was an obvious signal to attack. What made Southampton fans ecstatic was that Southampton did not intend to play in a shabby way in the next 20 minutes, but was ready to fight back against Arsenal. Hammond limped off the field slowly. His leg seemed to have cramped when Coach Adkins started to make substitutions. As for whether it was real cramps or fake cramps, only the experienced Hammond himself knew. Hammond fought very hard in this game, and cramps were normal. After Lallana shook hands with Hammond, he quickly ran to the midfield. Southampton also changed its previous 451 formation due to Lallana's appearance and transitioned to a 42-31 formation similar to Arsenal. Obviously, the magical coach Adkins took advantage of the 1-goal lead, relying on substitutions to delay time while gradually adjusting tactics. Lallana did not appear directly in the forward position, and the forward position was still headed by the centre forward Gilly. Lallana stood behind Goulet, playing as a front midfielder. Lambert retreated to replace Hammond as a defensive midfielder. The game resumed, and it was already the 76th minute, and Arsenal was still 1 goal behind. Time was running out for Arsenal. After 75 minutes, the odds of the game changed a lot. Many fans chased the option of less than 5 goals in total, which was not high, but seemed to be a safe way to recover. As long as the two sides could not score more than 2 goals in the remaining game time, they could recover smoothly. Chapter 343, Van Persie's debut. Awesome mid-scissor kick. The most exciting pre-season finale in history. The game continued. Southampton's right back Richardson threw the ball out of bounds. Lambert, who retreated to the defensive midfielder position, received the ball and immediately moved the ball to the left after stopping it accurately. Duran made a diagonal run from the left back position. Before Wilshere and Song formed a double team, he took the lead to touch the ball and then did not stick to the ball too much, but quickly passed the ball to Holmes on the left. Quick short passes are also one of Duran's basic practical skills. In this case, using short pass skills can not only quickly cooperate with teammates to break the double team, but also cover up the shortcomings of his poor stopping skills. Holmes is full of energy and fast. After getting the ball, he immediately moved forward along the left side. After the short pass, Duran also quickly moved forward to support. Wilshere's physical strength could not keep up, so he could only reach out and grab Duran's jersey to prevent Duran from running through. Song, with his experience, blocked the connection channel between Holmes and Duran to prevent Holmes from passing threatening balls. In this situation, Duran was not polite and directly used his physical strength to fight Wilshere 1v1. Wilshere was very confident that he could limit Duran, but at this point in the game Wilshere's data had declined greatly, and Duran could still maintain a very high intensity of confrontation after 3 consecutive physical points. And being able to do such a famous star like Prince, Duran was excited. The two launched a fierce melee breakthrough in the left area. In just 3 seconds, Wilshere obviously couldn't stand Duran's violent sprint. In desperation, Wilshere could only reach out and grab the back collar of Duran's jersey. Duran didn't care at all and didn't stop to appeal to the referee, but directly pulled Wilshere forward. Wilshere was startled and hurriedly pulled hard with both hands and braked with both feet. Unfortunately, the grass was too good and Duran's impact was too fierce. Wilshere's foul action only slowed down Duran's sprint speed, but couldn't really stop Duran's impact. Duran was like an untamed beast, sprinting violently on the grass of the Emirates Stadium. Wilshere's jersey pulling action was a very obvious foul, but now the ball was still at Southampton's feet, which was beneficial to the offense, so the referee did not blow the whistle. Sizzle. Duran's jersey was torn apart from the collar by Wilshere. Wilshere staggered and then lost his balance and fell on the grass in a mess. Duran took the opportunity to get rid of it, speeding up and stabbing straight into the left rib. The tattered jersey could not cover Duran's strong chest muscles, especially during the violent impact and running. The shaking of the right half of the chest muscles was too eye-catching. This is the real way to watch the game. The female fans at the scene screamed wildly. Several female fans with poor tolerance fainted on the spot with excitement. Not only the female fans of Southampton were crazy, but even the female fans of Arsenal were crazy. Even some male fans raised their orchid fingers, and their shouts were even sharper than those of female fans. Seeing Duran get rid of Wilshere's defense, Song immediately turned around to block him. Ramsey also moved sideways to compress Duran's space, and Fabregas also shrank the encirclement from the front of Duran. Duran did not stop and continued to accelerate while pointing in front of him and shouting to Holmes, "Give it, give it, give it." Holmes immediately passed the ball sideways while running at high speed, passing the ball to the rim position designated by Duran. The ball was passed very accurately, but Fabregas, who was running without the ball from the front, was also very fast. This ball looked like a half ball. Both Guran and Fabregas had a chance. This was also the second head-on confrontation between Fabregas, a world-class midfielder, and a Chinese grassroots. Guran continued to accelerate, and the whole person rushed towards Fabregas fiercely. Facing Guran, who was shaking his strong pectoral muscles, Fabregas felt a little timid. Fabregas's speed hesitated a little, and Guran took the lead in touching the football. This has nothing to do with technique or physical fitness, it's just a pure mental confrontation. Fabregas was too cautious. Guran completely defeated the world-class midfielder Fabregas. Fabregas immediately blocked Guran's position, waiting for Guran to stop the ball and drop the racket, so that he could be double-teamed by Song and Ramsey at the same time. As a world-class midfielder, in a 3v1 double-team duel with superior manpower, he had to defend Guran in a slightly cowardly way, which made Fabregas feel a little annoyed. Before Fabregas could think more, in the next moment, Guran did not stop the ball or slow down, but kicked Fabregas' legs with the inside of his left foot. Against the foot. Exclamation mark. One touch plus crotch ball. Question mark. Fabregas was completely stunned. Fabregas quickly put his legs together, but the distance between the two was too close, and Guran's touch and crotch pass were too sudden. Fabregas had no time at all. The football spun under Fabregas' crotch and passed diagonally to Lallana's feet, who had already run to the middle of Arsenal's penalty area. Arsenal's tight defense was penetrated by Guran. Fabregas blushed, as if he was greatly humiliated. As a world-class midfielder, as a top 5 star in the world, as the youngest captain in Arsenal's history, in his own Emirates stadium, he was crushed by a Chinese grassroots player again and again. Especially this time, he was humiliated by a crotch pass with his reverse foot. Before Fabregas' negative emotions exploded, Guran quickly knocked his shoulder away and went straight into the penalty area. Fabregas turned around quickly and tried his best to stick to Guran. At this moment, only Djokovic was guarding Lallana. Lallana didn't need to stop the ball at all. He accelerated and dribbled the ball directly, and then he cut into the right side of the penalty area along the trajectory of the ball sent by Guran. Zhulu's turning speed was a bit slower, and Koscielny was pulled to the left side of the penalty area by Gulli. Guran took the opportunity to penetrate from the left rib to the middle of the penalty area. Offensive triangle arrow. Southampton's offensive coordination was quite good. The English Premier League team has a strong foundation. After Lallana cut into the right side of the small penalty area, he quickly looked up at the position of Gulli and Guran. The connection between him and Gulli was blocked by Koscielny, and Guran was surrounded by 4 Arsenal main players. Lallana immediately and decisively shot a diagonal shot. Arsenal goalkeeper Szczesny had a good position and reacted quickly, but he couldn't catch Lallana's shot, so he could only reach out and block the ball. The ball was not dead yet, and it bounced to the middle. Guran's king of picking up leaks was triggered, and he forced his foot to block the ball in the siege of Fabregas, Song, Ramsey, and Wilshere. This kick was very sudden, and it was almost on Fabregas' waist to make up the shot. Szczesny didn't have time to move, but at this critical moment, Koscielny, who was defending Gulli, rushed sideways and headed the ball over the crossbar. Guran also lost his balance and pressed Fabregas under his crotch. Woo! Southampton fans and Arsenal fans all exclaimed at the same time. Arsenal used 5 main players and finally blocked Guran's shot. This wave of attack and defense was so exciting. It gave goosebumps to the fans of both sides. Although Guran's shot didn't succeed, the wonderfulness of this wave of running and organizing the connection was simply incomparable. You know, Guran was facing a world-class midfielder and a world-class defender. If Arsenal's defense was a little lower, or if Gulli could put a little pressure on Koscielny, then this ball would have definitely gone in. Guran rolled off Fabregas, holding his head and grinning at the goal. This was also one of the few times he missed a goal since he became a player. If his skill in picking up leaks in front of the goal was a little higher, this ball would have been unstoppable. Regret? Regret, but not too uncomfortable. After all, being able to force a supergiant like Arsenal into this state is already a great success. Like just as Guran stood up and prepared to position for a corner kick, A blue skill bubble appeared under the feet of Fabregas, who was shot by Guran. Wow. Finally, I can get Fabregas for free. Guran immediately concentrated his mind and quietly checked. Top pass. Cruyff turn +1. Damn. This is Cruyff's famous skill. This is cool. Even if this attack doesn't score, this wave is definitely not a loss. Cruyff is one of the greatest players in today's football world. He is the Spiccaspison of the Dutch all-out attack and defense, the father of Barcelona's tiki-taka, and Guardiola's teacher. In the era when Maradona and Pelé were called the king of football, Beckenbauer was called the emperor of football, and Bergkamp was called the ice prince, Cruyff was honored as the saint of football. Because he was not only a top-level superstar when he was a player, but also his tactical ideas put the entire European continent in the leading camp when he was a coach. Cruyff turn is the signature move of Cruyff when he was a player. This is a very practical move to get rid of the tight defense from the side and rear, and it is a perfect combination of feints, speed, and flexibility. Cruyff's turn is not difficult. When the defender suppresses the left side, he deliberately moves his right foot forward obviously, so that the opponent will think that he is going to use speed to get rid of him, so he will start to move forward. But as soon as the opponent starts to move forward, he will suddenly use his right foot to hook the ball back from behind. It must be hooked back, not held in place, so that when the opponent reacts and wants to tackle or steal, it is not easy to kick because of the left leg. When the ball is hooked back, there is enough space to control the ball again and take the next step. Conversely, the same is true when the defender presses the right side. Therefore, this action seems simple, but when to use it, as well as the deceptiveness of the fake forward rush and the connection after the hook, it is very challenging for the user. Cruyff's turn is suitable for breaking through close pressing opponents, because all close defenses are prone to fake moves, so as long as the speed is fast enough and the various parts of the body cooperate and coordinate, Cruyff's seemingly simple technical action can also be used to become a god. And it will greatly undermine the opponent's morale. Without hesitation, Guran immediately picked up top pass. Cruyff turn +1. So cool. Cruyff's signature skill. There are still 2 more chances to pick up today. Guran raised his eyebrows at Fabregas, who was still sitting on the grass with a depressed face, and secretly thanked him. Fabregas's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart suffered a 10,000 point critical hit. This Chinese kid not only rode on me, but also insulted me. In the technical area of the home team on the sidelines, Coach Wenger was already frowning. If they continue to play like this, Southampton will not be able to suppress it. Coach Wenger immediately turned back to the bench and said, Vermeulen, Sana, warm up. Yes, coach. Central defender Vermeulen and right back Sana immediately started warming up. Coach Wenger paused for a moment and then said to Van Persie, who had no expression on his face, Robin, you should warm up too. Van Persie nodded and stood up from the bench in a very domineering manner. Coach Wenger is going to change 3 players at once. Seeing Van Persie warming up on the sidelines, the Arsenal fans cheered wildly. This was obviously many times louder than the cheers of Captain Fabregas when he was warming up. Fabregas' fragile heart felt another 10,000 points of critical hit. At this time, Coach Adkins in the visiting team's technical area complained loudly to the head coach. Guran's jersey was torn apart by Wilshere's foul just now, and a yellow card must be given in this case. The referee immediately called Wilshere to his side and showed him a yellow card. With Guran's torn jersey as evidence, this yellow card was definitely unavoidable. Wilshere could only shrug and accept it. Then, the referee turned around and asked Guran to change his jersey. This is an open match, and it is not so immoral to expose half of his chest muscles. The female fans at the scene advised the referee not to be nosy. Guran ran to the sidelines, took off his shirt, and revealed his solid and strong muscles. The female fans who had fainted and finally woke up fainted again in excitement. The teammates on the bench threw the spare jersey to Guran, who casually threw the torn jersey on the sidelines. The Arsenal ball boy had already spotted the opportunity and quickly ran over to pick up Guran's torn jersey. Guran put on the new spare jersey and ran back to the Arsenal penalty area to stand. In the 80th minute of the game, Southampton took their first corner kick of the game. Lallana passed the ball to the midpoint, and JD and Gilly jumped at the same time, but Bendtner headed the ball out of the penalty area first. Lambert, who was ambushing at the edge of the penalty area, grabbed the first landing point and kicked the ball to the middle, still looking for Gilly. This time, there was no Bendtner around Gilly, but Gilly jumped very hastily and failed to exert force. He just barely touched the bottom of the football. The football flew over the crossbar. Arsenal had another false alarm. The fourth official raised the card, and Arsenal began to make substitutions. Vermeulen came on the field to replace the underperforming centre-back George. Sana came on the field to replace the right-back Ebal. In fact, Ebal's performance in this game was okay, but the pressure on the right side of Arsenal was too great. Ebal's physical energy was too much, and his speed was obviously not as fast as Guran. Moreover, Coach Adkins deliberately sent a speedy left winger Holmes, which made Ebal even more exhausted. Therefore, Ebal had to be replaced by Sana, who had better physical fitness to defend. Finally, Van Persie came on the field to replace the confident Emperor Bendtner. Bendtner was unhappy when he learned that he was replaced. He performed well in the first half, and the dream goal in the 22nd second of the game impressed Arsenal fans. However, Bendtner was restricted by Guran's sprint defense afterwards, and he could not play at all, and missed the goal that must be scored many times in succession. Arsenal had so many good chances in the first half. If Fabregas and Van Persie had been on the field earlier, the game would have been over. However, who could have thought that Guran would be so fierce? After Van Persie came on the field, the game continued. Goalkeeper Szczesny kicked the ball out of the goal. Vermeulen, who had just come on the field, received a short pass from the goalkeeper and immediately passed the ball to Fabregas. Lallana stepped forward to interfere with Fabregas's pass. Fabregas dribbled horizontally and easily past Lallana. Southampton's midfielders gathered and strangled Fabregas. Fabregas dribbled and pulled, tearing a clear channel in the middle. Van Persie took the opportunity to drive straight in. Guran immediately went up to intercept Van Persie. Song and Wilshere escorted Van Persie at the same time, pressing Guran from a high position. At the same time, the right back Sana, who had just come on the field, also assisted. Fabregas faked a passing channel in the heavy siege and knocked the ball to Sana. This large-scale transfer was very exciting, enough to feel the organizational level of a world-class midfielder. Seeing Sana take the ball and go straight to the left, Guran had to move to the left to help Holmes, who was not physically confrontational, to defend. Sana knocked Holmes away and cut inside with the ball. Guran immediately went up to intercept. Sana had been sitting on the bench watching the game for a long time before, and he also knew how powerful Guran was, so Sana did not directly fight with Guran, but turned with a step and knocked the ball to Wilshere, who was in a better position. Cutting inside was just a cover-up, and using the pass to tear apart Southampton's defense was the real trick. Wilshere did not dare to confront Guran head-on, and directly touched the ball with one foot, and passed it to Fabregas, who had already run out of the stranglehold. It must be said that Arsenal's large-scale transfer was accurate and fast. Southampton's iron bucket defense was already in place, but it was still difficult to stop Arsenal's high-speed passing and cutting. Guran gave Dixon a wink, asking Dixon to cross positions. Dixon was a little slower, and when Guran changed positions, Fabregas had already passed the ball to Arshavin on the right. Arshavin pretended to break through with the ball, but suddenly passed it back to the top of the penalty area at the same time. Before Arshavin passed it back, Fabregas deliberately attracted Guran and two other defensive players to run to the left side of the penalty area, helping the team to open up space. The central defender Vermeulen, who had just come on the field, took the opportunity to insert himself from the back row and made a strong cross from the outside of the penalty area. Arsenal's passing and cutting rhythm was very good, and Southampton's defense was split and cut into pieces. This is the real strength of Arsenal. This cross ball was given to the right area of the penalty area, which was also the area where Van Persie was. JD and Walton hurriedly double-teamed Van Persie, but Van Persie's speed was obviously 2 levels higher than JD and Walton. Van Persie instantly shook off JD and Walton and sprinted to the edge of the small penalty area. Facing Vermeulen's half-high cross, Van Persie did not choose to stop with his back to the goal and then turn around to adjust his aim. Instead, he jumped into the air with both feet off the ground. Van Persie did not stop the ball and shot directly in the air. Van Persie crossed his left and right feet in the air and shot with his left foot. A scissor kick in the air. This was an extremely beautiful volley fallingly slash. Others' volleys were all done with one foot supporting the ball and then shooting, but Van Persie's volley was done with both feet off the ground. The football was volleyed diagonally to the goal with the power of a cannonball. This ball was perfect in beauty, surprise, and power. Davis, who had been very brave in the first 80 minutes, was stunned. Davis had no time to react at all. The football whizzed past his side and shot into the net with great force. The ball went in. This was the 82nd minute of the game. After Arsenal's 11 passes, Southampton's big bucket formation was torn apart like brittle paper. Vermeulen, who had just come on, sent a powerful half-high ball from the outside of the penalty area, and General Van volleyed and scored in one fell swoop. The score on the big screen was rewritten as 2:2. All the Southampton fans were stunned. Such a wonderful ball. It was really convincing to be done. Van Persie is too strong. The actual gap between Southampton and Arsenal is really too big. The fans of Arsenal are so excited that they scream and shout wildly. The Ashburton team in black is beating drums and shouting like crazy. The entire Emirates Stadium is about to be overturned by the passion of the gun fans. Duran witnessed Van Persie's goal up close with his own eyes, and his heart was beating wildly. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the first person to shoot with both feet off the ground. It is a blessing to be able to compete with General Van in his peak period. It would be really cool if I could get this volley scissors kick and fallingly slash for free. After scoring, Van Persie shook his finger at his teammates, who came to celebrate, indicating that there was no need to celebrate. It was just a basic exercise, very easy. Moreover, it is really not the time for Arsenal to celebrate the goal now. It is not their goal to tie Southampton, but to win this final battle of the preseason. Van Persie shouted domineeringly, "One more goal. Yeah." The morale of the Arsenal players was high, and they all quickly ran back to their respective positions. Captain Fabregas was mentally hit by the impact of Van Persie just now, which obviously stole the limelight from him as the captain. At this time, the fans who bought the total number of goals less than 5 were already trembling. Chapter 344, Goals Galore. Reversal, reversal, and reversal. Cruyff turns, and turns again. 2:2 draw. Southampton immediately made substitutions and adjusted their formation. Centre forward Gilly was substituted and experienced veteran Canali came on. Southampton's formation was also adjusted to their most common 442 formation. Canali and Lallana were forwards. Lambert returned to the midfield position slightly forward, and Dixon was slightly behind. In the last 10 minutes, Coach Adkins did not intend to adopt a conservative strategy. Southampton began to implement high pressure and full court pressing tactics. Such tactics are quite a test of physical fitness and formation coordination. Similarly, for the Arsenal team, which is obviously insufficient in physical fitness, it is also a huge test. The game continues. Southampton kicks off. Lallana knocks the ball back to Lambert, and Lambert passes the ball to Holmes on the left. Arsenal's formation retreated, and they really did not have enough physical fitness to achieve full court pressing. Southampton's formation immediately pressed forward. Duran immediately switched positions with Dixon and inserted into the middle of the midfield. At the same time, Duran allocated one of the 3 remaining talent points to physical fitness, and the physical fitness attribute immediately increased to 87 points. Duran took out another talent point to allocate to the burst attribute, and the burst attribute immediately increased from 78 points to 79 points. Such physical fitness and burst attributes are enough to last for another 15 minutes. When Holmes encountered an interception on the wing, he quickly saw the opportunity to pass the ball to the middle. Duran quickly ran to respond. Wilshere, Ramsey, and Fabregas immediately stepped forward to double team Duran. Duran didn't hesitate. After getting the ball, he directly pushed it and accelerated to the right side. There is no skill in this wave of horizontal dribbling, just use speed to eat Arsenal's double teaming. Wilshere, Ramsey, and Fabregas desperately chased, but they couldn't catch up with Guran's cross-cutting speed at all. This scene was so exciting that the Southampton fans at the scene shouted hoarse with excitement. Wilshere and others could only bite the bullet and do their best to block Guran's passing channel, but they didn't dare to kick Guran rashly. They had all tasted Guran's strength, and they were afraid that at this critical moment, because of their rash kicks, the defense line would be loopholes, allowing Guran to force his way in. Arsenal's overall defensive formation was very good, but Guran cut across all the way and forcibly tied down Arsenal's left wing defenders and center wing defenders to the right. The center and left sides immediately became a large and vast weak area. At this time, Schneiderlin was very smart to cross the middle, and Arsenal's left back Clichy hurriedly followed Schneiderlin. Guran saw the opportunity and made a precise and quick short pass to pass the ball to Schneiderlin, who was running sideways. Schneiderlin took advantage of the situation to dribble the ball and accelerated to the middle. Arsenal's left back Clichy and right back Sanner immediately defended Schneiderlin closely. Schneiderlin's speed was suppressed and he couldn't force his way forward, so he half-turned to protect the ball. Guran stopped suddenly on the right and sprinted back to meet the opponent. Wilshere and others who were defending Guran were all in great pain. Guran was sprinting all over the field, but Wilshere and others couldn't run anymore. Southampton's previous strangulation tactics were effective in the last minute of the game. Schneiderlin immediately knocked the ball back to Guran, and after Guran got the ball, he immediately cut diagonally to the left rib. Arsenal's left rib was almost empty. Guran's large-scale roundabout running made all the Arsenal fans present gasp. Who dared to believe that Guran was just a left back? Exclamation mark. How could a left back have such a large space to move? Exclamation mark. Coach Wenger stared with excitement, his mind full of thoughts of adding money. At this moment, Arsenal's defense line was like a pair of stockings torn by Guran, full of holes, and couldn't be covered. Vermeulen and Koscielny retreated to the small penalty area to block Guran's shooting route. Canali and Lallana took the opportunity to penetrate the empty space in the penalty area. Canali's position was very good. Guran directly made a magic lamp pass while running. This kick was very powerful and fast. The route was precise and tricky, just like a scalpel cutting butter. Canali took the ball with his back, and after stopping the ball, he twisted his body and hips, half-turned and shot at a small angle. Arsenal goalkeeper Szczesny quickly lay sideways and saved. Canali's shot was blocked by Szczesny and went out of the end line. Canali knelt in front of the goal in frustration, holding his head for a long time and refusing to stand up. This ball, Guran's pass was too powerful, and Canali's own shot was also above the standard, but this is football. Not every attack and shot can score. Southampton fans also couldn't help but sigh. If this ball could go in, it would be great. Arsenal fans cheered happily, but at the same time they felt a little depressed. They never thought that as fans of the top Premier League giants, they would actually cheer for Southampton's failure to score. For this ball, Guran's organization and transmission ability were too strong. If it weren't for 3C Szczesny's heroic performance, if Canali hadn't been substituted, and his feet were not yet warm, Arsenal would have been reversed by Southampton again. The game continued, and Southampton got a corner kick. High school defender JD stood at the back point, and Lallana immediately kicked the ball to the back point. However, JD failed to reach the first landing point under Koscielny's defense. There was chaos in Arsenal's penalty area, and players from both sides fought desperately in a small and crowded area. In the chaos, Ramsey fell to the ground to protect the ball and rubbed the ball to Clichy next to him with his knees. Before Guran and others sprinted up to compete, Clichy quickly kicked the ball to Fabregas on the periphery. Fabregas immediately sprinted with the ball. Guran chased after Fabregas 10 meters behind him. Arsenal's defensive counter-attack is coming. Van Persie sprinted on the wing to support. Ramsey and Wilshere were also desperately chasing Guran. While the other players of Southampton were physically stronger than Arsenal, their defensive speed in returning to position was obviously a whole beat slower than Arsenal. Yes, the gap between strong teams and weak teams is visible to the naked eye. Even though Arsenal's physical fitness was close to collapse, at the moment of the attack and defense transition, Arsenal was still the fast gunner Arsenal. Dixon, who stayed in the second half of the Southampton team, also came up to intercept Fabregas head-on. Coach Adkins in the technical area outside the court yelled at Dixon, "Don't tackle. Don't tackle. Slow down and retreat. Slow him down." Coach Adkins saw it clearly on the sidelines. As long as Dixon could block Fabregas's attack route and slow down Fabregas's dribbling speed, Duran would soon be able to catch up and double-team Dixon. However, the whole court was filled with the drums and roars of the Ashburton Legion, and Coach Adkins' reminder was almost drowned out. Dixon was obviously timid and nervous in a 1v1 situation with the world-class midfielder Fabregas. Dixon slid at the football under Fabregas' feet. This sliding tackle was not resolute. Although the tackle had already been made, the force and range were still restrained. The action was not fierce enough and the tackle was not in place. Fabregas was well prepared. He quickly pulled the ball with his left foot, then turned his body and easily avoided Dixon's frontal sliding tackle with an artistic Marcel turn. Dixon missed the tackle. Fabregas had a smooth road ahead. It was a flat road. Southampton's double-teaming tactic to stop Fabregas' fast break was no longer viable. Dixon got up and chased in a panic, but there was no chance at all. If Southampton scored this time, Dixon would be the culprit. Coach Adkins hugged his head in annoyance, swearing wildly. Duran, who was chasing closely in the back row, did not give up and violently sprinted, the son of the wind, the king of Highbury. Duran was like an angry red and white lightning, instantly leaving Wilshere and Ramsey behind, and sprinted to the back of Fabregas. Fabregas was immediately frightened. To say something that sounds a bit exaggerated, Fabregas didn't feel so frightened when he played in the World Cup. Fabregas has been fucked by Duran twice. Fabregas is really scared of this crazy Chinese from the bottom of his heart. If he really faces Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo on the world stage, he will be fucked. It's not shameful, but being fucked by a tabloid gossip guy is really embarrassing. High-speed sprint dribbling is not Fabregas' strong point. Facing the fierce and violent Duran, Fabregas was tense and ready for a high-intensity confrontation. Seeing that Duran was about to get close, Fabregas didn't dare to fight hard at speed. He immediately stopped and hooked the ball backwards, and at the same time, turned around to chase the ball. Cruyff turn. The fans at the scene exclaimed. It really takes a strong body control to suddenly stop and turn at such a high limit acceleration. Just when everyone thought that Duran would be thrown away and would not have time to turn around to intercept, Duran almost made a sudden stop and turn at the same time as Fabregas stopped. He directly struck Fabregas' body. Fabregas was stunned. His fake move was predicted and broken. All the Arsenal fans at the scene stood up in amazement. Their captain, their world-class midfielder, was completely at a disadvantage in the three head-on confrontations with Duran. What the hell is Fabregas? Isn't the 17-year-old Chinese player Duran more attractive? Exclamation mark. Fortunately, Wilshere and Ramsey came to support in time. Wilshere rushed towards Duran regardless of everything. Duran was unable to split his strength and could not stick to Fabregas to steal the ball while hard pressing Wilshere's impact. Duran was immediately pushed away by Wilshere. This was also very helpless. Duran clearly suppressed Fabregas 1v1, but Southampton's teammates did not come to support him in time. After Duran was pushed away, Fabregas was able to get rid of it. Without waiting for Duran to come up again to press, he quickly passed the ball to Ramsey. Ramsey immediately avoided Duran's interception range and dribbled the ball to the empty left side. Wilshere and Fabregas continued to desperately block Duran. Ramsey dribbled the ball straight into Southampton's left rib and was about to enter the penalty area. Goalkeeper Davis immediately moved to the left side of the penalty area, ready to save Ramsey's single shot in a 1v1 situation. Ramsey looked up at the goal. At this moment, celebrities all over the world were nervous. Duran sprinted and chased frantically under the pull of Fabregas and Wilshere. Wilshere and Fabregas could no longer hold Duran back. Ramsey kicked directly and passed the ball back to the right side of the penalty area. The football drew a powerful diagonal line in the air and flew towards Van Persie. Van Persie did not stop the ball while running at high speed. His feet left the ground and he jumped and headed the ball directly outside the penalty area. This was a diving header shot at least 25 meters away from the goal. Davis was helpless and the football was blasted into the net. The ball went in. Arsenal scored 2 goals in 5 minutes. Reversed the game. Still Van Persie. The Arsenal fans at the scene burst into passion instantly, and the drums of the Black Ashburton army roared loudly, almost blowing the Grand Emirates Stadium away. In the 86th minute of the game, after being miraculously reversed by the English League One team Southampton, Arsenal reversed the score again with the newly replaced Van Persie. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Arsenal 3:2 Southampton. The total number of goals scored by the two teams also reached 5. The fans who had already bought a total number of goals less than 5 were about to cry out. In the first half, the two teams were dawdling 1:1, and even before the 70th minute, there were only 3 goals. Who would have thought that in the 5 minutes before the end of the second half, Arsenal could score 2 goals in a row? If they continue to play like this, Southampton will be kicked out. According to the payout rules of the bookmaker, with 5 goals now, lottery fans will at most lose half of their principal. If Arsenal scores another goal, it will be completely over. Of course, the most exciting thing is the dealer. This game, especially when the second half was about to end, was really dramatic, unexpected, and upset. Except for a small number of Saints diehards who bought Southampton to win with 2 goals, all other betting orders were won by the dealer. After the goal, Arsenal celebrated happily. Van Persie also ran along the field excitedly. Scoring 2 goals in 5 minutes also made Van Persie's ambitions hang on his face. Van Persie's reversal goal was really wonderful. Outside the penalty area, with both feet off the ground, Van Persie's 2 goals were really domineering. To be honest, this ball can definitely compete for the best goal of the year's Puskas award. Duran deeply felt what a world-class striker is. After falling behind this time, there was not much time left for Southampton. The morale of the Southampton team quickly dropped. Although Southampton is much worse than Arsenal in terms of strength, it is already an amazing achievement that they can play against Arsenal, a regular in the Champions League, and force Arsenal to send all the main players, and only lag behind Arsenal by 1 goal at the end of the game. However, Southampton has seen the hope of winning Arsenal, and the hope lost and regained has bred a stronger sense of despair. Southampton had at least 2 chances to score, but it was a pity. The gap in strength is indeed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Duran stood up decisively, applauded his teammates who looked desperate, and shouted loudly, "Don't be scared. We still have time. The Saints are moving forward." Southampton's teammates were slightly encouraged, but there was still no sign of moral boost. Duran turned around and shouted to the Southampton fans in the north stand, "The Saints are moving forward." Infected by Duran's passion of never give up, the Southampton fans who had already given up hope immediately straightened their chests, stood up, and sang the team song "The Saints are moving forward" in unison. With the fans' desperate roar and support, the Southampton players immediately rekindled their morale. Coach Adkins on the sidelines also roared, "That's right. That's it. Kick it back. Pressure them from a high position. Hang them. The Saints are absolutely not afraid." Coach Wenger next to him couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Duran eagerly. He can run, rush, pass, insert, pass the ball, and shoot from a distance. He can also stand up and encourage his teammates when the team is about to collapse due to continuous goals. It's so delicious. More money. More money. I want more money. In the majestic and uniform team song, the Southampton players quickly took their positions. Duran directly switched positions with Dixon, letting Dixon stand at the left back position and himself at the midfield position. At the same time, Duran added all the remaining 2 talent points to the burst attribute. The physical attribute is enough to last until the end of the game, and improving the burst sprint is the best choice at the moment. Duran's burst attribute also increased from 79 points to 81 points. Fight. Now, the Arsenal team, which is leading by 1 goal, is not in a hurry. Coach Wenger replaced goalkeeper Szczesny with main goalkeeper Fabianski. Szczesny performed well. Although he lost 2 goals, it really can't be blamed on him. In that case, even if the main goalkeeper Fabianski was there, he couldn't block it. The game started again. Lallana kicked off and knocked the ball back to Duran in the defensive midfielder position. Guran immediately dribbled forward after getting the ball. Lambert and Schneiderlin supported Guran on both sides. Wilshere, Ramsey and Fabregas came up to double team Guran again. By now, Arsenal had clearly understood that Guran was the core of Southampton. Restricting Guran was like strangling Southampton's neck. Guran did not speed up, nor did he engage in excessive physical entanglement with Wilshere and others. Instead, he moved slightly to the left, saw the gap between the three, and immediately passed the ball to Schneiderlin on the right. Schneiderlin was blocked by Arshavin in the interlaced channel, and could only turn halfway to protect the ball. Guran continued to sprint without the ball, inserted hard between Wilshere and Ramsey, and penetrated the middle. Wilshere and Ramsey did not expect Guran to start suddenly, and they were half a beat late when they wanted to intercept. Guran got half a body position, and Schneiderlin immediately made a short pass. Guran did not stop the ball, but touched the ball with one foot, and passed the ball to Lallana, who retreated to respond. A short and smooth triangle attack was formed between the three. This cooperation also has a bit of Arsenal's passing and cutting flow. Arsenal immediately formed a chain defense against Lallana. Lallana tried with the ball, but couldn't break through by force, so he could only turn halfway and knock the ball back to the left rib. Lallana didn't need to look at Guran's position to know that the left rib was Guran's favorite position, and Guran would never miss it. Sure enough, Guran had a telepathic connection. Before Lallana passed the ball, he shook off the defense of Wilshere and others, violently sprinted to the no man's land on the left rib, and easily got the ball. The passing and cutting cooperation between the two was very pleasing to the eye. Who would have thought that Southampton could also play such a smooth midfield and front court cooperation under Arsenal's full pressure? Ramsey desperately cut across to intercept, and Guran made a beautiful Matthew shoulder drop on the spot, directly shaking Ramsey to the ground. Before Wilshere could catch up, Guran dribbled the ball straight along the left rib. Fabregas did predict Guran's position, but Guran's speed was too fast, so Fabregas could only chase him from the side and back. Fabregas's position awareness and speed without the ball were world class. Guran's sprint speed was very fast, but it was almost impossible to get rid of the world-class Fabregas in a short time and short distance. Guran accelerated and rushed inward, and suddenly stopped and hooked back. Cruyff turn. The shock on Fabregas' face was visible to the naked eye. Fabregas couldn't imagine that a Chinese grassroots player actually used Cruyff turn to pass him in front of him. Fortunately, Fabregas' reaction was also world-class. Fabregas also stopped immediately and turned to defend. After Cruyff turn, Cruyff turned again and hooked the ball back to the inside direction. Fabregas was hit by 2 Cruyff turns in a row. Fabregas subconsciously followed with his body, but his center of gravity was completely out of control after 2 pulls. The next moment, the world-class Fabregas was knocked to the ground by Guran. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The whole audience exclaimed. Who would have imagined that Fabregas, who had just won the World Cup, was crossed by a grassroots player who was rumored to be a tabloid? Light Fabregas dropped a green special talent point bubble. Guran had no time to take care of it, and did not even concentrate his mind to pick it up. He directly turned on his speed skill, and dribbled the ball diagonally into the penalty area. At this time, Wilshere had already filled in to intercept. Lallana and Canali had also penetrated to the edge of the small penalty area. Vermeulen was also blocking Guran's path to cut in and shoot. There was no channel for shooting this ball, and protecting the ball was not Guran's advantage. If he took 2 more steps forward, he would probably be trapped and intercepted. Guran looked up in the direction of Lallana. Koscielny quickly stuck to Lallana, while Lallana desperately ran to find an empty space. Guran decisively passed the ball to Canali, who was lying in ambush on the other side of the small penalty area. This ball was extremely fast, and it directly penetrated Arsenal's dense defense line, passed through the narrow gap between Wilshere and Sana, and rolled to the left side of the penalty spot in the small penalty area. This ball was not directly stuffed to Canali's feet, and Canali needed to run in the back row, and it had to be very fast. Canali's sense of smell in front of the goal was also very sensitive. Canali directly shook off the player who was marking him and slid and shot towards the flying football. Guran's straight pass in front of the goal and Canali's sliding shovel shot were almost seamless. The goalkeeper Fabianski, who had just been substituted, reacted very quickly and made a beautiful diving save. But he was still half a beat late. The ball went through Fabianski's armpit and into the goal. The ball went in. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Henry's Treatment. Sign him. Refused to draw. The winning penalty. North London is the god. The Arsenal fans behind the net were stunned. The Southampton fans also covered their hearts with surprise and couldn't believe it. In the 89th minute of the game, when it was about to enter the injury time, facing Arsenal with almost all the main lineup, Southampton stubbornly tied the score again. Question mark? Is this a script? Is there a script? Question mark? Is it? Beep. The referee blew the whistle and gestured to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen of the Emirates Stadium was immediately rewritten as Arsenal 3:3 Southampton. Yes, another goal. The two sides tied again. This is the 6th goal of the whole game. The fans who bought less than 5 goals completely lost their capital. There was a wailing in the Arsenal stands. The Southampton fans were excited, and tears filled their eyes, cheering wildly. 3 minutes ago they were still desperate, but 3 minutes later, the surprise came so suddenly and so quickly. The second half was really full of ups and downs, pulling the fans' emotions to the extreme. The adrenaline of Southampton fans surged one after another. The shouts of Chinese dad rang out at the Emirates Stadium. After scoring the goal, Konali excitedly rushed to Guran and held Guran tightly with both hands to celebrate. For this ball, Guran was simply killing all the way from organizing and planning to dribbling and passing in front of the goal. Arsenal couldn't limit Guran at all. Arsenal's players stood there with their hands on their hips, their faces full of depression, and various skill bubbles under their feet. Guran is really too strong. When Fabregas was born at the age of 17 in Arsenal, it was probably like this. But Fabregas' starting point was extremely high, even higher than Messi. Fabregas had various privileges as soon as he entered the Arsenal club. From this perspective, Guran, who had a very low starting point, is even more charming and dazzling than Fabregas at the age of 17. Who doesn't want such a talented demon star? At this time, an Arsenal fan in the South Stand stood up and shouted loudly, "Wenger, sign him." After a short stunned silence, almost all the Arsenal fans in the stands followed suit and shouted, "Sign him! Sign him! Sign him!" The entire Grand Emirates Stadium was echoing with the cry of "Sign him," which lasted for a long time. Guran couldn't help but be touched. This is an honor enjoyed by Thierry Henry, the King of Highbury. When Henry's contract at Arsenal was about to expire, the fans of the Arsenal team also shouted "Sign him" to Wenger in unison. Unexpectedly, Guran also enjoyed the glory of the King of Highbury today. In this game, all 3 goals of Southampton were planned and handled by Guran. Guran shot and passed twice, and his range of activities was B2B from his own penalty area to the opposite penalty area. The number of sprints and sprint distance were the highest in the game. Guran's active performance on the defensive end and his sharp performance on the offensive end conquered the picky Arsenal fans. Even Coach Wenger couldn't help but applaud Guran's wonderful performance. Southampton fans naturally did not want to be outdone, and they screamed back desperately, "Gu is ours! Gu is ours! Gu is ours! It doesn't matter if we win against them, but we must not take away their Guran." The entire Emirates Stadium is about to explode. Before the game, who could have imagined that this would be such a thrilling and ups and downs game? At this time, the 4th official held up a sign on the sidelines, indicating 5 minutes of extra time. Guran took the opportunity to concentrate his mind and check the skill bubbles. The green special bubble dropped by Fabregas must be picked up, and there are many practical skills in the remaining blue bubbles, but Guran only has one last chance to pick it up today. Guran immediately gave this last chance to the bubble under Van Persie's feet. Volley, scissor kick fallingly /+1. This shooting star skill is really awesome, plus must get it. That's right, a defender who doesn't want to be a striker is not a good defensive midfielder. The green bubble dropped by Fabregas has the attribute of the technical category. Guran thought quickly and then allocated this special talent point to the ball stopping attribute. In this way, the ball stopping attribute was increased from 69 points to 70 points. It is most appropriate to use green special talent points to make up for the technical shortcomings of ball stopping. The game continues. The injury time begins. Arsenal kicks off from the center circle, and Fabregas cautiously holds the ball and presses forward. Or 3:3 draw is definitely not a satisfactory answer for Arsenal, but their overall physical strength has been strangled to almost nothing, and it is very difficult to sprint and break. What's more, Arsenal is now very afraid of Guran's personal ability. In the case of insufficient physical strength, Wilshere, Ramsey, and Fabregas are unable to limit Guran's detours. Once Guran, the sprinting monster who can't stop running, seizes the opportunity to counter-attack, Arsenal will really go crazy. The closer it gets to the end of the game, the more dangerous it is. Compared with Arsenal's caution, Southampton is unexpectedly strong. Southampton pressed across the half court, pressed high, and pressed forward as a whole to create offside. Only when Arsenal's physical strength is relatively insufficient can they force Arsenal to make passing errors by playing high pressure. Faced with Southampton's increasingly fierce pressing, Arsenal can only make various short passes in the midfield, pull Southampton's defense line, and look for passing and cutting opportunities. The game was in the 93rd minute. Arshavin dribbled the ball on the right and was knocked down by Schneiderlin and Richardson. Arsenal got a free kick 35 meters away on the right. Arshavin took a short tactical free kick and passed the ball to Fabregas, who was running in the middle. Guran used his explosive sprinting speed to approach Fabregas. Fabregas did not dare to confront Guran head on and hastily transferred the ball to the left. Wilshere on the left could hardly rush up and was almost waiting for the ball on the spot. Holmes, who was good at speed, took a step ahead and stretched out his foot to intercept the ball in front of Wilshere. Seeing this, Guran immediately shook off Fabregas and sprinted to the opposite half. Wilshere hurriedly pulled Holmes, but Holmes did not stop and directly kicked the ball into the no man's land in the middle. Southampton's defensive counter-attack is coming. Guran's speed is full, desperately chasing this straight pass. Koscielny, who is near the center line, hurriedly moved sideways to intercept, but Guran's speed is obviously faster than Koscielny. Guran took a step ahead to catch up with the football, kicked it directly forward, and accelerated to widen the distance between himself and Koscielny. There is no skill in this confrontation, it is just pure speed. The fans of Southampton were so excited that they raised their arms and screamed wildly. After Guran shook off Koscielny, he sprinted to the edge of Arsenal's penalty area in the blink of an eye. Vermeulen, the last line of defense, blocked Guran's direct access. Guran then made an emergency stop to receive Matthew's shoulder, changed his line and dribbled diagonally. Vermeulen's feet slipped. Seeing that Guran was about to get rid of him, Vermeulen quickly grabbed Guran's arm before he was about to lose his balance and forcibly stretched out his foot to break the ball. Guran was pulled at high speed, his body's center of gravity was unbalanced, and his left foot was tripped by Vermeulen again. Guran fell heavily in the penalty area. The Arsenal fans behind the goal hugged their heads in fear. They knew what this would mean. The Southampton fans had no intention of cheering, and they all held their breath and worried about Guran's left foot injury. I saw that in the next second. Guran climbed up from the grass with his hands and feet and stretched out his hand to appeal to the referee. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, and his finger pointed very clearly at the 12 yards of the Arsenal goal. Penalty. Penalty. The referee gave Vermeulen a red card. Vermeulen spread his hands in disbelief to explain to the referee, but the referee insisted on his decision. In the last minute of injury time, Southampton won a penalty thanks to Guran's passionate struggle. Southampton fans cheered excitedly. The penalty was small, but what made them happiest was that Guran's left foot was not injured. Arsenal's players surrounded the referee and begged for mercy, but it was completely in vain. Vermeulen was sent off with a red card less than 20 minutes after he came on the field. Although the red card in the preseason friendly match will not affect the official league later, it will inevitably make Vermeulen's mentality unbalanced. Southampton's players ran over and hugged and high-fived Guran excitedly to celebrate. They now have a great opportunity to reverse the result of the game. As long as they can seize this opportunity, they can defeat the Giants Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium as a mid-level team in English League One. Arsenal is not completely without hope. Arsenal's current goalkeeper is this season's main goalkeeper Fabianski. Fabianski's biggest advantage is saving single shots and penalties. Fabianski also seems confident. He easily did stretching warm-up exercises in front of the goal. Lallana put his arm around Guran's waist and whispered in Guran's ear, "Boo, this goal is your credit. Are you interested in taking the penalty? Damn Lallana, you are so nice." But Guran raised his eyebrows slightly. "What conditions?" Lallana grinned and said, "Look at what you said. We are all on the same team. What conditions are there? Just one penalty for 5 assists. Of course, you don't have to complete 5 assists in one game. Damn. 2 assists for free kicks. 5 assists for penalties." Lallana has clearly marked the price and still says there is no condition. Speaking of which, giving away penalties is something that most main strikers will not do, because penalties can also be considered as scoring data. In fact, it is not a premium to exchange 5 assists for a penalty. It's just that my penalty attribute has not been added to the point. This game has been in a white hot state. Whether it can win depends on this kick. If the penalty kick is not kicked well, it will affect your position in the team and in the hearts of the fans. Guran calculated it shrewdly and then smiled and said to Lallana, "This price is very reasonable. Let's follow this in the future, but let's forget it this time. In today's game, you haven't scored a goal yet. You still have to take this penalty kick. If you score this Arsenal's law, you will be the headline of the newspaper tomorrow." Lallana's eyes lit up. "Okay. Then I'll take it this time. Goo, you are so nice. You think about me everywhere. In the entire Southampton team, do we have the best relationship?" Guran nodded with a sense of reality. "Do you need to ask this? I know it. Come on." "Okay." The two clapped their hands, and Lallana ran to the penalty spot with joy. At this time, Fabianski has finished warming up, lowered his center of gravity, and is ready to save the ball. The referee blew the whistle, indicating that the penalty kick could begin. Lallana put the ball on the penalty spot, then stepped back a few steps, glanced at the goal, and then instantly accelerated and kicked hard. The ball rolled along the ground and hit the far corner of the goal at a very fast speed. Diagonal ground cut. This penalty kick is extremely technical, with perfect power and perfect dead angle. However, Fabianski seemed to have seen through Lallana's shooting route in advance, and turned his knees half a beat in advance, jumped sideways and fell to the ground. Fabianski fell to the ground in an extremely beautiful posture, and used his arms to block Lallana's almost certain goal. The Arsenal fans behind the net clenched their fists and cheered. They cheered a little too early. This ball is not dead yet. Lallana's power is very strong, and although Fabianski's prediction is accurate and his reaction is very fast, he can't catch it at all. The ball bounced to the left side of the small penalty area. Fabianski quickly rushed back, ready for a second save. His reaction was extremely fast and his position was excellent. Almost all the dangerous factors were calculated in advance. When the ball bounced, all the players outside the penalty area were desperately rushing forward to fight for it. Without Vermeulen's blockade, Guran instantly got half a body length ahead and entered the penalty area. God level running, king of picking up leaks triggered. Before other Arsenal players could intercept and block, Guran directly faced the rebounding ball and jumped into the air with both feet off the ground. All the fans at the scene widened their eyes in astonishment and held their breath. Guran exerted force with a scissor kick in the air. He used the instep of his right foot to pull the football about 60 centimeters off the ground in the air. Volley, scissor kick, fallingly slash. The football was like a sword, energy visible to the naked eye, and it cut out a domineering, sharp and straight arc of light in the air at half height. Fabianski predicted that Guran was going to shoot, and also predicted that Guran was going to hit a straight near corner, but a scissor kick volley? Exclamation mark. Fabianski never thought that Guran, the left back, could use a world-class shooter scissor kick to volley in the chaos. This ball is so domineering. Just the aura of the shot makes people tremble. What's more, the distance of this kick is only 10 meters. Now the volley at a close distance. Even if the young player Buffon comes, he can't stop it. Fabianski hasn't raised his arm yet, and the football has shot into the net from his side. The huge shooting power instantly excited the entire net. The ball went in. The last minute of injury time. After Guran made a penalty, Lallana missed the shot. Guran made a strong insertion and scored with a volley scissor kick in the style of Van Persie. The referee blew the whistle to indicate that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Arsenal 3:4 Southampton. Yes, Southampton reversed the score again. Guran jumped up, waved his fist in the air with full power and beauty, and burst into a domineering roar. World-class striker Van Persie was stunned. All the Southampton fans at the scene were crazy. They had experienced boredom, disappointment, and despair, but now they finally raised their heads and swept away the depression in their hearts, because they were about to beat the powerful giant Arsenal. Arsenal fans also broke out completely after a short period of suffocation and silence. Arsenal fans all stood in the stands, cheering Wenger, sign him, sign him, sign him. Everyone in the Emirates Stadium was very excited. The final battle of this preseason game was as exciting as the FA Cup final in the second half. Guran made 2 passes and 2 shots, and became a god at the Emirates Stadium. The god of North London. Southampton players rushed to Guran, and pressed Guran hard under them. Especially Lallana was the most excited. Lallana missed the penalty kick and almost became the sinner of the Southampton team. However, good brother Guran appeared in time to help him make up the shot, so Lallana was not the sinner. Now, there was really not much time left for Arsenal. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The game is over. Arsenal has no time. The game is over. The final battle of the preseason is over. The score on the big screen of the Emirates Stadium was also frozen at Arsenal 3:4 Southampton. Southampton really won. The players on the bench of the visiting team rushed into the field excitedly, put Guran on their bodies, and carried Guran to thank the audience at the Emirates Stadium. Southampton fans cried and shouted wildly at Guran. For them, this was simply an impossible game. Especially in the second half. It was so beautiful. The result of the weak defeating the strong is definitely the most refreshing. It is also the most unforgettable for Southampton fans. So far, all 6 preseason games have been played, and Southampton has 3 wins, 2 draws and 1 loss. Far exceeded everyone's expectations. This final victory is of great value, even more than the draw with Liverpool. Southampton fans are full of confidence in the upcoming English League One. Southampton's male fans waved their team flags and scarves and cheered, while Southampton's female fans waved their bras and cheered towards Guran. Guran's eyes were too busy. After the exciting thank you speech, Guran walked towards the players' tunnel in a happy mood. Van Persie came up from the midline and took the initiative to talk to me. Hi, Gu. WTF. Van Persie, who looks like a domineering president, actually took the initiative to talk to me! Exclamation mark. Guran immediately said calmly, hello, Van Persie. Van Persie took the initiative to reach out and high-fived Guran. Your performance today is really good. I believe that after today, you will soon have a place in the British football world. Thank you for saying that, Van Persie. Actually, I'm your fan. Of course I can't say that. Guran cleared his throat. Actually, I'm far from enough. Van Persie smiled and said, Chinese people are really very modest. Our playing styles are very similar. I see that you don't like to stop the ball very much. Coincidentally, I don't like to stop the ball very much either. Damn. It's not that I don't like to stop the ball, I'm just short. In the current world, one is you, Van Persie, and the other is the Wolf King Totti, who is more ruthless than you. You are the world's top-notch one-touch masters. How can I be compared with you? The last scissor kick volley shot was just taken from you while you were hot. Wait, I can't be modest anymore. I have done Arsenal like this. If I say that I'm not good enough, wouldn't it be a disguised slap in the face of Van Persie and Fabregas? Why did Van Persie take the initiative to show his goodwill? It's nothing more than deliberately praising me. Only by praising me can Arsenal's loss be justified. Although I don't like to be arrogant, I have to be appropriately arrogant for Van Persie's face. Looking at Van Persie's expectant eyes, Duran suddenly understood. Duran immediately cleared his throat. Ahem. Yes, Van Persie, our playing styles are very similar. I'm indeed like you. I like to do it directly. Van Persie nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough. Goo, you are as cool as me. Can we be good friends? You can call me Robin from now on. Duran smiled and said, of course, why not? Robin? Van Persie further asked, then, will you come to Arsenal? Duran shrugged. Sorry Robin, I'm afraid I can't answer you this. Van Persie smiled. Understand jerseys can always be exchanged, right? Ah, of course. Duran immediately took off his jersey. Van Persie also took off his jersey and exchanged it with Duran. Van Persie patted Duran on the shoulder. Boo, I'm so glad to be your good friend when you just entered the football world. Although you can't answer me about coming to Arsenal, I believe that Arsenal is such a good and powerful team, you really should come. Van Persie said with great ambition, as long as you come, I promise that Arsenal will win the championship every year. We will create a new dynasty for Arsenal. I will become the king, and you will become the vice king. I will wait for you in Arsenal. Wait a minute. What the hell is a vice king? Besides, after you become the captain of Arsenal next year, you will transfer to our family. It's not certain who will wait for whom. Duran grinned. Okay. Van Persie said, then leave a phone number. We will keep in touch. Okay. After the two exchanged phone numbers, Van Persie walked away with satisfaction. Duran put Van Persie's jersey on his shoulders, and just as he walked to the entrance of the players' tunnel, he saw Fabregas standing there with a hesitant face. Fabregas seemed to want to start a conversation, but he couldn't bring himself to do it as a World Cup champion. Duran smiled and took the initiative to greet Fabregas. Hi, Fabregas, how are you? Oh, hi, Duran. Fabregas smiled coyly, as if this meeting was an unexpected encounter. Duran smiled and said, I'm very honored to be able to compete with you. Our confrontation on the field is also for our respective teams. If there is any offense in the confrontation, please don't mind. After all, Fabregas is the captain of Arsenal, the most valuable core of Arsenal, and he just won the World Cup trophy, so he still has to say these polite words. Fabregas smiled happily. No, boo. Your performance today was really great. I believe that in time, you will shine in the British football world. But I suggest you don't rush to join a big club, because it is difficult for a big club to give you a high degree of freedom like Southampton. When you really grow up in Southampton, the big club will chase you even more crazily. What the hell? This is actually very reasonable. But when you say it from your mouth, it always feels like you want to stop me from joining Arsenal, as if you are afraid that I will steal your limelight. Fabregas, everything is world class, but this spiritual attribute is a little bit lacking. This is also the reason why you, Fabregas, can't be compared with Messi and Ronaldo in the end. Messi and Ronaldo both have the attribute of team spirit, and they are leaders wherever they go, which is something Fabregas doesn't have. Duran smiled. Thanks for the reminder, Fabregas. I look forward to playing against you again one day. Fabregas smiled and said, okay, this is just a friendly match, you know, we didn't use our full strength. Next time we meet, you have to be careful. Haha, it sounds like you are not convinced in your mouth, and you are not convinced in your heart. It doesn't matter, we have a long way to go. Haha, good. Duran shook Fabregas's hand heavily. We will definitely meet again. After that, Duran raised his head and walked into the players' tunnel. I thought it was over, but as soon as Duran walked into the players' tunnel, Coach Wenger greeted him with a smile. Recently, the performance of this book has continued to decline, with an average of 5 subscriptions per day, and it has been almost a month. I can't figure it out, no matter how hard I try. How did I achieve a steady decline like the Chinese national football team? Although I'm not good, although I update once a week, I'm really a good author of hidden items. Maybe I hide it more deeply. I have 6,000 words in one chapter, which is equivalent to 3 updates. I have been writing books since the beginning of the year. I have never stopped writing for 10 years. I have never sold books poorly, nor have I complained. I don't seek fame on Gideon. I just want to update steadily and write stories seriously. But I can't be indifferent to the continuous decline in average subscriptions for a month, right? With the National Day approaching, I would like to ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets to keep reading. Thank you all. Chapter 346. Coach Wenger lost control. Duran was secretly happy. The coach started a fight. Question mark? Hi, boo. Congratulations. Coach Wenger took 2 steps at a time and stopped in front of Guran. Your performance today was really wonderful, especially in the second half. You were simply incomparable. The entire Emirates Stadium was shrouded in your brilliance. Guran hurriedly said politely, thank you, Coach Wenger. The reason why we won today is that Southampton was lucky and your Arsenal did not use their full strength. This is really not a polite or modest statement. Although they won, Duran knew very well that Arsenal did not use their full strength in this friendly match. Although Arsenal sent all the main players to the field at the last moment, it really cannot be considered as trying their best. Coach Wenger did not even make any on-the-spot adjustments. If Arsenal really took this game seriously and let Fabregas and Van Persie play at the beginning, then Southampton's Iron Bucket bus would definitely not be able to withstand the fierce bombardment of the Gunners, and Southampton might have been kicked down in the first half. How to say it, this is football. Strength and data are important, but they are by no means the key factors for victory or defeat. The key factor for victory or defeat is people, and it is always people. Therefore, even if Arsenal loses, Arsenal's strength is still recognized to be much higher than Southampton. Therefore, even if Southampton's strength cannot be compared with Arsenal, it does not affect Guran's miracle of reversal. Coach Wenger smiled at Guran in a gentle manner. Boo, I'm really happy that you can say that. Arsenal's loss is not unfair, because I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. I was not prepared enough. I don't want to make excuses for myself, but to be honest, even I'm not prepared enough, and any coach in the world will not be prepared enough. Duran nodded in conviction. If other coaches speak in this tone, it is arrogant. But when the professor speaks in this tone, it is really so. Then I heard Coach Wenger continue. Boo, your performance really amazed me. Honestly, I haven't felt this way for a long time, since Henry left the team. You are a genius, but different from ordinary geniuses. In football, ordinary geniuses can be found everywhere, and there are countless who die prematurely. But you are different. You are really different. Your genius is not only reflected in your sprint speed, your positioning awareness, your roundabout ways, your organization and support, your spot shots, etc. Your real genius is your super high football IQ. Your ability to read the situation, your understanding of tactics, and your ability to react and change on the spot are definitely not something that can be practiced. You are an example of playing football with your brain. For this reason alone, I dare say that you are more talented than any other genius. I like you, boo. I really like you so much. And I'm the most suitable coach for you. Other coaches don't understand you. At most, they can only see that you are like Henry, you are like Gerrard, you are like Lampard, you are like Beckham, you are like Ronaldo. These are all true, but only I can see that you are more than that. You are not only equivalent to having one more player on the field, but also equivalent to having one more on the spot coach. You are not one person. You are not two people. You are three people. Goo, in you, I see my own shadow, a shadow with at least 30 years of my football IQ in my 17-year-old body. We Arsenal lost to you today, which seems a bit embarrassing, but after a while, when people reminisce about this game, they will understand that it is normal for an Arsenal that doesn't use all its strength to lose to you. Damn, Duran felt his blood boiling. His heart couldn't help but beat violently. This feeling was like the feeling when the class flower stopped him and confessed his love during elementary school. This was a face-to-face compliment from Professor Wenger. Which player can withstand such a hot confession? Exclamation mark. Even Messi can't stand it. Duran said quickly. Coach Wenger, you are too kind. In fact, I do have some confidence in my football IQ. Don't be modest. Be moderately arrogant. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of your opponent? Never slap Coach Wenger in the face. Just listen to Coach Wenger's warm and amiable smile. If you want to become a top star, confidence is a must. In fact, boo, you could have been more powerful, but in a small team like Southampton, your growth ceiling will not be too high. Yes, I don't deny that you will grow, and with your ability, you will grow rapidly, but your growth ceiling will soon reach a bottleneck. You need more and stronger opponents to hone. You need better coaches to guide and lead, and you need a higher and bigger stage to show. And only by standing in the Premier League and the Champions League can you truly break through your upper bottleneck and truly become a world-renowned star. Duran couldn't help but feel a sudden movement in his heart. Coach Wenger continued, "You have to take on too many responsibilities in the Southampton team. You have to defend on the back line, organize the attack on the midfield line, and score goals on the forward line. The teammates around you are not top notch. You will play very tired, but the benefits you receive are not proportional. But if you can come to Arsenal, your whole world will be brand new. I will equip you with the strongest teammates. I will put you in the position of front midfielder and left forward. I will let you play as many Premier League games as possible. Of course, before your data is up in the early stage, you have to be a substitute for Fabregas and Arshavin. But I can also register you for the Champions League. If you transfer here now, I promise that you will be able to play in the Champions League soon. You will be the first Chinese to appear in the Champions League." Duran interrupted quickly, "Coach Wenger, I can't be the first Chinese to appear in the Champions League. There is a player in our country named Sun Xiang. In the 2007 Champions League, he played as a substitute in the quarterfinals when PSV Eindhoven played against your Arsenal team." Our Coach Wenger was embarrassed for a moment, but then he said, "I will make you the first Chinese to start in the Champions League. Moreover, you are likely to become the first Chinese to score a goal in the Champions League. The first Chinese to score a goal in the Champions League is really too tempting. It is impossible not to be moved. Moreover, Coach Wenger is right. Southampton can give a high degree of freedom and rapid growth, but it cannot give the upper limit of becoming a real star. Only a bigger stage and a stronger opponent can break through the bottleneck. What's more, this is Coach Wenger who came to dig it himself. If it were Chamberlain, he would have kowtowed to Wenger and called him his godfather, right? Wait, even if Chamberlain knocked his head out of his brain, he could not become the first person to start in the Champions League in the UK. Chamberlain is so pitiful, but I still have a chance. It's just that, if I go to Arsenal, I have to start as a substitute, and my playing time will inevitably be reduced a lot. I have to wait at least a year to get Fabregas out before I can become a regular. With this 1 year, it is better to gain experience in the lower leagues and make up for the basic shortcomings. As for the first Chinese player to start in the Champions League, there is no rush. I'm confident that no Chinese player will be able to take away this honor in the next 12 years. Duran has always been very confident about the stability of Chinese football. Duran immediately smiled at Coach Wenger and said, "Coach Wenger, thank you for your kindness. I think I will consider it." Coach Wenger said, "Boo, what else do you need to consider? If you have any requirements, just ask. Come on, Boo, I really like you, Arsenal really likes you, and Arsenal fans really like you. No matter what conditions you want, as long as you are willing to join Arsenal, we can talk about everything." Duran hurriedly said, "Coach Wenger, I'm very touched, but I'm right. Why don't you consider my teammate Chamberlain first? The guy who scored a goal with his face today. Chamberlain's strength is indeed good, and he can be called a young genius. According to the development of his previous life, Chamberlain transferred to Arsenal for £15 million in August 2011. Coach Wenger smiled and said, "Chamberlain is good, but who would ride a three-wheeled vehicle if he can drive a four-wheeled vehicle? Who would want Chamberlain if they can dig you?" Duran was stunned. "What? Fuck Chamberlain. I'm so sorry for you. It's all because I'm too strong. Come on, Boo. Arsenal is your destiny. Come to Arsenal and be a quick shooter." Wenger stretched out his hand to Duran with eager eyes. "Fuck Coach Wenger, don't do this. You are so respected, and your confession is so beautiful. How can I have the nerve to reject you directly? You are running away to pee." No, I used it at halftime. You can't show that you have frequent urination, right? and using the same trick is too disrespectful to Coach Wenger. Although I don't want to transfer this season, I can't reduce Coach Wenger's favorability. What should I do? Why do I feel it's difficult in my mind, but I can't help but feel happy in my heart? Oh, I'm distressed. How can I reject the world-class football professor Coach Wenger? Just when Guran didn't know how to refuse, Coach Adkins rushed into the player tunnel at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and grabbed Coach Wenger's hand. Aha! Coach Wenger. This game is really exciting, isn't it? Arsenal is really too strong. If it weren't for Coach Wenger, how could we win such a strong Arsenal? As he spoke, Coach Adkins turned around and said to Guran, "Hey, Gu, why are you still here? Your exclusive team doctor and exclusive physiotherapist are waiting for you in the physiotherapy room. Isn't your left foot still injured? Why don't you go get an injection?" Guran breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and said with a real look on his face, "Oh, okay coach. Sorry, Coach Wenger, I'll leave first." After that, Guran quickly ran to the visiting team's locker room under the cover of Coach Adkins' position. Coach Wenger was immediately anxious, and he didn't care about being gentle and polite. He turned around and chased after him, shouting, "Gu, wait a minute. Let's talk again. You really have the potential to be a quick shooter. I'm the only coach that suits you best. You can ask for anything you want. Just don't leave. Let's talk again. Let's talk again." Coach Adkins predicted Coach Wenger's move and immediately blocked Coach Wenger with his body. Coach Wenger feinted without showing any weakness, but he didn't get away. After all, he was old, and although his brain was fast, his body couldn't keep up. Coach Adkins used all his strength to hold Coach Wenger back with his body. "Coach Wenger, the game has just ended, and you are digging our core players in the player tunnel. You are not very respectable, are you?" Coach Wenger said coldly. "Coach Adkins, how long do you think you can cover up this big baby Guran? Instead of letting other giants get away with it, it is better to just give it to me." "Coach Wenger, do you want to listen to what you are saying?" "Coach Adkins, I advise you to move your butt off my crotch first." "How can I move away when you push me so hard?" The two coaches confronted each other in the player tunnel. The scene was a little out of control. Coach Wenger, who was always gentle and polite, was so embarrassed that his face turned red and his blood was hot. The players passing through the player tunnel were all dumbfounded. "The coaches fought?" Exclamation mark. The reporters who were originally going to the media room for a press conference heard the noise in the player tunnel and immediately ran over. The two coaches' fierce confrontation was much more exciting than the main match. Reporters took out their cameras and prepared to take pictures. Coach Wenger and Coach Adkins immediately pretended to hug each other affectionately. "Ha ha ha, Coach Wenger, you are awesome. Ha ha ha, Coach Adkins, you are awesome too. Then let's meet at the post-match press conference." "Okay, see you later." The two coaches quickly separated and ran back to their respective locker rooms. Both coaches are decent people. Everyone present. 10 minutes later, the media hall of the Emirates Stadium was full of people. This upset was very newsworthy. From the Times, The Guardian, Sky Sports, to The Sun, 11 Man, The Village News and other media reporters, none of them wanted to miss it. Coach Adkins, with a red face, took Captain Davis into the media hall and sat down. Coach Wenger, slightly depressed, took Van Persie to the media hall and sat down. He wanted to use his status to personally convince Guran, but was ruined by Coach Adkins. Coach Wenger thought that Guran wanted to come to Arsenal, but was ruined by the hateful Coach Adkins. In the pre-match press conference, Coach Wenger brought the young Tiger Walcott from Southampton, but in the post-match press conference, he replaced him with the world-class striker Van Persie. After all, in this situation, a player of Walcott's level can't control the situation. Only players of Fabregas or Van Persie can control it. Coach Wenger originally planned to bring the captain Fabregas, but Fabregas declined. Fabregas was hit by Guran 3 times today, and his heart suffered more than 30,000 points of critical hits, so Fabregas didn't want to face the tricky reporter. After both sides sat down, Evelyn took the microphone first, stood up and asked, "Hello, Coach Wenger, I'm a reporter from the Forward Saints. Arsenal lost 3:4 to Southampton in today's game. What do you think of this result?" What do you think of Southampton's lineup today? What do you think of the performance of Guran, the key figure in this game? Coach Wenger cleared his throat and said gently, "First of all, I want to congratulate Southampton. They performed very well today. At the same time, I also want to praise our Arsenal team, because although our Arsenal team is 1 point behind in the score, we have also achieved the training goal of the last pre-season game, which is to hone our mentality. The ball is round, and no team can win forever. The new Premier League season is about to begin, and Arsenal must not be arrogant. Today's unconventional friendly defeat will allow us to better examine ourselves and find out our own shortcomings before the start of the new season. And I also let the players lead the game as much as possible without too much on the spot intervention. I have to say that the Arsenal boys performed very well. After this game, we will be able to adjust our shortcomings in a more targeted manner." With just a few words, Coach Wenger downplayed the impact of the upset by the English League One team. As for Southampton, they played very conservatively and dull at the beginning. They used a mentality of playing in the finals to specifically target our quick passing and cutting. Their tactics were very targeted. Although it was not beautiful and did not look like the way to play in a friendly match, I still want to congratulate them for getting the victory they dreamed of. The real turning point in this game was not the change in Southampton's tactics. I don't think Coach Adkins' tactics are that good. I think in addition to our own shortcomings and our own mentality of being too relaxed and not treating this as a regular game, the biggest turning point was Guran. I must admit that Guran is really great. Arsenal has many first-class and even world-class players in the Premier League, but it is still difficult for us to limit Guran's performance. Guran took on the responsibility of Southampton's defense. I believe everyone has seen that we Arsenal had many chances to score, but they were resolved by Guran. Of Southampton's 4 goals, Guran made 2 passes and shot 2, and all the data is extremely dazzling. I think Guran's performance today was perfect. If I were to give him a score after the game, I think it should be at least 9 points, surpassing all the players on our Arsenal team. It's only a matter of time before Guran becomes a superstar. As soon as these words came out, the reporters at the scene were like a pot of boiling water. A dignified professor actually praised the opponent's players without hesitation. And at the post-match press conference, in front of the opponent's head coach, Evelyn's face was full of satisfaction. "Coach Wenger, I remember you once said that you had no intention of buying Guran. You said that the strongest player was already in your Arsenal lineup, but now, you said that Guran would become a superstar sooner or later. Is such a big change just because you lost this game?" Coach Wenger smiled. "Your question is very aggressive, but I don't mind you asking it. In fact, it is true that I did not intend to buy Guran before the game. But this does not mean that I was not interested in Guran before the game, nor does it mean that I decided to dig Guran because of this game. My idea before the game was not to buy, but to rent. Yes, I wanted to rent Guran to Arsenal before, but after this game, I think it is impossible. We at Arsenal will officially join the battle for Guran and propose an installment offer of no less than £10 million with 0 down payment." Wow. The reporters at the scene were once again blown up. Coach Wenger's words were like a bombshell. Who would have thought that at the end of the transfer window for this new season, Arsenal, which had not bought anyone, would actually throw out 4 twos. Coach Adkins, who was sitting next to him, frowned and cursed in his heart. 0 down payment? How dare you say that? Evelyn wanted to ask more questions, but the press officer at the Emirates Stadium took the microphone away. Other reporters asked questions about poaching Guran, and Coach Wenger also gave very clear answers. A reporter asked Van Persie about poaching Guran, and Van Persie smiled and said, "Yes, I'm very happy to hear Coach Wenger's plan to sign Guran. I will wait for Guran at Arsenal, and we will realize Arsenal's dream of winning the championship together." Next, the reporters focused their firepower on Coach Adkins. "Coach Adkins, what do you think of Coach Wenger's blatant move?" Coach Adkins, Southampton has always been a black factory. Selling superstars at high prices is Southampton's basic operation, and Southampton's financial situation is not very good now. Do you think you can keep Guran? Coach Adkins, you and Coach Wenger seem to have a conflict in the player channel just now. Can you tell us in detail what happened? Coach Adkins knocked on the microphone, then said calmly, "First of all, as the coach of Southampton, I want to solemnly declare here that Guran is not for sale in our Southampton. We will never sell Guran in exchange for short-term benefits. Any transfer offer for Guran, whether it is full payment or installment payment, will be regarded as hostile by us Southampton. We, the Southampton club, reserve a means of countermeasures. Secondly, I don't think Coach Wenger can really come up with 10 million in installments to poach Guran. I think Coach Wenger is just trying to change the subject. After all, Arsenal, a century-old giant, unexpectedly lost to Southampton at home. Coach Wenger naturally wants to do everything possible to eliminate this negative impact. Poaching Guran is probably just an excuse for Coach Wenger to divert everyone's attention. I suggest that everyone pay more attention to the 3:4 result of this game. Doesn't it deserve a headline? Guran lives very happily in Southampton, and I don't think he will leave. We, the Southampton club, will also do everything we can to keep Guran in Southampton. As for what happened between Coach Wenger and me in the player tunnel, I'm sorry, I have no comment on this. After saying that, Coach Adkins stood up and left the seat and walked out of the media hall with Captain Davis with his head held high, without even shaking hands with Coach Wenger. Reporters surrounded Coach Wenger, who did not have time to get away, and asked all kinds of questions. At the same time, in the visiting team's locker room, after the team doctor Mayfu checked Guran's body and confirmed that he was not injured, the physiotherapist Gregory gave Guran post-match physiotherapy. When Guran relaxed, a clear prompt sounded in his mind. Light congratulations to the host, because the host has perfectly integrated more than 100 hours of special training results in the professional competition. The corresponding attribute points have grown. The growth reward is here. Guran was delighted and quickly concentrated his mind. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happiness. Chapter 347. SS level hidden reward. Absolutely core treatment. Arsenal fans climbed the tree. Then the system prompt sounded. Your physical attribute, strength, grew from 82 points to 83 points. Your physical attribute, burst, grew from 79 points to 80 points. Your technical attribute, long shot, grew from 75 points to 76 points. Your technical attribute, short pass, grew from 66 points to 67 points. Your mental attribute, big game mentality, increased from 69 points to 70 points. Damn. In this game, I actually got 5 growth points. Fighting against a strong team is really rewarding. This is just a friendly match. If it is a more formal cup match, the reward will definitely be greater. The short pass attribute is also displayed for the first time this time. The initial points of the short pass attribute are not high, but with the short pass skill, it is barely acceptable. According to the wonderful performance of this game, there should be a hidden lottery. Light sure enough, when Guran just thought about it, another system prompt sounded in his mind. This game is the first game in which the host started and played the whole game. The host completed 6 key clearances, 3 fatal clearances, and achieved 2 shots and 2 passes. The system evaluated it as SS level performance. Damn. SS level performance. Guran's heart was instantly excited. It turns out that there is SS level above S level performance, so there must be SSS level. The hidden rewards of SS level performance must be much richer than S level, right? Then I heard the system prompt sound. In addition to obtaining a certain skill upgrade by random selection, the hidden rewards of SS level can also specify a low level category skill to advance to a mid-level category skill. For example, the host can specify that the hand punching technique +4 is advanced to the enhanced hand punching technique +1. The original hand punching technique points will be released as talent points, and the talent points can be redistributed to any other skills at will. Damn. This hidden reward is awesome. Regardless of how much better the super hand punching technique is than the ordinary hand punching technique, it is so cool that it can actively release 4 talent points of the ordinary hand punching technique for redistribution. With such a reorganization and repoint reward, it doesn't matter, even if those garbage skills are randomly upgraded by the system. Good. Draw first. Guran secretly took a breath. and muttered in his heart, "God bless Amitabh Bachchan." Then, the virtual lottery disc in Guran's mind immediately started to rotate. Stop. Congratulations to the host. The skill drawn in this system hidden reward random lottery is Equestrian Mastery. Your equestrian mastery has been increased from +1 to +4, effective immediately. Guran, got, Buddha, Chianzan, it doesn't work. Alas, it's all superstition. However, it's not a waste to increase the equestrian mastery to +4. Since you still want to win the Olympic equestrian gold medal for the country, then the equestrian mastery must be increased to +9 before 2012. It is impossible to win an Olympic gold medal by football, but wouldn't it be great to achieve a breakthrough by winning an Olympic gold medal by equestrianism? Moreover, mastering equestrianism can not only earn honor for the country, but also give you the opportunity to become sworn brothers with Brother Kyan. So let's do it. Mastering equestrianism +4. Guran took a deep breath, and deep in his heart he felt an extreme desire to ride a horse. It was the feeling of really wanting to ride a real horse. Next, he could also reorganize a low-level skill. Guran quickly reviewed his many skills. There are many low-level practical football skills that are in line with the way of advanced reorganization and point washing to improve. For example, reasonable collision +4, emergency stop acceleration +3, sideline cut +3, high-speed sprint dribbling +4, close defense +4, chasing back and stealing +3, outside foot pass +4, strengthening position defense +3, crotch pass +4, tiger shot +3, fancy juggling +4, etc. You have to know that the points of these skills are almost all free skills stacked and have not occupied the bonus of talent points. Moreover, many of the skills here have reached the upper limit of the free-to-play system B rating. It is a bit wasteful to add points to them. If you don't add points, you can't upgrade them to +5 by picking them up. However, as long as you reorganize them, not only can you upgrade low-level skills to mid-level strength, but you can also convert the stacking release of free-to-play skills into universal talent points. What's even better is that after the advanced skill stacking returns to +1, you can stack the same skill again by free-to-play. The room for improvement is opened up all of a sudden. Guran thought quickly and then selected the skill crotch through +4. Crotch through is very practical in the game, and it is easy to cause negative emotions in the opponent after using it. Guran concentrated his thoughts, and the system prompt sounded immediately. Host will reorganize and allocate the crotch through +4 skill. Are you sure? Guran said firmly in his heart, sure. Suddenly, Guran felt that his mind was clear. Crotch through +4 was immediately upgraded to enhance crotch through +1. Guran also had 4 more universal talent points. So cool. This final match of the preseason was a big win. Not only did I get free star skills like crew if turn and scissor kick volley, as well as 2 green special talent points, but I also gained 5 attribute growths, and I also advanced the crotch pass skill, and released and converted 4 general talent points. It was really a great win. The hidden rewards of SS level are really awesome. The subsequent games will all be English League 1 games. My strengths are already strong enough, so these 4 talent points will be used to fill the gaps in my weaknesses. The sooner I fill the gaps, the sooner I can raise my personal level in the system to A level. When I can raise my personal level to S level, I will have enough confidence to conquer the Premier League and the Champions League. Guran thought quickly, and then allocated all these 4 talent points to the ball control sub-attribute in the technical attribute category. The ball control attribute also increased from 63 points to 67 points. This ball control attribute is still not high, but it is not a big problem in English League 1 games. After the physical therapy, Guran took his phone to check the messages. The phone was full of text messages congratulating him on his victory over Arsenal. Alan Shearer sent congratulations, Sterling sent congratulations, Lampard sent congratulations, Jared sent congratulations, Linda sent congratulations, and Abby Clancy sent a photo that Guran almost choked on his saliva. Guran criticized it harshly, then deleted the photo into the message trash without replying. Evelyn also sent a text message inviting Guran to go horseback riding at Hayden Manor tonight. Duran was just thinking about trying out his equestrian proficiency +4. Duran immediately accepted Evelyn's invitation. 20 minutes later, the Southampton players took the team bus and left the Emirates Stadium. The outside of the Emirates Stadium was full of fans who refused to leave. Not only were there extremely excited Southampton fans, but there were also Arsenal fans with eyes full of expectations. When the fans saw the Southampton bus, they all rushed to the bus without hesitation, shouting Duran's name excitedly. Southampton fans waved their team flags, and Arsenal fans also waved their team flags. Duran was very moved and waved to the fans again and again. Southampton fans thought Duran was waving at them, while Arsenal fans thought Duran was waving at them. The fans on both sides were very happy. It took more than 10 minutes for the Southampton team's bus to finally move out of the crazy crowd and enter the main road. The players on the bus were also very excited. Everyone felt great to win against the powerful Arsenal away from home. Obviously, tonight's bar revelry is definitely indispensable. After returning to the Staplewood training base, Coach Adkins called all the players together and held a simple tactical summary meeting. He praised Duran's perfect performance today and then announced a 2-day holiday. Before the meeting was dismissed, Coach Adkins said to Duran kindly, "Boo, come to my office alone." "Okay, coach." Duran was just wondering how to reject his teammates' invitation to party all night at the bar. When he heard that Adkins wanted to talk alone, he immediately waved goodbye to his teammates and walked towards the office with Coach Adkins. Davis and others sighed. Duran was really too serious. He had been in Southampton for so long and had never been to the bar once. After arriving at the head coach's office, Coach Adkins greeted him with a smile on his face. "Boo, sit down and have something to drink. Coffee? Tea? Oh, by the way, Loina said that you can only drink her special drinks. Then I'll pour you a glass of water." Duran hurriedly smiled and said, "Coach, don't be polite to me. I'm not thirsty." Coach Adkins still personally poured Duran a glass of mineral water. "Are you tired today? You must pay attention to rest after you go back. Don't work too hard. After all, the new season is about to begin. No matter how well you play in the friendly match, it is not as important as the league points." Duran said, "Yes, coach." Duran also secretly swore in his heart, "The new season is coming soon. I must play football seriously. Going to Hayden Manor tonight is just to try out equestrian mastery +4, and I will never do anything else." Coach Adkins sat down opposite Duran, cleared his throat and said, "Boo, don't take what Coach Wenger said to you in the player tunnel today too seriously. Coach Wenger is indeed a good coach, but what he said may not be entirely right. You should still hone your skills in Southampton steadily. You still have a long way to go in your career, and the foundation is very important." Duran smiled and said, "Coach, I understand. I promise you that at least this season, I will never think about transferring." Coach Adkins hesitated for a moment and said, "Boo, now that I've come to this point, I'll be frank with you. I plan to make you the absolute core of the Southampton team. I plan to develop tactics around you. If you transfer away, then I will." Duran's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Coach, just put your heart in your stomach." Coach Adkins nodded with satisfaction. "Great. With you, it's definitely not empty talk for us to win the first place in League One this season and be promoted to the Championship. I think you should also know that, although we are in the English League One, the schedule for the early season is still very tight and the intensity of the games is also very high. This is also the biggest difference between amateur players and professional players. Amateur players will not have such a high intensity of games, and as professional players, they must adapt to such intensity of games. This August, in addition to the last preseason friendly match we just played, there are about 7 games to play. Of course, with such a heavy workload, I can't let you play in every game, nor can I let you play the full game in every game. You are still young, and too frequent games will make you habitually tired, so I plan to let you take turns to rest and only play important games. This can also be regarded as protecting your career future. Goo, you should understand this, right?" Duran nodded. "Yes coach, I can understand." Duran said this, but he secretly said in his heart, "Coach, you may not understand my endurance. Then he heard Coach Adkins continue, "Our primary goal this season is to win the English League One Championship, so I will let you start in most of the English League One games. Our second important goal this season is to defend the league championship, which is the Pioneer Cup, so I will let you play in most of the Pioneer Cup games depending on the situation. As for the League Cup and FA Cup, with the strength of our League One team, even if we can win a few rounds in the early stage, when we play against the English Premier League teams later, we will almost certainly be eliminated. So, I plan to give up the League Cup and FA Cup, and you can take the opportunity to rest." Coach Adkins looked at Guran. "Do you think this arrangement is okay?" "Fuck Coach Adkins, are you asking for my opinion? This treatment is really an absolute core level treatment. It only took a few preseason friendly matches to gain the absolute trust of the head coach and the core position of the team. This is unique in the entire League One." Guran couldn't help but secretly take a breath of cold air. After a little thought, he said, "Coach, I think your arrangement is very reasonable. But if you want to know my real thoughts, I think that we can still use all the main players in the early stages of our League Cup and FA Cup." Coach Adkins was surprised and said, "Boo, you may not know the intensity of multi-line operations. In the middle of the schedule, not only will your physical energy be greatly consumed, but the physical energy of the team will also be crazy. Our team's bench depth is not enough." Guran immediately said, "Coach, I can do it. I need more and stronger games to hone myself. If possible, I don't even need to take a rest, or I can be substituted off the court in advance after confirming the absolute advantage in the league game. In short, we really don't need to give up the League Cup and FA Cup in the early stages." Seeing that Coach Adkins pursed his lips and said nothing, Guran said again, if I can lead the team to win the English League One Championship in advance, then won't we have nothing to do in the second half of the schedule? Once the team relaxes, we won't be able to maintain a higher level of competition for the next season's championship. With the League Cup and FA Cup, we can still maintain our passion in the second half of the season. It would be boring if there were no serious games in the second half of the schedule. The League Cup and FA Cup can transcend the restrictions of the league level and directly compete with the strong teams in the Premier League. Only by fighting with strong teams can you get better hidden rewards. Such a good opportunity, how can you give it up in vain? Even if you really can't beat the Premier League strong teams in the end, you can't give up in the early stage." Hearing Guran's statement, Coach Adkins looked at Guran in great shock. Coach Adkins thought that he was ambitious enough to win the League One Championship, but he didn't expect that Guran was more ambitious than him. Win the League One Championship after halfway? How is this possible? Compete with the Premier League strong teams for the Cup and FA Cup? How is this possible? But then again, they were able to defeat even the powerful Arsenal today, so what's impossible? If they really did it, wouldn't I, as a coach, be awesome too? Coach Adkins took a deep breath and said, "This is risky, Gu. If one link fails, we may lose the title of English League One and the defending of the league championship." Guran smiled and said, "Yes, it's risky, but the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. You are the coach, and it is up to you to decide in the end. I just express my own ideas." The head coach's office fell into silence. After a long time, Coach Adkins' eyes flashed with ambitious eyes. "Okay, Gu, then let's give it a try. I will readjust and arrange the appearance list of the English League One and focus on the cup competition." As he said that, Coach Adkins stood up and shook Guran's hand. "The new season is up to you." Guran smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Coach, let's cheer together. Come on together." Coach Adkins was unconsciously ignited. After leaving Coach Adkins' office, Guran went to the player restaurant for a custom meal, and then drove directly to Hayden Manor. Evelyn, wearing a cool tights night suit, drove a golf cart that had been overturned, and waited at the gate early. As soon as she saw Guran, Evelyn couldn't wait to greet him, not caring about the servant's eyes. Guran said seriously, "Evelyn, I'm here just to ride a horse this time, so let's go directly to the horse farm." Evelyn was shy and embarrassed. "Oh, that's annoying. Of course I know you're here to practice riding. What the hell? No, your expression seems to be too understanding. I really don't want to do anything else. I really just come to try my horsemanship proficiency +4. Guran got on Evelyn's golf cart and rushed all the way to the horse farm of Hayden Manor. After seeing Guran, the sweat-blooded horse Hercules shook his head and neighed happily. While Guran was changing into his knight's uniform, Evelyn skillfully prepared the saddle for Hercules. After changing into his knight's uniform, Guran first calmed down the overly excited Hercules with his mind, and when Hercules calmed down a little, he got on the horse. Hercules then ran gracefully. Guran also immediately used Equestrian Mastery +4, and the cooperation between one man and one horse was almost perfect. Equestrian Mastery +4 is really awesome. Before the Olympics, I will upgrade Equestrian Mastery to Enhanced Equestrian Mastery and add the released talent points to Enhanced Equestrian Mastery again, and the Olympic gold medal will be guaranteed. Evelyn, who was watching the training nearby, was full of admiring little stars in her eyes. Gu, you are so strong. You just finished the competition, but you can still ride so well. And you have improved a lot more than the last time. You are really a genius. Guran turned around and smiled. It's nothing. The main thing is that Hercules is awesome. Hercules seemed to understand Guran's praise and raised his head and neighed proudly. Evelyn said, Gu, do you want to take a break? I also want to take the opportunity to interview you. What do you think about Coach Wenger wanting to poach you? Now that the transfer window is not closed, will you leave Southampton? Guran immediately smiled and said, no, I will not leave Southampton this season. Evelyn said happily, I knew it. Gu, you are loyal to Southampton. Guran said quickly, I can't say I'm loyal, but anyway, I do have many reasons to stay in Southampton. Evelyn blushed, is it my reason too? Guran cleared his throat. Is this the interview content of the Forward Saints? Or is it your private question? Evelyn smiled. Of course it's my private question. Guran chuckled. Guess. Evelyn stamped her feet coquettishly. Oh, you're annoying. Come on, I want to hear your answer in person. Guran smiled. Okay, then I'll tell you, when you catch up with me. As he said that, Guran shook the reins and rode Hercules towards the grove at the end of the racer course. Hey, Gu, you're so shameless. Evelyn also quickly jumped on the horse and urged the horse to chase. Guran drove back to the Dune Villa very late that night. Although it was very tiring throughout the day, it was really great. Guran had a lot of physical therapy to recover from his fatigue and went to bed early. In the next 2 days, Guran practiced in his own gym. After training, he disguised himself and went to the gym in Winchester to pick up special training bubbles, exchange talent points, and actively prepared for the new season. The physical energy consumed in the game with Arsenal also quickly recovered to the best competitive state during the 2-day holiday. The biggest news these days is the sports front page news of the Times. Arsenal launched a transfer offer worth £10 million to Southampton club. The reporter of the Times also interviewed Coach Wenger. In the interview, Coach Wenger praised Guran's potential and asked Arsenal fans to be prepared because he was about to bring Guran to North London. Arsenal fans were very happy to see this news. Arsenal fans were waiting for Arsenal to officially announce the transfer of Guran. Some fans were so afraid that they would miss the first-hand transfer news due to poor mobile phone signals that they even climbed trees to wait. Chapter 348 The Hollywood movie queen called. The English League One begins. No more nonsense, just keep pressing. After receiving Arsenal's transfer offer of £10 million with zero down payment, additional payment based on Gu's subsequent performance, 60 installments, and a total of £10 million, Southampton club did not even take a look at it and directly rejected it. Manchester City club also submitted a full offer of £10 million, which was also rejected by Southampton club. Liverpool's female boss Linda sent text messages to Guran every day to greet him, but she was not in a hurry to mention the transfer, just to maintain a relationship with Guran. Supermodel Abby Clancy also continued to post photos every day, and the content of the photos became more and more photogenic. But Guran just looked at them critically and deleted the photos to the trash can. Yes, now, no one can affect my determination to play football. Guran just thought about this when he received a call from an unfamiliar number in the United States. Guran, who was about to go to training, refused to listen directly. No one can affect the phone ringing again. Duran frowned, pressed the answer button, and said unhappily, "Who is it?" A slightly sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hi, is this Mr. Duran?" Hearing that it was a girl calling, Duran's attitude eased a little. "Yes, who are you?" "Oh, hello, Mr. Duran. I'm Gwyneth Paltrow. I don't know if you have heard of my name. I have won an Oscar for Best Actress. In the Iron Man series, I played Iron Man's female secretary, Pepper Potts." Damn. Duran's phone almost flew out of excitement. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It was actually a call from Hollywood actress Gwyneth herself. Although Anne Hathaway and Elizabeth Olsen are also Hollywood actresses, Gwyneth is a real Hollywood actress. Although she won the Oscar for Best Actress with a realistic voice, although it is very watery, but it is still an Oscar for Best Actress. The Hollywood actress called me personally. This is the first time. Deogson. My Deo heart. Steady. Duran quickly controlled his excitement and said in a calm tone, "Oh, it's you. What's up?" Gwyneth on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Duran to be so calm after hearing her name. Gwyneth then said, "It's like this, Mr. Duran. I have seen your hand-painted script of Avengers 2. You are so talented. I'm very happy that you can handle the script of Iron Man 3. As the heroine of the Iron Man series, I'm very much looking forward to having an in-depth exchange with you on the content of the script." In-depth exchange? Gwyneth, you are not going to have an in-depth exchange with me just to let me help you add a play to the script, to let me write you as the female Iron Man, to replace Robert Downey Jr., right? I must have thought too much. Duran cleared his throat. "Well, I'm not very convenient recently." Gwyneth on the other end of the phone was stunned again. This hand-painted playwright is too big a star. It's even bigger than Robert Downey Jr. But for screenwriters, aren't the more capable and famous they are? Then conversely, the more famous they are, the more capable they are. Yes, it would be abnormal if they were not famous. This taste is right. Gwyneth immediately said more humbly, "Mr. Duran, I will cancel all my recent activities. When you are free, I will come to talk to you." Damn, Oscar winner, don't do this. Duran took a deep breath and tried to suppress his excited heartbeat. "Alas, I'm really busy recently. At least in August it will definitely not be possible." Gwyneth immediately said in a coquettish voice, "Oh, Mr. Duran, I'm really sincere. I will not delay you too much. I promise." Who can resist this little voice? By the way, Gwyneth, you are 38 this year, right? This is really an age that makes Kozen ecstatic. And she also has the aura of a Hollywood movie queen. "That's me, a Taoist strongman. I can fight with him." Duran said immediately, "Well, come back in about half a month, but I can't guarantee that I will have time to entertain you." Gwyneth on the other end of the phone chuckled. "Great, Mr. Duran. You are so easy to talk to. Then I will fly to Southampton next week. This is my personal phone number. Let's keep in touch." Okay. After hanging up the phone, Duran looked numb. What the hell am I doing? Why did I agree to come with her? Where is my Tau heart? Why is there no reaction at all? Even if I'm eaten by a dog, I can hear the sound of smacking my lips. Alas. What a sin. Duran put down his phone, cleared his head of all the random thoughts, changed into training clothes, and continued to train. On the same day, Southampton Club announced the latest data on season ticket pre-sales in its own Forward Saints. 16,793 tickets. This season ticket pre-sale data greatly exceeded the same period. You know, the entire St. Mary's Stadium can only accommodate 32,551 spectators. This is equivalent to selling half of the attendance rate before the start of the new season. Such pre-sale results are naturally all due to Duran, especially the performance in the last pre-season friendly match against Arsenal. Duran gave Southampton fans great confidence. Southampton is also on the right track. When Coach Adkins organized team training, he also completely arranged tactics around Duran. After 6 pre-season friendly matches, Southampton's overall strength, cooperation and mental outlook have improved qualitatively. Before the opening game of the first round of the English League One, Duran also exchanged 4 talent points through the training bubble. Although the number is small, it is enough for Duran's current strength. Guran did not keep it, but directly allocated all these 4 talent points to the ball control attribute. The ball control attribute also increased from 67 points to 71 points. It is one step closer to the promotion to the A-level system rating. The night before the English Football League One was about to officially start, Max Xati and others called and brought Guran good news. After more than a month of preparation, with the cooperation of enthusiastic netizens and fans at home and abroad, and with the public relations help of Leo Lacy, Ran Live was finally launched. Max Xati and other entrepreneurs have successfully obtained the copyright of the British game, and Ran Live can use the British live broadcast signal to broadcast live in China simultaneously. In tomorrow's game, domestic fans will be able to see Guran's performance in the English Football League One. After receiving this news, Guran, the big boss behind Ran Live, was also very happy. In order to give back to the fans of Ran Live, Guran personally signed more than 100 sets of Southampton number 8 jerseys that night, which were used to draw prizes and give benefits to the fans of Ran Live after the game. And veterans like Maxim's Noodles, Max Xati, Book Friends 202203260920035004, Imlawfung, S_9, San Kyugwen, and diehard supporters such as Happy Worship 964, Dust in the Wind. Edslide, wandering around, I like reading more. This name is slightly tricked, or received a set of jerseys individually. At 9:30 am on Saturday, August 7th, the Southampton team's bus carried the high-spirited players to the home stadium of the Plymouth team, Home Park. Home Park is a small stadium that can only accommodate 20,922 spectators. In addition to the newly expanded main stand, the Mayflower stand, the other 3 stands are single-layer stands. Plymouth is also a port city and one of the Royal Naval ports. Southampton is the departure point of the Titanic, and Plymouth is the departure point of the Mayflower. The Mayflower is a famous colonial ship. It was a ship that the Indians rescued and gave the Indians blankets with smallpox in gratitude. Of course, Plymouth is not Southampton's mortal enemy. Plymouth's mortal enemy is Cardiff City. Southampton's real mortal enemy is another military port city, Portsmouth. Plymouth's hometown park stadium is called the Green Army Theatre by local fans. Plymouth's home jersey is also green. Plymouth ranked 10th in the English League One last season, only 2 places lower than Southampton last season. Therefore, in the minds of Plymouth fans, they are the same as Southampton. In today's first round of the English League One, Plymouth is also playing at home, so most Plymouth fans think that this will be a game with a slight advantage for them, and Plymouth will have a great chance to get all 3 points. But the professional bookmaker William Hill gave the odds of win 6.50, draw 5.90, lose 1.25. This means that if Plymouth, who plays at home, can win, the bookmaker will pay 6.50 times. If Plymouth draws with Southampton, the bookmaker will pay 5.90 times. And if Plymouth loses to Southampton, the bookmaker will pay 1.25 times. With such high odds of home win, it is obvious that the bookmaker is not optimistic about Plymouth, who plays at home, winning, and even not optimistic about the draw. William Hill is more optimistic about the visiting team Southampton to easily take 3 points. Such high odds have also attracted many die-hard fans of Plymouth to buy home wins or home draws. At 1:30 p.m, the fans entered the stadium. Today is the first round of the English League One. More than 10,000 Plymouth fans came, holding green flags, looking forward to Plymouth's opening season. There were at least 6,000 Southampton fans who came from afar. As soon as they entered the stadium, they took over the host and sang the team song "The Saints Are Marching Forward." Although the number of people was a little less, after experiencing Anfield and the Emirates Stadium, the momentum of Southampton fans at Home Park was far greater than that of Plymouth fans at home. Compared with Southampton fans, Plymouth is obviously not so crazy and passionate. Home Park has almost become the home of Southampton. In addition to the fans, the 3 major scouts and reporters from major news media also came to sit in the main stand area. Chelsea, Liverpool, and Manchester City are all openly pursuing Guran, and they will naturally not miss any of Guran's games. Not to mention the media reporters. Where there is Guran, there must be news. If there is really no news, they can also create a scandal for Guran. In a word, Guran is the traffic code. At around 2:20, the referee team entered the field to inspect the venue, and the players from both sides entered the field for adaptive warm-up. The warm-up for the English League One match is obviously more formal than the friendly match, and it lasts for half an hour. The DJ on the scene not only introduced the starting list of his own players, but also the starting list of the away team Southampton. When the DJ introduced Southampton's left back number 8 Guran, the Southampton fans on the scene spontaneously stood up and cheered and applauded for Guran. The fans of Plymouth were very puzzled. Most of them still didn't understand why a left back could wear a number 8 jersey, nor why a Chinese could have such a great influence. After hearing the cheers of the fans, Guran simply waved to the away team's stands and then concentrated on warming up with his teammates. Although he looked calm on the surface, Guran's heart was already boiling with passion. This feeling is completely different from the feeling of playing a friendly match. Although friendly matches are also taken seriously, to be honest, winning or losing a friendly match doesn't matter much. But the English League One is different. The mode of the English League One is a double round-robin points competition. Only the points competition and the knockout competition are exciting enough. Only in this way can the essence of football events be truly reflected. There are 24 teams in the English League One, and 46 rounds of games are played in a season. Each team must play once at home and away. The winner gets 3 points, the draw gets 1 point each, and the loser gets no points. Before the end of the season, whoever is at the highest position in the standings will be the champion. If the points are the same, then the goal difference will be compared. If the goal difference is the same, then the total number of goals will be compared. If the total number of goals is also the same, then a playoff will be played to determine the champion and runner-up. The champion and runner-up of the English League One can directly advance to the English Championship next season. The third and sixth teams of the English League One need to play in the playoffs, and the 4 teams will compete for the last spot to be promoted to the English Championship. In terms of the competition system, this is very professional, very cruel and very competitive. As for the cup competitions, the League Cup and the FA Cup, it is even more exciting. The cup competition does not use a points system, but an elimination system. The winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. Draws go to overtime, and draws in overtime go to penalty shootouts. It can be said that the new season is the beginning of a real professional career. Every game, every point, must be fought for with all your strength. For Guran, who does not want to give up the League Cup and FA Cup, every league game must get all 3 points. Only in this way can we go all out to deal with the strong enemies in the League Cup and FA Cup after the winter window. There is pressure, but it is more motivation. At this moment, domestic fans also saw Guran through the live broadcast. The number of people online at the same time as the live broadcast suddenly soared to more than 20,000. Before the game started, the live broadcast room was very lively, with all kinds of congratulatory barrages and gifts. Especially when the director's camera on the scene cut to Guran, the barrage in the live broadcast room was overwhelming, and many Water Friends computers were stuck. At 2:50, the players of both sides temporarily left the field and returned to their respective locker rooms for the final rest. Southampton's players gathered in a circle in the visiting team's dressing room, where conditions were not very good, waiting for Coach Adkins to give a lecture. Coach Adkins looked around and said in a deep voice, "Don't waste your time talking nonsense and keep pressing." "Yes, coach. The Saints will win." Southampton's players put their hands on each other's backs, full of vigor. At 2:55, the players from both sides lined up in the tunnel and officially appeared on the field under the leadership of the referee and the linesman. After the handshake ceremony, the captains of both sides chose sides. Plymouth got the right to choose sides, while Southampton got the right to kick off. After taking photos, the players from both sides quickly stood in position. In this game, Plymouth adopted a 44-11 formation, with 4 defenders, 4 midfielders, 1 attacking midfielder, and 1 centre forward. The 44-11 formation is a variation of the 442 formation. Compared with the 442 formation, it is more flexible in the transition between offense and defense. The 44-11 formation is to turn a forward in the 442 formation into an attacking midfielder, which is used to form a more solid and effective connection between the midfield and the front court. This kind of position obviously requires short passes. Plymouth's head coach, Peter Eade, is also an experienced low-level league coach. According to pre-match military intelligence, this coach believes in the tactical principle of less possession and faster kicks. The pressure method is high pressure and offside, and the man-to-man marking method is man-to-man marking. According to pre-match military intelligence and Coach Adkins' tactical class introduction, Plymouth's centre forward is 28-year-old Roy Fallon, a New Zealand international player with a height of 190 centimeters and a weight of 89 kilograms. This player is not fast, but he is extremely strong, and is also a rare left-footed centre forward. A large part of Plymouth's 44-11 formation is designed around number 5 Roy Fallon, especially the front midfielder, which is to make up for Roy Fallon's lack of speed, and provide tactical support for Roy Fallon, using short passes to allow Roy Fallon to stand in the penalty area, and get the ball as much as possible. Plymouth's attacking midfielder is number 20 Luke Summerfield, who plays a connecting role in the midfield. The left winger is number 19 Yera Policy, a black player with the highest speed in the team and a jack of all trades. He can play as a left forward, attacking midfielder, right forward, and even centre forward. In addition, he also likes to be an inside forward, a forward who cuts in from the wing. He is also the main attacking point of the Plymouth team. The two defensive midfielders are number 4 Carl Fletcher and number 11 Carl Janssen. According to pre-match military intelligence, Carl Fletcher is very flexible with both feet and has a good defensive area. Carl Janssen is an Icelandic international with a fierce defensive style and needs to be dealt with carefully. Plymouth's right winger is number 16, a 19-year-old Irish youth international Joe Mason. Joe Mason was identified as a rising star by the Plymouth club, and Plymouth fans also called Joe Mason Little Rooney. Joe Mason is also a versatile player in the midfield. He can play as a left or right winger, a front midfielder and a forward. He is not very fast, but he has good footwork, a high defensive awareness, strong confrontation, good at counter grabbing on the spot, good at cutting inside and long shots, and has great power. In today's game, the Irish youth team international played against Guran, which will also be a head-on confrontation between the two teams' rising stars. Plymouth's left back is Zimbabwe's international, number 15 player Inasma Bahasla. This player is only 170 centimeters tall, but weighs 78 kilograms, and has strong muscles all over his body. He has a strong burst and the highest instantaneous sprint speed in the team. He is also Plymouth's offensive fullback. The right back is the 32-year-old veteran, number 2 player Carl Duguti, who is also the on-field captain of the Plymouth team. The two central defenders are number 36 Steven Zuber and number 35 Curtis Nelson. There is nothing special about these two central defenders. They are young, quick to react, and very suitable for offside tactics. Plymouth's goalkeeper is number 31, David Barton, who is on loan from Tottenham Hotspur. Judging from Plymouth's starting lineup, the number of international players and youth team international players accounted for a large proportion. This is also a full-strength lineup. It is obvious that Plymouth also hopes to have a good start at home. As for Southampton, today they also sent out a full-strength 442 lineup. Gully and Lallana are two forwards, one tall and one fast. The left forward is Holmes, the right forward is Schneiderlin, and the two midfielders are Lambert and Hammond. The left back is Guran, the right back is Richardson, and the two central defenders are Walton and JD. The goalkeeper is the captain Davis. Chamberlain, who shot with his face in the last game, was suspended from the team this game. The reason for the suspension was inappropriate behavior in the last game. At that time, Coach Adkins wanted to replace Chamberlain to heal his injury, but Chamberlain dared to disobey, and even wanted to ask Coach Wenger to intervene. Coach Adkins argued with Coach Wenger at the post-match press conference, and he became more and more angry after he came back. So he banned Chamberlain from playing one game the night before the first round of the English League One. Chamberlain came to the training base in a hurry this morning, thinking that he would connect with Guran again in this game, but he didn't even get on the bus, and he didn't even have the qualifications to show the water dispenser to the starting players. Chamberlain was so depressed. At 3 o'clock, with the whistle of the referee on duty, the first round of the 2010-2011 English League One officially started. Southampton kicked off first. Southampton fans cheered wildly at the beginning of the game. Those who didn't know thought it was Southampton's home court. Forward Gilly passed the ball to Lallana, who dribbled forward steadily for a few times, and Plymouth's midfielders and front court players immediately double-teamed him fiercely. Plymouth was full of pressure from the start, and each of their players was actively moving and looking for confrontation. Physical confrontation is not Lallana's advantage, but Lallana's dribbling with the ball is still very good, which can fully reach the level of the English Premier League. Lallana calmly dribbled horizontally to the left side of the midfield, avoiding double teaming while pulling the gap. The other players of the Southampton team quickly pressed forward to support. Duran was not in a hurry to change positions, but followed the team's formation as a left back. It's windy in my hometown park. Happy National Day. 74 years of ups and downs, all the way to glory. The destiny of the motherland is closely related to every one of us Chinese sons and daughters. I wish the great motherland prosperity. Chapter 349. The first League One assist. The first League One goal. A super world wave. The live broadcast room exploded. Today's weather is dry, with a temperature of 18 degrees. The stadium, which was originally just a breeze, suddenly began to blow a forceful wind after the kickoff. The stands of Home Park Stadium are not high enough, and there are single-layer stands on 3 sides, so the wind still has an impact on the game. Generally speaking, a wind force of 4 to 5 will interfere with the game, and if it reaches a force 6 wind, the interference will be very serious. Players running in high wind speeds will consume more physical energy, and it is easy to be short of oxygen, and the accuracy of long passes and free kicks will also be offset. Of course, for the home team Plymouth, their passing method is short passes, and the accuracy of the pass will not be greatly affected. Almost all the players of the Plymouth team pressed across the half court, using their superior forces in the midfield to block the Southampton team with the ball. Due to the excessive density of forces in the midfield, coupled with the sudden forceful crosswind, the 2-on-1 cooperation between Lallana and Lambert almost lost the ball. Fortunately, Plymouth's level is indeed not high. Although they touched the ball, they did not break the ball. Lambert hurriedly retreated and ran back, and only then did he protect the ball without any danger. 1 minute into the game, Southampton almost made a mistake right at the start. Plymouth's midfielder pressed forward. Lambert quickly made a big lateral move and passed the ball to the left. Also due to the crosswind, Lambert's lateral move was a little floating. Holmes ran hard, using his not so tall stature to see the landing point, and then jumped up to stop the ball with his chest. Plymouth's rising star Joe Mason suddenly burst into a sprint and gave Holmes, who jumped up, a fierce shoulder-side collision. The moment Holmes stopped the ball with his chest, he was knocked to the ground by Joe Mason before he landed. Joe Mason easily intercepted the ball. Yeah. Plymouth's fans cheered excitedly. Holmes immediately got up and pulled Joe Mason's arm with his backhand to prevent Joe Mason from making a quick counter-attack. Joe Mason, who played at home, was not polite and directly pushed Holmes away with his palm. Holmes had just stood up in a hurry and had not yet stabilized his center of gravity. After being pushed so roughly by Joe Mason, he half knelt on the grass again. The competition between the two was very fierce. Joe Mason turned his palm, which was actually a foul, but Holmes's hand was not clean either. But Joe Mason's action was more aggressive and had more physical advantages. The referee turned a blind eye to the foul confrontation between the two. In a relatively low-level game like the English League One, the referee's penalty scale is very loose. This is also the reason why the physical confrontation in the English League One is more violent than that in the English Championship and even the Premier League. After pushing Holmes away, Joe Mason directly passed the ball to number 11 Kaliana Sang, who had already moved to the left rib, and then Joe Mason himself accelerated without the ball along the left side. This is also Plymouth's basic tactic. Try to reduce ball possession and dribbling, use more short passes, more off-ball movement, and use off-ball movement to connect short pass penetration. This short pass tactic is different from Arsenal's passing and cutting flow. Whether it is Arsenal or Barcelona, they rely on the cooperation between the cores of the triangle attack, while Plymouth relies on the cooperation between 2 points and 1 line. It can be said that Plymouth's offensive method is simpler. Of course, it is also easier to deal with Plymouth's short pass penetration than Arsenal. Lambert has retreated to chase the ball holding Carlianasong, and Hammond also double teamed and intercepted from the other side. Guran went straight up and blocked Joe Mason, who was running without the ball. Since Plymouth is short pass penetration, it is enough to break Plymouth's short pass fulcrum. And Joe Mason is the fulcrum of Plymouth's attack. The first contest between the two stars began without the ball. Joe Mason didn't take Guran seriously at all. Relying on his body like Rooney, he rushed towards Guran. Guran didn't exert any force to accelerate, but just blocked Joe Mason's sprint route one step ahead, half turned sideways to meet him. Bang! Joe Mason's shoulder hit half of Guran's back, and the whole person was immediately bounced back 2 steps. Joe Mason was dumbfounded. The Plymouth fans present were also dumbfounded. You know, Joe Mason is the Rooney of their club. The impact force is super strong. What's more, Joe Mason accelerated and sprinted with all his strength, with inertia bonus, while the seemingly thin Chinese boy on the opposite side slowed down in advance. The Plymouth fans could never have imagined that Joe Mason could not beat Guran. Just when Guran intercepted Joe Mason, Carlianasong could not make a short pass to the left, and Hammond doubled him on the right, so he could only bite the bullet and dribble into Southampton's penalty area. The experienced central defender Walton blocked Carlianasong's breakthrough path in advance. Lambert chased after Carlianasong and made a precise steal, stealing the ball from Anson's feet. Southampton's defensive coordination is very exciting. After 6 pre-season warm-up games, Southampton's Premier League background has been adjusted very well. Anson, who was intercepted, hurriedly counter-obbed and pulled on the spot. After Lambert intercepted the ball, he did not hesitate to kick it directly to the unmanned area on the left. This line position is between Guran and Holmes. Holmes did not turn around to get the ball, but ran directly to Plymouth's half without the ball. Because Holmes knew that the ball must be for Guran, he wanted to take advantage of this time to prepare a forward fulcrum for Guran and help Guran share the firepower. Guran also started to accelerate at the same time as Lambert passed the ball. Guran's speed was as fast as lightning. The Southampton fans at the scene also burst with adrenaline and cheered passionately. Plymouth fans widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to believe that there was such a fast player in the English League One team. How could they know that this was not Guran's full speed at all? In the live broadcast, Rumour ran live. The barrage was full of 666. Fuck. Too fast. Guran is too fast. I haven't watched Guran's live broadcast game for a long time. Guran is faster than before. I have never seen such a fast man. On the green field, Plymouth's rising star Joe Mason chased after Guran. After being knocked away by Guran, Joe Mason held his breath and vowed to catch up with Guran to prove that he was the real one. When Joe Mason had just thought of this, Guran had easily left him 2 positions behind, and the distance between them was getting farther and farther. Joe Mason was completely numb. Obviously, he was very fast and had enough power to run, but he couldn't catch up at all. He couldn't even catch up with Guran's shadow. Joe Mason's speed and power were just a reference background for Guran's violent aesthetic sprint. Almost in the blink of an eye, Guran surpassed Joe Mason, who was desperately chasing him, by 3 positions, touched the football first, and continued to run straight with the ball. After the ball control attribute was greatly improved, Guran's sprint dribbling speed was also easier than before. The entire Southampton team followed Guran's sprint forward. Southampton's quick counter-attack is coming. Plymouth's defense line immediately calmly created an offside. Holmes and Gilly had already rushed into the 30-meter area in advance and fell into the offside trap. Plymouth used the midfield's manpower advantage to double-team Guran, who was in control of the ball. Coach Peter Reid in the technical area on the sidelines seemed a little complacent as long as they double-teamed Guran on the wing and didn't give him the chance to pass the ball. Southampton would not be able to launch a counter-attack. However, the next second, Coach Peter Reid was shocked. Facing the double team of 3 defensive players, Guran didn't care at all. He just kicked the ball forward, then flashed sideways, flashed out of bounds, and accelerated to chase the ball from out of bounds. Black-haired Bale. The famous scene of overtaking on the outside lane reappeared. The defensive players who double-teamed Guran were immediately dumbfounded. The Southampton fans at the scene cheered wildly. The domestic fans in the live broadcast room didn't expect to be able to feast their eyes right away. All kinds of awesome barrages were crazy on the screen. In less than 3 seconds, Guran got rid of the defensive players who doubled him outside the boundary, cut inside and returned to the boundary, and easily controlled the ball. This ball was not offside. Guran passed the ball to himself 3 seconds later. Plymouth's right side was easily penetrated by Guran. Plymouth's defensive players chased Guran in a panic. Lallana, Gully and others also sprinted into Plymouth's penalty area. Seeing that there were many troops in the middle, Guran took the ball directly to the bottom. Right back and captain Carl Duguti desperately stepped forward to intercept, and central defender Curtis Nelson also shrank to the edge of the penalty area to block Guran's passing angle. Guran stopped the ball suddenly near the end line, and the football stopped accurately while rolling at high speed. Carl Duguti was delighted and immediately stopped quickly and stretched his foot to steal the ball. Guran calmly pulled his toes and easily avoided Carl Duguti's interception. Such small-scale, detailed ball control is very pleasing to the eye. After pulling the ball, Guran did not show off his skills, but took advantage of Carl Duguti's lack of strength to kick a half-high ball back to the top area of the small penalty area. The tall and strong Gully sprinted to grab the position, shook off the player who was marking him, jumped high with inertia, and headed the ball directly. This wave of offensive transfer was too fast. The last moment, the goalkeeper David Barton, who was loaned from Tottenham, was still waiting on the left side of the goal to block Guran's cut and shot, but at this moment, the football shot from the middle. David Barton's horizontal diving. David Barton's movements were very stretchy and beautiful, worthy of being a goalkeeper trained by Tottenham Hotspur. David Barton's hand reached Gully's header, but David Barton's butter hands. The football slipped over David Barton's gloves and fell into the net with a spin. The ball went in. David Barton fell to the ground lying on his back. As expected of a goalkeeper trained by Tottenham Hotspur, his posture when falling on the ground was very standard, even if he failed to defend the ball. The referee pointed to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. Only 3 minutes after the start, with Guran's super personal breakthrough and the return pass, Gully scored with a header, and Southampton opened the scoring away from home. After scoring, Gully excitedly ran to hug Guran. Southampton's players also came up to celebrate happily. Guran was also very happy. This was his first assist in the English League One. This assist is a real and valid career data. Southampton fans jumped happily in the stands. The entire hometown park stadium was rendered into a red ocean by the passion of Southampton people. The live broadcast room of Ran Live was also filled with various gifts. There were many domestic fans who saw Guran play football for the first time, and they were conquered by Guran in just this wave. Fuck. So what you said is true. Guran is really that awesome. 66,666. 6 up. Haha, that's nothing. You'll hear foreigners shouting China Daddy in a while. Fuck. So cool. So cool. It's worth it that I don't sleep with my wife at night and watch the game here. Is Guran really a Chinese player? Why doesn't he play like a Chinese player at all? Because Guran is a grassroots genius who has not been contaminated by the domestic situation. Southampton's cooperation is so neat and tidy. It's almost at the level of the Premier League. Guran integrated really quickly. Southampton already has the foundation of the Premier League. Okay. Now with Guran, Southampton can beat Plymouth in this game. That's right, Plymouth's short passes and offside tactics can't restrain Southampton with Guran at all. I haven't seen such an exciting game in a long time. Come on, Guran. I want to see Guran's first goal in League One. I want to see Guran's 40-meter long full moon. In the live broadcast room, various GIFs kept flashing on the screen. The game continued. The somewhat confused Plymouth midfielder kicked off. After a series of short passes in the middle, they sent the ball to Southampton's right side. Number 19 Yerebolasi used his speed to run without the ball to respond. Right back Richardson immediately blocked closely. Yarabalasi held Richardson and knocked the ball to Luke Summerfield, the front midfielder who penetrated the right edge of the penalty area. Before Walton could stretch his foot to block it, Luke Summerfield kicked the ball to the small penalty area. Plymouth's centre forward Roy Fallon immediately used his body to hold JD, who was also tall and strong, and half-turned to stop the ball. Duran suddenly sprinted horizontally and directly squeezed the strong Roy Fallon with his shoulder. Roy Fallon didn't take it seriously at first, but when Duran made physical contact with him, Roy Fallon suddenly felt that he was shrouded by an invisible mountain. Under Duran's aggressive pressure, Roy Fallon couldn't turn around after stopping the ball. There was no chance to kick the ball. Seeing this scene, the adrenaline of Southampton fans burned, and they cheered and screamed. This kind of pure physical strength confrontation is what they love to watch the most. Roy Fallon's face was flushed, and his right foot clumsily controlled the ball. He was not clumsy at all. As a New Zealand international, his ability to protect the ball under his feet was definitely very strong. However, under the confrontation of power, his ball protection movements were deformed. If you just look at Roy Fallon's current performance, people will have the illusion of that's it, I can do it too. But in fact, Roy Fallon obviously has 8 points of strength, but he was suppressed by Duran and could only play 2 points. Duran didn't give Roy Fallon any chance to continue to protect the ball in the penalty area. He made a precise steal and broke the ball from Roy Fallon's feet. While stealing the ball, Duran forced Roy Fallon's tall body and turned to protect the ball. Roy Fallon wanted to counter-steal on the spot, but he had no chance to touch the ball. He could only use all his strength to hold Duran tightly with his legs. In these few seconds, the movements of the two did not look very big, but they were full of details of power confrontation. The domestic fans in the live broadcast room were so excited. After Duran turned around to protect the ball, he had no chance to get rid of Roy Fallon for a while, and then he made a straight pass from the backcourt. The football, with the power of violent aesthetics, crossed the sky in the second half of the field like a arc razor and fell near the center circle. This was not only a key clearance ball, but also a signal ball from defense to offense. The level 4 crosswind was blowing, but it did not affect the posture and route of the football's flight at all. It is conceivable how strong the power of this kick was. Amid exclamations of wow, Lallana quickly started chasing the ball from the middle. Just when he was about to catch up, Plymouth's central defender Steven Zuber rushed up first and kicked the ball out of the sideline. Oh. Southampton fans sighed. Steven Zuber on the opposite side was indeed a few meters closer to the ball. However, Lallana also had a lot of responsibility for not getting the ball. Duran's backcourt pass was first class in terms of consciousness and footwork, and the rhythm of the attack and defense conversion was also under Duran's control, but Lallana's consciousness was half a beat behind, and he didn't keep up. If Lallana could start half a step earlier, he could touch the ball first and shake off Steven Zuber in time, which would have formed a single-handed goal. What a pity. Southampton fans were regretful and applauded Duran and Lallana to show their encouragement. Although the single-handed opportunity was gone, Southampton's overall performance was still good. If they continued to play at this pace, it would only be a matter of time before they scored again. The game continued. In the next 10 minutes, the offense and defense of both sides changed quickly. Duran's performance on both the defensive and offensive ends was very active and eye-catching. After all, this was his first English League One match. Although he couldn't perform just to brush the data of the first English League One match was really important. Moreover, Duran also knew that domestic fans were watching his performance through RAN Live. What's more, Plymouth was indeed too weak. Plymouth's offside tactics were completely meaningless to Duran, who liked to dribble and break through. Plymouth's man-to-man defense was simply a good baby giving away heads. In the 14th minute of the game, Duran suddenly wandered from the left side to the middle, and the right forward Sknedelin immediately crossed the ball. Plymouth's man-to-man defense immediately fell into chaos. Joe Mason, who was responsible for marking Duran, could only run to the middle. Defensive midfielder number 4 Carl Flesch also came up to assist. After Duran got the ball, he immediately dribbled the ball to the left. Before Joe Mason could catch up with Duran, he was thrown away by Duran again. Carl Flesch stood in front of Duran and suppressed Duran's breakthrough route. Carl Flesh's defense is indeed experienced enough. Duran made an emergency stop while running horizontally and then kicked an enhanced crotch pass +1. Carl Flesh, a defensive general with extremely flexible left and right feet, just followed Duran's emergency stop a moment ago, and before he could react, he was penetrated alive. Enhanced crotch pass is indeed much more exciting than ordinary crotch pass. The action of enhanced crotch pass is more concealed, the ball is faster, and the route is more accurate. This crotch pass not only passed Fletch, but also passed through the back of Kaliana Song, and passed to Lambert who came up to support. Then, Duran accelerated to shake off the stunned Fletch, and penetrated into the empty space within 30 meters in the middle. And Lambert, who was holding the ball, did not stop, and sent a straight pass to Duran while running. Duran stopped the ball with his left foot, and continued to dribble forward with his right foot. In just 1 second, the two completed an unparalleled 2-on-2 in the front court. The Southampton fans at the scene and the domestic fans in the live broadcast room were all shocked by Duran's series of passes and cuts. Duran was simply bullying. Plymouth's middle was empty. Plymouth's two central defenders Steve Zuber and Curtis Nelson hurriedly pushed out to close a door to defend Duran. Duran made a beautiful Matthew shoulder drop. Where have Steve Zuber and Curtis Nelson ever experienced such a high-end fake move? The two were immediately shaken and flew to the front of the penalty area. The shooting channel has been opened. The Southampton fans at the scene screamed wildly. They were already celebrating the goal in advance. The other defensive players of the Plymouth team obviously hadn't felt the danger yet, and no one reacted to intercept in the first time. Even goalkeeper David Barton hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to abandon the goal and attack to intercept. In this situation, where he could bully the weak, Duran certainly wouldn't be polite. In order to ensure the success rate of his first shot in the English League One, Duran used all his skills. Heavy artillery long-range shot, piercing arrows +3. Heavy artillery long-range shot, stone breaking +3. Heavy artillery long-range shot, cruise missile +1. In addition, the long-range attribute is 76. The football is like an electromagnetic heavy artillery missile, with an extremely violent aesthetic trajectory, fast, fierce and accurate, and shot directly into the upper, left corner of the goal. Goalkeeper David Barton was stuck. There was no reaction at all. The football violently entered the net, the whole net was excited, and the goal was buzzing. The ball went in. A world wave. A super world wave. The Southampton fans at the scene were so excited that they jumped and screamed like crazy. Duran was also so excited that he chopped the wind with one hand and ran all over the field. This was his first League One goal. Southampton led Plymouth, who were playing at home, by 2 goals in 15 minutes. The live broadcast room was also on fire. Fuck. This ball is so fucking awesome. So awesome. So passionate. This is the shot I want to see. Duran is awesome. He really dared to shoot. The quality of this ball is invincible. This month's League One best goal is definitely a sure thing. Is Duran really a left back? Is this really a League One game? I have goose bumps all over my body. So cool. Swish. Maxim Xiaomianqiu rewarded a super rocket. Happy Worship 964 awarded a super rocket. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. The number of online viewers directly exceeded 50,000. Chapter 350 Brutal Massacre. Duran sets a team record in the first half of his English League One debut. The game continues. Plymouth, who had conceded 2 goals in the first 15 minutes, kicked off again. Such a start was a nightmare for them, but unfortunately, the nightmare had just begun. The game was in the 21st minute. Duran successfully intercepted little Rooney Joe Mason in the left rib area and passed the ball to Lambert with a clean short pass. Lambert ran forward at high speed and passed the ball to Schneiderlin, who was in a better position. Schneiderlin quickly dribbled along the right side. Most of Plymouth's players were intercepting on the left and middle sides, and the right side became their weak area. Schneiderlin relied on his personal skills to pass 2 people and broke into the 30-meter area of Plymouth. The Plymouth team's defensive players hurriedly retreated to intercept. Duran took the opportunity to quickly move to the middle to respond. Under the skilled and exquisite coordination and running of the Southampton team, the Plymouth team's defense line was full of loopholes, and it was terrible. Schneiderlin buckled his ankle, shook off the left back Anasma Bahasla who was defending him, and passed the ball to Guran. Because of the level 4 crosswind, the ball was a little too big. Carl Fletcher and Joe Mason double-teamed Guran from the front and back, preventing Guran from stopping the ball easily. Guran was not afraid at all, and directly knocked Carl Fletcher away with his body, then immediately leaned back and jumped, tapped his forehead, and loaded Schneiderlin's pass, and knocked the ball to Lallana who was parallel. The whole set of receiving and passing movements was smooth. Southampton fans were excited and applauded Guran. After Lallana received the ball, he immediately accelerated and rushed into the penalty area. Lallana tore a huge hole in Plymouth's defense. Guran also stopped and changed his line, and ran diagonally along the hole on the left side of the penalty area. Joe Mason, who was responsible for marking Guran, couldn't keep up at all. At this time, Lallana was double-teamed by 2 defensive players, and forced a shot. This kick was very sudden, and the power was great, and the angle was tricky enough. Goalkeeper David Barton reacted quickly, leaping sideways to block the ball. The football spun and bounced back to the left side of the penalty area. Guran's king of picking up leaks was triggered, and he instantly inserted like a ghost. The height of this rebound ball was very similar to the scene in the previous game against Arsenal. Guran would never miss such a supplementary shot opportunity. So, without waiting for the football to land, Guran jumped directly into the air and volleyed the flying half-high ball, scissor kick falling leaves. All the fans were suffocated. This supplementary shot was too sudden. David Barton was powerless. The football shot into the net. The net was shaking. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Plymouth 0:3 Southampton. The adrenaline of Southampton fans was completely ignited, and they cheered wildly. Plymouth fans were dumbfounded again. This scissor kick volley was so cool, so domineering. The live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Another goal. Guran scored again. This ball is so cool. He volleyed with both feet without stopping the ball. Is Van Persie possessed? Is Guran really a left back? One super world wave, one scissor kick in the air. This is more like a striker than a striker. Guran is obviously a B2B striker. Ha ha ha. So cool. So cool. It's worth it for me to stay up late to watch the game. I'm looking forward to Guran's hat trick. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I thought Guran's first Super World Wave long shot would definitely be the best goal of the month in English Football League 1, but I was wrong. Guran's second goal is so domineering. The second goal is the best goal of the month in English Football League 1. I thought only the Premier League was interesting, but I didn't expect that a low-level league like English Football League 1 would be so interesting. Nonsense. Don't look at them in English Football League 1. Their level is stronger than our national football team. This confrontation is really explosive. When will those high-paid uncles in China be able to be so confrontational? Fuck, I'm enjoying it. Can you please stop mentioning the Chinese national football team? You don't understand. The Chinese national football team is the balancer of national destiny. Brothers, Guran is so awesome. Let's not just watch the fun. Give out small gifts. Suddenly, all kinds of rocket gifts came one after another, in an endless stream. The Southampton fans at the scene were also cheering hat trick, and some female fans couldn't wait to take out their bras and wave them in the wind. The live camera was also very awesome, with all kinds of close-ups. The fans in the RAN live room were about to go crazy. The room management account of the RAN live room immediately released a dynamic announcement in order to give back to the fans who enthusiastically support the RAN live. A set of Guran's autographed jerseys will be given away in a lottery. Every time Guran scores a goal, the live room will randomly draw a fan who speaks and gives gifts. As soon as the announcement came out, the barrage in the live room was instantly overwhelming, and all kinds of gifts exploded the screen. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 80,000 and was still rising rapidly. You know, Guran is not a national team player, and he was not famous in China before. He relied on professional hardcore fans such as Maxim Xiaomi and Q to support him. Now that the live broadcast has just been launched and there is no advertising promotion, there are 80,000 people online in less than half an hour. Moreover, it is now 12 o'clock in the evening in China. It is definitely a very good result to have this first broadcast. The game continued in the passion of burning blood. Soon, in the 29th minute, Duran made a continuous pass with Holmes on the left. Holmes was tripped by Plymouth captain Carl Duguti when he cut inside with the ball. Southampton got a free kick opportunity on the left. The Southampton fans at the scene all shouted excitedly, "Crescent Moon Scimitar. Hat-trick. Crescent Moon Scimitar. Hat-trick. Lirana. I advise you to be smart. We want to see Guran's 40-meter long curved jaw. Yeah. Crescent Moon Scimitar." Plymouth fans were puzzled. They didn't understand why a set piece in a bad position could make Southampton fans so excited. At this time, Lallana, who was supposed to take the free kick, was also very tactful. Lallana smiled and ran to Guran. "Boo, you take the penalty. The old rules just changed to assists." Guran smiled. "Okay, deal." Lallana happily high-fived Guran. Guran immediately walked to the penalty spot, bent down and carefully placed the ball. Southampton fans immediately burst into cheers like a tsunami. Most of the Southampton fans have already started celebrating. Guran stood calmly at the penalty spot and took a deep breath secretly. In the case of a level 4 crosswind, this kick was still very challenging. Guran glanced at the goal, took 3 steps back, and then burst into action. Long shot 76, free kick 67, set piece, Crescent Moon Scimitar +4, heavy artillery long shot, piercing cloud arrow, heavy artillery long shot, stone breaking, heavy artillery long shot, cruise missile +1, top pass shot, God's kick +1. The football drew a crescent-shaped arc of light above the strong area of the human wall and spun towards the upper left corner of the goal at a very high speed. Goalkeeper David Barton misjudged the direction. His body dived to the right. The football almost rubbed the inside of the left post of the goal and burst into the net. The ball went in. This was Southampton's 4th goal and Guran's 3rd goal in his English League One debut. Hat-trick completed. Guran completed his personal hat-trick within 30 minutes of the first half. This was also the first hat-trick in the first 30 minutes of the first half in Southampton's history. Guran tied Alan Shearer's record of completing a hat-trick in his first league match. The score on the big screen was immediately changed to Plymouth 0:4 Southampton. The scene and the live broadcast room were instantly on fire. Oh shit. No way. Was it really a hat-trick? Ha ha ha. So cool. This kick makes my blood boil. Crescent Moon Scimitar. I finally see the Crescent Moon Scimitar again. Why do I feel that Guran's Crescent Moon Scimitar is more powerful and faster than before? And it doesn't seem to be difficult for him to kick it. Yeah, I feel it too. It's only been 2 months, and Guran's progress has been so rapid. Oh my god. My wife got up from the bed and asked me why I was screaming so loudly. I was wrong. I was wrong again. I thought the scissor kick volley was the best goal of the English League One this month, but I didn't expect that this Crescent Moon Scimitar is it. When is the lottery? I want Guran's jersey. Oh. Which kind-hearted brother draws Guran's jersey? Can you give it to me, your little sister? Stop it. There are no girls here. All of you are fucking big guys who don't sleep in the middle of the night. She's really a girl. The live broadcast room was full of comments, and the number of online viewers exceeded 100,000. The total value of the gifts exceeded 50,000. At this moment, the Plymouth fans at the hometown park were stunned, and they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. It's too cruel. Only 30 minutes into the first half, they conceded 4 goals. If they continue like this, the whole game will be broken. This Chinese kid Guran is so amazing. He can carry, break through, pass and shoot. I thought it was a grassroots novice, but it turned out to be Bale with black hair. I thought it was Bale with black hair, but it turned out to be Van Persie with black hair. I thought it was Van Persie with black hair, but it turned out to be Henry with long hair. I thought it was Henry with long hair, but it turned out to be Beckham with black hair. How could Southampton have such a strong monster star? Those fans who heavily invested in Plymouth's victory have already started to consider which bar to go to after the game to vent. The players of Plymouth held their heads in pain, their faces full of disbelief. Peter Reid, the head coach of Plymouth, also covered his old face in pain and helplessness. At this point in the game, not to mention that the players on the field have lost confidence, even he, the head coach, has lost confidence. The Plymouth team, which originally thought that they were evenly matched with Southampton, has been completely broken by Guran's crescent kick. It's not that the players of Plymouth are in bad shape, but that the Chinese boy on the opposite side is too amazing. Is this the left back? This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Yes. 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 Adkins, the head coach of Southampton, was cheering excitedly in the technical area on the sidelines. This first round of the English League One game is already a foregone conclusion. In this case, Guran can be replaced in the second half to rest. After all, the games this month are too intensive, and they still have to play the League Cup and the League Championship Pioneer Cup. Moreover, they were playing away from home, and were not mortal enemies, so they had to give Plymouth some face. Otherwise, if Plymouth was really forced to target Guran, that would not be good. Now the priority was not to win a few goals against Plymouth, but to preserve Guran's ability and prevent him from being fouled and injured. The game continued. No, it should be said that Plymouth's nightmare continued. Plymouth, who had lost 4 goals in 30 minutes, had lost their mentality. When they were fighting, their movements became bigger and more violent, and they seemed to be unable to afford to lose. Southampton was naturally not to be outdone, and they fought hard with Plymouth. The scene became very hot for a while. Guran was stripped and shoveled to the ground several times, but Guran quickly turned over and continued to participate in the game. The game was interrupted again and again by the referee's foul whistle. Southampton's fans were also excited and a little frightened. 39th minute. Guran knocked Joe Mason, who had invaded him, to the ground with his body and then sprinted along the left side with the ball. Plymouth's defensive players immediately went to the left side to intercept and double team him. Guran made a beautiful Cruyff turn, followed by a Matthew shoulder drop and a half-set Marcel turn, and at the same time shook off 3 defensive players. When he was halfway through the turn to protect the ball, Guran passed the ball to Lambert, who was responding, and then continued to move to the left side of the penalty area without the ball. Lambert saw the opportunity and passed the ball directly to Gully, who was unguarded in the penalty area while running. After Gully stopped the ball, he turned around and kicked it. Plymouth's central defender Steven Zuber forced a tackle to the bottom and cleared the ball from Gully's feet. But in a panic, Zuber's clearance ball hooked to the middle. Guran rushed in quickly. Regardless of the danger of being shoveled, he grabbed the ball in the chaos. Goalkeeper David Barton was like a formidable enemy and immediately rushed to the top of the small penalty area to block Guran's shooting angle. Guran used a bicycle kick, his right foot forward to protect the ball, while his left heel knocked it horizontally, past the ball from behind. This was a brilliant pass. Lallana, who was parallel to Guran, was not guarded. There was space all around him. Lallana didn't even stop the ball, he just touched the ball and shot it. Due to David Barton's blind attack, the goal was almost empty at this moment. The football went into the net without any surprise. The ball went in. The ball went in again and again. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Plymouth 0:5 Southampton. The Southampton fans were so happy that their voices were hoarse. Lallana smiled like a flower, opened his arms, and ran towards Guran. With a lead of 5 goals in the first half, Southampton completely crushed Plymouth. The fans of the Plymouth team all hugged their heads in pain, unable to believe that the Southampton team, which was at the same level as them last season, would become so brutal. This is simply a massacre. And the one who raised the butcher knife was Southampton's scandalous star, the Chinese Guran. The Southampton fans at the scene shouted in unison, "Call Daddy! Call Daddy! Call Daddy!" The Plymouth players all looked humiliated, and their mentality collapsed. Various skill bubbles fell straight down. The cruel first half is not over yet. The 45 minutes of regular time was exhausted, and the fourth official raised a sign to indicate 3 minutes of stoppage time. In the 47th minute, the collapsed Plymouth team made a pass error in their own left wing cooperation. Right back Richardson intercepted the ball near the center line, and then made a large-scale transfer, passing the ball to Guran's feet. who had already penetrated the left rib area at high speed. Guran skillfully stopped the football, and a violent sprint accelerated, and ate little Rooney Joe Mason alive. Plymouth's defense line was suddenly in chaos, and they didn't know who to defend. Guran dribbled the ball straight in, and Carl Fletcher desperately chased Guran's side, trying to stop Guran's breakthrough by fouling. Guran turned with a Cruyff move, shook off Carl Fletcher, and accelerated to cut inside. Plymouth's central defenders Steven Zuber and Curtis Nelson were stuck in position, and closed the door to defend. Guran didn't stop at all, and directly used Son of the Wind +3, King of Highbury +2, and Violent Sprint +3. Steven Zuber and Curtis Nelson didn't expect that Guran would dare to rush between the two of them. They thought Guran would definitely pass the ball to his teammates around him. When they wanted to close the gap again, it was too late. Guran pushed the ball past the two interceptions and forced his way through the two people. Steven Zuber and Curtis Nelson lost their balance and fell to the ground in embarrassment. The two immediately raised their hands to appeal to the referee, but the referee ignored it. Guran dribbled the ball into the small penalty area. The only one left in front of him was goalkeeper David Barton. David Barton decisively abandoned the goal and attacked fiercely, intercepting Guran head-on for a 1v1. Goalkeeper attacking to intercept 1v1. This is David Barton's proud strength. Guran calmly tapped his toes and used a simple fake move that couldn't be simpler to shake off David Barton. Empty goal. Guran pulled the ball sideways, dribbled around the goalkeeper, and shot with his left foot 2 meters in front of the goal. The whole set of actions seemed to have been calculated long ago. It seemed simple, but every detail of the action was connected very compactly and perfectly, without a single wasted action. David Barton knelt on the grass, looking at Guran's back with despair on his face as he shot. The ball went in again and again. Plymouth 0:6 Southampton. And this was only the first half. This was a super massacre. In just the first half, Guran completed a big 4 in his first appearance in the English League One. 2 passes and 4 shots. This achievement has surpassed the team record of Alan Shearer's hat-trick on his debut. All Southampton fans are crazy. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 150,000. The total amount of gifts has exceeded 100,000. Fuck. Isn't Guran too strong? 2 passes and 4 shots. So awesome. The whole Southampton is obviously playing around Guran. Guran's kicking is really fierce. The confrontation looks good. The technique at his feet looks good. The basic skills look good. And the cooperation with the team looks good. I have goose bumps all over my body. It's so cool. Let alone anything else. Just the way Guran shook off the goalkeeper and shot was so much like Ronaldinho. That's right. That's what I was just about to say. Although Guran's sense of speed and power is still far from Ronaldinho, the feeling is right. Especially the shot that bypassed the goalkeeper. It really feels like Ronaldinho. Damn, who can understand me? I just found time to hand in a homework to my wife, and Guran scored another goal. Brother, you handed in your homework fast enough. No matter how fast, no one is faster than Guran. I want Guran's jersey. I want Guran's jersey. Various comments were overwhelming, and so were all kinds of rocket gifts. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room also went from 100,000 to 200,000. The total amount of gifts also soared to 100,000. Beep. With a long whistle, the massacre in the first half finally ended. The players from both sides began to leave the field for a break. All the fans of Southampton stood up and sang the song "There Is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran" passionately. There were many crazy female fans in the stands who swung at Guran. Guran smiled shyly. After all, the English League One already has TV media cameras, so of course the eyes have to be more serious. On the other hand, the players of the Plymouth team were dejected, lost, and trotted into the player tunnel with their heads down. Some extreme Plymouth fans threw mineral water bottles and used toilet paper at the players and sprayed them with all kinds of dirty words. Some Plymouth fans left the field directly and stopped watching. After Guran returned to the visiting team's locker room, the staff and other players lined up to congratulate Guran. This was Guran's first English League One game, and Guran set a new team record in just half a game. Exclusive coach Jacob hugged Guran and said excitedly, "Boo, congratulations. My usual Real Madrid style training for you was not in vain." Team Dr. Mayfu hugged Guran and said excitedly, "Boo, congratulations. My usual examinations and treatments for you were not in vain." Physiotherapist Gregory hugged Guran and said excitedly, "Boo, congratulations. My usual fascia physiotherapy for you was not in vain." The players also patted Guran on the shoulder to congratulate. "Boo, your performance today was great. It was so enjoyable to play today. Goo, you still owe me an assist. Let's continue in the second half." Thank you everyone." Guran was naturally very happy in his heart. The training and game accumulation during this period were all worth it. Regardless of whether there were scores or awards, just talking about the game, it was really fun to play. Adrenaline and dopamine were secreted like crazy. This kind of fun feeling is incomparable to the fun caused by any other thing. At this time, Coach Adkins separated the crowd and walked to Guran, patted Guran on the shoulder vigorously. "Well done, Gu. Thank you, Coach. This is all because of your good guidance." Guran was happy and did not forget to reverse poo at Coach Adkins. Ha ha ha. Coach Adkins smiled brightly as a flower when he was praised by a future world-class star. Coach Adkins originally wanted to interact with the players in a poker-faced way, creating a serious and majestic persona, but with a talent like Guran in his hands, Coach Adkins can even laugh out loud when he hugs his wife to sleep at night. Coach Adkins calmed down and said, "Oh, by the way, Boo, I plan to replace you at the beginning of the second half." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.